Doflamingo Luoxanandi, I'm sorry. Don't. Brother. Ganama. Aren't you being a nuisance? Causing such havoc so early in the morning. Isn't it tiresome? Doflamingo subconsciously clenched his fist, longing to land a punch on the disruptive soul. Bang. Father. Brother. Tormented screams of anguish and desperate questions filled his ears, intermingled with a cascade of confused memories. A series of involuntary stabbing pains surged through Doflamingo's mind, only slightly eased by the firm pressure of his left hand against his throbbing veined brow. As his vision gradually sharpened, Doflamingo sensed that something was amiss. This scene was utterly unfamiliar. Before him lay the lifeless body of the former Tianlongren transmigrated Huomangu, and a Luoxi overcome with the grief of losing a father. Glancing at his undeveloped right hand and the still smoking pistol in his grasp, Doflamingo was at a loss for words. What is this all about? Killing one's father as a celebration to start off. With a talent like this, why not resemble LV Boo? Invincible beyond compare. Instinctively, Doflamingo scanned his surroundings against the backdrop of his fading memories. Around him, there was nothing but filth. The environment was damp and gloomy. In a shadowy corner lay the fruits of his and Luoxanandi's relentless efforts, while only a few stray rays of light filtered above Huomangu's corpse. A stench of decay pervaded his being. Instinct compelled him to sniff. The odor of rotting food and the metallic tang of blood quickly overwhelmed his senses. A dry heave escaped him. Damn, the experience of opening treasure chests in this life is ridiculously abundant. I've been nothing more than a scruffy scavenger for 2.5 years. Moreover, the Xianxian fruit had already been consumed. In such a perilous world, what am I to do? It's not as if one can simply send a parcel from Big Ben with everything neatly arranged. The chaotic tangle of memories gradually coalesced as recollections of the once blissful indulgence with evil Tianlongren began to surface. He allowed himself a brief, bittersweet reminiscence. Doflamingo remarked, "So you expect me to take this life test as some mere cadre? Who among us isn't puffed up by life? Wait, how the hell did I manage in my previous life? Let me think." He recalled signing an order intent contract with manager Zhang, savoring a crocodile feast, quaffing a bit of liquor, and then setting off for Shuiwei. Then a massive truck. I'm Chuanchuangzi. Wait, what about my designated driver? Did manager Zhang also restart with me? His thoughts tumbled in disarray. Doflamingo abandoned further hesitation. Well, since I'm already here, looking on the bright side, the possibility of becoming a king in the future far outshines my last life as expendable fodder. This predicament, after all, is only temporary. I must not let my own younger brother be swept away by the Navy again, he resolved. Doflamingo holstered the smoking pistol at his side, aware that a gun imbued with a patricidal edge must be guarded with utmost care. Gazing upon Luoxanandi, who lay weeping bitterly over Huomangu's corpse, he softened his tone. Luoxi, do your wounds ache with pain of the flesh, or is it the agony within your heart? At his brother's words, Luoxanandi's tear-soaked body trembled uncontrollably. Life had wrought immense upheaval. His mother had passed away not long ago, and now his father was gone as well. Moreover, it was his own brother who had slain their father. Emotions of grief, anguish, terror, and hatred swirled into a maelstrom, leaving young Luoxanandi speechless and unsure how to respond. They must be remade in my own image, he declared. Seeing Luoxanandi still burying his head in Huomangu's revered corpse and sobbing, Doflamingo abruptly hoisted him, shattering the cascade of sorrow. Luoxi, behold this man we call father. It was his naivete that shattered our family, leaving our kind mother to suffer. He condemned us to wander like stray dogs ravaged by pain and hunger. Yet naive kindness is a quality befitting only the strong. Bereft of our Tianlongren identity, we are nothing but weak souls waiting to be trampled upon. Now, Luoxi, we must find a way to survive. Regarding this life's blood-related father, Doflamingo dismissed him as nothing more than a feeble idealist advocating for racial equality. No, it wasn't a lack of power, but rather a deliberate renunciation of strength, a sanctimonious martyr. In this world, as Tianlongren, choosing kindness and peaceful coexistence with ordinary folk. It is indeed an admirable quality, a brilliance of humanity that transcends the ordinary. But then how can one remain kind and coexist harmoniously when, as a Tianlongren, far greater influence is within one's grasp? Or perhaps one should first grow strong and then share joy with the people. Maybe even forge an alliance with the fisherman princess, e.g., treading that uniquely pirate path. To outright renounce one's Tianlongren identity. And as if that weren't enough, to then seek out a nation unaligned with the world government for a suicidal gamble, even if it exposes his own filial lineage. Yet such events were inevitable, only their timing was uncertain. Even so, if you choose to live in a country under the world government, the possibility remains that once discovered, the Navy might even lend a hand. The deep-seated hatred that the commoners feel for the Tianlongren is utterly incomprehensible. The world has long suffered under their oppression, and yet one does not dare to hack at their entire family. When all else fails, a desperate escape route can turn into a total gamble. An Allen bet where an entire family of 4 renounces its Tianlongren identity, resulting in the tragic loss of his wife, the mother of his young child. If it were the current Doflamingo, he would surely have preserved that saintly paternal figure, Huomangu Sheng. Eliminating him with a single shot would be far too facile. He preferred to retain him to continue experiencing the agony of losing one's wife. The guilt that had spawned all this misery, the lament of a father turned against his son, the weight of a son's misdeeds, left one to wonder if in anguish he might eventually resort to extreme measures, even the unspeakable, to save the world. How precious and exquisite a study of human nature this is. The more these thoughts seethed within him, the harsher Doflamingo's tone grew, as the surging power within him swelled mightily, his grip on Luoxanandi's hands radiating strands of energy. Do you remember the despair of being hunted, burned, and hanged on the city walls? Have we ever harmed the residents here? Remember the compatriots of Shungdi Malakoya, who watched as others perished without a helping hand? It is them. They forced our mother to her death, and slew our father. Luoxi, look at me. Look at the scars on us, and behold the filthy, decaying environment that surrounds us. Look at these writhing, despicable vermin. Who has wrought this upon us? The so-called innocent residents, our compatriots of the sacred land, the very father we once loved. And I am the one who kept you alive. Luoxi, you are now my only family. That damn manipulative, blame-shifting moral coercion echoed in his words. Doflamingo could not believe that an 80-year-old child would harbor not a single ounce of resentment toward these tragic experiences. After all, he wasn't endowed with universal Ashura chakra, nor a devotee of SM, nor afflicted by Stockholm syndrome. Even if he had once known a peaceful era in his previous life, the mere stirring of these agonizing memories awakened an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent within him. As Luoxanandi listened to Doflamingo's words, he recalled the days when his brother would take him along to snatch food, scavenge for scraps, and search for sustenance for their mother. And then, their father. As expected, relentless banter is the exclusive privilege of the protagonist, he mused as Doflamingo regarded the still silent Luoxanandi. No longer able to contain the agitation born of clashing memories, a surge of dark, crimson thoughts flashed like lightning. Smack! Luoxanandi's eyes rolled white as he collapsed onto Holmanga's corpse, succumbing to unconsciousness. Dusk. Let's go. Rosinante. After spending half a day digging up a grave and burying his father, Donquixote Doflamingo led the equally exhausted Rosinante away. Carrying a battered bucket sloshing with seawater, they set off on the road back home. They returned to the room where patricide had just taken place. String fruit household form. Threads of string surged out around Doflamingo, forming 6 octopus-like tentacles unfurling behind his back. At the same time, he stripped off the few remaining foul-smelling clothes from Rosinante and himself, tossing them into the bucket and roughly washing them, trying to lessen the stench they had acquired from scavenging through garbage. At the same time, he scrubbed away the bloodstains left by the corpse and threw out the rotting, rancid food that fouled the air. Devil fruit. Staring at the tentacles whipping about in all directions before him, Rosinante's sorrow-stricken expression slowly shifted into utter bewilderment. When everything was finally dealt with. Now this is at least a place a human can live in. Doflamingo swept his gaze across the now somewhat tidier room, sniffed with satisfaction, and had his tentacles take out his cherished stash of food, which he handed to the little brother before him. Rosinante, eat. Rosinante silently took it and began to eat. Doflamingo paid no mind to Rosinante's continued silence and withdrawn autistic state. After all, a man ought to grieve when his father dies. It was only natural that people would be heartbroken. As for himself, he planned to rest up and then immediately go seek out the 4, Treble, and the others, to recruit them as his protection. Those 4 fools had given him this neither here nor there string fruit. Spare him the nonsense about there being no useless fruits, only useless users. If you put the string fruit beside the rumble fruit and told someone to choose, even a dog would know which to pick. Of course, if you are a fan of the trope where a loser rises from the bottom, then pretend he never said that. But right now he was only a 10-year-old weakling with Conqueror's Haki, desperately in need of bodyguards. The small town he had just overwhelmed with Conqueror's Haki would for the moment have no one foolish enough to come looking for trouble. His memories having awakened, and after a full day of exhausting labor, digging up a grave and burying his father, he was utterly spent in body and mind. He collapsed together with Rosinante onto the pile of junk that barely qualified as a bed. Doflamingo quickly sank into a deep sleep. He did not know how much time had passed when his drowsy consciousness slowly floated back to clarity, and he opened his eyes to look around. All around was pitch black, as though he were suspended in a bottomless abyss with only a single point of faint light shining in the distance ahead. The abnormal scene left him somewhat dazed. A dream? Or did I die again? Not even a newbie tutorial. Whatever, I'm here already. At worst, I just die one more. After a brief hesitation, he let his thoughts wander as he strode toward the light with his usual carefree bravado. Only when he drew near did he realize that the source of the glow was a miniature lighthouse just as tall as he currently was, its top spilling down a soft radiance. Behind the lighthouse lay a fog so dense that nothing could be seen beyond it. By the light it cast, he finally saw that the darkness beneath his feet was in fact a dead, motionless sea stretching without end. He focused his attention on the lighthouse itself and gazed at the illustration upon it. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. The art style was so absurdly abstract it was no better than stick figures. Yet the scene it depicted was one he knew all too well. A large stick figure knelt on the ground, clutching a smaller one, while a third stick figure stood behind them, pulling the trigger of a gun aimed at their backs. It was the very deed he had committed that morning in a fit of murderous temper. As his gaze lingered upon it, a transparent panel of light bearing words slowly floated out from within the lighthouse, and he turned his eyes to the information written there. Donquixote Doflamingo, slightly notorious. See Circle Calendar 1491. Place of birth Holy Land, Mariewa Red Line Continent. Skills Conqueror's Haki budding. Fruit string fruit budding. Achievement a dutiful son and patricide reward available for selection. Doflamingo's eyes skimmed over the words slightly notorious, and a replay of the famous scene of his Conqueror's Haki awakening and knocking out the crowd began to play in midair. Damn it. I've been a garbage scavenging fugitive for 2 years, haven't even really started my life of villainy. Back in the Holy Land, I never went as far as murder and arson, just trampled on people a bit, and I'm already rated as slightly notorious. The celestial dragons really do brand others as villains to make themselves look clean. He shifted his focus downward where lines of explanation slowly appeared after each entry. Conqueror's Haki, budding the soul of a reincarnator, has granted you power that surpasses the constraints of your age. Resentment, hatred, fury, and killing intent brew within your chest. Most small fry do not even qualify to raise a blade against you. However, you are currently unable to fully control it. When your emotions run high, it erupts with particular ferocity. You must learn to wield it rather than be dragged along by your own emotions. String fruit budding, a wondrous ability that allows you to create strings by consuming stamina, enabling you to exercise a modest amount of creativity, but do not get ahead of yourself. Before you learn to fly, you must first learn to walk. So the soul traits of a reincarnator amount to a stronger Conqueror's Haki. Just how far can this little bit of creativity be pushed? Today I only cosplayed as a tentacle monster. Feels like I could even copy that idiot Luffy's moves. If only there were a progress bar. This level system is annoyingly vague. Conqueror's Haki to stun everyone plus a string fruit meat grinder. I should be able to wipe out this entire island. After indulging in the thought for a moment, Doflamingo skipped past the skill explanations and locked onto the free achievement reward. A dutiful son and patricide. Your resolve in pursuing strength surpasses that of ordinary men. Anyone who stands in your way is your enemy, even your own father. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. Enhanced Conqueror's Haki. 2. Observation Haki Awakening. 3. Innate Robust Physique. Though his naive biological father's death stirred a faint sadness, the sight of these rewards still made it impossible for Doflamingo not to grin from ear to ear. Homingu, no father, you died well. The old bastard drops loot. Now what about Rosinante? Outside in the real world, the sleeping Rosinante suddenly sensed a nameless malice. Curled up into a ball, his small body shivered, and he unconsciously edged closer to the slumbering Doflamingo beside him. That father and I were never of the same breed. His death is only a slight regret. Rosinante, though, on the world's original track, he became an undercover agent, but he is still my real brother with potential to be nurtured and used. Rubbing his face, Doflamingo let go of the dangerous idea forming in his mind and turned his gaze back to the 3 rewards before him. The 3 stand side by side, which means they should be roughly equivalent in value. No matter how much I strengthen Conqueror's Haki in this malnourished 10-year-old body, I can only use it a few times. Advanced techniques like Conqueror's coding will require me to study under the new world's top instructor, 100 Beast Kaido. Without sufficient physique, I'd just turned to dust in Teacher Kaido's Spiked Club training camp. Besides, judging from the birdcage's future performance and my control over it, my observation Haki shouldn't end up too shabby. With time, it should awaken on its own. Awakening it early would be mere icing on the cake. Without special techniques like hearing the voice of all things, foreseeing the future, emotional resonance, telepathy, reading memories, or observation kill type skills, it's not worth pouring too much attention into observation right now. Judging from the body's later performance, what I truly lack is decisive physical strength, the power to reach the world summit. This world places enormous weight on bloodline and physique. Physique also determines the potential of harder, stronger armament Haki. The stronger the foundation, now the greater the enhancement my body will gain after going through puberty. Power. That should be the eternal pursuit. Decisive by nature, the current Doflamingo did not hesitate. I choose reward number 3. Once he made his choice, a finely crafted mirror floated out from within the lighthouse, looking remarkably like the magic mirrors he had seen in films in his previous life. In it was reflected Doflamingo's sleeping body in reality, with Rosinante nestled beside him fast asleep. The difference was that the images in the mirror were transparent. This is my soul. Doflamingo had no time to examine it closely before all at once. Countless motes of light emerged from the void, flooding over his body and fiercely vying to burrow into him, with his bones, bone marrow, and heart taking in the greatest share. Gleaming motes of light continued flowing into his body from the mirror. Witnessing this miraculous sight, Donquixote Doflamingo fell into deep contemplation. Bones formed the structural framework of the human body, determining its load-bearing capacity. Skeletal muscles govern strength and explosive power. Bone marrow regulates cellular metabolism, while the heart dictates superior physical endurance. These 4 elements collectively represent peak corporeal fortitude, a perfectly logical convergence. To truly gauge the caliber of this achievement, I must test it across multiple dimensions. Imagine drawing Big Mom's steel balloon ability. Would that render me invincible? Though if memory serves, Big Mom has already borne over 40 children this year. Truly a saccharine bounty. As time passed, the luminous specks in the mirror gradually faded, and the mirror itself dissolved back into the lighthouse. Doflamingo turned his gaze toward the newly manifested information interface. Donquixote Doflamingo, modestly notorious. Year 1491. Birthplace Mary Geos, the sacred land atop the red line. Abilities Conqueror's Haki, elementary proficiency. Devil fruit, string fruit, elementary proficiency. Innate trait robustness, achievement reward. Achievement filial piety through patricide. Robustness, a play on the phonetic resemblance to muscle, yet far surpassing mere musculature. Enhanced strength, accelerated speed, unyielding stamina, and rapid physiological recovery. With this indomitable, resilient physique, let pirates taste the zenith of bliss. This grants me a far stronger foundation. But how do I escape this sea of darkness? The moment the thought crossed his mind, the interface vanished and the mist behind the lighthouse began to recede. Two road markers, identical in height to himself, one crimson, one sapphire, emerged from the dissipating fog, each flanked by an uncharted maritime route. Doflamingo's expression twisted with wry disbelief. Oh, so you shrink yourself and think I won't recognize you? Are you cosplaying as a road poneglyph now? He approached the leftmost red marker upon which fine script was inscribed. Celestial dragons, the noble celestial dragons dwell in Mary Geos, the sacred land. You a traitor by circumstance, do you long to return home? To reclaim your status as master over men? Surrender the head of Don Quixote homing to your celestial dragon kin and be reinstated among their ranks. Reward Blackbeard's identical physiological architecture. He skimmed the reward description and moved without hesitation to the next marker. The celestial dragon identity held undeniable allure. The idyllic memories of childhood, still vivid in his mind, guarded as they were by admirals. So long as he avoided reckless provocation before the main protagonist's life in Mary Geos offered near total impunity. Even insulting the five elders would amount to little more than a minor indiscretion. As for the promised physiology mirroring Blackbeard's, the instant Doflamingo laid eyes on it, his mind erupted with countless audacious possibilities. String fruit, gura fruit, electro-string entity. Unleashing electromagnetic cannons capable of divine retribution upon ancient citadels. String fruit, magu fruit, magnetic thread. Transforming him into a sovereign of magnetic chaos commanding global dominion. String fruit, uo, nomi model sarayu, ope, nomi fate-weaving threads. Subtly manipulating destinies beyond mortal perception, birthing a Pyroterra iteration of Final Destination, ready for immediate production. Yet why not pursue it? Not because presenting his own father's head in fealty struck him as morally untenable, but because the celestial dragons of Mary Geos had already branded the Don Quixote Holy Family as irredeemable traitors, rejecting any overture of allegiance. His father's desperate unanswered pleas had already confirmed that truth. It was unequivocally a futile endeavor. He turned to the second azure-hued marker, and different text shimmered into existence. Donquixote celestial dragons are but traitors themselves. Forge your own dynasty. Unite those you deem kin. Seize territory that answers to you alone. Forge glory worthy of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Reward Boa Hancock grade observation Haki. An exquisite boon. Is this the beginner's blessing? I'm utterly smitten. A rare, unguarded delight flickered across Doflamingo's face. Boa Hancock's observation Haki enables perception of others' thoughts and emotions, transmits the user's consciousness directly into another's mind, induces profound empathic resonance, and, through sustained influence, can reshape core values and ideological frameworks. Consider the Fishman Island incident through the lens of his current celestial dragon conditioning. To tend a wounded celestial dragon, a lowly fishman does not merely fulfill a duty, he attains transcendent honor. Delivering the patient to Mary Geos is the ultimate culmination. Would Boa Hancock dare depart, without first submitting to the role of conscripted consort? Yet in the original timeline, Don Quixote Muscarl Saint, his own bloodline, was forcibly reformed by Boa Hancock's empathy alone. What is this then? Thought manipulation fused with enforced empathy equals pure ideological reconditioning. An indispensable asset for any cohesive faction. Let us see Rosinante. How will you betray me this time? Should betrayal persist despite such advantages, this expendable younger brother merits swift termination, and the attention. Having reviewed both markers, Doflamingo reached a firm conclusion: these pathways were distilled manifestations of his innermost thoughts and present circumstances. Following the original trajectory meant enduring endless hardship to return to Mary Geos, only to be violently expelled and later stumble upon the celestial dragon's hidden truths. Then hunted anew, fleeing back to the North Blue to found the Don Quixote family. Such detours were now wholly unnecessary. The celestial dragon's secrets held negligible value for him. No matter how profound, they had never stepped forth to strike down Rox or Roger. Most remained sequestered in Mary Geos like pampered swine. Anything failing to elevate his combat prowess was by definition worthless. After Kaido slaughtered the deluded Kazuki Oden, he ruled Wano country unchallenged. In Tato land, who dared resist Charlotte Limlin? In this world, raw power is sovereignty, freedom to act without restraint. Moreover, knowledge of such secrets invited pursuit by CP organizations, jeopardizing his crucial period of quiet cultivation. The following day, before dawn, vigorously refreshed, Doflamingo awoke well before sunrise. Through the roof's jagged aperture, he beheld the hazy moon suspended at the zenith. It cannot be past 1 or 2 a.m. So this is the vitality conferred by robustness. Well, I no longer require sleep. Instinctively he ran his hands over his body, still clad exactly as he had been My youth has ended. My beloved pori exuding excrement has vanished. Carefully shifting Rosinante aside, Doflamingo slipped out with silent, deliberate steps. He resolved to assess the transformations wrought upon his physique. FWSH. Like nails driven into timber, threads of string obeyed his command, retracting smoothly into his own flesh. Staring at his empty palm, Doflamingo fell into reflection. This lethality could pierce ordinary human tissue with effortless precision. Given that denizens of this world are rarely baseline human, even my current thread projection should prove fatal to commoners. Yet my attack methodology remains crude. Continuous refinement is essential. Compressing and rotating the threads before release will vastly amplify their penetrating force over linear projection. However, such techniques demand exceptional elasticity, tensile strength, and resilience. Spider Silk's structural architecture offers an ideal model. If I cannot manipulate timelines, surely I can master Spider Silk. His thoughts paused, then shifted, but stamina, compared to prior flight performance, endurance shows no quantum leap, merely a 10% improvement. Having completed his self-assessment, though no dramatic metamorphosis or instantaneous admiralty or ascension had occurred, Doflamingo nodded satisfied. After all, human constitutions vary profoundly. Monkey D. Luffy survived alone in dense jungles at age 7, alongside Ace and Sabo. He hunted crocodiles exceeding 10 meters in length. By 20, he claimed one of the 4 Emperor's thrones. What then defines the D clan? Whereas Doflamingo and his brother at 8 were routinely beaten bloody by bamboo poles, and even stealing bread eluded them. In the original timeline, 40-year-old Doflamingo was soundly defeated by Luffy, exposing the Celestial Dragon's hollow supremacy. That failure stemmed largely from his self-taught, unguided path. This lifetime, however, he would seek out the Beast's pirates' training grounds in the New World, and request direct tutelage from the legendary instructor Kaido. That a single night's rest had yielded such advancement signaled a fundamental elevation of latent potential, certain to breach his body's former limits. With sustained discipline and optimal nourishment, his evolution would accelerate exponentially. One day soon, he would personally administer Luffy's final irrevocable lesson. Ending the time of fantasy, leaving food for Luo Shinandi, and wearing a pair of unfashionable round sunglasses, Doflamingo set off towards the stronghold of Toribol and his 3 companions. As for Luo Shinandi, he wasn't ready to take him along for now. Firstly, Torebel's parenting experience is questionable, teaching people to commit patricide. He could accept being bullied and having people dealt with brutally, but blowing up the entire town over a bumpy road. What kind of misguided parenting is that? In any case, the educational approach is primarily one of indulgence and adoration. If these 2 idiots get together, it would likely cause chaos, and judging by Torebel's subsequent actions, there seems to be a suspicion of overstepping boundaries, as if he sees himself as the parent. This won't do. A 10-year-old can accept it, but the current Doflamingo cannot. Mutual exploitation is fine, but making decisions for him is not. He needs to find an opportunity to establish the primary and secondary relationships. Otherwise, he must find a chance to eliminate him. Loyalty is not absolute disloyalty. Secondly, actively attract attention. In case someone wants to target him and his brother at this time, he would become the target, letting Toribol take the brunt of it. Luo Shinandi is currently in the new garbage dump, and there won't be a life crisis for now. Thirdly, Luo Shinandi should endure some beatings to shift the hatred he harbors for his brother, who killed their father. Only by saving him in times of crisis can multiple effects combine to cure the Holy Mother Syndrome. As for there being no one to hit him, after he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, even the blind little hoodlums dared not bully him. If there really is no one, he will direct and act it out himself. If that still doesn't work, then it must be Luo's bad luck. Traitors deserve to die. Luo, you must be able to appreciate my good intentions towards you, right? He hadn't stepped out of the wavering steps of abandoning his kin, and after all, he hadn't fully developed. If he grows up into a knock-kneed figure, it would greatly affect his height. Passing through the town, he successfully found Toribol Diamante Pika and Virgo, who had breadcrumbs on his face. The remarkably developed Pika looked at the 4 in front of him sleep-eyed, while he and his 5 companions could only muster 2 pairs of eyes. Diamante Pika and Virgo, all of the same age, appeared youthful compared to themselves 30 years later. However, Toribol had already become a scruffy-looking old man with a mature demeanor, wearing a green melon-shaped hat, despite the images of the 4 in his memory. Seeing Toribol Diamante and Pika in person, who looked mismatched with their ages, still amazed Doflamingo. Truly the pirate world where appearances are set free. And Toribol and the others looked at Doflamingo, who held nothing in his hands, with various expressions. The composed Diamante was the first to shake off his sleepiness, tightening the steel collar around his neck, bending down, and Doflamingo, have you encountered some difficulties? Of course not, it's just that plans have changed. Aren't you planning to try to return to the Holy Land, Doflamingo? Power and treasure must be earned with one's own hands. Relying on the charity of others will ultimately lead to becoming a loser, just like my pathetic father. Such a realization. Doflamingo seems to be growing a bit too fast. Is this the qualification of a king? Listening to Doflamingo's decisive words, Toribol beside him was moved and bowed deeply, sincerely speaking. Let me say this, Doflamingo, no matter what you do, you are our king, and we will support you. In return, please take us with you to realize our dreams. Blind faith in Conqueror's Haki is not acceptable. Watching Toribol, kneeling with one knee, his actions slightly awkward, Doflamingo suddenly had this thought. Nevertheless, words are words, actions are actions. Doflamingo raised one hand high and placed the other on Torebel's outstretched hand, revealing a wild smile. He declared grandly, very well, your dreams will be carried by me. I will lead you to the pinnacle, returning those foolish pigs in the sky to their rightful places. This beautiful world should dance in my palm. Only I, Doflamingo, am worthy of standing in the heavens. The overwhelming momentum surged forth with his words, tearing apart the heavens and the earth. An astonishing, domineering aura suddenly erupted, exceeding the expectations of Toribol and the other 3. This is indeed the rare Conqueror's Haki of this world. This incredible aura has surpassed the expectations of Toribol and the other 3. A black red wall filled with distortion, brutality, bloodshed, and destruction surrounded Doflamingo's youthful figure like a storm. The invisible pressure crashed over the 4 like waves, causing their souls to shudder. Diamante and the others looked at him as if they were followers beholding a true deity, their eyes wide with indescribable excitement. In the eyes of the four, whether in awe or surprise, Doflamingo's raised right hand shot out thin lines towards the surrounding pile of garbage, and the discarded items were shredded like they were caught in a garbage processor. The fervent excitement made Torebel's voice tremble slightly. Let me say, look at this astonishing destructive power, Doflamingo. You are destined to be the king of this world. The slightly more mature and composed Diamante, the introverted Pika, and the poker-faced Virgo all shared the same excitement, speaking in unison. Doflamingo, the world shall bow to your feet. The young Pika and Virgo even promptly knelt on the ground. Listening to the flattery from the four before him, Doflamingo felt a sense of satisfaction for the desire to conquer and dominate within him. His lips uncontrollably curved into a mad grin, bursting into laughter. I buried a traitor yesterday, lost my father, lost a family member. Do you wish to become my new family? As soon as these words were spoken, Toribol and the others who had just doubted Doflamingo's motives regarding his father fell to their knees in unison. Please let us become your strength, become your family. Looking at the four who knelt in submission, Doflamingo felt immense joy, in his heart a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. As for whether there was a family that needed bowing, isn't that just like royalty? Very well, I will share my name Donquixote with you, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, it will be Don Quixote. This will also be the future ruler of the world. Doflamingo couldn't be careless. He currently had no great generals to protect him. The crazed pirates wouldn't mind killing a former celestial dragon to make a name for themselves. In these 2.5 years of fleeing, he hadn't encountered pirates of such strength who would attack him directly. One could only say it was sheer luck. With corners of his mouth drawn tight, Don Quixote Doflamingo gazed meaningfully at the four individuals. As family, you have witnessed my misfortunes firsthand. Now share your past with me, and tell me why you are so devoted to following someone with Conqueror's Haki. Although the previous trajectory proved the loyalty of the four, the underlying details still needed to be explored. It would be laughable if we accidentally triggered someone else's landmine and met our demise halfway through our venture. In response to this inquiry, Diamante and Torpal, whose faces were initially filled with excitement, gradually became overshadowed by an emerging sense of despondency and despair. Their limbs involuntarily assumed a defensive posture, veins bulging, as uncontrollable tremors began to shake them, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Observing the physical state exhibited by the two, Doflamingo recalled a mental condition from his past life, post-traumatic stress disorder, abbreviated as PTSD. As expected, Toripal's trembling words confirmed his suspicions. Because Diamante and I are failures of the Grand Line. Last year we formed a pirate crew, gathered subordinates, and charged towards the Grand Line, defeating opponents and narrowly escaping the Navy's pursuits. We successfully entered the pirate paradise of the New World, and then most pirates entering the New World tend to follow one is to establish independence and compete with the powerful pirates originally reigning in the New World for territory, becoming an overlord, such as the likes of Iron Gang 1 Moonlight Moria and Iron Gang 2 Crocodile. The other is to attach themselves to one of the current strong figures, pledging allegiance and acting as their son or subordinate. Observing Toripal's increasingly agitated body, Doflamingo was slightly curious about the kind of scene that could frighten someone like this. With some questions in mind, he spoke up. And then, to whom did your brave selves issue a challenge? The currently flourishing Charlotte Linlin, Beast Kaido, or perhaps the three titans at the pinnacle of the New World, Roger Whitebeard and the Golden Lion? Looking at Toripal's trembling, it seems to be the Golden Lion. Tell me how you survived against such powerful foes. The Golden Lion of the present is not the later rooster-headed form. In his prime, the Golden Lion had only Whitebeard, Newgate, and Roger as his opponents on the sea. Removing his small melon hat and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his oversized robe, Toripal took a deep breath to calm himself before slowly beginning to speak. No, we did not issue a challenge. When we first entered the New World, a 3-day rainstorm diverted us from our planned route. Then, we stumbled into the battlefield of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. The sky split apart under the tremendous clash of their auras, and the sea rolled like a toy in their hands. The Golden Lion merely glanced at us as we inadvertently entered the battlefield, and that fierce, domineering, invincible aura crushed whatever ambitions we had. In the end, we were swept away by the storm and fortuitously passed through the calm belt to the North Sea, but only the two of us remained. As for Pika and Virgo, we found them in the North Sea, in the only room of the ruins. After listening to Toripal and the others' tragic past, Doflamingo painted a picture for them and arranged for the four to gather more manpower. Doflamingo sat on the ground, lost in thought about the future. Hey, I say, have you noticed that Doflamingo seems a bit different? The previous Doflamingo didn't appear to have so many thoughts. Torpal, tiptoeing and closing the door gently, had his nose dripping with mucus as he excitedly leaned closer to the relatively friendly Diamante. Diamante put his arm around Toripal's shoulder, his heart still filled with lingering excitement, not even voicing his usual sarcastic remarks. Perhaps this is what it means to be born a king. Without our interference or guidance, in such a short time, Conqueror's Haki has already reached this level. At this moment, Virgo was not yet the future ghostly bamboo general who would be completely devoted to Doflamingo. He was merely a deadpan kid of the same age as Doflamingo, wiping the sweat that soaked his checkered shirt due to the pressure of Conqueror's Haki, and asked in a deep voice, "Is this what Conqueror's Haki is?" Even without facing it directly, it is still so terrifying. Truly, a 9-year-old with extraordinary development, tall and robust Pika also had a fiery gaze, occasionally turning back to stare at the room where Doflamingo was. The voices of the four gradually faded away. With memories of his past life, Doflamingo understood even more the significance of power in this perilous world. At this moment, the family can be considered to have initially formed here. As a non-member of the world, there are no Navy forces stationed. Using this island as an experimental field should not pose a problem. The achievement of the Donquixote family should be secured. With the reinforcement of life paths, my own strength should not be a concern, but the strengthening of family members still requires effort. In the original timeline, Toripal's performance 30 years later could hardly be deemed powerful. As someone who can create and can also avoid physical damage like the Machi fruit, he was easily dispatched by one strike from Roger. It's truly not up to par. As for the weakness of the Machi explosion, as long as it is enveloped in armament Haki, it is no longer a weakness, but rather a threat to enemies. However, judging by Toripal's emaciated body 30 years later, this old fellow's physical condition has deteriorated too quickly, and there is a need for strengthening and honing. Both physical fitness Haki and the development of the fruit need enhancement. If he cannot be uplifted, it's better to abandon the combat unit early and let him specialize in intrigues to make money and attempt to develop Machi bombs. Diamante. The American-style Iaido against Cyrus is worth studying. Combat is about suppressing the weak with the strong, using all means necessary without worrying about fairness. Do not think about playing explosively with sit-ups if you are not the main character. Just push through honestly. But in the final battle between Diamante and Cyrus, apart from strength and speed, Cyrus exhibited a certain level of swordsmanship. As for Diamante's descending iron barbs, I do not wish to comment. I just want to see what kind of rubbish is in his head to come up with such a garbage technique. Any minion that can be harmed by those iron barbs would fall with a wave of Conqueror's Haki. It would be better to set off a bomb on oneself and become a moving bomber for effective area denial. Moreover, the falling shrapnel cannot be controlled. It cannot distinguish between friend and foe, and the battle wisdom is 0. Based on the performance of this Paramecia-type float fruit, it is likely a lower-tier version of the float fruit. It can transform objects into silk and stack them together to carry away. Developing to the extreme, one could directly stack an island. I could directly step on the void path and throw it into the sky. A pin duo version of the Golden Lion, a pin duo version of Fujitora would be created. Or have Pika unleash a powerful attack, then endow it with floating properties, fly into the sky with moonwalk, and jump down. A direct drop onto the earth could serve as a warning to nations. The combination of the float fruit and swordsmanship could yield those twisting and turning blades and fluctuating grounds. What use does it have against true strong warriors? It could serve as an iron stepping stone. If it cannot be achieved, it's better to handle the logistics of material transport. Stacking those iron barbs into several firecracker tubes would make for a top-tier freight worker. These two truly make the FW duo. I see. Pika, who has long suffered from chronic pharyngitis, is a self-conscious boy with a sharp voice. As one of the few reliable subordinates, he possesses the powers of a nature-type superhuman, the Shursha fruit. The towering giant stone rises at least 900 meters high. The candles made from the wax fruit of Mr. 3 are as hard as steel, so the rock should not be any worse. By calculating the density of steel, the weight starts at a minimum of 100 million tons. As long as I strengthen my observation Haki and armament Haki, protect my true self, and avoid opponents like Zoro who can lock onto my true form, due to their poor affinity, battling against foes below the rank of Vice Admiral is akin to a natural disaster. And the cold-faced tough guy Virgo. In the original timeline, after 18 years in 1509, he was able to fully arm himself with Haki while beating Rosinante on Minion Island. As a result, 30 years later, he easily dismembered Rosinante with a single strike in Punk Hazard. Even with the enhancement of the surgery fruit, and after training armament Haki for 13 years, the effectiveness of his full-body purple Haki is indeed lacking. Perhaps his observation Haki was too weak to evade. Is that why he trained his armament Haki to cover his entire body? Maybe I should look for ways to enhance the fruit. However, the most important factor is still my own strength. At this moment, the morning sunlight streamed through the broken window, illuminating half of Donquixote Doflamingo's face, while the other half remained in shadow. A bloody and fierce smile filled Doflamingo's face. World government celestial dragons, this time the future of the world is firmly in my grasp. 3 months later at the Donquixote family residence. After a period of training and ample nutrition combined with the enhancement of his natural strength, Doflamingo had shed his childlike stature and reached a height of 1.5 meters. The muscles beneath his red shirt were well-defined, exuding a sense of power. Wiping the sweat from his forehead that obstructed his vision, Doflamingo finished sparring with Virgo, who had an egg on his face. Thanks for your hard work, Virgo. No problem, Doflamingo. For 3 months, Doflamingo still could not comprehend the principle behind this. Every day, Virgo's face was adorned with rice cake, grilled meat, and octopus in rotation. What a sticky fruit, human form. He walked into the bathroom and removed his soaked shirt, revealing a body marked with scars, burns, gunshot wounds, arrow marks, and whiplashes. The evil and cruelty of humanity were vividly etched upon him. After a simple wash, he donned a diamond-shaped pair of glasses and threw on a shirt before stepping outside. In the hall, Toripal, Diamante, and Pika, smelling of gunpowder, had been waiting for a long time. Doflamingo took his seat. Toripal's soft, slug-like body leaned in eagerly. Hey Doflamingo, as you instructed, we have occupied all the scraps in town except for the Michael and Jason families. They are quite unhappy. When will we take action against them? With their current strength, they could easily dominate this town, and the four of them had questions about Doflamingo's conservative orders. No rush, we still need a little more time. Pushing Tori Pole away, Doflamingo still had not adapted to Tori Pole's habit of leaning in to speak even after 3 months. Those 2 strings of what looked like mucus or snot were truly hard to bear. He glanced at Virgo, who had switched to a bath cap with a charm. Virgo, that old Jason guy has a son, right? In the original timeline, Virgo did an excellent job in intelligence work. Doflamingo directly assigned him to handle the family's information sources, and with his current stature, it would facilitate intelligence operations. After all, who would be on guard against a 10-year-old child? Virgo handed over the prepared envelope while responding. Yes, Doflamingo. Not only that, but Michael's brother is also Jason's son. However, Jason loves his youngest son the most, who is about the same age as your brother. Doflamingo took the envelope, tore open the wax seal on top. Inside were 2 photographs, one of a bare-chested white-haired giant holding a 6-year-old boy in a suit with golden hair. The other one was of 2 identical youthful versions of Jason, both with bloated faces and proud expressions standing together. Looking at the refined and somewhat aristocratic-looking child in the photo, Doflamingo felt unusually pleased, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Hee, this is truly interesting. Jason, the old pirate who kills without mercy, can actually raise his men with such restraint. Furthermore, he even has thoughts of becoming a noble. I have a great idea. Why not let me give him a real noble son instead? This statement piqued Tori Pole's interest as he wiped his nose and excitedly spoke up. Hey Doflamingo, what interesting game are you planning? Let me take part. No rush, Virgo. How has my dear brother Rosinante? After establishing the Donquixote family, Doflamingo immediately went to invite Rosinante. Unsurprisingly, since then, aside from a few occasions where he brought food in front of other trash collectors, he hadn't seen Rosinante again. Of course it wasn't because he was angry about being rejected. How could he be angry at his own brother? Doflamingo is not a petty person. However, what could be more enjoyable than corrupting a good person? He merely spent some insignificant amount of money. Doflamingo, according to your plan, Rosinante has been struggling for the... However, Rosinante's appearances have decreased recently. The unusual situation surrounding Rosinante made Doflamingo's heart stir slightly. Has the frequency of his appearances decreased? Or has he already consumed the silence fruit, reducing the chances of being discovered? 2 months of violence in the garbage dump should have been enough to help Rosinante cultivate some malice. It's time. Very well, Rosinante needs a little help to see the world clearly. Before that, as family, we need to provide him with some... Send a suit to Rosinante without our family's crest. By the way, bring Rosinante's gym teachers. I want to reward them. Right now? Yes, Doflamingo. Watching Virgo leave and passing by the introverted child Pika, Doflamingo looked toward Diamante. You and Pika should monitor the Michael brothers. Wait, Doflamingo, I can't do this anymore. I'll let Tori pull him. Then forget it, let's still let Tori. Since you say so, I will take charge. I will keep a close watch on the 2 brothers. You are truly reliable, Diamante. Keep an eye on them and wait for my orders. Doflamingo, 9 individuals. Every one of them is here. And before him stood 9 swaggering street thugs. And Doflamingo had not expected anyone bold enough to actually show up, and cast a disdainful glance toward Virgo, whose political acumen clearly left much to be desired. What does Doflamingo mean? And sensing the gaze sweep over him, the young spy trafficker Virgo frowned in confusion and instinctively scratched his head. As the 2 exchanged silent glances, a portly, short-limbed, pig-faced thug stepped forward from the crowd, sneering. In what's so-called rising Donquixote family? Nothing but children playing at war. Muttering to himself, the pig-faced thug pushed forward from the group. Hey Brad, where's our reward? Hand it over, you lit. Nah, thick whip-like thread erupted from Doflamingo's palm, slamming into the insolent thug's mouth and stuffing his features until he choked, writhing desperately as oxygen fled his lungs. Doflamingo's silent smile widened, unervingly radiant, almost grotesque. Truly fearless. The D-clan's audacity to strike celestial dragons, though they never knew whom they struck. So utterly unaware of your own predicament. And the onlookers recoiled a step, eyes wide with terror. Donquixote, you. And noting their panic, Doflamingo spoke calmly, almost soothingly. Don't fret. This was merely a minor correction for impertinence. But for courage, I shall bestow a reward. Let me think. How about blossoming joy? String shot. Uft. And even before the words left his lips, razor-sharp threads snapped from Doflamingo's fingertips, piercing each chest before any could react. Crimson blossoms burst forth, staining the carpet deeper still. Rosie, the stage is set. Now perform, freely, wildly, without restraint. Fufufu. Ha. Knees gaze steady upon the unruffled Virgo, and treble Doflamingo issued his orders. Virgo, alert, Diamante stationed outside the Michael family compound. Join him in assault. Encircle 3 sides, leave 1 open. Kill as many as you can. Drive survivors toward Rosinante. Treble, come. Let's send Jason back to his trash heap. The moon climbed higher, silvering the night sky. Doflamingo gazed toward the distant manor, vastly unlike the squalid hovel he'd once called home. The sprawling estate of the Jason family blazed with light. Elegant villas gleamed under brilliant illumination. Armed thugs patrolled methodically, rifles slung across their chests. The Jason family had already detected the Donquixote forces gathering beyond their gates. They assembled en masse, weapons leveled, then fixed their stares upon Doflamingo, who strode forward in a sleek black suit. Their junior leader Jeremy regarded him with condescension. After all, the boyish face and slender frame offered little cause for alarm. The Donquixote family. No wonder scum gather like flies. Now even recruiting children to survive. Kid, at your age you ought to be suckling at your mother's. And mother. And puffed. Non-needle-thin thread pierced Jeremy's chest mid-sentence, silencing his final refined insult forever. Your mother. I'll deliver her to you shortly. Withdrawing the bloodied thread, Doflamingo spat contemptuously onto the corpse at his feet. Then he raised his gaze, surveying the thugs' faces twisted by terror and disbelief, and delivered his final proclamation. I am Donquixote Doflamingo, head of the Donquixote family. You now choose kneel, or die. In bang. Puffed, puffed, puffed. In bullets struck Doflamingo, but only staggered him momentarily, leaving no wound. Those 3 months had not been wasted. His suit, forged by Diamante through steel morphing ability, formed his first layer of defense. Beneath it, compressed filaments wove a second barrier across his skin, dissipating kinetic force. And lead bullets. Utterly futile. And treble, the Gomu Gomu no Mi user, let every bullet pass harmlessly through his malleable body. In witnessing this demonic spectacle, the thugs froze. This power defied comprehension. TCH. A regrettable choice. Time for punishment. Begin treble. End sticky impact. Doflamingo shot forward, propelled by taut threads. A treble surged behind him, a viscous, undulating tide. And humph. Feeble, pathetic resistance. 5 color threads. NAS, the gunman loomed within arm's reach. Doflamingo flicked his fingers. 5 metallic filaments lashed out horizontally, sweeping the front line. And gunman blinked, saw only a flash, failed to draw their long blades in time. And then they were cleaved apart, severed limb from limb, by those impossibly sharp strands. Pinkish flesh slumped to the floor. In the air thickened with the coppery tang of blood. At the moment, conflict erupted deep within the inner villa district. Jason's 7-year-old son sat upright at the grand piano, dressed in a perfectly tailored tuxedo, fingers dancing across the keys. And Jason watched, deeply satisfied. His son embodied true, gentlemanly grace. Though he could no longer recall which of his 36 former wives, seized from their masters, had borne this child, and Jason, once a slave and pirate, felt profound pride at the thought of his son ascending to nobility. He had even bestowed upon him a name worthy of aristocracy. Jason too. And he must be 66 years old now. What an extraordinarily long life. Among all former pirate crews, who else had achieved such noble ease as Jason? Truly magnificent. And with that thought, Jason, balding, white-bearded, bare-chested, raised his glass and drank deeply. Boom, boom, boom. And daddy, what's? In half-drunk, Jason jolted, fully awake, eyes locking onto his trembling, terrified son. As explosions drew nearer, and the mansion groaned under concussive force, and Jason snatched up his son and bolted, swift and decisive. Having survived 56 placid years as a pirate, Jason owed his longevity less to strength than to uncanny pragmatism, which had led him to this remote, non-world, government-aligned nation to lie low. This assault bore none of the clumsy brutality of his 2 muscle-bound sons. In such rapid advance, counterattack would be suicide. My old bones won't hold. And let those fools survive, if they can. In father's taking his leave first. Knowledge, slime meteor, in, overwhelm whip, in crack, in 2 massive globs of viscous fluid hurtled through the window, shattering the opulent decor and reducing the grand piano to splinters. Instantly, a flaming whip lashed down upon the sludge, igniting twin fireballs within its gelatinous mass. And boom, boom. The villa's side wall collapsed in rubble. And Jason shielded his now eerily calm son, ducking flying debris, then dashed into the smoke-choked breach. Ha Doflamingo. Truly touching, this father-anson devotion. And with those words, the dissipating smoke parted, revealing 2 figures, one towering, one slight. The tall and short figures were none other than Toripol and Donquixote Doflamingo, who had arrived here. Fufufu, it's a pity that his beloved son is no longer able to feel it. Torpal, what do you think would happen if an old man who lost his son discovered someone who resembled his son, only to find out that it was his enemy? Let us take a guess at what he would do. Watching Jason run far away, Donquixote Doflamingo stood still, a malicious smile spreading across his face. As for whether Jason would follow his script, he was not worried at all, as there was still the backup candidate, Brother Michael. Rosinante was certainly going to take a beating. It was merely a matter of how profound it would be. On the other side, the Michael family manor was ablaze with flames. In his bread form, Virgo wielded a steel pipe in one hand and a flintlock in the other, knocking down 2 gangsters charging at him. Bread form Virgo looked toward the center of the manor. Kong, Michael clutched his injured abdomen while swinging a large blade to fend off Diamante's bizarre sword attacks. He glanced at Gino, who was losing consciousness after being relentlessly struck by Pika. Mwahaha, are you worried about your good brother? Looking at the distracted Michael, Diamante's sword drew an eerie trajectory, sending him flying. Crack. Your brother looks quite disheveled, doesn't he? The thrown Michael had yet to stabilize his stance when he heard a sound of breaking. Focusing his gaze, he saw Pika's large hand already embedded in Geno's skull. Blood sprayed out due to the pressure covering Pika's robust body, and Geno's form fell into a state of stagnation. No. A heartbroken Michael glared intently at Pika before turning to flee. 3 days after the battle, the ruins where the Donquixote family once resided. The Michael brothers and the Jason family, formerly superficial enemies, now temporarily cohabited. Gangsters wrapped in bandages and armed patrolled back and forth. They were on guard against the intrusion of the Donquixote family. Jason had just buried Jason II, the old pirate, at 56 years of age. Although Michael was also his own offspring. However, he was born of a pirate. Jason felt that his life had come to an end along with the dreams of the second generation he had entrusted to him. His spirit depressed, he didn't even want to acknowledge Michael who approached him. Michael's face flushed, his physique similar to Jason's, but now swollen with anger and sorrow. Father, he's dead. Jason ignored him, not raising his head, and took another swig of alcohol, staring intently at the gravestone by the sea. Father, that despicable Don Quixote just ambushed us. If we gather our strength, we can take revenge and reclaim. Oh, Jason had seen much of the world, and the scene of the villa slime explosion was undoubtedly a demonic power. Revenge was merely a wishful thinking. Damn, old man. Seeing that Jason was unyielding, Michael turned to leave, intending to retaliate on his own. The night, 3 days ago. The sudden intrusion of the Jason family and the Michael family startled Rosinante greatly. Thinking it was someone come to hunt him and his family, he hurriedly hid. After realizing they were not the ones, Rosinante breathed a sigh of relief, but still did not dare to make any contact. After enduring hunger for days, he planned to steal some bread from the town, only to find 2 families guards at the crossroads. Thus he starved for 4 days. Looking up at the moon round like a pie. Gulf. He swallowed hard, touching his emaciated sour stomach. Rosinante felt that if he didn't eat soon he would die. In the dead of night, dragging his ravenous belly, he activated his soundproof wall. Wearing a tattered and wrinkled suit, Rosinante cautiously crawled out of his hiding spot through the last soundproof barrier. Approaching the station point of the Jason family, the suit had been sent by his brother. Rossi did not intend to accept it because he did not want to join Doflamingo's family, but it bore no insignia of Don Quixote. Plus, Virgo said it was sent to him by Doflamingo as a brotherly gesture, so Rossi accepted it. Thanks to the soundproof wall of the quiet fruit, everything was perfect. Rosinante returned with leftover bread. Feeling the hunger in his belly and the aroma of bread on him, he sensed that he was running out of strength to maintain his soundproof abilities. But he was just about to step out. Just as he exited the field of vision of the outermost guard, bang. Looking up at the enormous figure in front of him, cold sweat drenched his forehead. Rosinante felt that it was over. The drunken Jason, holding a barrel, looked down at the small figure that bumped into his feet, wearing a somewhat dirty suit with golden hair and a young, tender body. Second generation. A week later. Having drained the assets of the Jason family's, Donquixote Doflamingo returned to the course of life. Landing in front of the marker representing the restoration of the celestial dragon identity had disappeared. The marker representing the Donquixote glimmered at its end. He followed the light with ease. Looking at the lighthouse, now larger than before, Donquixote Doflamingo had a strange expression. It has grown. The endpoint cannot connect heaven and earth. His attention was drawn to the lighthouse's outer wall. 3 new stick figure paintings were engraved on it. One depicted 4 stick figures of varying heights and sizes swearing allegiance. The other 2 symbolized the destruction of the Michael family and the Jason family. Unlike last time, the stick figure representing him was slightly more detailed. Panel. A slightly richer panel appeared. Donquixote Doflamingo, somewhat infamous Don Quixote family, just emerging, year of the sea circle 1491, place of birth Holy Land, Marioa, red soil, continent, skills conquerors Haki, initial insight combat, initial insight fruit, string fruit, initial mastery talent, strong achievement, reward achievement, filial piety, after father's death, marker Don Quixote, reward available, scanning the newly appeared skills. Combat, initial insight, slightly more structured than the King's 8 fist, the street thugs are no longer your match. The 3 months of practice with Virgo and the others were not in vain. His hard work could also be included in the panel, and the early growth of the string fruit was indeed quite fast. It seems that more practice is the simplest way to improve, but unfortunately Conqueror's Haki cannot be played like this. Claim reward. With a thought, Donquixote Doflamingo claimed the reward, the version of observation Haki. The magic mirror appeared again. Countless light dots entered his brain. After the enhancement ended, Donquixote Doflamingo arrived at the rear of the lighthouse. This time the 2 markers that appeared validated his previous guesses. The first signpost. Conspire for the nation, seize this country and plunge it into the nightmare you weave. Reward enhancement of Conqueror's Haki. This is an idea recently conceived by Doflamingo, and it is not just a fantasy, it holds a certain feasibility. Firstly, the nation of Eskimo is located at the northernmost part of the world, not a member of the world government, and without any naval presence it is under invasion, and the royal family lacks the qualification to seek help from the world government. Secondly, among the main combat forces of the family, 4 out of 5 possess fruit abilities, and 2 of them Diamante, and another are pirates who have traversed the Grand Line, making them virtually invincible in this remote area. To put it plainly, it's a crushing game. After capturing the nation, not only will there be more wealth to engage with the underground world in advance, but it will also accumulate experience for the future takeover of Dressrosa. The second signpost. Spider Malls, seize this town, and let your reputation echo throughout the North Sea. Reward enhancement of observation Haki. Spider Malls, a port city with a developed industry, is a potential arsenal. The technological disparity among the various islands in this world is vast. At this moment on the island where Doflamingo resides, there are hardly any guns to be seen, let alone factories that produce guns, and Doflamingo does not intend to climb the technological tree himself. Some things are quicker to seize. In the original timeline, the Don Quixote family, although being pursued by Vice Admiral Crane for a long time, mostly resided in port cities, indicating that this place is quite suitable as a stronghold. Occupying it in advance would be even better. However, the rewards for these 2 tasks seem a bit lackluster. It appears that the preciousness of the rewards is related to the difficulty of achieving them. But since the task rewards for this family are so generous, it seems to be a newbie benefit. Feeling the enhancement complete, Doflamingo once again fell into a deep sleep. A month later. Although he possesses strong talents, he is still not a steel balloon like Big Mom. One cannot simply lie down and grow stronger. As a villain who might be eliminated at any moment, Doflamingo has a relatively clear understanding of himself. Failing to grow stronger equals seeking one's own doom. Together with Virgo and Pika, he bent down to begin his daily training while carrying the massive stone block made by Pika. 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, without Sea Prism Stone, the training effect on the body could have been better. After finishing his workout, Doflamingo pushed aside the hair that was stuck to his forehead by sweat. Receiving the water handed over by Pika, he felt the reverence emanating from Pika, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After 1 month of receiving the enhanced version of observation Haki, he was now able to control the thoughts he radiated to others. At the moment of awakening, he could constantly sense the admiration from the 4 members of the Donquixote family. This incessant flattery nearly overwhelmed him. Such unending praise was truly addictive. Flattery can be insincere, but this feeling was genuine. Shaking his still drowsy head, Doflamingo turned to look at Virgo in his stone sphere form, ready for his daily question. Virgo, how is Rosinante's situation? After summarizing, he discovered that Virgo's peculiar sticky ability still followed a certain pattern. In the morning, it was usually fried eggs. If one had been to the seaside, they would likely have seen shells, octopuses, crabs, sandstones, and so on. Virgo handed over a prepared photo. Rosinante has obtained sufficient food through Jason. His life is fairly decent. Looking at the photo showing Rosinante curled up among the ruins, his suit slightly tight due to growth. The expression in Doflamingo's eyes was inscrutable as he turned to the next photo and asked again, what about Michael? He has assaulted the defenses several times this month. Michael has assaulted the defenses once this month and has attacked the port twice. It has been 7 days since the last port assault. In the photo, Michael's eyes were bloodshot and his spirit appeared unusually agitated. Doflamingo revealed a plate. Phew, it seems the beast in the cage can no longer bear it. Virgo, Pika, go exchange defenses with Diamante and let him return to rest. Doflamingo, is there something you need? Putting down the pirate diary in his hands, Doflamingo looked at Diamante, who appeared slightly fatigued from long vigilance, with a gentle tone. Phew, thank you for your hard work, Diamante. Not at all, it's my duty. This human experiment was about to come to a conclusion, and he felt good not minding playing with Diamante a little. Diamante disclosed my identity and relationship with Rosinante to Michael and Jason. Wait, Doflamingo, I won't handle this, a levitatory pole. No, you're more suited for this. Your flare fruit is perfect for relaying messages. No one in our family can compare to you. Don't say that. Look at what you're saying. Then forget it, it will still be Virgo. Since you say so, I shall not be modest. I will definitely relay the message to them in its entirety. Watching Diamante's humble, yet proud demeanor, Doflamingo couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, in a world filled with lunatics, the fun is endless. That's simply wonderful, Diamante, go ahead and do it. They will surely fall headlong into it. The moon hung high in the sky. In the ruins, bandits wrapped in bandages patrolled back and forth, guarding against the ambush of the Donquixote family. In the intermediate area, Michael, who had lost his brother, and Jason, who had lost his son, met again. With bloodshot eyes, Michael spoke urgently. Help me, father, there are ships at the port, we can all escape. Jason, whose attitude had changed for certain reasons, replied in a deep voice. All right, I will clear the path with all my strength. You take that child with you. Do you consider him as the deceased second generation? Michael questioned, as this so-called father had never inquired about the life or death of his brother Gino. Jason fell silent. At that moment, 2 photos floated down from above. What are these? Upon seeing the content of the photos, Jason and Michael's eyes widened in shock. One photo showed Doflamingo handing food to Rosinante. The other depicted Doflamingo fleeing with Rosinante. The leader of the Donquixote family is the celestial dragon who was judged in the neighboring town before. Then, that child is also a celestial dragon. Doflamingo's brother. What an evil celestial dragon, obtaining wicked powers so quickly. Jason recalled his young. Fear, anger, and the frustration of being deceived filled his heart. It was as if he had grasped some hope, causing his voice to tremble with excitement. So, is that child here definitely Doflamingo's brother? Could it be fake? Why hasn't Doflamingo protected him? Rami lived here before. Call Rami over. Michael's bloodshot eyes widened even more, his body trembling with excitement, revealing a hint of a strange smile. The photograph has been shown to Rami. He saw Doflamingo delivering food to his younger brother. That man is a monster who slew his own father. So the boy did not follow his elder brother. He knew we were unaware of their true relationship, and thus left the wretched child here without hesitation. Michael, convinced of the intelligence's veracity, clenched his jaw, recalling his wildly imaginative brother, his voice turning glacial. Let Doflamingo, that accursed celestial dragon, taste the agony of losing a brother. Affirmative. At dawn, the patrolling thugs were drowsy. Rosinante activated his sound-dampening barrier and crept silently toward the periphery of the Jason family compound, the storage site for daily provisions. His steps carried a light, almost eager spring. Lately, Rosinante's life had improved markedly compared to before, though 2 formidable factions had recently arrived. Yet those who once sought him out solely to beat him had grown scarce. Now only occasional run-ins with ill-tempered individuals left him bruised. If he ever chanced upon the patriarch of the Jason family, he might even be invited to dine. Though the old man appeared benevolent, extending warm invitations into the family estate, Rosinante remained wary, reluctant to engage further. Should they discover his true identity? Rosinante already caught the scent of fresh bread. Michael and Jason crouched in shadow watching his movements with cold, unblinking eyes. 4 more days of survival. Patting his bulging clothes, Rosinante smiled, a genuine quiet joy. Glancing once more at the slumbering, oblivious sentries, he prepared to return home. Celestial dragons are indeed embodiments of evil. My poor second-born. A voice, aged familiar, slow, and tightly restrained in fury, sounded suddenly behind him. Each word seemed ground from between clenched teeth. Rosinante's spine prickled with dread. Exposed. Shoo. A razor-sharp whistle tore through the air. The sound raised gooseflesh on his scalp. Years of brutal experience triggered instinct. He lunged forward, but it was too late. Boom. Jason retracted his powerful leg. Before him, Rosinante's body flew like a ragdoll. Blood sprayed midair, mingling with scattered rations. Before he struck the ground, Michael's labored, stifled breath already rasped beside Rosinante's ear. Die, 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 die. Thud, 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 thud. His fists, thicker than an ordinary man's thigh, rained down like hail. Rosinante had no time to raise his limbs in defense. His small, fragile frame sank inch by inch into the rubble, hammered downward, as if each blow were a nail driven home. Bones snapped. Jagged shards of collapsed masonry pierced his flesh. Pain, searing absolute, threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. Huff, huff. Michael forced himself to stop, barely restraining the urge to end the wretch then and there. Rosinante, regaining awareness, curled into a tight ball, arms shielding his head, waiting for the next assault. He choked back any cry. Bitter experience had taught him one truth: the louder the scream, the fiercer the beating. A gnarled, aged hand seized Rosinante by the throat and hoisted him aloft. Can't breathe. Suffocation crushed him. His limp hands scrabbled weakly at the iron grip. Through bloodshot, swollen eyelids, his vision blurred, but held firm. He recognized that face, hauntingly familiar. Why? Why must celestial dragons suffer such violence? Why had that once kind visage twisted into something monstrous? Hadn't mother and father taught him all humans were equal, and kindness our shared duty? Then why again and again this cruelty? Brother, father, release him. If this child dies now, how shall Doflamingo endure the very anguish we bear? An enemy of his brother. Instantly Rosinante was hurled back to the earth, spitting another gout of blood before blacking out. Michael's boot ground into Rosinante's face, back and forth as he turned sharply to his startled subordinates. Send word to that cursed brat Doflamingo, come negotiate. We'll trade this boy for the harbor. Refuse. Fine. He'll still savor the bitterness of fraternal loss. Yes, sir. Fufufu. How utterly base human nature is. Treble. Diamante. Escort the old man to meet his most beloved son. Yes, Doflamingo. At the mocking laughter, Michael and Jason sensed peril. Where were the sentries? Jason, seasoned in flight, bolted headlong toward the harbor without looking back. If I can seize him, I live. Meanwhile, Michael's gaze locked onto Doflamingo, standing beside Virgo. Gazing upon Doflamingo's youthful, almost boyish face, a fierce resolve ignited within him. Doflamingo, piracy is no children's game for celestial dragons. With a thunderous roar, Michael charged forward. Oh, rather than flee, you choose to attack me first. Admirable courage, Cocoon. Doflamingo judged Michael's action with detached praise. Mid-stride, Michael felt the ground soften beneath his feet, as if sinking into marshland. In the next instant, countless fine filaments erupted from the earth, wrapping Michael in an inescapable cocoon. He felt his immense strength dissolve, like mist over water, rootless and futile. Release the MMPH. Struggling, only tightened the silken bonds, suffocation tightening its. Doflamingo nodded, satisfied. This technique excelled against opponents lacking overwhelming power, or those whose elemental affinities clashed poorly with his own. Neither extreme heat nor deep cold could sever these threads. Snapping one strand was trivial, but pulling at the entire web only constricted it further. No time for reflection. Rosinante's condition was critical. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Doflamingo anchored Rosinante's broken form in place using specialized silk, preventing further injury. Far away, Jason, cornered and battered by Treble and Diamante, watched his last surviving son weaken with each futile struggle. Grief and fury surged in his chest. You vile celestial. Doflamingo didn't glance up. Such impotent curses were merely the dying whimpers of failure. Gently lifting Rosinante, he spoke, voice icy and precise. Treble, Diamante, go easy. Do not harm Jason. He cared for Rosie well, after all. Pika, dig up the patriarch's most cherished son from the port. Let them reunite after over a month. And have that beloved son escort his father to his final moment. Virgo, assist me. Doflamingo. The sacrilegious words ignited Jason's wrath beyond reason. Having dispatched Pika, Doflamingo and Virgo carefully bore Rosinante away from the battlefield. 1 month later. Former Michael family compound. Now the Donquixote family compound. Doflamingo had originally preferred the Jason patriarch's residence. After all, it belonged to the former master of the Jason clan and was marginally more refined. But Treble had reduced it to dust. Relocation was inevitable. Inside Doflamingo's chamber, Rosinante lay swaddled like a mummy upon the bed. His brow remained tightly furrowed, betraying restless, uneasy sleep. Indeed, that was precisely the truth. For an entire month, Rosinante had been lost in dreams. Dreams of playing freely with his younger self. Dreams of his father's bewildering declaration that he would no longer be a celestial dragon. Dreams of his father openly admitting before others that he hailed from the Holy Land. Dreams of stealing stale bread from garbage bins with his child self. The gnawing hunger, the searing shame. The sharp pain of shielding his younger self from blows. The quiet joy of bringing his child self and clean food to see their mother. The numb detachment as he watched his father beg helplessly. The agony, fury, and terror of watching his mother die from illness. The piercing dread as arrows struck his flesh, as whips lashed his skin, as his very life hung in peril. Dreams of guilt toward himself. The anguish of losing his younger self. The conviction that abandoning one's role as a celestial dragon equaled sin itself. Gradually Rosinante realized these were his brother's memories. All this suffering and humiliation, all this bitterness and madness, belonged solely to his brother. Everything. None of it should ever have been endured. At 6 years old, Rosinante knew only fear and flight. Hiding within his parents' embrace, sheltered behind his brother's back. Now Rosinante stood at the same age as Donquixote Doflamingo had been 2 years prior, a convergence of 2 lifetimes' memories. In that instant he began to truly comprehend his brother's heart. Brother. Rosinante jolted awake, his gaze meeting the dazzling brilliance of a gem-encrusted chandelier. This was not the grimy ceiling of a refuse depot. His left arm felt faintly numb beneath the weight pressing upon it. Rosinante turned his stiff, bandage-swathed neck toward the side. Golden hair. Dark circles beneath narrow, shaded eyes. So deep, even his sunglasses could not fully conceal them. A face softened by sleep, momentarily calm and gentle. Brother. Rosinante gazed at his brother's face, pressed his lips together, and uttered a dry, rasping sound. The first words his long, silent throat had formed. Donquixote Doflamingo instantly snapped awake, feigning delighted surprise. His eyes locked onto Rosinante's gaze, familiar, yet subtly altered. In that moment Doflamingo felt certain. His grip was secure. He spoke, cautiously testing the waters. Rosie, you're awake. That scoundrel Michael. I've kept him waiting for you. Yes. Rosinante understood his brother's meaning, and after a brief silence acquiesced. Here, drink some water, Rosie. You'll need time to recover before walking again. I arrived too late this time, I thought. Doflamingo reached for the warm water already placed nearby, and carefully fed it to Rosinante. He stayed by his side, speaking softly, until Rosinante settled into deep, peaceful slumber. Doflamingo stepped out of the room, preparing to rest. That month had drained him profoundly, yet his innate physical resilience had held firm. He had nearly overreached. Fortunately, Rosinante's vital organs remained unharmed. Moreover, the human physiology of this world, combined with Doflamingo's consumption of the string fruit, enabled him to synthesize collagenous threads and suture the wounds closed. As for those dark circles, part stemmed from Rosinante's prolonged use of the string fruit during his critical phase, but most arose from the month-long psychological conditioning and the relentless expenditure of energy required to maintain his observation Haki. Every lucid dream Rosinante experienced after escaping mortal danger had been meticulously crafted by Doflamingo himself. Of those who knew the full truth behind the events, only Treble and 3 other utterly loyal subordinates remained. All others had been nearly expended, used up by Doflamingo as practice subjects for his parasitic thread techniques. And now, following this experiment, his mind teemed with countless extraordinary ideas awaiting trial. Fufufufu. 1 month later, Donquixote Doflamingo stood at the harbor alongside Treble and 3 others gazing upon the Flamingo 1-0, a vessel 30 meters long and 15 meters wide. He turned to Treble. Treble, how much longer until completion? Have we located the log pose for Spotomyros? Treble stretched his neck forward, nearly brushing Doflamingo's ear. Doflamingo, veins pulsing at his temples, drove a single punch into Treble's head, sending it snapping backward. Unscathed, Treble shook his dazed head and reported. Due Flamingo, 3 days. Supplies are already being assembled. The Jansen family's inheritance, 20 million berries, has been concealed within the ship's hull. The log pose for Spotomyros is also prepared. Excellent. Indeed, he was preparing to flee. While organizing his memories and drawing upon his habit of reading newspapers and books, Doflamingo had sensed something amiss. Though the original timeline depicted Rosinante's encounter with Sengoku amid ruins far more desolate than expected, Doflamingo's keen eye still detected an uncanny resemblance between those ruins and this coastal wasteland. At present, the Navy's elite comprised Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Akiji, Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Marines, Admiral Zephyr, the Black Arm, Admiral Sengoku, and Fleet Admiral Kong. And last year, 1490, had been an extraordinary turning point. Admiral Zephyr, the no-kill admiral, suffered a devastating assault upon his entire family. Shattered, he withdrew from frontline duty to train the Navy's next generation. Meanwhile, Garp roamed the seas, relentlessly hunting Roger for battle, leaving the Navy's maritime authority severely weakened. No wonder Treble and Diamante, both reliant solely on their devil fruit powers, managed to reach the New World. Yet at such a pivotal juncture, why had Sengoku, a man fanatically loyal to both the Navy and the world government, traveled all the way to the remote North Blue? Surely not out of idle curiosity. Moreover, in the original timeline, only Fisher Tiger, the fishman, had scaled the world government's holy capital Marijoa barehanded to liberate thousands of enslaved beings of diverse races purchased by celestial dragons from traffickers. Beyond that singular event, no other mass emancipations were recorded. Yet here in this non-world government allied nation, multiple cases of slaves being freed had surfaced. And astonishingly, the Donquixote family, celestial dragons who had fled 3 years ago, had faced no onslaught from marauding pirates eager to claim their heads. Was this staged liberation or covert surveillance? The true nature of the situation remained unknown to Doflamingo. Conversely, how did the 5 elders view humans who had robbed, hunted, or assaulted celestial dragons? Were they tainted? Did such acts constitute blasphemy against the divine? Were they deemed latent threats? The answer was unequivocal. Furthermore, Sengoku hailed from the South Blue, yet familial visits would hardly take him to the northernmost reaches of a non-allied kingdom. There remained only one plausible explanation: this non-world government allied kingdom had been annihilated. After all, to the world government such nations were not even considered human. No wonder Kazan, the old fox, had released Robin without Sengoku pursuing consequences. Sengoku himself had initiated the purge. Originally he'd intended to occupy the country and methodically eliminate every threat. Now he had only identified those from the surrounding areas who had pursued the Donquixote family in memory. As for the rest, if the world government chose to let them live, it would be sheer fortune. Whether his conjecture proved correct or not, Doflamingo had already resolved to flee. Sengoku's presence in the North Blue was indisputable, and since he had yet to depart the island, the butterfly effect remained minimal. Should Sengoku apprehend him, escape would be impossible. Only surrender and imprisonment in impelled down feigning royal lineage would remain. Returning to his chamber, he retrieved newly acquired pirate journals and began studying. Ever since discovering that sparring with Virgo and others conferred tangible skill gains, Doflamingo had deliberately collected pirate journals, and he called Torbol and the other four to begin their studies, especially Diamante and the others. Doflamingo expected that they should at least understand the shipping routes. Although most pirate diaries are filled with violence and plunder, little royal uncle, there are still descriptions of sailing weather. After months of study, he found that a new skill navigation technique, Glimpse of the Path, had appeared on his panel. It probably allows him to predict tomorrow's weather on the island and meteorological changes within 1 kilometer at sea. Essentially, it's not much better than having nothing, but he was quite satisfied thinking he could continue to learn gradually. Doflamingo expected at least a high level of sailing skills. After all, he would be a man flying alone in the future. If he didn't understand the weather, he could fly straight into a storm. Becoming the second generation of the Golden Lion was a burden. Although the Golden Lion hadn't changed his hairstyle yet. Brother, bang, Rosinante, covered in blood, couldn't cross the threshold and hit his head on the ground. Watching this somewhat comical scene, Doflamingo's mouth twitched. This should be the result of Rosinante getting beaten for 2 years while working as a garbage collector, ruining his vestibular system, visual system, and proprioceptive system. It shouldn't be the fault of the training I arranged for Rosinante. Oh, I won't take the blame. They'll just have to wait for Rosinante and help Pika with his voice, otherwise this kid will keep isolating himself. Ha ha, hey Doflamingo, Rosinante is really stupid. Yo ho ho. Hee hee. The laughter of Diamante and the other three interrupted Doflamingo's thoughts. He raised his hand and shot out soft threads to lift Rosinante from the ground, guiding him to a nearby reserved seat. He patted his little brother's head, pulled over a pirate diary with silk threads, and placed it in Rosinante's hands. Skipping over the mature and steady Virgo, Doflamingo calmly stared at the three who were laughing together. Feeling the cold gaze, the three who had regained their senses looked at his calm face, and their smiles abruptly stopped. The room gradually fell into an eerie silence. Activating his observation Haki, he drew out Pika's feelings of inferiority and anger when mocked, slowly infecting everyone with this emotion. As for why he didn't draw out Rosinante's feelings. After all, his cheap brother was also his real brother. Pika was family. There are distinctions in closeness. Sensing the brewing emotions, Doflamingo opened his mouth with borrowed anger. Pika, how did you deal with the sound of enemies mocking you? The honest and simple Pika revealed a fierce expression and shouted, I smashed them into meat paste. Then why did you mock Rosinante? Isn't Rosinante my family? Aren't you all his family? Torbol, Diamante, and Pika felt the dissatisfaction and anger brought by enforced empathy. They looked at the silent Rosinante, whose mouth moved slightly. Right. 3. He raised his hand to interrupt the three's words, looking at the guilt and remorse on their faces. Doflamingo spoke coldly. Those who bully family shall be met with complete destruction. If they couldn't win, that's another matter. Yes, Doflamingo. Yes, brother. Marine headquarters. Still unvisited by the demolition team, Marineford had not yet been graced by the Golden Lion. Watching the Steelbone, Kong put down the snail phone to talk with the 5 elders. Kong, with a nose full of boogers, chewed on the rice crackers stolen from Sengoku and spoke vaguely to the serious-looking Kong. Kong, what are those 5 old geezers up to again? They called me back from the New World. I was just about to catch Roger. Kong, don't question the government's judgment, and also put down my rice crackers. Sengoku's veins bulged, feeling helpless towards his old friend Carp. Kong looked at the 3 in front of him. Carp had never had much goodwill towards the government, otherwise he wouldn't have refused the promotion to admiral. He had been shuttling back and forth between the New World and the East Blue for a long time to avoid contact with the Celestial Dragons. It was rare for him to come back and hold down Marineford. Zifa was a man of integrity, but this kind of thing merging with the government was difficult for him. Moreover, the Marine training camp couldn't do without him. Sengoku firmly believed in the government's orders. Those who doubted the government, even if they were comrades, would become targets of attack. Handling this matter was quite suitable. Steelbone Kong spoke, bringing an end to the daily banter of the 2 old rascals. Alright, the world government has issued a mission located in the northernmost part of the North Sea in the non-world government affiliated country of Eskimo. Sengoku, you go. Carp, you temporarily stay back at headquarters. The situation at sea is becoming increasingly complex. What happened on that island? Celestial dragons. Another devil's descendant has emerged in the New World, and those celestial dragons just can't. Bang! Pika's massive body crashed into the mast. Come on, Rosinante, it's your turn. Panting heavily, Rosinante struggled to get up, swallowed hard, and raised his fist towards his brother. Bang! 3 seconds later Rosinante was sent flying again, crashing onto Pika and falling into a coma. What a thrill. Doflamingo couldn't help but wave his fist. Openly beating his brother who had betrayed him in the original timeline filled his heart with an indescribable sense of joy. Wiping the sweat from his body, Donquixote Doflamingo tossed the 5 unconscious individuals into a small pool on the deck after enduring 3 rounds of grueling battles. In his previous life, Doflamingo often visited forums to read the tales shared by seasoned sailors, and the word he encountered most frequently was boredom. Yet he never anticipated that real sailing could be this tedious. The vast, boundless ocean was enough to wear down the patience of most individuals. There must be other matters tying me down in the Arctic. This robust gift has only intensified my vitality, and now even my sleep time has been reduced. What should I do about the upcoming journey? Fighting each other daily is not a sustainable solution. I can hold my ground, but Rosinante and the others cannot. Doflamingo lay on the deck, gazing into the distant sky, lost in thought. The New World. A paradise for the strong, a hell for the weak. Roger must have ruled the New World for over a decade by now, exploring the unknown and battling with powerful foes. He truly envies that. The solitary yet proud red-haired Shanks may or may not actually exist. The Golden Lion Shiki, who hasn't yet met his demise, should be leading his flying pirate crew, expanding their reach and striving to fulfill his ambition of world domination. How many children has Whitebeard's son received since parting ways with Rox? Meanwhile, Big Mom, also separated from Rox, is laboring to give birth to her 40th child. Hey, both of them value family, so why don't they have one together? Their bloodline strength could very well solidify their status as the strongest in the world. No, perhaps Big Mom wants to use others to bear children, while Whitebeard would not agree. Kaido must have emerged from Punk Hazard by now, having acquired the artificial Zoan fruit. In the future, when I interact with Caesar, I must make sure to take this away, or it would be a waste if Momonosuke were to consume it. The artificial fruit should lack the will of the devil fruit. I wonder if Kaido consuming a related fish fruit would lead to his demise. After briefly imagining the circumstances of the New World, Doflamingo resumed his training to drain and restore his energy. Now that I have the conditions, I must strive to clash head-in with Teacher Kaido. As for the New World, although I long to compete with the strong, I do not desire to go there just yet. Not everyone is like Barrett, the Devil's offspring, who annihilated a nation at 14 and fought evenly with Rayleigh at 15. Now in the New World, he would merely be an unknown foot soldier unworthy of witnessing battles among the strong. Doflamingo suddenly recalled a record. At 19, Barrett fought Rayleigh to a standstill at 20. Is Crocodile equal to... Is this the foreshadowing of Crocodile's power-up after he was released from prison? And at 27, Moria fought against 36-year-old Kaido. Even though his allies met their end, he survived. Hawkeye and red-haired Shanks engage in daily sparring, their intense battles praised as spectacular by Whitebeard. Jinbei defends against Big Mom. The future Boa Hancock is regarded as dangerous by Sengoku. Even Whitebeard too, that fool, possesses the strength to sever an arm of the elderly Zephyr. Doflamingo suddenly felt a pang of disbelief. Could it be that he is the only one who relies on his celestial dragon status to rob the heavens and threaten the world government to become a warlord of the sea? Damn. Upon realizing this, he immediately dismissed his earlier intention to reduce the intensity of his training. He bound his arm with a spare iron chain from the ship's anchor. With a splash, he jumped off the deck, his lower body submerged in the sea. A sense of weakness akin to having endured a night without rest began to fill his entire body. 500 nautical miles away from the Flamingo, 10 warships were advancing in formation. At the forefront stood Sengoku, dressed in a blue suit, draped in a coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back. They were headed towards the direction Doflamingo had come from. For years later, the North Sea. Spada males. After 4 years of lurking, not only had the port towns, but the entire nation completely fallen under the control of the Donquixote family. It has become the arms manufacturing base for Donquixote, supplying chaos to the North Sea. Doflamingo has also shed his youthful stature. He now stands at a formidable height of 2.5 meters. With blonde hair swept back, wearing red sunglasses, and a black shirt stretched tight over his bulging muscles, he exudes an air of flamboyance. Torpal, are you ready? Doflamingo observed Toripol with a calm demeanor, raising his gigantic right arm. Doflamingo, I'm ready. Toripol gulped hard, desperately increasing the blood flow in his chest to enhance his defense, trembling as he made eye contact with Doflamingo. Good string fruit, artificial muscle arm enhancement. Upon hearing the response, Doflamingo's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Torpal, his massive iron fist crashing into Toripol's chest. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by the distinct sound of bones fracturing, Toripol's enormous form shot like a cannonball into a mound of industrial refuse at the port, creating a large crater. Cough. Cough. Doflamingo, you've gotten even stronger. Torpal, who had gotten back on his feet, flushed with embarrassment, blood welling in his mouth, touched his broken ribs, and couldn't help but exclaim. Is this the quality of a king? I did it. A confrontation with Teacher Kaido is just around the corner. Seeing the internal fragments spilling from Toripol's mouth, Doflamingo revealed a satisfied smile. Slowly retracting the muscle fibers entwined around his muscles, he relaxed the heavily strained muscles and trembling bones due to the extreme exertion. In the past 4 years, the more he worked hard, the more he felt the limits of the string fruit. The seemingly marvelous control of the parasitic string could only be effective against the weak. The string fruit currently can only produce tangible strings and shape them. As for his ideas regarding timelines, fate lines, magnetic field lines, and other concepts, while extremely fascinating and imaginative, They are truly difficult to implement. Thus, Doflamingo returned to the most fundamental pursuit of power in this dangerous world. Most so-called techniques, so-called abilities, and inherently gifted bodies ultimately serve to unleash pure power, to unleash an even greater force. The human body's strength relies on skeletal support with muscle fibers contracting and extending to provide explosive power. However, the human brain, in its effort to protect the body, imposes limits on muscle contractions. In critical moments, the rapid secretion of adrenaline can temporarily push the body beyond its limits. Perhaps life itself grants this technique to break through human constraints, unleashing a self-destructive kind of power. But Doflamingo will not undergo such a transformation. However, the compulsory education of his previous life has taught him that the essence of muscle is fiber. Based on this understanding, after 2 years of dissection and imitation, Doflamingo successfully mastered a new power string fruit artificial muscle fiber muscle enhancement. Artificial muscles do not possess the human body's self-protective mechanisms. This limitlessly controlled force comes with the downside of placing immense strain on bones, muscles, and the heart. However, with his currently enhanced physique, he can withstand it. 14. For years of lurking and new opportunities. Torpal, if next time you still can't master even a block of iron, you might as well roll away and take charge of maritime transport. Doflamingo clenched his fist, veins bulging on his forehead, his tone unfriendly. Despite the uplifting effect of his newly acquired power, he was growing increasingly impatient with Toripal's fragility. It's been half a year, and yet you still can't handle a block of iron. Toripal's physical talent is too lacking. Perhaps life has been too comfortable. How about sending Toripal to the new world to broaden his horizons? Cough, Doflamingo, it's your strength that has grown too rapidly. You are a natural-born king. In the same time frame, how can we catch up to your strength? Upon hearing these barbed words, Torpal, who had developed mental scars during the crazy brawls over the past 4 years, stiffened and picked up his small green hat. He then cautiously shifted the topic. Doflamingo, I say the newly established Germa kingdom has been drifting in the North Sea for 3 months after crossing the Red Line and is now heading towards the North European countries. The North European nations, located on a massive island, were once rare havens of peace. Tallinn and Estonia grow crops across the inland river, and taking advantage of the river's convenience, they develop freight transport to enhance the economy and bear the taxes of the 4 nations. Virat and Finland guard against pirates from the outer side of the island, the 4 nations jointly protecting their peace. However, the majority of nobles are always insatiable. Now this island has become a major client of the Donquixote. The Germa kingdom returned to the North Sea. Did the royal family of the North European countries fail to sign the approval agreement? Contact the clients and the foolish royal family in North Europe. Disclose the movements of Germa 66 to them, and remember to include some information about Germa 66 to remind them of the former rulers of the North Sea. They can collect as many of your adhesive explosive bombs as they can to make the welcoming ceremony for Germa 66 a bit more enthusiastic. Once Lao Ji returns, let your Plum Blossom army be under his command. Doflamingo's gaze swept over Toripal's body, which had become slightly more robust after 4 years of training his Jorah, Lao Ji, and Mahabais, as the failures of the New World were picked up by him while passing through the calm belt on his way. Overflowing with maternal love, Jorah decisively brought along Lao Ji and the others to join the Donquixote family to repay a debt of gratitude. Doflamingo felt the need to recruit more newcomers to offset the debuffs from these failures. Yes, Doflamingo. The royal family of the North European countries has not signed anything publicly, but Virat V has signed the approval agreement in the name of the rebel army. Torpal, dragging his injured body, nodded in response. Interesting, it seems our Virat V has considerable ambition. Torpal, give the news only to him. Let him take as many weapons as he can. Squeeze the North European countries dry. Doflamingo overlooked Toripal as he departed, turning his gaze towards Rosinante, who appeared slightly weaker in comparison to him, and began to inquire. Rosinante, are there any promising newcomers in the family lately? How many candidates has Diamante gathered now? There is one brother, named Senior Peak, hailing from the North Sea's commercial island of Akureyri. His family was destroyed by the local navy's collusion with the gangsters. He possesses the superhuman water fruit ability, having escaped the calamity hidden underground. He joined the family a year ago with a task completion rate of 70, making him worth nurturing. And the war orphans taken in by Diamante now number over 2,000. Those eliminated for being too young, inherently cowardly, or possessing too low physical qualities amount to 900, already listed as potential family members. The eliminated candidates have already been assigned to the family factory as apprentices. Senior Peak. Loyal, passionate, and powerful talents worth nurturing. Fufu, very well. I provide them with a guarantee of life. They work for me. This is quite reasonable. Check the naval structure of Akureyri, put it on the black market for a bounty, and let Senior Peak choose 2 of the 6 style. Has Virgo transmitted any new intelligence? Doflamingo fully understands the importance of information and knowledge. 3 years ago, after the Donquixote family initially settled in Spada, Males Virgo was sent into the Navy. A year ago, through his outstanding performance, he entered the training class of Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, becoming a 6th-generation naval cadet, and has transmitted valuable martial arts techniques known as the 6 styles of the Navy. Yes, Brother Virgo intends to tell you personally. Taking the phone, bug handed over by Rosinante, Doflamingo heard Virgo's Doflamingo. A few days ago, the Navy significantly increased its deployment in the New World, including Admiral Sengoku, the Navy hero Garp, and Chief Staff Crane, all heading to the New World. However, I did not manage to learn the specific objectives. Fufufufu comrade, you have already done enough. This information is very valuable. Ensure your safety, Virgo. If there is a risk of your identity being exposed, find an opportunity to leave the Navy at the first possible moment. Understood, Doflamingo. I will keep myself hidden. Click. After ending the call, Doflamingo fell into deep thought. In the year 1495, in the New World, the Navy is gathering. Compiling this information, the only significant event that fits the situation is the Battle of Edwar. Whether the Navy aims to guard against the alliance of Roger and the Golden Lion or seeks to profit from the opportunity, they must go. No wonder Vinsmoke Sanji, as a member of the world government, dared to seize the opportunity to conquer the four nations without fearing the Navy's retribution. Where did his information come from? The world government. As a fugitive from MADS, how did he manage to reconcile so quickly? What price did he pay? Was he later expelled from the North Sea by the freed Granny Crane? Then was I discovered while struggling to survive in the North Sea? Damn. So it was you, old man, who caused this mess. However, the genetic factor technology and cloning soldier technology that Sanji possesses are indeed valuable. In 5 years, it's possible to create a 20-year-old soldier, and they can even incorporate ideologies. How loyal? No, it would be a waste to only make soldiers. This will produce high-quality laborers and workers who won't complain or tire. And they will be high-quality resources produced every 5 years. With this, anyone can be a wise ruler. Right now, Reiju has yet to be born, and the 4 perverted chefs are nowhere to be seen. Sanji's genetic factor enhancement technology is undoubtedly still unrefined. The strength of the combat suits is also questionable. This is indeed a rare opportunity that offers multiple benefits. Initially, I only wanted to seize the assets of North Europe. Now I want the territory, the people, and the technology. Perhaps I can usher in the era of artificial fruits 20 years early. After clarifying the interests, Donquixote Doflamingo turned to Rosinante and spoke. Rosin let Lao Ji and Ma Bais focus their exploration on the territory of the West Sea Giant clan. If there are no results, head to the New World Magic Ancient Town to scout the way. Torpal have the children's ship from Diamandi return to shore in the Outer Sea to gather intelligence at the base in Nordas while also rescuing some families. This is a great opportunity for rescue. By the way, Rosin, there's one more thing. The lead and platinum products from Fryvans suit our identities well. Go make contact, but remember to be cautious as Fryvans is involved with the world government and various noble families. Torpal, get ready. We are heading to Nordas. Oh ho ho ho, is the training over? Young master, I've prepared your favorite sweet shrimp and pasta for lunch. Are you satisfied? Looking at the finished meeting, Jorah approached Doflamingo, who was waiting nearby. Of course, Jorah, I was raised by you, so I like it. This is the truth. After picking up Jorah, Doflamingo's life could be described as having meals served without effort. No wonder later on Deringer was personally raised by her. Thus, regarding Jorah, who had cared for him for nearly 4 years, Doflamingo's attitude was certainly better than towards Torpal and others. Oh ho ho ho, do you say I am the Miss World? Stop it, that's so annoying. Hearing the praise, Jorah cupped her still youthful face, blooming with joy. This is the... Suppressing his speechlessness, Doflamingo inquired about the nurturing of candidate family members under 10 years old. Jorah, are there any candidates with potential? Oh ho ho ho, not at all. There are still many little ones in a state of malnutrition, but some of them are clamoring to meet you to express their gratitude. Good. I like those who understand gratitude. Talent can be nurtured. Jorah, you go prepare for the banquet. The clock town is located just north of the 4 countries of Nordas at the border of Tallinn, connecting with Finland. As a town famous for handmade watches, it was once one of the most prosperous places among the 4 nations. But that was only in the past. Boom boom. Oh no. Hearing the increasingly close sounds of explosions and screams, a terrified woman held her child and stuffed him into the cellar. Galadius, don't make a sound. No matter what happens, don't come out. Mom, what about Dad? Where's Dad? Wasn't he supposed to wait for us here? It's all right. Dad is protecting us. We'll be back when your watch has completed 2 days. Listen, Galadius, stay in the cellar and don't come out no matter what happens. Ha, come here. There's still a good shop here. Oh, and a woman. Oh, please don't do this here, don't. Boom. The collapsed houses covered everything. Watching the scenes unfold, Galadius had never found the sound of explosions so delightful. 3 days later, a giant ship shaped like a flamingo sailed into the inland river of the 4 countries of Nordas. Inside the cabin, Doflamingo was reading a new newspaper. The Battle of Edwohe erupts. Gold Roger faces off against Admiral Shiki, and the Admiral suffers a major defeat. Admiral Shiki successfully changed his hairstyle. Coupled with the significant losses caused by the tsunami, the frantic pirates are eagerly rushing to attack the territory of Admiral Shiki. It's truly an exhilarating new world. Doflamingo, we've arrived. Doflamingo and his group entered the once prosperous town. The road was now littered with charred corpses, ruins, and shattered clock parts. Kicking away the obstructing rubble, Doflamingo glanced back at Torpal and asked, Torpal, where is Diamandi now? Doflamingo, Diamandi is in the capital of Virat, less than half a day's journey from here. According to the news we received, the armies of the other 3 countries have already fled. The royal family used money to exchange protection from Virat V, and now the 4 royal families are fiercely battling in Virat against Germa. Oh, has the situation deteriorated to this extent in just 3 days? Such fragile resistance. Oh, let the flames of war burn a bit longer so that the surviving citizens may cherish peace. Rest here. We will prepare to take over this country tomorrow. Rosin, what is the name of this town? Clock Town, brother. What a pity. I quite like the watches of this town. 2591902, 2591991, 259,192. It seems there are still some lucky survivors. Sensing the faint voice conveyed by his observation, Haki Doflamingo shot out a thread from his hand, pushing aside the collapsed wall ahead. Reeling in the thread, he carefully pulled out a tender figure from the ground. The gentleman's suit and gray-blue curls were stuck to his skin due to the high temperature. There wasn't a single good spot on his body. The only thing that could be considered intact was the pocket watch he protected with both hands. Even now, he was hoarsely reading the seconds. 259,197, 259,198, 259,199. Watching the pitiful state of the small figure tore pole, and the others wore expressions of cold indifference. Only Rosinante, who harbored kindness, looked on with pity. Brother, is there still hope for him? Sensing the resonance of emotions, thoughts of death, destruction, and annihilation came forth. A smile curved Doflamingo's lips. A worthy talent to nurture. Of course there is. What strong will? What is? Can you make watches? Hearing the question, Galadius snapped out of his daze, answering with a lifeless expression. Galadius. Very well. From today onward you are a member of the Donquixote family. Now let us perform a small operation first. After wrapping Galadius in protein threads and sutures, Doflamingo also fell into a long-lost slumber. After gaining strength over the past 4 years, his energy had multiplied geometrically. He only needed 2 hours of sleep each day. However, the burns covering his body were a big task, especially in an environment where there was nothing. Once again, entering the dream space, Doflamingo was already familiar with the path. He skillfully arrived at a larger lighthouse. After admiring the illustrations of the Donquixote family showcasing their might in the North Sea, he finally satisfiedly opened the panel. Donquixote, Doflamingo name, rising in the North Sea. Donquixote family, North Sea villains. Year of the Sea Circle 1495. Place of birth, Holy Land, Mary Geos, on the Red Soil continent. Skills, Conquerors, Haki mastered martial arts, somewhat accomplished Navy 6 styles, somewhat accomplished navigation, mastered armament, Haki mastered observation, Haki mastered advanced technique, forced emotional resonance. Fruit, string, fruit, comprehensive understanding. Talent, strong. Achievement, filial piety, after father's death. Conqueror's Haki mastery achieved. As one who wields Conqueror's Haki, freely you walk the path of kingship. Your name resounds through the underworld of the North Blue. Martial arts proficient, forged through relentless self-inflicted combat. Your next strike decides life or death. Tell me, does your mind possess no defense? Rokushiki proficient. Your inhuman physiology enabled rapid mastery of these superhuman physical techniques. Though you wield them with fluency, not yet perfection. You remain distant from true mastery. String, fruit, comprehensive mastery. Truly your stamina is extraordinary. You could spend an entire day threading needles. Yet your imagination is delightfully eccentric. Promise me you'll use this power for nothing else. Navigation mastery achieved. You perceive weather patterns within a 10-mile radius sufficient to handle 80% of maritime conditions. You can now surf freely, yet beware the cloudless skies. Armament Haki mastery achieved. Guided by Raugu, you have grasped the foundational hardening technique, capable of reinforcing both body and objects until they rival tempered steel. Even Logia-type users must momentarily bow before your might. Observation Haki mastery achieved. Blessed with an exceptionally powerful spirit, you sense the location and number of objects beyond your field of vision. Range 1 kilometer. Forced emotional resonance, you perceive another's thoughts and emotions, and project your own consciousness into theirs, influencing their mind and soul, forging profound resonance and reshaping their values and beliefs. Having reviewed this summary of 4 years' arduous cultivation, though certain descriptions verge on hyperbole, Doflamingo nodded in quiet satisfaction. He bypassed the lighthouse and gazed upon the 3 signposts behind it, 1 gray, 1 red, 1 blue. The gray one appeared for the first time. Doflamingo studied the inscribed characters upon it. Pinnacle of the New World, Gold. Roger Shiki, the Golden Lion Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and the Solitary Red, legendary pirates unmatched in power, are vying for glory and dominion. As a distinguished celestial dragon, why settle as an underworld king in the North Blue when you could claim the title of Pirate King? Go forth, fight, challenge, and storm the apex of the world. Reward determined by the outcome of your challenge. At this grand and audacious objective, Doflamingo's expression darkened. Damn it all, challenging them now. Do you want me dead? Yes, my devil fruit development has advanced and my confidence swells, but not to such reckless heights. Setting aside the delusional gray signpost, he turned his gaze to the other 2. Dressrosa, 8 centuries ago this land belonged to your ancestral house. Under your family's rule it flourished beyond measure. Now restore its radiance and deliver your impoverished people into a luminous future. Reward innate strength, evolution 1. This reward is indeed commendable. Another evolution of strength means I may finally abandon rest altogether. 24 hours of non-stop full capacity training. Outpace these indolent pirates. Dressrosa possesses legitimate sovereignty, serves as the birthplace of artificial devil fruits, and hosts the industrious diminutive Tontata tribe as skilled laborers. Moreover, its strategic location places it near both the world government and the future territories of the 4 emperors. It would make an indispensable hub for arms trafficking in the New World. Yet we have not yet entered the New World. This requires careful deliberation. King of the Skypea, Mary Geos, is but a lowly foothill. The true abode of a sovereign lies 10,000 meters above atop the Celestial Islands. Rule over all Skypea, and let the wicked inhabitants of the White Sea tremble before the god descending from the Blue Sea. Reward skeletal reinforcement 1. This is truly valuable. Enhanced skeletal structure will amplify the explosive force generated by my artificial musculature. With secondary strength enhancement combined with skeletal reinforcement, matching Garp in bare-fisted combat is no longer a distant dream. My focus must now shift decisively toward the Skypea. Shiki spent over a decade soaring through the heavens, undetected, proof enough of their unparalleled advantage. Command over the island of Verth would be ideal. It clearly embodies the zenith of navigational artistry. Imagine crafting mobile skylands at will. That would grant absolute aerial supremacy. And Verth also holds the technology to manipulate weather itself, a priceless asset. Yet Mahabai's intelligence on the summit of the West remains frustratingly absent. The following day, the capital city of Violet, once a thriving metropolis now consumed entirely by war, shrouded in smoke and strewn with corpses. Dozens of massive amphibious snails belonging to the Vinsmoke family had encircled the royal palace at the city's heart, where the last soldiers of the Four Nations mounted a feeble resistance. Upon the largest snail stood a powerfully built young man with a mustache and hair styled like a Super Saiyan level 3, with an orange cloak billowing behind him. His yellow-green battle suit, white gauntlets, and golden sash all bore the emblem of the Germa kingdom. The twin numeral black combat boots equipped with jet thrusters adorned his feet, and in his hand, he gripped a techno-modified spear, infused with electricity crackling with current upon each strike. At that moment he held the royal crown in one hand and leveled the spear with the other, pronouncing judgment. Vinsmoke Garth, cease your advance. Spare me my transgression. This nation, no all four nations, are yours. The once mighty Violet V who had sought to unify the four nations now knelt trembling. His golden hair singed black, his gem-encrusted robe stained with dried blood. His limbs convulsed irregularly as he stared wide-eyed with terror at the electrified spear, drawing ever closer. Watching Violet V shiver uncontrollably, Vinsmoke Garth's exhilaration surged. A new legend of the Germa kingdom would begin here, and he, Vinsmoke Garth, would become the North Blue's newest legend. With triumphant elation he spoke. No need. These lands are already mine. Your death shall serve as a reminder to the North Blue of the Germa kingdom's enduring might. Electromagnetic thrust. A torrent of high-voltage current erupted from Garth's spear, its blinding brilliance evoking the wrath of a thunder god passing judgment upon mortals. The electrified spear pierced Violet V's defenseless body with terrifying ease, like a hot blade through butter. Zzz. Aya! His scream was severed mid-breath as his head tumbled away. Ha! That is the Germa kingdom's proclamation of its return to dominance in the North Blue. Wiping blood from his face, Garth felt the suffocating weight of years. Years spent hunted and exiled by the world government for illicit research, lift entirely from his chest. Spreading terror across the North Blue. This is the duty of Germa royalty. Click. Who goes there? In the midst of his exultation, Vinsmoke Garth was blinded by the flash of a camera. He looked up to see a tall, imposing man floating silently 10 meters above him, draped in a pink overcoat, clad in a black suit, wearing crimson sunglasses, every inch of him radiating arrogance and audacity. Fufufu, how magnificent. No need to tense up, Vinsmoke Garth. I've come to celebrate your kingdom's return to the North. Look, I've even thoughtfully captured the moment. Such a glorious scene deserves preservation. As he spoke, Doflamingo casually flicked the camera in his hand. Gazing upward at Doflamingo, who had appeared without sound or warning, Garth felt a primal surge of danger, his body instinctively coiling tight. He did not believe for a second that the North Blue's most infamous arms dealer had taken up photojournalism as a side gig. He pushed his spear's output to its absolute limit, the air humming with searing currents. Eyes locked unblinkingly onto Doflamingo, Vinsmoke Garth demanded, "What is your purpose, Doflamingo?" Too immature. Not every scientist is a superhuman like Kagwan. Looking at the anxious Vinsmoke Gage, Donquixote Doflamingo displayed a sunny smile. Vinsmoke Gage did not have a father as good as his own, unlike his children, who possessed superhuman qualities and abilities derived from genetic modifications. 80% of his combat power relied on his equipment. However, the 30-year technological gap was too vast. Currently, Vinsmoke Gage was still immature, and his equipment was equally juvenile. Ignoring the sizzling spear, Donquixote Doflamingo calmly approached Vinsmoke Gage while stepping on the empty path, speaking indifferently. "Don't be nervous, Vinsmoke Gage, I come in friendship." Vinsmoke Gage suddenly felt that the surroundings which served as a battlefield were excessively quiet. Looking around, the soldiers who were just bravely fighting were now frozen in place like puppets. This was his hope for the revival of Germa. Just like that, it was all gone. Listening to the so-called friendship from Doflamingo, the anger in his heart surged uncontrollably. Gage raised his spear, pointing angrily at his surroundings. "Is this the friendship you speak of? Die." Doflamingo explosive flying kick, electromagnetic stab. The high-tech boots on Vinsmoke Gage's feet released high-pressure energy from the back, accelerating to the extreme as the spear, charged with high-voltage electricity, lunged towards Doflamingo. Seeing the rapidly approaching Vinsmoke Gage, Doflamingo's expression darkened. There are always those who are unaware of their own limitations. Better get the camera ready. Web wall. Hundreds and thousands of transparent threads burst forth from Doflamingo's body, quickly entangling together to form a massive spider web, acting as a wall in front of him. Boom. The impact of the electric spear was completely absorbed by the web wall, but the high temperatures from the current began to cause the threads to become brittle and deform. Watching this scene, the ominous feeling Vinsmoke Gage had just moments ago disappeared instantly, and his face brightened. There was a weakness. "Calm down, your soldiers are just fine." There was no need for observation. Haki, the obvious emotional changes on his face already proved his current pride. Doflamingo's anger surged from within, veins bulging on his forehead, and his words of persuasion turned. Vinsmoke Gage, it seems you still don't understand what my friendship represents. String fruit arm enhancement. Countless fine special fibers burst forth from Doflamingo's right arm, intertwining to form external armored muscles, making his arm thick, huge, filled with strength and beauty. Damn, you don't understand my goodwill when I'm treating you with respect. Doflamingo thought fiercely, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. The techniques representing intermediate combat allowed his muscles to contract and stretch perfectly. A gigantic fist rushed towards the foolish head of Vinsmoke Gage at an invisible speed. Seeing the drastically transformed Doflamingo, Gage's pupils constricted as the massive fist was already right in front of him. The wind from the punch stung his face, leaving him just enough time to raise the spear to shield his head. Boom. The fist came crashing down heavily on the spear he held. In an instant, the spear snapped and his arm was twisted and broken under the rapid impact. The iron fist showed no signs of slowing down, slamming hard into his helmet. Oh. Gage's body flew out. He broke through the hardest shell of a sea snail, capable of taking cannon fire, crashing into the wall of the royal palace. Vinsmoke Gage felt that the footsteps were the death knell, wishing to retaliate. But the battle suit he was currently developing had already lost its ability to resist under this blow. Grabbing Vinsmoke Gage's bleeding head, Doflamingo made a sound as he removed the damaged helmet from his head. At that moment, Gage's face was a mix of red and white, with both arms weakly hanging at his sides. Seeing his miserable condition, Doflamingo revealed a sunny smile. Do you now realize the preciousness of my friendship, Gage? After receiving such a beating, Vinsmoke Gage, feeling the extent of his injuries, calmed down. He struggled to utter a Doflamingo, what do you want? Our Germa kingdom is a member state of the world government. You, as a pirate attacking us, do you not regard the dignity of the world government that has stood for 800 years? It seems you're still not awake enough. You don't have a deep understanding of your situation. Hearing Vinsmoke Gage's fierce words, Doflamingo showed disdain. Oh, you're still trying to rely on the world government's reputation at this point. Let me give you a free piece of information. Donquixote is indeed a Donquixote. The world government, merely a dog to the predator. And you, a member of the scientific research organization MADS, with no territory. What weight does the Germa 66 kingdom hold in the eyes of the world government? As a newly crowned king, Gage, you are still too immature. Let me teach you a lesson. As a king, the first step you must learn is to confront setbacks. Doflamingo lifted Vinsmoke with his left hand, while his right hand's threads formed thick muscle fibers, gathering together to form a powerful fist. Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. Doflamingo's arrogant attitude and this explosive news left Vinsmoke Gage in shock. Ignoring the shock in his heart, he hurriedly spoke to stop. Wait. Gage's face showed terror. Without his helmet, if hit by such a fist, Wait. Doflamingo's smile became even more sinister as he pulled back his right fist. Vinsmoke Gage learned to respect the friendship of the strong. Boom. A soft silk shot towards Doflamingo from behind, transforming into Diamante's figure. Doflamingo halted his grinding steps, asking, without turning his head. Diamante, long time no see. Are there still survivors among the Nordic Four Kingdoms princes? During this time, how has the collection of family members from the Four Kingdoms fared? Doflamingo, long time no see. Only the grandchildren of King Virat V have survived. I arrived too late. The only suitable family members I could accept number just over 300. Who is this? The king of Germa 66. Seeing Gage's miserable state, Diamante's eyes widened. And no worries, Diamante, bring that pair of princes over, and by the way, ask about how Torpal's treasure collection is going, then take your family back first. As for our dear Gage, he needs to learn a few things who I am teaching him. Wait, so many important responsibilities I can't. Diamante, I am very angry right now. Yes, Doflamingo. Seeing the faintly flickering black-red lightning on Doflamingo, Diamante lost all desire to play and turned to flee. After 4 years of extreme mutual beatings, not only did Torpal have lingering shadows, but he did too. Otherwise, why would he spend all day adrift at sea collecting family? Looking at Vinsmoke Gage, who was on the verge of collapse and whose consciousness was becoming blurred, Doflamingo's eyes showed mockery as his pointed shoes pressed down on Gage's head with slight force. Vinsmoke Gage, tell me, in the war between the Germa kingdom and the Nordic Four Kingdoms, Donquixote was hired by King Virat VI, and the evil Germa was thus destroyed. Or is the news of the new king of Germa slaying 4 times in one day, dominating the Nordic Four Kingdoms, better? Doflamingo licked his lips, revealing a mischievous smile. Kajikin, you surely don't want the Germa kingdom, which once ruled the North Sea for 66 days, to be forgotten completely, do you? Seeing the revival of the Germa kingdom as his mission, Kaji naturally could not simply abandon his own life. Although Vinsmoke Kaji despised sympathy and mercy, believing they would render one weak and incapable. Yet the performance of Cake Island has already shown that his spiritual core was exactly what he hated the most. Realizing the predicament he was in, Kaji suddenly found that his proud royal status and kingly demeanor were utterly insignificant at this moment. Moreover, Kaji suddenly recognized that Doflamingo was right. As the sole heir of the Vinsmoke royal family, if he were to die, all the great achievements of the Germa kingdom would become mere empty talk. With this thought, Vinsmoke Kaji endured the pain and forced out a somewhat unskilled, flattering smile. Doflamingo, what do you need me to do? Looking at the bloodstained smile on Vinsmoke Kaji's face, Doflamingo revealed a playful smile, sizing him up. The scrutiny left Vinsmoke Kaji increasingly anxious, and the emotion that surged within him became more fearful, prompting Doflamingo to nod in satisfaction and speak with a smile. Fufufu, very good. It seems you've learned to show respect. As a reward, the name of the Germa Kingdom will be sung across the North Sea tomorrow. Now tell me about the location of Punk Hazard and your cloning technology. Please allow me to perform a simple treatment. The location of Punk Hazard is 10 days later. Holy Land Mariehua of the Red Soil Continent. The wounded golden lion should be quiet for a while. These remnants of rocks are truly active. The Ember Calamity Jin beside Kaido was from the Lunarian tribe on Punk Hazard, right? They should have all been locked up and impelled down. Or what about the weapon developments of Vegapunk and Caesar? Caesar wants the gas fruit. The designs from the land of the dead need this. Vegapunk only has a concept regarding. This is a letter from the surviving royal family of Nordis. How do we handle it? Then just give it to him. Who is leading Vegapunk's current protective forces? Hey, the escaping Kaji from the MADS team actually dared to invade the 4 nations of Nordis. It seems Germa 66 still hasn't given up on the dream of restoration. Let's give him a warning. Notify CP0 to expel Kaji from Nordis. Germa 66 is not allowed to possess land. Let's support the remaining royal family to rise, exempt them from the heavenly gold for 10 years. Vegapunk's protective forces are led by a dragon. That name sounds familiar. Is it that old man's son Garp? I second that. The 2 bloodlines of the Ho family from the North Sea and the survivors of the Valley of Gods. Let's just let them be for now. On the other side, in the Germa Palace on the giant snail, Doflamingo took the news he crafted from the mouth of the newsbird, looking at the headline and his filming artistry, thinking that Vinsmoke Kaji would be quite pleased. Diamante has returned to the path of arms trade and abduction. Oh no, the path of family collection. Torbol and Rosinante have already gone back to oversee Spidermal's territory. Currently, the processing factory of the old nest equates to a continuous cash flow. What needs to be protected still must be protected. Jorah alone guarding it makes him uneasy. As for the 2 surviving princes, they are undergoing brainwashing education by Doflamingo through observation Haki. The value of their existence lies in their legitimacy. The Germa Kingdom, which united the North Sea for 66 days, poses a potential threat to the world government's rule and will not be allowed to peacefully possess land. Expulsion is merely a matter of time. By then, the 4 nations of Nordis, oh no, the 4 nations will no longer exist. This island can be used for experiments on Kaji or as a weapons factory for Donquixote without restriction. Considering the protection of cooperative partners, Doflamingo decided to stay for a while before Vinsmoke Kaji could act free. As for the 2 searching for the pinnacle of the West Sky, although they have been missing for 10 days, Lao Ji and the others have at least run through the new world, and their life cards have not changed. He is not worried. 10 days ago, Vinsmoke Kaji had just provided the location of Punk Hazard, indicating that if he did not receive treatment soon, he would be done for, and he lay unconscious in the cultivation chamber beneath the giant snail castle. Although knowing that Kaji might be concerned about revealing all the technology and being silenced, Doflamingo didn't mind and was determined to make everything better. With the location of Punk Hazard, Caesar and the first artificial devil fruit are already in his grasp. Sensing the awakening Vinsmoke Kaji through observation Haki, Doflamingo took the freshly printed newspaper and walked towards the basement of the palace. Watching Vinsmoke Kaji as he unwrapped his bandages, Doflamingo tossed the newspaper aside, spitting out words that were both praise and derision. Fufufu, the new king of the Germa Kingdom, Vinsmoke Kaji slays for a day. The wicked rule of Germa 66 reappears in the North Sea, truly magnificent. Hearing this shocking headline, Vinsmoke Kaji's face momentarily froze as he took the newspaper. Upon seeing the enlarged and bolded title, joy was evident on his face. But upon seeing the comical photo of Doflamingo, making him look like a little dwarf, Kaji's expression instantly shifted from sunny to gloomy. Happiness still must be built on the suffering of others. Watching Kaji's transformation from confusion to excitement, and then to disappointment, Doflamingo smiled even more joyfully. Don't get lost in this fleeting achievement, Kaji. Let's talk about your brilliant future cloning technology and the results of your genetic factor research. The cloning technology is based on the application of genetic factors discovered by me, Vegapunk, Caesar, and Quinn, selecting strong soldiers and then cloning them. What is the current cost for your cloned soldiers? 1 million berries. Such a high cost. No wonder you couldn't gather a population of 1 million even after being a mercenary for over 20 years in the original timeline. But with this, the cost-effectiveness of the clones is low for me. No, wait. Doflamingo continued questioning. I don't need soldiers, or what I want is population. Without considering the genetic templates of high-strength soldiers, can we select ordinary workers and civilians to lower costs and shorten cultivation time? This. We can try. Then the labor plan still has a chance to be completed. Prepare to evacuate Nordis. The world government's people should be on their way. Go visit the royal family of the North Sea on this list, spread your Germa 60 SIXS fame, and conveniently clear out the trash occupying the territory. As for the land of Nordis, if there's an opportunity, I will leave it for you. Returning to the throne, Doflamingo fell into thought. After communicating with Vinsmoke Kaji about the genetic factors, how should I put it, I feel somewhat disappointed. Genetic factors can be understood as the genetic blueprint of all life in this world, present in the genes of every person. If they could be utilized freely, it would not differ much from being a creator for this world. When it comes to genetic factors, one cannot overlook a particular individual, a scientist who monopolizes 99% of the technology in the pirate world. Firstly, the perfect replication of the zoan-type devil fruit. Secondly, a pacifist who has fused with memory metal from Wapple capable of utilizing the powers of the glint glint fruit. Finally, an archangel created using advanced technology of clones and modified humans that rivals the 7 warlords. Regarding Vegapunk, Doflamingo can only feel envy. Not only envy for his knowledge. However, at this moment, he harbored no covetous thoughts as the world government would go insane. And Judge has mastered the technology of modified humans through clones. Exoskeleton defense, 5 types of paramecia 5 works in over 20 years. Caesar is even more useless, having studied for over 30 years to create artificial zoan-type devil fruits. It would be one thing if animal consciousness merely appeared within the body. The success rate is merely 10%. The gigantification experiment cannot be deemed a failure, but it certainly veered off course. Yet he refuses to believe that Judge and Caesar together cannot produce a zoan-type devil fruit. As for the popularization of the superhuman abilities of Judge's 5 children in the future, he does not dare to think about it. 3 months later, the name of Germa 66 spread throughout the North Sea. With the chaos in the North Sea, Doflamingo's arms business flourished even more and the number of collaborators on the approval agreement increased. As for those who refused to buy, his rival nations, the invading pirates, and the Germa kingdom, will ensure they purchase. After signing the approval agreement, the island's forces will be Doflamingo's unilateral allies, establishing a stronghold for the Donquixote family. As for why it is unilateral, it is because he does not rule out the possibility of eliminating allies and replacing them. This further strengthens the Donquixote family's control over the North Sea, and they collect more family members. As for the suffering people of the North Sea, they will endure a little longer. Once he unifies the world and initiates the era of pacifist machine labor, they will be liberated. Nordis is now ruled by a child king above, while below lies the Germa War Exchange. The port town of Spydamels, the stronghold of the Donquixote family. Doflamingo, I have returned. Treble has already set out. Doflamingo gazed meaningfully at Diamante, who had returned not only because his abilities would be needed for the upcoming Sky Island operation, but also because his body had been lacking the tempering of life and death for over 4 months. He sneered and said, Fufufu Diamante, your training, which was supposed to occur every 4 months, is 15 days late. String fruit artificial muscle arm enhancement. Feeling Doflamingo's gaze, a sense of foreboding arose in Diamante's heart. He suddenly remembered the happy Treble he had just encountered after setting sail. Looking at his increasingly round and thick black and hard arms, his heart skipped a beat. Psychological shadows began to surface, prompting him to defend himself. Wait, Doflamingo, I was only. Coldly uttering this phrase, Doflamingo vanished from his spot. Boom. Just aboard the ship, Treble looked toward the source of the loud noise, seeing Diamante being thrown away, shivering as he walked. Donquixote Doflamingo dominating the North Sea. Donquixote family, North Sea villains, year of the sea 1495, birthplace Holy Land Mariewa. On the red line, skills: conquerors, Haki, mastered martial arts somewhat, accomplished navy, 6 powers somewhat, accomplished navigation, mastered armament, Haki, mastered observation, Haki, mastered advanced technique, forced emotional resonance, fruit, string fruit, perfected talent, strong achievements, filial piety after father's death, king of the North Sea available. To claim king of the North Sea, Germa 66, is the whip in your hand, the economy is your toy, the king is your card, the North Sea sleeps in your woven nightmare, the North Sea underworld begins with you. You are the true, uncrowned king of the North Sea. You may choose one of the following 3 rewards: 1. Strengthening conquerors, Haki; 2. Observation, Haki; listening to the voices of all things; 3. A devil form. Finally, achieved a milestone. It has been 4 years. If it weren't for my brother being my own flesh and blood, raised like a son, I would have really considered killing a few to gain buffs. Seeing the achievement that appeared again after 4 years, Doflamingo was somewhat excited, as the criteria for this achievement were exceedingly difficult. It took controlling most of the arms market in the North Sea to unlock it. After calming down, he looked at the 3 rewards, and Doflamingo fell into deep thought. It seems the more I control, or rather the more I conquer, it truly serves as a method of training for Conqueror's Haki. There are many more places awaiting my notification, so I do not need to strengthen Conqueror's Haki for now. As for listening to the voices of all things, it is undoubtedly the best choice to unravel the unsolved mysteries of this world. However, the primary goal is to reach the Sky Island. Enel appears young, but he is only 2 years younger than me. I really do not know when he consumed the rumble fruit. His current strength is also an unknown. Although he currently possesses armament Haki, which allows him to grasp the elementalization of Logia-type powers. The string fruit, however, does not possess the extreme immunity against lightning and high temperatures like Luffy's. As for devil form, it is an extraordinarily gifted ability of Douglas Bullet. It can merge one's Haki with their body, significantly enhancing speed and strength. Combined with muscle enhancement, it undoubtedly further strengthens explosive power. However, Enel is unaware that Haki can counter elementalization. If this mode can merge Conqueror's Haki and master Haki binding, it would undoubtedly be a leap towards greatness. Worth a try. Devil form. After exiting the dream space, Doflamingo did not continue to sleep. He woke up decisively. With a low shout, new power was activated. Doflamingo sat cross-legged, sensing the changes in his body. His Haki, whether observation, armament, or Conqueror's Haki, gradually merged with his body. Unlike previous sensations for Doflamingo, whose robust physique stems from his strong talent, armament, Haki naturally possessed him, resembling a force that naturally developed when the body reached a certain strength. It is somewhat akin to the internal force cultivated by martial arts masters in ancient tales formed from within and radiating outward. As for Conqueror's Haki, based on his rudimentary understanding, it does not necessarily represent conquest, just as his initial outburst did not. The fiercest feeling within is the desire to kill coupled with the thirst to survive. It is the preliminary manifestation of the soul's will interfering with the external world. Observation Haki, on the other hand, represents the soul's will's perceptive capacity toward the outside world. Now the power of will combined with armament Haki truly integrates into every single cell of his body. Power is surging, increasing, soaring. This is unparalleled power. Doflamingo could not help but reveal a sunny fufufu. 2 months later. Time has crossed into the year 1496. The imbalance caused by the collision between Roger and the Golden Lion has finally begun to settle down, leading to a new equilibrium in the New World. On the Navy side, the reputations of the 3 monster vice-admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, have gradually spread across the seas, temporarily filling the void left by Admiral Zephyr's retirement. This has redirected the Navy's focus back to the 4 seas. At Navy headquarters Marineford, Kong looked at the intelligence dispatched by the world government, his brow furrowing. He glanced at the only available chief of staff, Tsuru. Germa 66 is wandering around the North Sea, attacking and invading multiple countries as a member of the world government. Tsuru, you should make a trip this time. Also investigate the masterminds behind the wars in various North Sea nations. At the age of 16, Donquixote Doflamingo successfully reached the height of a general, and his development showed no signs of stopping. Just like his tentacles in the underworld, he had already extended into the other 3 seas in the first half of the Grand Line. As for the elusive peak of the West Sky, he had lost his patience. Originally, he had planned to ascend to the Sky Island before Roger to uncover the location of Baika and the situation with Inaru. However, the news of the fierce battle between the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates had already spread across the seas. It indicated that the will of D was about to be defeated by Odin's spirit, and Roger had been cursed. He publicly knelt down to invite the foolish Kazuki Odin aboard. He was ready to embark on a new voyage through the Grand Line. All he needed to do was follow closely behind Roger. Thus, Donquixote Doflamingo decided to set off personally. 10 days later in the Grand Line, boom. The ocean current, which originally flowed downstream, now surged upwards with waves crashing into the sky, reaching the heavens. This place, though defying logic, possessed a uniquely majestic scenery that could only be found at the upside-down mountain, where the 4 seas converged. What a miraculous place. Doflamingo stood atop the head of the flamingo, unable to suppress his awe. Although he had seen such a spectacle in videos, experiencing this magnificent scenery firsthand felt entirely different. Not only were there natural wonders, but the currents of the 4 seas and the Grand Line converged and rose and sank here due to climate temperature changes, providing the ships with natural power to navigate up and down. Moreover, there were also miraculous feats of human endeavor. All 5 wide paths of the upside-down mountain had been painstakingly excavated by human hands. Despite the presence of capable individuals, establishing passageways in such an environment was indeed no easy task. Hey, I say, Doflamingo, look, these are the pathetic failures. The restless Tory Pole spoke while pointing at the wreckage of ships on either side of the canal. Every year, half of the pirates attempting to leap over the upside-down mountain to explore the Grand Line would be lost here, completely merging with this place. Torpal, don't look at the failures beneath our feet, focus on the victors ahead. Where has the Roger pirates appeared? Doflamingo gazed upwards without a glance. Only the strongest were his targets. Doflamingo, the Roger pirates arrived at water 7 days ago. Whiskey Peak, the first island among the 7 routes of the Grand Line, with mountains resembling 2 gigantic spherical cacti growing together. Pirates are coming. Oh. As they looked at the approaching Numancia Flamingo, the residents of the small town gathered at the port were filled not with fear and panic, but with a warm welcome. Doflamingo, the people here seem a bit strange. They are not afraid of pirates. Pika glanced at the pirate flag fluttering atop the mast, feeling somewhat puzzled. The towns he had experienced in the past always harbored immense malice towards pirates. Before Doflamingo could respond, Diamante, who had traversed the Grand Line, scoffed at this. Don't be naive, Pika. These people might already be checking the bounty on your head. Look at the weapons they conceal at their waists. This is a famous gathering place for bounty hunters. Whiskey Peak. Gee. Fufufu indeed, and given their notorious reputation, there should be shadows of the nearby Navy branch behind them. This is a good place, Pika. Let's wipe them out and establish a new order. Whoosh. Bang. Listen up. We are the Donquixote family, and from now on we take over this town. The well-developed Pika, standing at 4 meters tall, smashed down at the port, his roar echoing throughout the entire town. After a moment of silence, all the bounty hunters burst into laughter, pointing at Pika. Puhaha. You're killing me. Pirate sir, is this your performance? Please enter the town, haha, we have prepared food and wine for you. Haha, of course today this town belongs to you. Feeling the rising fury from Pika, Doflamingo spoke softly. Fufufu, there are foolish beings everywhere. Pika, go unleash your anger. But remember to leave some useful people behind. Yes, Doflamingo. Pika nodded, and before the astonished eyes of the whiskey residents, he sank into the ground. No, he's gone. The ridiculous giant disappeared. Could he be a devil fruit user? The ground is shaking. Even in the first half of the Grand Line, there was a basic understanding of the marvelous powers of the devil fruits, but they realized too late that Pika was indeed a devil fruit user. The Pika, who had always detested being mocked, was completely enraged and unleashed his most powerful strike. Stone. Although Pika had not yet reached the heights he would later achieve, the power he wielded against Whiskey Peak surpassed their wildest imaginations. Two thick, hard stone pillars erupted beside the crowd. What is this, devil? Before they could react, dozens of stone spikes protruded from the circular cross-section of the pillars, and the two stone pillars collided with a thunderous crash. In the blink of an eye, the once boisterous port was left with nothing but rotten flesh and ruins. Oh, it hurts my leg. It's gone, everything is gone. Hey, this is the fate of those who underestimate the Donquixote family. Fufufa set sail. Pika, after taking over here, come find us at Pressure Island. Pressure Island, which was once one with the Sky Island 400 years ago, appeared as a giant skull. The golden city named Shandora is located here. Due to tectonic movements in the seabed, the half of Shandora was thrust 1.0 meters high into the sky. The remaining half on the ground not only serves as a necessary route to the Sky Island, but is also one of the main pathways. Over time, it became a gathering place for pirates, the Magu town. It is a very suitable place for arms trading. As for why, after 400 years of this island that soared into the sky still hovers above Pressure Island, it might be due to the immense gravitational pull in the world of One Piece. Looking at the enormous figure appearing among the clouds and the distant, vaguely visible land, Fufufu, we finally arrived at the place. The descendants of Mont Blanc must still be dreaming of becoming pirates. Doflamingo, lying on the head of the flamingo, perked up, stopped doing push-ups, and stood up. From the North Sea to the upside-down mountain, and then to Pressure Island, this long journey of over a month. Although every day he could kill time by beating up Diamante and others, the human longing for land is unstoppable, just like the pursuit of the hidden village for their homeland Appiato. As everyone knows, there are two ways to reach the Sky Island. The first method is the mysterious peak of the West Heaven. The second method is the enchanting and magical sky current, but this is not the choice of Doflamingo. It's not because of the extremely high mortality rate. He can fly and is not afraid of anything. It's just that without a navigator like Nami, his sailing skills aren't that impressive. Otherwise, he could have experienced the sensation of flying a ship. One can only say that Nami's talent is terrifying. But today Doflamingo is about to carve out his own path to the skies. Skyway to the heavens. The flamingo has already sailed beneath the thick layer of the Emperor clouds. The entire sky is devoid of light, appearing extremely oppressive. Snap. The flamingo, MINI, piloted by Torpal, split away from the main ship's cabin. Torpal, the town of Mogu is in your hands now. Don't worry, Doflamingo, the town of Mogu will bear our family's mark, Torpal assured confidently, but couldn't help but Doflamingo, does the Sky Island really exist? Of course, Roger must have enjoyed this divine land. Let me take it for myself. After assigning Torpal, Doflamingo turned to look at the two behind him, gazing at the night sky beneath the Emperor clouds. Diamante Lauji, do you understand what we need to do? Leave it to me, Doflamingo. Responding with a muffled voice, the battle-hardened Diamante touched the deck, activating his paramecia type. Floating under the effect of the floating fruit, the Nemanthia flamingo instantly became as light as silk, yet its strength remained unchanged. Young master, I am ready, replied the burly man with rabbit ears. Lauji. Good. Today let us soar into the skies. Thinking of what was to come, Doflamingo felt a surge of excitement rush to his head, his lips instinctively curling into a smile. In the next moment, countless threads exploded from his body, not only securing the two, but also firmly locking himself. The threads extended to the low-hanging clouds. They contracted. Whoosh. Accompanied by a tremendous sound of breaking air, the light flamingo ascended rapidly into the sky like a giant kite. Ahaha, the sky should belong to me, Doflamingo. Yo, haha, we're in the sky, Doflamingo, we're flying. Gee. He is expected of Doflamingo. Torpal, holding the ship's helm, looked at the soaring flamingo with Appiato. This once primitive island in the Qinghai is now situated high above the White Sea. The clouds of the White Sea flow through the jungles, adding a touch of dreaminess. At this moment, events occurring in the White Sea beside Appiato disrupted this beauty. Boom. The blue high-temperature ion flames shot from the rocket launcher modified by wind shell traversed the battlefield. Ah! Both the Divine Guardian Corps and the fleeing Sandia descendants fell into the flames with scorched areas emitting a fragrant aroma. Gone foul. Give us back our land. A warrior resembling the battle demon Weiba from 25 years later carried a rocket launcher with the wind shell at his feet, blasting high-speed winds propelling him rapidly towards the night, soaring in the sky. Riding the pink-spotted dead fish-eyed Pegasus, the heavily armored burly knight was none other than the god of the Sky Island, Gone Foul. He not only cared for the people of Angel Island, but also long protected the precious lands from Qinghai, a rare benevolent deity. Unfortunately, just like Washington was a good president for America, but not for the Native Americans. Pierre charge. Pierre. The bird Pierre, who had consumed the mame fruit, let out a unique call, and then sped up in response to the command. With Gone Foul's massive knight's lance accelerating, he charged into the crowd of Sandia guerrillas like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, sending those hit flying. Seeing his comrades lose their fighting power, Kaga's eyes widened in anger. Note 1. Even with the assistance of Wind Shell and Cloud Shell, it was hard to chase Gone Foul, who moved freely in the sky. Looking at the vengeful gazes of the Sandia descendants who had lost their resistance, Gone Foul revealed a look of pity and offered a kind warning. Kaga, do not let pain and hatred continue. Retreat with your people. I am also working on Appiato. At this moment, a sudden shadow loomed over the battlefield of the two. Rain clouds. Both sides of the a large ship gradually descended from the sky. As everyone witnessed this surreal scene, they felt a mix of confusion. Pirates from Qinghai. Why? The Angel's Gate did not issue a warning. Gonfal was somewhat puzzled. Whether through the sky current or high-speed air routes, one must pass through the heavenly gate of the White Sea to reach the White Sea. Because there are these sea stone pyrobrine particles in the sea cloud White Sea and White Sea. Thus Doflamingo is directly climbing outside the Emperor Cloud layer. Naturally, without passing through the Emperor Cloud, he has climbed straight to the top layer. Seeing the aftermath below, Doflamingo did not expect to encounter such a good opportunity upon his arrival. Doflamingo, is this the Sky Island? What a dreamy sight. Despite having witnessed the biodiversity of the White Sea along the way, Diamante's face was filled with astonishment as he gazed at the distant islands. As an old pirate who has traveled the New World, Lao Ji had never seen such beauty. Recalling the legends of the North Sea, he spoke with a sense of yearning. Young master, the Grand Line has never had such magnificent sights. The land of gold might just be here. Of course, but this place will be marked with my name, Doflamingo. As he looked at the approaching flamingo head Gonfal, and the others finally saw the newcomers. A tall man with a pink feather coat wearing a dark red suit and red sunglasses, exuding an unsettling aura. Behind him stood two burly men. One was tall and thin, dressed in a black suit with a cloak, wielding a long western sword. The other wore what appeared to be a comical rabbit hat, yet his muscular build indicated unmatched strength. This feels completely different from Roger and the others. As they drew closer, a strong sense of crisis spread in Gonfal and Kaga's hearts as they exchanged glances. Originally enemies, the two simultaneously launched an attack on Doflamingo. The cloud shell shot out clouds rapidly under Kaga's powerful strike, leaving a path of clouds in the air, while Kaga's sliding shoes sprayed wind, propelling him along the clouds. With the operation of the flying shell attached to his feet, he leaped towards the ship. Gonfal, riding Pierre, began a straight charge, arriving ahead of time. In the blink of an eye, he approached Doflamingo at the bow of the ship. Assault shell. Oh, instead of fleeing, you're coming. Looking at the two attacking him, Doflamingo never expected such benefits from being so fearsome. He couldn't help but burst into what a thoughtful gift. I was still pondering what crime to accuse you of. How about attacking the future god of the Sky Island? Diamante, Lao Ji, take them down. Oh, just leave them half crippled. Yes, young master, Doflamingo, leave it to us. Battle ready. Guard with fists, the mark of G. Lao Ji's muscled form swelled and bulged, the red and blue lightning-stitched garment straining as if about to tear. His gargantuan fists, swollen to ironous thickness, rose before his head, shaping into a G as he charged like a knight's lance toward Gonfur. Boom. Crack. Impossible, thought Gonfur as he watched his battle-hardened lance fracture under the impact. Horror. There was no time to fall back. The mark of G smashed like a force of nature across the steel helm. Gonfur's whole body, with Pierre beneath him, hurtled down onto the solid island cloud below. Lao Ji, stepping with the moonstep, followed in pursuit, his swollen iron-like fists hammering relentlessly. Thud after thud. Kajia, a heartbeat too late, could only watch the divine figure plummet. There was no time for thought or hesitation. Bearing the tremendous strain in his arm from using the Paiji Bay, he bore down toward the approaching Diamandi. Seeing the threatening radiance around Kajia's hand, Diamandi gave no sign of evasion. He drew the slim sword at his waist and slashed straight at Kajia. Kajia stamped on the foam bay beneath his feet and drove forward, his surge gaining speed. He brushed past the leisurely blade, and as his arm neared the suited man, a pleased expression crossed his face. The next instant, the man's body twisted into an unnatural Z, violating all ergonomics, and struck empty air. A devil fruit user. Kajia was briefly bewildered, then instantly raised his right hand again, still bearing the Paiji Bay. Observing the baffled expression on Kajia's face, Diamandi offered a mocking smile. Ha ha ha, your attacks are utterly useless against my Pyong fruit and my paper creations. And little brother, did you truly dodge me? Swoosh. The slender western blade bent and recoiled, slicing the air with a keening whistle, and cut into Kajia before he could evade. Blood spurted forth. Kajia's limp body fell from the sky. Watching the duel, Doflamingo nodded inwardly with Lao Ji was a seasoned pirate of the New World, not one of those newcomers who merely took a single swing through those seas. His fighting was clean, efficient, and unhesitating. Yet the summit of the future loomed ahead, unless one were bolstered by a fruit. Doflamingo was not the sort to force his will on others. If a man refused a fruit, he would not be compelled. Besides, Doflamingo was far too old. As for Diamandi, the marriage of the Pyong fruit and the 6 techniques was serviceable, but his swordsmanship remained, as ever, lamentably inadequate. Looking down at the divine guards and the Shandia guerrillas, their faces white with fear, Doflamingo spoke softly. Go and notify all the residents of Tianshur Island and your Yunin village. Your new god has arrived. I do not wish anyone to be absent. And master, could we be allowed to treat the wounded? Of course, I am a merciful. Doflamingo's proclamation spread swiftly among all the inhabitants of this sky island. Gonfur and Kajia, one revered by Tianshur Island as a god, the other the strongest warrior among the Shandia remnants. Yet even these two could not withstand a couple of blows from his subordinates, let alone Doflamingo, who had not lifted a finger. All the Tianshur Islanders and the Shandia people soon gathered in the pale sea near Apiaduo. The two groups stood clearly apart. They stared at the Helienio hovering in the sky and the 3 mummies suspended midair. This unknown power painted terror across their faces. They had no sense of what future awaited them. Watching the teeming crowd below, they felt the rising tides of suspicion, fear. Doflamingo shifted his step. Supported by transparent threads, he strolled through the air. To the onlookers he appeared as a true god descended upon the world. The scorching air quivered, blackened lightning streaked through the atmosphere, and an immense, unseen momentum burst forth. For an instant the residents below felt as if a beast pressed against their throats, chilling them to the marrow. The intense pressure nearly knocked them unconscious. Their bodies froze like clay effigies, unwilling to move, pupils constricted, and cold sweat slicked their brows. Seeing the people's reactions, Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. A sunny smile appeared on his face as he began to speak. Heh, heh, heh. Seeing you rouse yourselves delights me. I expect you to listen carefully to what follows. My name is Tangjai Doflamingo from the Qinghai below. Just now your god, and your greatest warrior dared to offend me, but as a merciful man I forgave their transgression. By your own customs, having defeated your god, I am now your new god. Any objections? The Tianchi Islanders and the Shandia people exchanged uneasy glances. With 3 mummies hanging in the air and Doflamingo's presence rendering them nearly immobile, no one voiced opposition. Very well. It seems none of you contests my becoming the new god of the Sky Islands. Henceforth the Shandia and the Tianchi Islanders shall together draw a full stop to 400 years of strife. From this day on this place shall bear a new name Tangjai. Years earlier Doflamingo had given serious thought to his ambitions for his grand design. The Sky Islands must be unified. Not only Tianchi Island and Apiaduo, but many others as well. The Shandia remnants' demands were easily met. Grant them land on Apiaduo to settle. Gold meant little to them, and even if they cared, such wealth would not sway Doflamingo's will. The Tianchi Islanders had offered little resistance during Enel's 6-year rule. Under Doflamingo, they would be no different. As for conflicts after unification, for centuries of warfare have left deep grudges, and some will be unable to let go. But such matters did not concern Doflamingo. Those who clung to hatred and caused trouble would be exiled to Qinghai and never return. The compliant reared for a decade or 2 would mostly forget. If some truly wished for death, so be it. One cannot stop a soul bent on perishing. Replicants from the North Sea were already at work. When one batch died, another more useful would take its place. And the petty coins in their hands. The Sky Islands were destitute, robbery was the lowest path to wealth, and he despised such trifles. Their labor was worth more than the money they clutched. With that thought, Doflamingo added, the lands of Apiaduo may be freely accessed provided the local ecology is. Apio's gigantified creatures were of great importance. This was his prearranged biological testing ground. As for the fate of those curious enough to enter, they would earn their deaths, let the beasts be fed. He delivered the initial decrees for the 2 peoples to digest. He left 2 men Diamandi among them to ensure Conqueror and Kajia remained lucid. Doflamingo alone ascended the colossal vines of Apiaduo that joined earth and sky. Climbing to the summit, he beheld upon a cloud islet the Xiangwala lamp, the Huangjin bell. Dong dong dong. The bell's deep toll resonated through the clouds. The 2 dazed groups on Tianchi Island suddenly turned toward the sound. Though some had never heard it, they recognized the tolling of the Huangjin bell. Tears brimmed in the eyes of the Shandia remnants. The grievously wounded Kajia and Conqueror stirred as the bell rang. 400 years, Xiangwala's light is kindled once more. The Huangjin bell. It's the Huangjin bell. Above the Qinghai Sea. Stop joking, Kulikate. We don't have time to search for something that doesn't even exist. Are we just giving up on being pirates? Kulikate, you're a fraud just like your ancestors. The land of gold. It's a lie. Captain. Montblanc Kulikate, who had just disbanded his pirate crew in Magic Ancient Town, walking down the street, shoulders hunched, feeling utterly defeated and despondent, his mind echoed with the last scolding. Ding! The sound of the bell echoed in the sky, igniting a glimmer of hope in the despondent Kulikate's eyes. His ancestors did not lie. The missing land of gold had been carried up to the sky by the raging sea currents. He turned and shouted loudly towards his companions who hadn't walked far yet. Hey. The Sky Island, the land of gold, is on the Sky Island. My ancestor Roland did not lie. The land of gold exists. Should we go take a look together? In a bar in Magic Valley, Torpal, who was in the midst of a killing spree, paused and looked up at the sky. Hehehe, Doflamingo, just as I expected from you. The excitement of the Sky Islanders, the Shandians, and the descendants of Roland. Doflamingo was unaware. He gazed at the ruins of the city of Shandora below, which had yet to be ravaged by time. Looking at the information engraved by Roger and Uton, one question filled his mind. It was not the correct usage of Poseidon the Sea King, nor was it about how to reach Raftel. But how did Roger manage to resist crashing into this bell? Such a smooth, bright, and shiny golden bell. Did he not want to take a picture of it? Or did he not see it at that time? But the observation Haki had already sensed this excitement that had been pinned up for 400 years. A tremendous force unimaginable to ordinary people was writhing and crawling on the Sky Island, stirring up huge clouds of dust. Rapidly approaching his current location, his eyes caught a glimpse of a long blue figure. The arrival was none other than Nora, the Lord of the Sky, who had lived for 400 years. A giant serpent that could swallow dozens of people in one mouth, a kilometer long. Fufufa, finally hear my moving. Devil mode, string fruit, artificial muscle, full body enhancement, armed hardening. Nora's approach also excited the gold within the belly of the Lord of the Sky. He had been longing for it since arriving in this world. In devil mode, Haki and physical body merged into one, causing his body to swell even further. Then endless threads emerged wrapping around Doflamingo's body, enhanced by armed Haki, resembling a venomous battle armor. Fufufu, today I shall tear apart the King of the Sky. Feeling the power swelling within him 10 times, or even 9 times greater than before, Doflamingo turned his head, a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Watching the excited Doflamingo and sensing the palpable danger through beastly instincts, Nora's previously excited mood suddenly calmed. His actions shifted from extreme motion to complete stillness, exhibiting the wisdom gained from 400 years of survival. Ugh! With a movement of his throat, he spat out rubble and fragments of buildings. Amidst the rubble and debris, there was an abundance of gold. Seeing Nora's actions and the vast amount of gold, Doflamingo's preparation for an attack momentarily froze. Even though he knew Nora stored the gold of Shandora, within him witnessing it firsthand was utterly shocking. This situation was beyond anything he had ever seen. As time passed, the debris and rubble slowly disappeared, leaving behind a massive cascade of gold pouring out from the serpent's mouth. Then, bowing his head and lying on the ground, he merely gazed at the flames of Shandora in Nora's hand. Oh my, such a well-timed exchange, who I feel embarrassed to kill. Does this imply an exchange? Nora, let's play your favorite game. Knowing Nora's intelligence, without waiting for a response, Doflamingo hurled the golden bell in his hand. Roar! Nora let out an excited roar, and his massive tail struck the approaching golden bell. Ding 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 ding. With such force, Toripole will surely be pleased. Catching the giant bell that came at him like a cannonball, Doflamingo threw it back into the distance. Nora twisted his head and chased after the golden bell like a dog playing with a frisbee. On the other side, the Shandian survivors of Cloud Hidden Village, listening to the ringing bells, transitioned from excitement to numbness. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the clouds, making the sky island appear even more dreamlike. Oh my, this child did not grow in vain. His stamina is truly impressive. Watching the exhausted Nora, who lay panting, Doflamingo also let out a sigh of relief. The stamina of such a colossal creature was unimaginable. This game would be added to the family training. Nora felt joy. Family members gained physical training. The Shandians underwent desensitization training. All parties had a bright future. 2 months later, outside Angel Island, the cloud processing factory has been established. Looking at the newly established factory, whether it was the Sky Islanders or the Shandian survivors, or rather the Donquixote people, they were all particularly excited. Oh, another avenue for work had opened. In the Palace of the Gods, Doflamingo lay on the ample bosom of the celestial maiden contributed by the Sky Island, nodding in satisfaction as he watched the footage transmitted by the camera snail. In these 2 months, the new Donquixote Kingdom was established, followed by the founding of the Donquixote Sky Island Civil Affairs Department, Artificial Shellfish Farming Factory, and Aerial Road Department. The Civil Affairs Department of the Sky Island, led by the former Sky Island deity Conqueror and the Old Chieftain. The main function of this department is to maintain stability and prevent turmoil. People must learn the skills of self-management. How Conqueror and the Old Chieftain manage their fellow compatriots is, if turmoil arises, he will resort to exile, and in severe cases blood will be shed on the Sky Island. The people of the Sky Island do not wish to reside in this paradise. There are plenty of those who suffer from pirate invasions in Qinghai who would want to live here. At present, both parties were doing quite well. The Artificial Shellfish Farming Factory, as the name suggests, was created to cultivate various shellfish from the Sky Island. Not seeking to cultivate lethal shellfish, various kinds of everyday shellfish were guaranteed to be bestsellers in Qinghai, especially since they could be marketed as noble products. The Aerial Road Department was primarily responsible for laying down new canals. The high roads and aerial routes had already been damaged quite a bit. It's no wonder he couldn't find the West Heaven Summit that Rao Ji and others had been searching for. Initially, no one came to these two factories. A month ago, Diamante transported the first batch of Qinghai decorations, clothing, sea boats, and weapons, selling them exclusively for Qinghai currency, berries refusing to acknowledge the Sky Island's ace currency. As for transportation, the float fruit countered the weight of the cargo ships. Once the octopus baron was installed, they ascended to their destination. Although the Sky Island had accumulated a considerable number of people through the interactions with adventure-seeking pirates, most still held some Qinghai currency. However, once the money ran out, people began to seek work. Gradually, the Donquixote people discovered that working in the factory earned them more, and the working hours were only 8 hours. 2 days later, Apire Island. Dozens of gigantic sea snails docked beneath the vines, gnawing at the branches and leaves extending from the vines. Deep within the vine cloud, Vinsmoke, Judge's new laboratory. After becoming a subordinate of Donquixote, he had unlocked a brand new developmental mode. But as he flew up to the Sky Island, coupled with the ocean beneath the vines that resembled gold, Vinsmoke Judge was still Now Vinsmoke Judge's equipment development had become increasingly exquisite, adorned with a golden helmet symbolizing royalty, and his originally silk uniform now exhibited a metallic sheen, while the spear of his staff crackled with arcs of electricity, showcasing its destructive power. Seeing Judge, who had upgraded from a shotgun to a cannon, still lost in thought, Doflamingo pointed at the 2 experimental beds bound with the original guide bird of the pressurized island and the giant version of the Sky Island guide bird, interrupting Judge's daydream. How is it, Judge? Is the abundance of pyrobroin particles from the sea stone in the environment a potential cause for the gigantism of these creatures? This is not merely Doflamingo's random speculation. It's important to note that these two are the same species, differing only in their growth environments, leading to a significant disparity in their size and capabilities. Not only these two, but also the unique changes in Nora, the King of the Skies, illustrate this point. Nora's ancestors. As for why Nora was not displayed here, firstly, it is because Doflamingo has a sense of duty towards his friends. Secondly, whether as a family fitness trainer or a unique specimen to be cherished, Nora is extremely valuable. Vinsmoke Judge snapped back to reality, examining the pressurized island version of the guide bird and the giant version of the Sky Island guide bird, which were bound to the two experimental beds. Entering work mode, he retrieved his scalpel and calmly spoke. The most straightforward answer is to allow their bodies to inform. Seeing Vinsmoke Judge get to work, Doflamingo embraced his role as the boss and continued to present new tasks. How about adjusting the pyrobrine particle extraction from the sea stone through cloud processing technology? How long will it take to create a controllable hot air balloon that I mentioned last time? Without even lifting his head as he began to dissect Vinsmoke, Judge replied, Doflamingo, I need more manpower to assist, otherwise it will be challenging to handle the numerous projects and the attack missions you have assigned. No problem, the search for scientists in the North Sea has already begun. Punk Hazard is my next target and Vegapunk and Caesar are already in my grasp. As for the attack missions, there shouldn't be any in the near future. Doflamingo paid little heed to Vinsmoke Judge's somewhat resentful words. Without waiting for a response, he shifted to another topic. Judge, 2 Sky Islands were discovered on the newly repaired high-speed aerial road. The nearest one can be reached in 2 days. As for your Germa Kingdom, as the rebellious faction that once dominated the North Sea for 66 days, the world government will never allow you to own land in the seas below. Hearing this, Judge's body stiffened while holding the scalpel. He understood that Doflamingo was speaking the truth, a reality he had long been unwilling to accept. But there is no world government here, only me, Donquixote Doflamingo. How about I allow you to use that nearest Sky Island to establish your kingdom? The 2 Sky Islands situated along the high-speed aerial route had already been conquered under Toripal's leadership a month ago. As for strength, it can only be said that the Sky Island lacks absolute strongmen. As for size, as long as the technology to modify the pyrobrine particle condensation core is mastered, Cloud Islands this technology already exists in the Sky Island itself. Upon hearing these heavenly words, Judge's hands, which were cutting organs, trembled, piercing through the heart, fresh bird blood splattering across his face. Looking at the blood in his protective goggles, Judge seemed to see the migrations of the Germa Kingdom in his childhood, like rootless migratory birds with no stopovers. He uttered a confirming phrase. All right, boss. Very well, the other Sky Island shall be named Germa. Walking out of the laboratory, Doflamingo wore a silent smile. Ever since he met Vinsmoke Judge, he had been using observation Haki to sense Judge's mindset. The thirst for personal power, dissatisfaction with the world government, the hope for the re-establishment of Germa, and a mix of fear and gratitude towards him leading to the current reverence. Fufufu. As humans, there will always be desires. Sometimes they are for wine, sometimes for women, for glory, kingship, divinity, family, dreams, power, and offspring. These desires drive us. They are what drive humanity. Yoha, Doflamingo, we've struck it rich, Doflamingo. Doflamingo. Is this the legendary land? The land of gold turned out to be in the heavens, and not a lie. Torpal, who was already foolish, looked even more daft with his mouth gaping wide open. Young master, in my 40-plus years of seafaring, I have never seen such a massive amount of gold. Diamante, Torpal, Rao G each had different reactions, yet all proved the impact of this enormous gold in front of them. Crack. Seeing the expressions displayed by the 3, Doflamingo pressed down on the camera in his hand. Ignoring the 3's resentful expressions, he pointed towards the ocean of gold. Go choose a portion for yourselves as a reward from the family. Would Doflamingo. Doflamingo. Young master, your generosity is truly admirable. After a moment, Toripal's 10 fingers were adorned with gemstones of various colors, and his original wooden staff was replaced with a golden scepter inlaid with gems at the tip. Diamante directly made a new cape out of gold, flamboyantly swaying side to side. The seasoned Rao G merely added a bit more wealth to his already conspicuous belt. Watching the satisfied expressions of the 3 and the increasingly reverent emotions emanating from them, Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction, gathering the 3 and soaring towards the newly constructed palace of the gods. Lazily lying on the broad cloud seat, Doflamingo finally turned to the contented Torpal, inquiring about the affairs of the North Sea. Torpal, how is the withdrawal of the North Sea family weapon manufacturing industry going? Hehehe, Doflamingo, as you said, after the Nordic royal family faced trouble, they began to tighten up. Now there are only a few port nations left near Spotamire, with some being transported to the pressurized island. Doflamingo, the naval branch near the pressurized island has already agreed to cooperate. However, the naval chief of staff Crane is conducting a large-scale sweep of the North Sea, and panicked pirates are flooding towards the Grand Line. This has affected most of the business. At this moment, Crane is heading to Nord-D's on behalf of the world government. Good job. Inform Pika that when the last batch passes through Whiskey Peak, they can head to the pressurized island. It's fine if the matters on Whiskey Island are not yet resolved. As for Crane, no need to worry about her. The destruction of the 4 nations of Nord-D's has nothing to do with us. And Judge, she will find it even harder to locate. Hehehe, Doflamingo, all of this relies on your extraordinary foresight. Toripal wore a flattering smile. The Germa Kingdom's attack on the royal family of the world government member nations, while simultaneously eliminating 4 of them. It was destined that the North Sea would attract the attention of the world government. And as an arms dealer in the North Sea, even if the Navy's focus was not on the 4 seas at that time, he had already taken the initiative to begin the industrial transition. Nodding in satisfaction, Doflamingo turned to Diamante and inquired, Diamante, how is the sale of the defective Sky Island shells in the sea going? Tightening his golden cape, Diamante stepped forward to respond. Doflamingo, Jorah, and Mabais have achieved great success selling them in the Alabasta Kingdom and the Iron Barrel Kingdom near the pressurized island. Your decision regarding the cultivation of Sky Island shells has proven to be immensely wise, containing boundless wealth. The islands of Qinghai are incredibly diverse despite the existence of advanced technology. The complex and ever-changing ocean currents, weather, and magnetic fields have caused some nations to still live in the Middle Ages. Meanwhile, the Sky Island shells, with their extremely simple operability and portability, will become a new favorite among the people of Qinghai, following the telephone snail. Very well, don't forget to inform the nobles of various nations that better things are coming in the future. The capital of the Seven Seas. As an island that sinks every year, there are still vast swathes of land. It does not yet have the rich city waterways of Venice after more than 20 years. In the year before the Pirate King ignited the Great Era, as a world-renowned shipyard, the bustling trade caravans flowed incessantly. At the dock near the garbage station. Hey, auntie, is this really a gift for me? Flam, holding a camera snail, was somewhat doubtful of his luck, having recently dealt with experimental bombs that kept exploding. Oh ho, really, this is the first prize. Jorah pointed at the specially made spinning wheel in her hand, her expression kind and amiable. Thank you, beautiful auntie. Oh ho, do you know that in the world's #1 beauty? Let me teach you how to use this shell. The merchant Jorah, wearing a gentleman's hat, guided the blue-haired child in front of her. I've learned it. By beautiful auntie. Wowus bega, Mr. Tom and Granny Conqueror, how amazing. This shell is just like... Flam, filled with gratitude, ran towards his family with the camera snail he had drawn in the lucky draw. Watching the figure in the distance, Jorah revealed a meaningful smile. 3 days later, the vast white clouds rolled like ocean waves, occasionally revealing flying fish and gigantic sea creatures. Yet they all kept their distance from the swiftly sailing ship, the Flare. This was due to Doflamingo unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. Sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship, Doflamingo felt a sense of boredom while observing the endless expanse of the White Sea. Sensing approaching footsteps, he spoke without turning his head. Torpal, has Crane left the North Sea? Well, I tell you no, Dofla. The turmoil in various countries has gradually stabilized after Germa's departure from the domestic situation. Torpal said, handing over the newspaper just printed by the transponder snail. And the Navy's chief strategist Crane is still tirelessly sweeping the North Sea. However, it seems he has set his sights on us. Dofla, this is the new newspaper sent by Rosinante. What an energetic old lady. After giving Crane a malicious remark, Doflamingo took the newspaper in front of him. The large, bold headlines on the newspaper instantly captured his attention. Evil Germa 66 soars through the sky, suspected to be allied with the Golden Lion pirates. Fufufufu, this is interesting. The Golden Lion. Contact Diamante on Pressure Island and have him relay the news to Gaji when he returns from Sky Island. Let's see who is currently in charge of the Nordic Kingdom. Senor Peak, who is currently the commander of the Royal Guard. Under the cover of Nordis, Crane has not raised any suspicions about him. Truly, he is one of the few reliable talents worth cultivating. Doflamingo smiled with satisfaction and ordered a truly dependable young man. Very well, grant him access to all 6 styles. All authority over the North Sea strongholds will be delegated to him, ensuring he guards the underground training base of the kingdom. The Crown Prince of Nordis is named Dick Wright. Have Peak teach him how to survive in this world. How about Pika at the Upside Down Mountain? Understood. As for Pika, after killing a group of oblivious bounty hunters, we have negotiated the share with the local naval branch, and we have currently taken a large portion. They are on their way to Pressure Island now. Good. Aside from what is allotted to the Navy, let the bounty hunters' leader take 1/10 of the Upside Down Mountain's profits so they learn to self-manage and protect their interests. Let the brothels and casinos open up, completely emptying them. What if there is a change in leadership, Dofla? Torpal turned his head, scanning the rigid thinking Torpal. Doflamingo, foolish, that means the new leader is more capable. If there are any rebellious ones, you know what to do. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, Torpal nodded in response. Understood, Dofla. Casually asked Jorah about the situation with Mabaya's contact in Sabaody regarding the fruit trade. Gulu. Doflamingo took out the transponder snail resembling Rosinante and answered the call. Moshi Rosin. Have you seen the recordings from the sound and visual snails I sent you about Sky Island? Was it fun? Very interesting, thank you, brother. Thanks to Crane's cleanup, the younger family members have safely arrived in Spatimers. However, the outbreak of lead poisoning in Fervans has been declared harmless and covered up by the world government alongside the royal family. Rosin, that's politics for you. Covering up problems instead of solving them. On the surface it seems stable, but in reality it has completely rotted away. On the other side, Rosinante fell silent upon hearing these words, his palm loosening and tightening repeatedly. Brother, I want to say Fervans. If you want to, then give it a try, Rosin. Sometimes solving problems requires dealing with the bothersome so-called nobility. After hanging up, Doflamingo wore a malicious smile. Fufufufu, Rosin, when you give it your all and find yourself powerless, only then, with a touch of ugly politics, can the most malicious flowers bloom. The changes in Fervans were naturally what he personally informed Rosinante about. This kindness from Rosinante could be the last brilliance of Fervans. Perhaps it could allow more people to survive in Fervans. These people who have lost everything will harbor the greatest hostility towards the world government. They will also be the cornerstone of his solid foundation. Putting away the transponder snail, Doflamingo gazed at the island of Pika, which revealed a hint of a trace, the towering gear tower at its center. Using Kinbunchika Haki to extend his senses forward, he sought to understand the situation on the island. Fufufa Torpal, there's something interesting. We'll go take a look. Although Pika was at an altitude of 10,000 meters like other sky islands, it was different from Angel Island and the two islands on the high-speed sky route. The other sky islands maintained a habit of interacting with and warmly welcoming the Blue Sea people. However, Pika was an extremely exclusionary island, rejecting all those without wings. They believed themselves to be the children of gods, with their pure and immaculate wings being the best characteristic. The wingless Blue Sea people were completely unaccepted. As for the wingless Sky Islanders, they were seen as sinful beings forsaken by the gods. And no matter how many times I see you, it's still disgusting. A wingless freak like you still wants to go to the endless land. Only we descendants of the gods have the right to go to the... It's the 1000th time, you damned guys. I remember everything you've done to me, and one day, I will destroy this place along with this island. The endless continent exists. Watching the violent crowd already walking away, Enel muttered curses under his breath. Although he had long earlobes representative of abundant blessings hanging down to his chest, what Enel currently faced was just brutal beatings. Skillfully tearing off the few remaining pieces of fabric on his body, Enel tied them to the bleeding area near his scapula. As for the bruises, they would heal quickly. Picking up the headscarf left by his mother, Enel then realized it had already become somewhat tattered. Enel suddenly found that he could barely remember his mother's appearance. As for his father, he had likely long died somewhere in the Blue Sea, as Enel had never seen him. With no time for sorrow, he tied his explosive hair with the headscarf, rubbed the bruised spots on. As for his father, he had likely long died somewhere in the Blue Sea, as Enel had never seen him. With no time for sorrow, he tied his explosive hair with the headscarf, rubbed the bruised spots on his legs, and prepared to leave. He still needed to search for food to survive another day. Swish. Sensing a slight sound of landing behind him, and the feeling of threat, Enel skillfully crouched down, covering his head, and curling up, awaiting the next beating. Fufufa, this is interesting just like it. The distinctive long earlobes and the scars on his body allowed Doflamingo to recognize the person curled up beside his feet. If I remember correctly, he should be about 2 years younger than me, yet he looks almost the same age as Rosin, who is 8. No wonder he only reaches 2 meters 66 due to malnutrition, and he looks weak. With the activation of Kinbunchiku Haki, Enel felt his body stiffen, as if the nightmares he had encountered flooded his mind. The tragedies caused by an irresponsible father, the death of his mother, being expelled, beaten, and hunted down. The initial thrill of killing islanders, the sense of achievement in unifying the underground world of the North Sea, the wonderful feelings of conquering the skies. Destruction, devastation. Enryu unknowingly opened his eyes, curled up on the ground, his limited view only allowing him to observe the tall, muscular figure radiating strength and the emptiness behind it. No wings. None of them have wings. In the scene I just perceived, everyone was wingless. Enryu's eyes, filled with a desire for destruction, momentarily froze as he stammered. What was that just now? Do all the people of Qinghai lack wings? Seeing the expression on Enryu's face, Doflamingo was increasingly pleased. He extended a finger and laughed heartily. Fufufu, this is the heart network you two possess, used to evade injuries, but in Qinghai, we call it Kinbunchiku Haki. This is just a special application of it. As for what you sense, that is my life. Wings are something that most of the people from Qinghai do not have, though a few rare special races do possess them. Your life. Looking at the tall and powerful figure of Doflamingo adorned in exquisite clothing and radiating danger, Enryu, with his bruised face, found it hard to believe. Could such a powerful person also have such a terrible past? Indeed, my life was also filled with a useless father, a deceased mother, and a first half spent living like a wild dog. The difference is that I, Donquixote Doflamingo, have crawled out of this mire of the human world. In response to the doubts conveyed by Enryu, Doflamingo affirmed, You, Enryu, do you want to carry my family's name and join me in turning this world upside down? Fufufu. Feeling overwhelmed by the massive influx of information, Enryu, guided by the emotions of Kinbunchiku, couldn't help. Good. At the coast of Baika, aboard the Flamingo. Hey Doflamingo, someone just saw our ship come ashore. Who is this little brat? Torpol looked curiously at the youthful figure behind Doflamingo. Does a gathering of antelopes pose a threat to a tiger? He is our new family member, named Enryu. Enryu, this is our family member Torpol. Doflamingo introduced Enryu, completely unconcerned with the threat mentioned by Torpol. Upon hearing the words, Torpol's pupils contracted. The current Donquixote family is based on contributions. It has been a long time since someone was directly allowed to join the family like this little brat. After scanning Enryu up and down, Torpol handed over food he had taken with his slimy hands. Hello Torpol, please have an apple. Young master, do you know about the infinite earth? Though Torpol's actions were filled with goodwill, the food wrapped in slime still made Enryu hesitate. After a slight pause, he offered his only possession in exchange. The infinite land is like the moon at night. Doflamingo, moon. Don't interrupt me, Torpol. Are you saying that flying to the moon is impossible from an island at 10,000 meters high? Doflamingo had no intention of explaining to Torpol's doubts at that moment. He turned to Enryu, breaking his fantasy, used to escape reality. However, the infinite land has already been developed into ruins by you moon dwellers, who otherwise you wouldn't have migrated here, and there may be other infinite lands in the universe, but we cannot know about them at this moment. And Qinghai has a new infinite land, the Red Earth, but for now it does not belong to me. At the center of Baika stood a towering gear tower. A winged deity made of gears adorned the upper part of the interior. Below the largest statue, the deity sat cross-legged with closed eyes, a massive golden scepter standing beside him. The bald-headed divine guards also sat in a meditative posture. The patrolling guards from the seaside rushed in, shattering the tranquility. Lord deity, pirates from Qinghai have landed. and that monster Enryu has allied with them. Landing from that side. From the western coast, my lord. Sink them, let them return to Qinghai. However, the infinite land is not without its merits. It not only has the technological cities left by your ancestors, which far surpass the riches left by your Baika, but it also offers opportunities to acquire living materials and technology from cosmic pirates. Tread, tread, tread. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Doflamingo and the others turned to look at the newcomer. Leading the group was a being with a bird head, its hair coiled into a bun adorned with red beads around its neck. Besides its original wings, it had a pair of slightly larger bird wings, and its wide black robe with golden edges indicated a different status beneath, which were bulging muscles, and it held a massive golden scepter in its left hand. Behind it was a row of neatly dressed divine guards, one of whom with a broad smile and holding a huge stick caught its the odd monk Urki. I must say the Sky Island is truly rich in resources. Just this era alone has the horse fruit, causality fruit, thunder fruit, and this unknown bird fruit. Seeing the dangerous aura emanating from Doflamingo at the ship's bow, the deity did not initiate an attack right away. Its beak slightly opened to issue a warning. Qinghai people, leave behind the Forsaken Ones and depart from here, or today you shall return to Qinghai. Looking at the proud, bird-headed monk, Doflamingo found it hard to understand such confidence. Is this the worth of a close? One could say he has a brain, but not much of it. A sinister smile crept across Doflamingo's lips as he dashed out. Fufufu, you dare to order me, threaten me. It seems you don't respect me much, Birdman. Is it your unnecessary wings that give you a sense of security? Overhit whip. A massive whip shot out from Doflamingo's hand, then slashed sideways, reaching the shore, cutting through the coconut trees, before, boom. The deity's pupils contracted as he witnessed the destructive power of the strike, and enormous wings unfurled to protect all the divine guards. Bang! The gigantic whip struck the large wings, merely severing a few feathers. Not bad, such defense. It seems you are no ordinary Zoan type, but an ancient type. A first-class bag of sand. Let's try this next. String fruit, arm muscle enhancement. Hearing the voice behind him, although the deity had long been secluded and thus did not understand what the ancient type meant to the people of Qinghai. Hello. But at this moment the deity was horrified. A roar erupted from his chest. Immediately after, it seemed as if countless writhing creatures were moving within his body. They writhed beneath his skin, sharp, glimmering scales and feathers bursting forth from every inch, and his body began. A gigantic humanoid bird stood firmly in place. In the next moment, the massive beast-human hybrid body was hurled like a cannonball, crashing towards the central tower. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening noise, the gear tower tilted slightly from the impact, smoke billowing up on the battlefield. The god guard, witnessing all this, showed signs of fear. In contrast, standing in the distance on the head of a flamingo, Enel, who had just moments ago been filled with worry, now wore an expression of excitement. Don't underestimate me, Qinghai people. God's claw strike. The god master roared, squeezing out a sound filled with rage. Immediately after, the god master's enormous, beastly form rose from the smoke, propelled by its wings spanning over 30 meters, soaring into the sky. Its sharp eyes locked onto the ground below, accelerating with ample kinetic energy, its metallic claws gripping the golden scepter as it plunged rapidly, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Feeling the wind rushing towards him, Donquixote Doflamingo grew increasingly excited, yearning for a more intense collision. Truly vibrant, it shows no significant reaction after taking this hit. Indeed, a paragon of the ancient Zoan-type abilities, armed and hardened. Doflamingo's own enhanced and robust form became even bulkier, his massive fists once again coated in a layer of black, making his entire arms seem forged from steel, brimming with primal strength. Bong! Accompanied by immense wind pressure, the golden scepter collided with the steel arm, producing the sound of metal. With the heavy pressure, Doflamingo resembled a nail, his feet beginning to sink into the sandy ground. Is this not an... Observing Doflamingo's unchanged expression, the god master felt an increasing weight in his heart. Die? Qinghai person. The god master raised his long, curved beak and lunged forward. His center of gravity was thrown off balance. Foolish birdman, I intended to play with you, line fruit. Leg muscle enhancement. In that moment of changing his action, Doflamingo had already seized the opportunity. Artificial muscle structures surged in his legs, matching those in his arms. The immense power surged like a hydraulic pump, his form stretched taut, like a bowstring, pushing the god master's body off kilter. The god master's pupils constricted, and with his limited combat experience, he sensed the crisis at hand. In the next second, Doflamingo appeared behind the god master, who had lost his balance. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, a large lump formed on the god master's furry head, and his beastly body was once again sent flying into the distance. Boom! The houses along the way and palm trees shattered as though treated like building blocks by a mischievous child. Watching the god master's body fly away, Doflamingo vanished from his original spot, rapidly closing in. No one understood better than him the importance of a finishing blow. Sticky cannon, haha, lost in battle. How long has it been since you truly fought? Terepel shot out blobs of slime, aimed at the dazed crowd. Ulki dodged the incoming slime, brandishing a wooden stick as he charged at Terepel. Observing the lack of domineering force in the attack, Terepel did not bother to evade. Puff! Ulki with his weapon kicked up a splash of slime before sinking into it. The immense strength of his body, empowered by the collection attack of the causality fruit, turned into futile effort. Meanwhile, the violence on the other side continued. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, the god master has fallen. Monster, someone save us. The civilians on the island fled in all directions, frightened by the commotion of the fierce battle. The Godmaster's avian head repeatedly made intimate contact with the ground at Doflamingo's hands. Weak, far too weak. It's a waste to have this ancient type on you. Please. Spare me, Qinghai person. It hurts so much. Feeling that his entire skeleton was nearly shattered, the Godmaster couldn't help but plead for mercy. Fufufu, you should say, please forgive my offense, I shall offer my loyalty. But it's fine, just spend the rest of your life in the laboratory, learning well. Feeling the malice emanating from the Godmaster and his insincere words, Doflamingo grew somewhat impatient. Some individuals simply cannot be subdued by mere beatings. Lifting his thigh as thick as an elephant's, he stomped down fiercely. Boom. Crack. With the Godmaster now unconscious from his body being crushed into a state of pulverized bones, and the golden scepter hanging behind him, Doflamingo stepped onto the air path, flying out of the ruins he had created. As for why he didn't kill, Doflamingo had consumed the line fruit, not the dark fruit, and thus lacked the ability to The remaining ancient type abilities were precious experimental subjects possessing high residual value. How could one allow such residual value to go to waste? That would be too wasteful. Watching Doflamingo's figure and the new accessory hanging behind him, the panicked islanders were engulfed in fear for the future. 2 months later. Appiato, the laboratory of the Germa Kingdom, disqualified 26 years ago. Vince Smockgage had obtained what he decisively abandoned his status as a member of the world government, saving a significant sum of money. He had come to terms with it. The world government would not allow the Germa Kingdom to rise again. Like a thief, they wouldn't even give a plot of land. It would be better to have a boss who wouldn't deceive him. This is easy. Enel, slightly healthier, excitedly transformed into lightning flashing back and forth in the air. The thunder fruit was found while scouring the entire island of Baika. Unfortunately, the blueprints for the Arc Maxim were not. As for why the thunder fruit was still given to Enel. First, Enel was young, brainwashed, and easily trained, moldable into the shape he desired. Second, in the original timeline, Enel had already proven his worth, making him worthy of cultivation. Watching the fresh blood extracted from the cultivation vessel before him, electric sparks crackled as Enel moved. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled, lost in thought. In the pirate world, mastering fruit abilities involves a stage of awakening. The awakening of Zoan-type fruit abilities can enhance the animal capabilities of the fruit. It grants physical strength and recovery that surpass limits, ensuring survival from fatal injuries. Based on the performance of the impelled-down beasts coupled with the genetic factor settings. Awakening Method 1 for Zoan types: abandon reason, allow the beast consciousness within the genetic factor to take control, devolving into a beast akin to the impelled-down beasts and Chopper's human transformation at the 8th stage. Method 2, completely control the will brought by the Zoan-type devil fruit's genetic factors to successfully awaken with free control over the body. The judgment for awakening Paramecia-type fruit abilities allows for the assimilation and influence of surrounding objects without physical presence, as demonstrated by Katakuri's assimilation of Charlotte Brule's mirror world and his own assimilation of towns, showcasing this trait. The nature-type devil fruit is unique. Once consumed, the body can completely transform into another form, resembling a naturally semi-awakened state. After awakening, both Akiji and Akainu fundamentally altered the landscape of Punk Hazard. Whether it was Enel's lightning trebles, slime transformation, or Pika's change from bird to horse. It is this genetic factor that acts as a medium. Moreover, although the replica of Vegapunk's fish fruit was declared a failure by the world government, it was actually a success. Vegapunk's future works and the pacifists, as well as the various superpowers of Kizara's 5 future children. Therefore, the devil fruit itself is not important, nor is the demonic will it embodies. What truly matters is the medium represented by the genetic factor. So is there a possibility of realizing the Electric Man's concept? Does the Dragonline Man have hope as well? But how did Vegapunk resolve the conflicts of multiple genetic factors in the Seraph? BOSS, this is the latest achievement. Ignoring the commotion from Enel, he looked at the small gray-blue stone handed over by Kizaru. Doflamingo was somewhat surprised and gripped it tightly. In the next moment, a faint sense of weakness emanated from his arm, causing Doflamingo to raise an eyebrow. It seems a bit weak. Is it the purity that is insufficient? Too little quantity? Or is it due to my strong physique and years of training in seawater? Enel, come here, I have something good for you. For the past 2 months, Enel had only gratitude, respect, and admiration for Doflamingo, who pulled him out of despair and granted him power. Okay. Before the words fell, Enel, hearing the call, had already appeared in front of Doflamingo, curiously looking at the stone. Young master, what is this? Here, take it. Although somewhat puzzled, he still unhesitatingly took the sea prism stone from Doflamingo's hand. Bang! The next second, Enel's somewhat malnourished body collapsed neatly to the ground, fearfully exclaiming, "What? Young master, I can no longer elementalize." Indeed, one cannot generalize the physical conditions of people. Seeing Enel's distressed expression, Doflamingo smiled. Fufufu, Enel, this is called Sea Prism Stone, the nemesis of our devil fruit users, and it is your first lesson to learn in a non-combat state. You will carry this from now on. Now, let's check his body, Kizaru. Yes, boss. No, young master. Palace of the Gods. Treble Diamante, guard the Sky Island. We'll keep a close watch on the pressurized island below. Next, I am going to mine gold and Punk Hazard under the world government. The pressurized island may have a visit from the Cipher Pole organization. Remember to keep a close eye on it. The world government. Upon suddenly hearing the name of the world government, Treble was almost distraught, his entire form turning into a state of slime. CC Cipher Pole. Diamante's face also showed panic. Although they were dominating in the North Sea, with Doflamingo's training of the two they had gained a fundamental understanding of the power held by the world government. Diamante's face also showed panic. Although they were dominating in the North Sea, with Doflamingo adjusting his sunglasses, Doflamingo's previously raised lips retracted, and the veins on his forehead began to show. Originally explaining the relevant information about the world government to the two was to establish a basic understanding in their hearts to set a reference for the top forces, not to let them reveal such ugly appearances upon merely hearing it. Throughout a person's life, one will always face countless failures and setbacks. But what matters is not the failure, but the way to respond after failure. However, Treble and the others have already been scared out of their wits, developing an inherent fear of failure. They can only fight on favorable terms. They need more practice, if not they should give up on combat training. Not bad. This Sky Island harbors ancient technology and abilities. It is an endless treasure trove, but it requires professionals for development. And I will go in search of some talent. Doflamingo revealed a smile again, speaking to reassure. Do not worry, 400 years ago the Sky Island was right here. 400 years later the world government still lacks the ability to control this place, and it will remain so in the future. So you just need to watch over the house. 10 days later, Doflamingo was flying over the Red Continent with the newly made Conversion Flamingo ship arriving at the New World. Why so fast? One could say that you do not understand the joy of sailing in the sky. Unfazed by storms without needing to care about changes in direction and undercurrents, just fix your eyes on the direction and go for it. As for whether one can cross the Red Continent, of course. The original timeline's Germa 66 took 3 weeks to traverse the Red Continent to attack the Corgi Kingdom in the East Sea. The celestial dragons reside in Mariewa, known as the Holy Land on the Red Continent, not in every corner of the continent. As for why he needed a small flamingo mini. Although Doflamingo can use his strings to create a platform to walk on the sea without clouds this time, he was going to plunder Punk Hazard. It would not do to make a bag with the string fruit to carry the spoils. Punk Hazard is located in the front half of the New World close to the Red Continent. There are 3 research bases belonging to the world government serving as experimental sites. As the head of the 3 major research bases, Vegapunk's orders must be obeyed by most people in the base even if their intellect cannot comprehend them. Of course, there is another aspect. The nature-type gas fruit, if it exists, then the world government's collection is truly vast. Wearing a research suit outside and an orange formal attire inside with horns like a goat, the pervert stared obsessively at the dark purple fruit in his hand. Whether in MADS or in the world government scientific class, I, Caesar Clown, have always been second. Oh, I've had enough. Now I will surpass you. With a loud shout, Caesar stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth. Ugh, it tastes awful. Caesar felt that the biochemical poison gas he had tasted was better than this devil fruit. After consuming the fruit, Caesar felt a stirring sensation in every cell of his body. Unrestrained, following his instincts, he released his power. Boom. Caesar expanded into a mass of highly toxic gas, flying wildly in the room. Luckily, due to Caesar's research project, there were no other colleagues around. Whoosh, this is the devil fruit. Vegapunk, with this, I will be the strongest scientist in creating weapons of slaughter. Lost in the wonderful experience brought by the gas fruit, Caesar expanded further. Boom, boom, boom. Kaido has returned. Damn, no wonder Vegapunk has been absent lately. Listening to the sounds of explosions from outside. The thought of Kaido almost destroying the entire base back then frightened Caesar, especially since he had participated in the related experiments. Perhaps I should find a place to hide. After all, Kaido would only cause some destruction and the world government would quickly send someone. The thought of escaping made him feel as if the world had opened up. Caesar transformed into gas form and swiftly flew towards the lower levels of the experimental base. Outside, a few minutes earlier. Hey, what is that? As an important research base of the world government, it naturally couldn't be without. On the lookout tower by the sea, the vigilant CP personnel were somewhat surprised. In the distance, a black that was rapidly approaching. The CP members, sensing something was wrong, quickly assembled. A ship in the sky. Such a mode of movement, a great pirate, Captain John. Quick request backup. Beep, beep, beep. This dangerous approach was clearly not friendly, and alarms rang throughout Punk Hazard. As the distance closed and the CP members finally recognized the incoming figure. A small flamingo sailboat adorned with a smiling skull. A tall man draped in fiery red feathers stood atop the bird's head, his steel-like muscles filling out a maroon suit, exuding an unsettling aura. With a somewhat fierce smile on his face, he was approaching at an increasingly rapid pace. The CP personnel recognized this familiar face. No, it's not Captain John, it's Donquixote Doflamingo once. Report intel: Doflamingo is attacking Punk Hazard. Stop. Meanwhile, artillery shells were fired like raindrops under the CP personnel's command. Fufufu, truly disobedient pets, spiderweb wall, elastic enhancement. Countless elastic threads burst forth from Doflamingo's body and intertwined, forming an air cushion in front of it. Puff, 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 puff. Under the impact of the shells, the soft and dense special spiderweb was stretched, but the shells did not detonate. Devil Fruit. A Paramecia user. Quick Sea Prism Stone Weapons. As an independent agency of the world government, the CP members naturally had sufficient combat experience to realize their current predicament, but without enough power to retaliate was all just talk. Rebellious pets, go to hell and reflect on your mistakes. The stretched spiderweb acted like a giant slingshot and Doflamingo shot the incoming shells back at a faster speed. Boom, boom, boom. Watching the CP personnel in black uniforms scrambling under the shells, Doflamingo knew this wave, though he didn't understand why Punk Hazard was so lax in defense after Kaido's escape. The CP organization, known as Cypher POL, is a secret spy agency under the direct jurisdiction of the world government's judicial island responsible for espionage, assassination, capture, and protection, serving as the world government's black glove. Among them, the strongest is CP0, which reports directly to the world aristocrats, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons clad in white uniforms with the strongest members able to match an admiral, and the black CP1 CP9. The weakest, like Spandam and his son, are utterly incompetent, while the strongest, like Rob Lucci, who just made his debut, can rival the standards of the headquarters vice admirals. Fufufu so full of vitality parasite line. Looking at the surviving CP members, Doflamingo grinned, snapping his fingers as the soft pads spread apart and fine threads obscured the sky above, enveloping the surviving CP members. Release the hatred in your hearts. Emotional resonance. Bang. Search. As Doflamingo's voice fell, the air cannons fired by his skilled finger gun and the sharp slashes from his Tempest foot traversed the battlefield. However, the pain struck the teammates beside him. My body is out of control. What are you doing? Die, all of you, die. Doflamingo, as a member of the Celestial Dragons, this is. Oh. Fufufu, come on, my lovely servants, the survivors will receive my reward. Doflamingo laughed heartily as he flew over the self-destructing battlefield aboard the Flamingo Mini. There were 3 experimental bases on the island, and he truly didn't know which was Vegapunk's location. After all, Kazuru only had the location information of this place and had never been a worker here. However, he had already seen the dragon raised by Vegapunk. At this moment, it was fearfully flying far away. Even wild dogs returned to familiar places to lick their wounds. The gates wide open. Looking at the base with its doors wide open and the neatly arranged research team, Doflamingo's expression was strange. Is this the worth of a genuine scientist? Much more perceptive than Kizaru, that part-time king. The Flamingo Mini had just. A tense and fearful voice rang out. We have no golden treasures here. Please tell us what you need. We will comply with what we can. Please do not harm us. Truly well trained under the authority of the world government. Slightly reflecting on this, Doflamingo smiled as he spoke. Fufufu, truly delightful. I am very satisfied with your attitude. Relax, you will all be fine. Where are Vegapunk? And Dr. Vegapunk was summoned by the world government and has been off the island for half a month. We do not have the authority to know his return date. As for Caesar, he was just here. Seeing Doflamingo's increasingly furrowed brow, the lead researcher grew even. No wonder there's only the low-ranking CP organization. It turns out Vegapunk is not even here. I said that in the future Vegapunk would be protected by the Navy. Now even if SSG is absent, he must have some contact with the dragon. To be able to capture Kaido and Jin for experiments, their defensive capability should not be this weak. What a pity now with the Sky Island. If they capture Vegapunk and survive for 10 years, they could directly rule the world. The life signals emanating from the bottom of the base must be that cowardly brat Caesar. Remembering the other 2 targets, Doflamingo relaxed his frown and asked, where do you keep the failed products of your experiments? In the base, at the very bottom. With the clues aligned, it was indeed Caesar. Very good, relax, none of you will die. Your remaining value is very high. All of you go and stay on the Flamingo. Coming back to his senses, Doflamingo comforted the visibly trembling researcher in front of him. He is not a killer. I can't be found. Don't find me, Kaido. It was all Vegapunk's doing. I did nothing at all. Caesar felt the calmness in the outside world, and even while hiding at the lowest level, the unease in his heart surged uncontrollably, causing his body to uncontrollably dissipate into gas. Hey, isn't this the failed product Vegapunk mentioned? Didn't he say it was destroyed? Why is it here? Fufufu, a great harvest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Looking at the trembling Caesar and the blue-spotted apple in the glass device, beside him Doflamingo, who was a bit irritated by Vegapunk's empty run, revealed a sunny smile. Who are you? Don't kill me, I'm very useful. Seeing the suddenly appearing Doflamingo and the surge of crisis in his heart, Caesar displayed an astonishing expression, immediately choosing to kneel and surrender. If I remember correctly, Caesar Clown should be 14 this year. He was probably not even 10 when he got involved with Vegapunk Queen. He's also a talented young man, truly a bizarre world. It's either a bunch of incompetents or various childhood prodigies. Looking at the obediently kneeling Caesar Clown, Doflamingo gathered his scattered thoughts and gently stroked his chin to, don't worry, my future adorable subordinate. As the boss of Judge, I am well aware of the talents hidden within you. I believe you wouldn't mind changing bosses, would you? He managed to keep his life. Caesar's terrified expression slightly calmed down, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, nodding his head like a rattle drum to give an answer from his heart. Of course, boss. But Judge. Vinsmoke, Judge. Fufufu, that's right, Vinsmoke. Judge, your former colleague, is now also working for me. But you are still a bit far from Vegapunk's talents, for example. Looking at the thumb and index finger pinched by Doflamingo, Caesar felt an inexplicable malice directed at him. Crack. While speaking, Doflamingo shot out a thread from his hand, shattering the glass vacuum apparatus. Holding the artificial phantom beast fruit, the fish fruit, in his hand, Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with obsession. If it weren't for the string fruit, how great would it be to eat this? Both handsome and powerful. One must ask which person from the country would not want to be a little dragon man with horns on their head and a tail behind. If others at the experimental base said he was inferior to Vegapunk, Caesar would have been furious. But he was still kneeling, so he could only focus on this fruit. With a stubborn tone he spoke. This is just Vegapunk's failed product. I at least produced a defective version of the artificial devil fruit. Vegapunk could never surpass me. I already have new experimental ideas for creating artificial zoan-type fruits. By gathering the bloodline factors from animal blood and finding suitable plants, I can cultivate real artificial zoan-type devil fruits. I Caesar clown and the strongest in the realm of science. Caesar, with a look of suppressed anger and a hint of stubbornness, resembled a classic defeated dog. Doflamingo, who had failed to capture Vegapunk, felt in a good mood and decided to take pity on him by explaining the real situation. No, failure is just Vegapunk's modesty. He doesn't want to hand such terrifying power over to the world government. And the truth is, my observation Haki has already seen the future. It is the perfect artificial phantom beast, fish, fruit, azure dragon fruit. And I know where your experimental idea. Once the results are out, you'll know where the error lies. Of course, this was a lie. His observation Haki couldn't foresee the future. He was just reading the script. However, when the time comes to find someone to eat it, letting Caesar witness, it will completely destroy his remaining pride. Shoo, impossible, absolutely impossible. I won't be wrong. Of course, Caesar had some understanding of seeing the future, but that was only in battle. He didn't believe he could predict whether a fruit he had never seen was real or fake. Moreover, he would never be inferior to that old man Vegapunk. Fufufu, next year Roger will reach Laugh-Tale and become the pirate king, then surrender. At that time, you will naturally understand the truth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He may be young, but don't treat. The exchanges between villains are always pleasant and simple. After spending a little time, the three bases made a round, and about 50 scientists along with movable scientific instruments stuffed the mini flamingo full to the brim. As for those who refused, Doflamingo had already started a free life restart plan. After all, he couldn't leave it for the world government. Moreover, they had plenty of manpower. They just needed to recruit more. He was just a poor orphan who ran away from home. Returning to his hometown to collect some scraps is quite normal. And the core figure Vegapunk wasn't reserved for them. One person alone is worth at least 500 people, so this loss is passing by the port looking at the feast made of pink tender meat, barbecued meat, and entrails. Hold this, it's your prize. Doflamingo took out his flashy pink snail phone and placed it on the only person still breathing slightly. Amingo, you. Fufufu, what did you say? Speak louder. Even though he was missing an arm and a leg and his neck had a gash, being alive was still being alive. The vitality of people in this world cannot be measured by common logic. Whitebeard could still erupt after broadening his horizons. As for whether he could survive until help arrived, Doflamingo didn't. Anyway, the reward had already been given. The world government would contact him. As for why they needed to contact the world government, a day later, Mariehua, looking at the flashy pink snail phone on the table and the gathered documents regarding what happened, made the five elders furious. The sword-wielding elder instinctively drew his long sword and bellowed. Such reckless behavior. Is that scion of the Ho family provoking the world government? Indeed, the whole family is mad. The elder with the judge's hat couldn't help but pinch the scepter in his hand. Where is that so-called Donquixote family of his now? What do they take the honor of the celestial dragons for? The elder with long hair and beard, who could still maintain his composure, calmly provided an answer. Currently unknown, but there are some contacts in the North Sea and the Grand Line. Let the Navy strike with full force and obliterate them. That's not important. If Vegapunk's guard force has vulnerabilities. How did Doflamingo learn the location of Punk Hazard? Thoroughly investigate CP9 and the Navy's intelligence department. It should be Vinsmoke, judge, notifying the sea that the German kingdom no longer belongs to the world government's allied. Contact Doflamingo and ask him what he intends to do. Looking at the ship that was getting further away from the sea level, the people on board showed signs of fear. But just having witnessed the grotesque scene of their colleagues reopening and the port, they didn't dare to speak up to advise, but could only silently pray not to fall. Donquixote Doflamingo, remember your place, or next time your face will appear on the Marines' wanted posters. In the den mushy perfectly replicated Doflamingo's sardonic smirk, bristling with indignation. Donquixote Doflamingo, remember your place, or next time your face will appear on the Marines' wanted posters. In the den mushy perfectly replicated Doflamingo's sardonic smirk. And what precisely is my place? A world noble. Do you intend to present me with the Donquixote family's ancestral chip? And Doflamingo's condescending posture only inflamed the five elders' fury further. Why do this? Na, long-haired, bearded elder, his face stern and impassive like Sima Chang's, appeared upon the snail. Yet to Doflamingo it held no intimidation whatsoever. Merely retrieving something from home. When ill-mannered house servants barred my way, eliminating them was only natural. Besides, hasn't Vegapunk's value far surpassed theirs? Such a trivial loss. Don't be so petty. Broaden your perspective, and you dare challenge the world government's 8th century authority, Donquixote Doflamingo. You betray the glory of the 23 kings, in Fufufu. Glory. So I still carry the same filthy blood. Then why do I struggle amid this mortal realm? Na, mocking smile flickered across Doflamingo's face. He acknowledged no ancestor in this world. And he remembered with crystalline clarity the torment his mother endured in life. His dual spiritual awareness ensuring no memory faded. And we don't want to hear this. In listening to Doflamingo's exchange with the five elders, the crowd crammed onto the aft deck wore expressions of sheer panic, wishing they could tear their ears from their heads. Especially words like identity, home, and house servants sent their hearts racing wildly. In a last bound tightly aboard ship by Doflamingo's unbreakable threads for safety, they couldn't even cover their ears. Enough of this fruitless, squabbling five elders. Let us discuss matters of substance. See Prismstone, for instance. I control a new supply channel. Doflamingo cut off the circular bickering. These five doddering old men merely sought to save face. Yet if they truly possessed the power, they'd have slain him on Skypea. A brief silence followed. State your terms. And across every age supremely powerful ability, users remain the sea's most perilous element. Countless among them become pirates, and Sea Prism Stone remains the sole reliable weapon against such abilities. Faced with an entirely new procurement route, the 5 elders chose concession. Fu. I desire something simple. I already possess the researchers from Punk Hazard. All that remains is their comprehensive experimental data. Most of Punk Hazard's experiments yielded failures, but that mattered little. Only Vegapunk's flawless artificial devil fruit research data was essential. A simple replication should be well within Caesar's and Judge's capabilities. And impossible. You may assume control of the slave trade at Sabaody. You understand their worth. The elder with the handlebar mustache refused outright. Punk Hazard's experimental records contained countless illegal, unspeakable projects. Even if Caesar and the abducted scientists could replicate some, the risk remained catastrophic. Should Doflamingo expose them publicly, where would the world government's dignity reside? The elder's reply left Doflamingo momentarily stunned. Surely not. Surely they still believed he yearned for life and married Geos, obsessed with playing slave master. What he sought was power, nothing less. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow and sneered. No. I have zero interest in supplying slaves to those bloated pigs. That holds no value for me. Then what do you want, Doflamingo? The elders grew increasingly furious, rejecting everything he proposed. Even if Doflamingo spoke truth, such judgment was never meant for an outsider's tongue. And those stripped of status invariably crave what they once possessed. Their haste reveals much. They're clearly struggling with Kaido's incursion into Wano country. Sea Prism Stone's leverage just increased. At that thought, Doflamingo's smile brightened, sunlit sharp and utterly merciless. Fu. I have no use for money. Exchange devil fruits and gold instead. Beyond my due share, I ask only for limited legal trade rights and private consultation time with Vegapunk. To the world government, a global leech, the concept of money was mere paper. Inflation be damned, they could, but devil fruits retained eternal value in this world, and gold possessed unique, irreplaceable properties. NAS for Vegapunk. Possessing him meant commanding all technology on Earth. We grant you gold and devil fruits. Vegapunk is non-negotiable. Propose another demand, Doflamingo. Faced with his audacious ultimatum, the 5 elders dismissed it without hesitation. No one understood Vegapunk's significance better than they did. Not even Sea Prism Stone could match his worth as barter. Doflamingo had anticipated their unwavering stance and shifted tactics seamlessly. Then rein in those marines, those vultures drawn by scent. Vice Admiral Tsuru's stamina is rather excessive. He never truly expected to secure that demand, though success would have been welcome. He'd prepared alternatives. This request served as a strategic, broken window, a calculated provocation to force concessions elsewhere. His aim reduced naval interference, at least temporarily. Tsuru's recent purge in the North Blue had severely disrupted the Donquixote family's war trade operations. Fortunately, Skypia's Belfry branch had partially offset the losses. What then did that make the 5 elders? If Tsuru was considered elderly. Immortal relics. All 5 elders frowned. Suppressing their ire, the bald, sword-bearing elder spoke slowly. Agreed. On condition that Germa 66 cease unprovoked assaults on North Blue nations allied with the world government. Naturally, that is fair. Let the negotiations commence at Sabaody. For such a modest world government stipulation, Doflamingo accepted without hesitation. Restrictions on Germa 66 meant nothing to him. Nani sovereigns in the North Blue still daring to oppose the Donquixote family had already vanished. His foundational capital and life's compass were long secured. Otherwise, he'd never have relocated Germa 66 to Skypia. The North Blue's current peace was merely the illusion cast by Tsuru's washing fruit. By adjusting arms shipments, he could reignite chaos across the North Blue at will, punishing any who dared defy the. Not all monarchs or nobles are benevolent, especially in this fractured world where ambition burns just as fiercely in their veins. Let us be precise, the agreement covered only the North Blue, not other regions. Of course, the core element that enables the transaction is the existence of sea tower stones. As valuable items capable of attacking, restraining, and imprisoning ability, users' sea tower stones are treasures on the sea. Most sea tower stones are produced in the land of Wano. The land of Wano has not yet fully fallen under the control of Kaido, and the so-called samurai have a strong aversion to the world government. Otherwise, they would not have closed off their country. Thus, the sea tower stones that can circulate into the hands of the world government are naturally scarce. The world government cannot possibly abandon new channels for acquiring sea tower stones. For Donquixote Doflamingo, the existence of pyrobroin particles is not only found in the sea clouds, but also abundantly present in the seawater. Therefore, for him, the extraction of sea tower stones requires not just technology and manpower, but also cost. Exchanging sea tower stones for the golden devil fruit and legitimate business rights is akin to getting something for nothing. As for the purity of the sea tower stones being manufactured, isn't it still considered a sea tower stone, even if it lacks purity? Moreover, as long as one fully grasps the pyrobroin particles, improving the purity is only a matter of time. As for why he prefers to make money rather than resorting to robbery and pillaging, robbing commoners can only be done once and the rewards are minimal. As long as there are no casualties, making money can be recurring while also building reputation and collecting more fruits. Things that cannot be exposed are more afraid of dark dealings. Donquixote Doflamingo as the light of the dark world will be the reliance of everyone in the underground world. At that time, both the underworld and the upper world will have his channels. What does it mean to be called the king of the world arms? Pirates, nobles, and rebels will always be loyal customers of arms. If he encounters unruly pirates, he can not only make money, but also rob them. As for why he wants to make money, firstly, it is for the living expenses of family combat personnel candidates and base staff, and also for the maintenance of various commercial channels. Secondly, for the tools and embryos in the cloning device, the development of Kizaru's bloodline factor, as well as the artificial mollusk farming factory in the Sky Island, the aerial road department, and the cloud processing factory. Currently, only the newly opened high-speed aerial road from the aerial road department has generated some commercial and military value. The other aspects can be said to be purely investment with no output, as mollusks require time to grow. Moreover, there are over 50 laborers brought in by Caesar. The projects for biological gigantification and artificial devil fruits can also be initiated, which is yet another bottomless pit. However, new income and expense points have also emerged, namely large-scale weapons. There are many who would be willing to pay for them. As for the sources of Donquixote Doflamingo's wealth, firstly, it comes from the expenses of arms purchased by the royalty, nobles, gangs, and pirates in the North Sea. Secondly, it comes from the specialties of the Sky Island, such as sound shells, lamp shells, image shells, flavor shells, and defective flame shells. These naturally luxurious items are highly sought after by the royalty, nobles, and celestial dragons. As for flame shells, wind shells, flash shells, heat shells, battle shells, and impact shells, strategic materials cannot be casually sold. Regarding the gold spit out by Nora and the gold being slowly excavated and collected from the ruins of Sky Island Sandora, this has other uses as well. Of course, multifaceted investments will also yield brilliant results in the future. All places will eventually face strikes from 10,000 meters in the air. At that time, if Donquixote Doflamingo is not the king, then who else will be? Killing the golden lion would be a waste of the ability of the float fruit. Holy Land, Mariehua. What an audacious kid, what does he think he is? The 5 elders wearing hats held the disconnected Din Mushy with an expression of displeasure. Let Cypherpole find out where he is hiding, seize the production site of Sea Tower Stones, and destroy his support. First, let's focus on the new world. Stussy has already transmitted information about the land of Wayno. Kaido has already settled in. This is a good opportunity. 9 days later. As the distance stretched, the Flamingo Mini began to touch some scattered sea clouds. Looking at the surrounding cloud layers like solid objects, the scientists who were previously filled with fear and worry at 10,000 meters in the air now had faces full of fervor and excitement. What is the principle behind it? With such thick cloud layers and high water vapor content, why doesn't it rain instead of being Sky Island? Sky Island truly exists, and the place we are heading to is definitely Sky Island. Airfish, this unique flat structure must be airfish. Little Sky Island, I have told you before that I have seen a little Sky Island, yet you did not believe me. Little Sky Island. These scientists are indeed valuable talents. Catching important keywords, Donquixote Doflamingo, standing at the bow of the ship, turned around with interest and asked, "Oh, where have you seen the appearance of a little Sky Island?" In the Sabaody archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line, but it was just by chance. It is a moving island. Feeling the pressure from Doflamingo's gaze, the researcher stammered his response. "Fufufufu, your information is quite good. You will receive the reward you deserve. What is your number in the science class?" 59. As they passed through the newly opened high-speed aerial road of the aerial road department, the Flamingo Mini successfully arrived at the location of the towering vines. The 50 or so scientists were stunned by the pure white-winged angelic beings and the unique creatures of the Sky Island. "You have arrived. This will be your work location." Loosening the silk thread tied to the ship for stabilization, Doflamingo surveyed the listless crowd and pointed at the giant snail that had docked ahead. The somewhat numb crowd walked off the sailboat in a daze, looking at the golden light reflected on the leaves of the vines, subconsciously looking down. Upon seeing what lay beneath the giant vines, they widened their eyes in shock and fell into a stupor. Is this an illusion caused by hypoxia at an altitude of 1000 meters? I must record this. This. What is it? The Golden Sea. No, this is not a dream. This is not the Golden Sea, but the Golden Land as spoken of by the great storyteller of my hometown in the North Sea. SHHHHHH, this could allow me to indulge for a lifetime. BOSS, I will work hard. Kachak. Donquixote Doflamingo closed the image shell in his hand. Such scenes of others reverently worshipping his wealth must be cherished. Previously static collectibles, now they are dynamic images. In the future, he plans to create a museum for continuous playback. Fufufufu, good spirit, as long as you work hard. You will have not just the gold below, but also power and beauty. You will possess it all. Doflamingo shot out threads from his hand, pulling up a massive gold brick from the golden sea below, tossing it up and down. Observing the crowd's captivated gazes drawn to the gold brick, Doflamingo uttered words like those of a devil directed at number 59 in the crowd. Now let us proceed with the basic reward. Number 59, come, it is yours. Upon hearing this, the crowd, including Caesar's group, shifted their greedy eyes to number 59, their desire almost palpable. Really? Is it really? Fufufu, of course it is real, come on. Number 59 trembled as he stepped forward to receive the gold brick, caressing it, as if it were a lover, his hands gliding over every inch of its surface. The atmosphere of excitement began to stir the desires within the hearts of the crowd. Watching as they grew increasingly agitated, their spirits elevated to a state of fervor. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. Everyone gather around. create core technology to dominate the pirate world. In the original timeline, I did not understand this principle, lacking my own flagship product and relying heavily on Teacher Kaido in many aspects. It's like a phone seller who doesn't make chips, they are always at the mercy of others. Let's go, Caesar, to meet your old friends. You should also see the future working environment. He handed over the captured individuals to the weary-looking Gaji. Seeing Gaji's fatigued state, a fleeting moment of guilt passed through Doflamingo's heart. For this momentary guilt, he chose not to look away. After all, like some things, not seeing them means no reaction will occur. Arriving at the Divine Palace on the Vines, Torpal Diamante and Lao Ji were already waiting there. Upon seeing Doflamingo, they all stepped forward to greet him. Doflamingo, too, young master. Where are Inaru and Pika? Pika had already taken care of the matters at the pressure island and arrived at Skypiea. Inaru is usually here. Not seeing the two, Doflamingo found it somewhat strange. Hey Doflamingo, Pika has caused some unrest regarding the so-called Son of God, and Inaru proactively went to suppress it. We couldn't intercept him in time. The increasingly mature Toripol answered honestly. Seeing Toripol correct his clingy behavior, Doflamingo was quite pleased. This management of Skypiea and the interaction with Conqueror over the past 6 months has been quite helpful. As for Inaru, without the armed color Haki, Pika can run rampant without issues. He probably wants to vent some of his past experiences. This is understandable. However, why is this kid so easy to inflate his ego acting on his own? Upon his return, he'll get a beating. Notify Inaru to resolve everything quickly, and after he returns, let him play with Conqueror for 10 days. What about Pika? As for Pika, he has discovered a new island on the repaired high-speed Skypiea. He is responsible for it. Still such an honest and loyal stone man, what a quality subordinate. Really reliable. Torpal, after your tasks are finished, assist Pika in receiving the new island. Let him rest for a while, and don't forget to let him pick a favorite spot in Gold Country. Diamante, how many islands are currently under control? What are the conditions of each island? Doflamingo, currently we have the Angel Island, Appiato Germa Island, and Terra 4 Islands. Just now, Diamante, who had just made a circle in the North Sea and the Grand Line, had loosened up his fashion style quite a bit, adding some summer flair and a colorful crown at the back of his head. As for Germa Island, it is currently inhabited by a mix of native people and the Germa Kingdom's natural residents, and has yet to establish significant industries. Similarly, Terra has established a second factory for artificial pearl farming and a second department for aerial roads, also adopting autonomy without any unrest. Appiato and Angel Island have created new island clouds on the path to heaven between the White Sea and the Pure White Sea, establishing a new sea floor stone processing plant. The original Guardian Corps and the Sandia guerrilla team have jointly established the Donquixote Air Force to monitor pirates arriving in the White Sea, due to good fortune preventing any impact on the sea floor stone processing plant. The Sandia warrior Kaga and some natives led by Pika's Ulki have requested to join us. The two wish to go out to sea. Doflamingo had some expectations regarding Ulki's choice. After all, in the future, Ulki would be one of the supernovas of the East Sea, and given the beatings he received from him, it's understandable he would be curious about the East Sea. However, Kaga's choice was somewhat unexpected, as the Sandia survivors have a set way of doing things, and Oda's creation god has a hand in things. But he didn't mind. He welcomed all newcomers and gave a response. Very well, let Gaji take charge of Germa Island himself. There is no unrest that threatens the Germa royal family's safety. Do not interfere too much. Assign Kaga to Pressure Island, and let him handle the trade route to the South Sea. Remember, it is a trade route. As for Ulki, let him go to Sabaody to assist Korra and Mabais. What about the impact of sea floor stone production on the White Sea and Pure White Sea? Let me answer this question, boss. Before the person arrived, the voice came first, and the visitor was none other than the visibly fatigued Vinsmoke Gaji. The sky currents near Pressure Island still surge 5 times a month, while the Kiemdi cloud, as a special cloud that does not rain, causes both the White Sea and Pure White Sea to remain in a state of slow expansion. Currently, the production of seafloor stone will not affect the ecology of Skypiea. As for the management rights of Germa Island, let Diamante handle it. BOSS, I currently do not have time to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. He certainly had no objections to Gaji's choice, but what he wanted was labor. As for the internal affairs of Germa, he estimated that as the number of clones increased, there would be no internal affairs, only Gaji's will would matter. However, Gaji's compliant attitude was indeed genuine. He had become the king of labor. He spoke with a smile. Fufufu, then it shall be so. Diamante, the 30% profit from Germa Island will be directly given to Princess Sora. Gaji, you and Sora are getting married soon, right? Upon hearing this, the previously exhausted Gaji showed some joy. Yes, BOSS, I plan to set it for next month. Will you have time to participate? Naturally, Doflamingo would not miss such a good opportunity to win over his subordinate's heart, giving a positive response. Of course I will attend, Gaji. The next 2 months will be your rest time. Oh, prepare your wedding well. Is there any progress on the genetic modification technology? We have begun preparations for the genetic factor transplantation experiment of the Mama Grow fruit on the guide bird. This progress is indeed quite good. Scientists should focus on research, not waste time on restoring the country. Just wait until I create the cake. Listening to Gaji's progress regarding genetic factors, Doflamingo grew increasingly satisfied with Gaji's human form of the devil fruit, his smile becoming more radiant. Fufufu, very good, Gaji. Do not aim for instant success. Sometimes all we need is a fulcrum. A possibility. Torpal announced to the people of Donquixote and our ally the Germa Kingdom the wedding date of King Vinsmoke Gaji. Let the entire nation celebrate. Thank you for your gift, boss. Under the service of the goddess Doflamingo reclined comfortably on his oversized cloud bed, dialing the phone bug to contact Rosinante. Gurgle gurgle. Rosin, happy birthday. How is the situation in Fervans? Thank you, brother. The lead and platinum products from Fervans have been acquired by some nobles, and the royal family through the Sky Island Bay and High-end goods have already been sealed, as per your request. However, efforts to persuade the people of Fervans to leave have made no progress. Not only have some minor nobles launched expulsion efforts against us, but even some ignorant citizens are driving us away. Rosinante's voice came through the phone bug, tinged with a slight sadness. He found it hard to understand why his king and the nobles would abandon their own subjects. The acquisition of lead and platinum products was naturally at Doflamingo's behest, and the reason for this acquisition was that it was indeed very profitable, and the nobles had already begun preliminary circulation. As for why to seal them, now is the time to seal them. Once Fervans is completely destroyed, and they become limited items, their value will skyrocket. It's like how the artworks of deceased artists become more valuable. Doflamingo understood Rosinante's predicament. Cutting off people's financial lifelines is akin to killing their parents. To take the upper route, one must provide sufficient benefits to satiate the nobles and the royal family of this nation, diverting their greedy gazes away from the humble populace. Alternatively, one could eliminate the king and the royal family and forcibly expel the people of this land. However, Rosinante was unable to pursue either of these paths. So, FFFFRE, don't be so upset, Rosinante. For the nobles and the royal family of Fervans, what you're doing is destroying their printing press, so of course, they will be dissatisfied. Letting you interact with the royal family and nobles is merely to allow you to enter this distorted vicious cycle. To save others, one must also be able to save oneself. Blind goodwill is not a solution. Go look for the doctors of this nation, Rosin. On the other side, Baika, the once beautiful island, was now filled with smoke and blood. Anilu, you. One by one, the vibrant islanders turned into human-shaped charred remains crashed. 997, 998, 999. Why is there still one missing? Anilu sat on a cloud, watching the crowd below, biting into an apple, his dead fish-like eyes staring blankly as he spoke softly. I leave the last person to your choice. I pick the one you hate the most. Let me execute him to save yourselves. Hearing these tempting words, the crowd, gripped by fear and panic, changed their expressions. Suddenly a voice emerged. Son of the deity, you should bear all of this. It was brought upon by you. After a brief silence, voices of accusation, laced with fear, began to rise. Yes, yes, son of the deity, it's your turn to protect us. Hurry, son of the deity, or we will all die. The son of the deity, who had initially appeared resigned, suddenly shouted at the frenzied subjects, I don't want to die. Anilu, I have something to trade with you. Night. After Anilu pacified the island, Doflamingo entered a long, looking at the illuminated sign of King of the Sky Islands. Doflamingo felt somewhat speechless. I wasted 10 days crazily gathering information on small sky islands from the science team, only to find that the natural islands could be collected as well. He skillfully approached a lighthouse that had grown another size. Doflamingo examined it closely. The current lighthouse stood over 5 meters tall. The murals above had reached the level of simple sketches depicting Doflamingo's journey from arriving at the Sky Island to, after admiring it carefully, Doflamingo still preferred the first painting where the flamingo ship hovered, and he stood at the bow with Diamante and another with the sun behind them. The shadows cast by the ship covered the divine guard and the Sandia gorillas below, appearing flamboyant and arrogant, perfectly befitting his majestic demeanor. After a moment of slight intoxication, Doflamingo opened a new panel. Donquixote Doflamingo name resounds across the seas. Donquixote family dominating the Sky Islands, era of the sea, 1496, place of birth Holy Land Marihoa, on the Red Soil continent, skills Conqueror's Haki, somewhat accomplished combat, somewhat accomplished marine, 6 styles, mastered navigation, competent armament, Haki competent, devil mode, initial understanding, Kinbunchiku, Haki competent, advanced technique, forced emotional resonance, fruit, Ito, Nomi, mastered talent, strong achievements. Filial piety after father's death, King of the North Sea sign, King of the Sky Islands, reward claimable. Claim reward. The magic mirror appeared before Doflamingo once again. Countless points of light emerged within the mirror, engulfing his body, making his bones feel as if they were glowing. Ow. For the first time, Doflamingo felt pain in the dream space. The first attempt at synthetic muscle failed, causing a severe fracture in my right arm. Didn't hurt this much. Damn it, where's the adrenaline? Get me some pain relief. Ow. This sensation felt like his entire skeleton was being ground to powder, then slowly reassembled. After an unknown amount of time, the pain gradually subsided. Wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, Doflamingo focused his exhausted spirit on the newly appeared and changed skills. Bone reinforcement, bone strength that is 10 to 9 times greater than that of ordinary people. Collide with your iron fists and smash this chaotic, decaying world to pieces, turning it into mush. Conqueror's Haki, somewhat accomplished. You are the uncrowned King of the North Sea. Your name resounds across the New World and the Sky Islands. You are the ruler of heaven and earth. Your path to kingship is unstoppable, and your will to dominate brews in your heart. Let the other conquerors come and tell them who the true king is. Marine 6 styles mastered. Thanks to your increasingly powerful physique and prolonged self-training, it has automatically leveled up. After testing all our external enhancements. Devil mode, initial understanding, confuse armament Haki with the body, significantly improving speed and strength. Seconds. Marvelous. Such a wonderful skill. 10 times the bone hardness. Who can stop me? Doflamingo's spirit jolted. He was eager to test the strength his bones could now withstand. Suppressing his overflowing excitement, Doflamingo looked at the sign behind the lighthouse. Dressrosa, this has been your family's territory for 800 years. Under your family's rule, it was immensely prosperous. Let the current impoverished citizens embrace a brilliant future once more. Reward talent strength, evolution 1. It seems that as long as the goal remains unchanged, the corresponding task sign will not disappear. Vegapunk, don't you want to possess such alluring and wonderful talent? Go seek, explore, and master the core productivity of the pirate world. Reward bloodline factor application. I admit I'm tempted by Vegapunk, but if Vegapunk is obtained, what use would this reward be? Clash of the Strong, I know you're eager, right? Can't wait to reach the pinnacle of the world. Now the opportunity has come. Slay Gold Lion Shiki Whitebeard Newgate and Gold Roger beneath your ship. Tell the ignorant and foolish world who the true pirate king is. Reward dependent on the challenge conditions. I am somewhat inflated, but I do not seek death. No, Gold Lion Shiki has certain operational possibilities, but I need to wait a bit longer. Boss, the project in the laboratory has been halted. Excellent. Caesar, prepare to record combat data. And having instructed the science division members led by Caesar stationed atop the vines, Doflamingo turned his gaze toward Nora, the sovereign of the skies. As for Vegapunk, he was of course on leave. Nora use armament Haki hardening to withstand this strike. SSSSS. Bring it on. Nora's head began to be visibly enveloped by armament Haki. Indeed, under the tutelage of Rayog, Nora had successfully mastered armament Haki. In this wondrous world, such an ability was not exclusive to humans. Intelligent creatures like sky cattle and great apes could also learn and wield it. And Nora, the sovereign of the skies, aged 400 years, was no mindless brute. Through nearly half a year of rigorous training, she had fully grasped the art of armament Haki. String fruit, artificial musculature, limb reinforcement, 5-fold success rate. Exquisitely fine nylon fiber filaments surged forth from Doflamingo's body, coalescing gradually into springs and coils, forming colossal thick and densely layered external musculature. The performance of these nylon fiber musculature constructs surpassed that of natural skeletal muscle by over 85 times, though each increment of power placed commensurate strain upon the limits of bone and tissue. Yet now Doflamingo felt not the slightest tremor in his reinforced skeleton. Knees' right tendons, however, had reached their breaking point. Gazing at the poised Nora, he unleashed the surging volatile force pinned up within his fist. His legs coiled and then exploded downward, his feet cratering the dense Cloud Island surface, as his body shot forward in an instant, materializing before Nora's massive head. Knee's enormous thickened right fist slammed squarely into her colossal cranium. Bang! Nora's immense skull crashed into the ground, carving a deep depression. Her gaping maw snapped shut mid-cry, silencing her shriek instantly. Boom! The sheer impact reverberated across the entire Skypea, shaking the island to its core and sending forest creatures scattering in panic. Science division members perched on nearby vines filming the battle with camera clams trembled violently as the vines beneath them shuddered, faces pale, sweat pouring down their brows. Caesar's eyes bulged grotesquely, his tongue jutted rigidly from his mouth. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. And will the vines collapse? Terrifying. She was felled in one blow at that scale. Truly monstrous. Will Skypea plummet straight into the blue sea? SSSSS. That hurts. I'm furious. Massive swollen hematoma swelled atop Nora's skull, her yellow eyes flooded with blood vessels. Her colossal body coiled tightly like a spring, then launched forward in a single explosive release. Fufufu, still capable of resistance, Nora. Then let us continue. Watching Nora charge, Doflamingo's exhilaration swelled. The perfect moment to test his newfound might. He clenched his fists and activated the power of his devil fruit. Artificial musculature erupted across his chest, arms, back, and core, enveloping his entire physique like a vast biomechanical exoskeleton. Power roiled within him. String fruit, artificial musculature, full body reinforcement. Nora, here it comes. Shave. SSS. She vanished. Nora's enormous eyes widened in disbelief, frantically scanning for Doflamingo's vanishing form. In the next instant, Doflamingo's massively enhanced figure reappeared before her, and his colossal fist struck once more dead center upon the swelling hematoma atop her brow. A second strike. Bang. Crack. Bien. Amidst the crisp snap of fracturing bone, Nora's gigantic eyes lost all focus. Her titanic body crashed thunderously to the ground, carving a deep crater into Apea's soil. Fufufu, exquisite, unfathomably potent power. Gazing upon the unconscious Nora, Doflamingo threw back his head and laughed. A wave of oppressive tension long born from legends like Roger now utterly swept away. Ever since developing artificial musculature 1 year prior, the sole constraints upon his power had been the endurance of his bones, muscles, and stamina. As for wear on the artificial musculature, so long as he retained stamina, his strings were inexhaustible. Now, with skeletal reinforcement finally achieved, one of his critical weaknesses had been decisively overcome. In the original timeline, decades later, Enel's divine judgment would strike Nora down, stripping her of all resistance. Enel's strength, decreed by Oda himself as rivaling Ace's 500 million belly bounty, was legendary. Yet Doflamingo, even now achieving only a 5-fold success rate, had already matched Enel's feat, and with devil mode still unengaged, he had at last secured true footing in this world. His sense of security surged. In lifting his gaze toward the stunned science division members above, especially Caesar's masterfully expressive grimace, Doflamingo's mood brightened markedly. He retrieved a camera clam to capture their vivid expressions, then spoke aloud. Caesar. Once this concludes, distribute the recorded footage to all family members. Yes, boss. In seeing Doflamingo revert to his normal form, Caesar's instinct to flee subsided dramatically. Might our next bout with Nora occur elsewhere? The violent tremors are disrupting experimental progress. Granted. In observing Caesar's newly subdued demeanor, Doflamingo nodded approvingly. Dismissing the science division to resume their research, Doflamingo reclined once more in his celestial palace, surrounded by angelic attendants from Angel Island. As he relaxed comfortably, eyes drifting toward the Dindon Mushi resting on his desk. Guru. In Doflamingo, yes. What is it? The Dindon Mushi displayed Treble's leering, snot-dripping visage. Instruct the Donquixote Civil Affairs Bureau to construct a small island between Apea and Angel Island, designated Tempering Isle, for your sparring sessions with Nora. Understood, Doflamingo. Your decree will be issued immediately following the policy meeting. And as for Gladius, he is yet to arrive in Skypea. How fares his training? According to your orders, aside from intelligence transmission, he trains alongside all candidate family members. The boy possesses a fierce, self-destructive drive, preferring solitary experimentation with explosives and clockwork mechanisms. In hearing this, Doflamingo nodded in quiet satisfaction. Fufufu, excellent. Some fruits require only minimal refinement to yield perfection. Once Tempering Isle is arranged, send Gladius here, and you too. It has been far too long since your last tempering. At the words, tempering, Treble flinched involuntarily, a dull ache spreading through his limbs, then began pleading desperately. Do. Flamingo, please. I beg you. Perhaps. Truly Mud refuses to cling to the wall. Hearing Treble's evasive stammering through the Dindon Mushi, Doflamingo's fury flared, veins pulsing fiercely at his temples, as he cut him off sharply. Perhaps what? Perhaps next time? Enough idle chatter. Drop everything else, and come here now to take your beating. Sweetly Kaido has 3 main banners. BIGMM has 3 generals. Whitebeard has Blackbeard and Marco, and Red-haired has the equally formidable Ben Beckman. With only a few subordinates under his command, how could Doflamingo expect to dominate the world by himself? Standing at the seaside of Apaya facing Angel Island, Doflamingo grew increasingly frustrated as he awaited Toripal's arrival, the joy of his enhanced strength dissipating. Hiss! Master, look at this. The foolish son of God from the Baika shrine retrieved it from the foundation. Enel appeared before Doflamingo, a voice of surprise, following shortly after. Could it be the future Archponeglyph? Doflamingo's dark expression softened slightly as he looked at the thick blueprints handed over by Enel. Taking the blueprints, they were somewhat different from his expectations. The large ship depicted seemed similar, yet not quite the future Archponeglyph, which appeared to be a scaled-down version annotated with cuneiform script identical to that of historical texts. Indeed, these items are all advanced technology from the Moon People. As a master, Enel could replicate the Archponeglyph with the blueprints, and with the power of the Rumble fruit, it could destroy an island. How marvelous would it be to have Judge Caesar and the scientific team analyze and manufacture it? Wait, it shouldn't be wait. If we could analyze the flying technology, the proliferation of flying ships could be achieved, securing air supremacy. Watching the unpredictable expression of his master, Enel felt anxious. Surely this reckless attack wouldn't be held against me by the master. Doflamingo, coming back to his senses, looked at the nervously fidgeting Enel, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips as he patted Enel's shoulder and spoke brightly. Fufufu, Enel, you did well. Excellent, I shall reward you handsomely. He took out the transponder snail from his pocket and called Judge on Germa Island. Gurgle. BOSS, what's the matter? Judge, take a break from your rest and come to Apaya. Hanging up the transponder snail and looking at Enel, Doflamingo revealed a mischievous smile. Enel, come today, I will teach. Bang, 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 bang. One blue and one red figure collided and chased at a speed unfathomable to Doflamingo's muscular arms infused with Haki landed a relentless barrage of strikes on Enel's body. The sounds of their physical collisions formed a percussion ensemble. Too slow. Enel, as a user of the Rumble fruit, you must not limit your speed with mere physical Use your observation Haki, use your heart to move, evade, and attack. With a powerful punch, sending Enel flying backward, Doflamingo stood quietly in place. Before the master arrived, I took hits, and now that the master is here, I'm still taking hits. Is there any point in the master coming? With excruciating pain in his chest and arms bruised, Enel recalled the days of being beaten every day at Baika before Doflamingo arrived on Sky Island. No, this pain is even worse. This power called Haki. With this thought, Enel instinctively retorted, I can't use physical reflexes, but the observation Haki can't catch your speed either. Fufufa, don't worry, I will help you. Sometimes one is forced to adapt. Think about what similarities your observation Haki and the Rumble fruit share. String fruit, arm enhancement, endless heavy punch. Doflamingo's lips curled into a dangerous smile as he raised his massive fists, vanishing from Enel's sight. Commonality. In this moment of crisis, a flash of inspiration struck Enel. He grasped that fleeting feeling, his inherent spiritual power, briefly merging with the electronic field of the Rumble fruit. His brain frantically absorbed all the information transmitted from around him. Got it. Buzz. His body transformed into a burst of lightning and scattered. Enel swiftly distanced himself from Doflamingo's attack range. His youthful spirit gave him a sense of pride, and he couldn't help but start to show off. Master, I've learned it. Now I can evade everything. Why does he sound like a second-rate sidekick? Seeing Enel, who had mastered observation Haki, starting to look smug, Doflamingo, who initially intended to praise him, decided to give him a hard lesson. A malicious smile appeared on his face. Fufufu, you truly are my future right-hand man. Since you are so confident, let's see if you can dodge this. String fruit, full body muscle enhancement. Nylon strings burst forth from every inch of Doflamingo's skin, coalescing into structures resembling muscle bundles, then combining to form artificial muscles. The artificial muscles swiftly enveloped every inch of Doflamingo's body like a symbiotic battle armor, causing him to swell, in size more imposing, and exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Afterward, Doflamingo's reinforced robust legs began to flicker in the air. Enel, the reaction speed of an average person is 0.2 to 0.3 seconds. A qualified shave requires stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant to produce an explosive movement effect, which is within 0.36 seconds. Can you guess my shaving speed? Enel, let me see the limits of your reaction ability. Shave. Enel couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes widening in shock as he stared intently at his charging master, fully locking onto him with the recently mastered rumble version of observation Haki. Just then, Doflamingo's figure abruptly disappeared from Enel's view. What do I do? I can't even determine the next lane. Enel felt as if his death omen was shining down on him, his temples throbbing, unable to see the trajectory of movement with the naked eye. The rumble version of observation Haki could only sense the fleeting presence of his master. Boom. Enel chose to transform into a dazzling burst of lightning, darting about to evade the impending attack. In the next instant, a mere 0.18 seconds, the dark figure covered Enel's next landing point. No, it was too late to change direction. He could even see the patterns on the black iron fist. Wake up properly. Doflamingo's massive iron fist collided with Enel's right cheek, both forces meeting heat. Dong. Enel's body flew backward like an arrow released from a bowstring, accompanied by a dull thud as he crashed into the unconscious Nola, instantly losing consciousness. The enlarged fibers transformed into small hands that began to gently massage the overexerted muscles. Seeing Enel and Nola piled together in unconsciousness, Doflamingo felt a surge of joy. Training should be entrusted to those with potential. For instance, Enel, Virgo, Pika, Gladius, Pika, and the future Monet. As for Diamante and Torpal, who lack ambition, let Nola handle the physical training. They can serve as explosion manufacturing specialists and logistics captains instead. But who else can be gathered? Listening to footsteps, Doflamingo glanced back to see Torpal slowly approaching with Gladius in protective gear. Torpal had arrived long ago, only coming over now that the battle had ended. He observed Enel's battered form and the collapsed figure of the Sky Lord Nola with a heavy gaze. Torpal's pupils constricted as he instinctively swallowed hard, taking a step back. Doflamingo. He has become even more terrifying. Noticing Torpal's instinctive reaction, Doflamingo grew increasingly displeased. Truly a useless thing. Facing the unsettling glare, Torpal cautiously spoke. Hey Doflamingo, I say Gladius has already brought it. Let's return to Angel Island to camp. Doflamingo cast Torpal a glance filled with cryptic meaning. Doflamingo took Gladius and lifted the unconscious Enel, flying towards the airborne Germa laboratory. Gladius, being pulled along, stiffened. Sigh. Watching Doflamingo's departing figure, Torpal, who had not suffered a beating, let out a deep sigh and turned to leave. After handing the unconscious Enel over to members of the science team for treatment, Doflamingo lifted the small figure standing beside him and made his way toward the Divine Palace. Only then did he carefully examine Gladius, whom he had not seen in a long time. His azure hair had already begun regrowing, sprouting nearly an inch from his healed scalp. To conceal the burns covering his body, he wore a full protective suit. Its oversized fabric was adorned with intricate gear motifs, a fashion once popular in Clockwork Town, and even his eyes were shielded by goggles shaped like interlocking cogs. A conspicuous bulge at his waist betrayed concealed explosives. I must say, Boa Hancock, your observation Haki is truly exceptional. Feeling waves of reverence and gratitude emanating from the boy, Doflamingo gently released the small hand he had been holding a little too tightly, then tenderly stroked the azure hair before speaking softly. Gladius, can you still craft timepieces? At those words, Gladius carefully withdrew a small gift box from his chest, cradling it reverently in both palms as he extended it forward, his voice trembling with restrained excitement and dry nervousness. Master, this is my creation. Doflamingo opened the box, retrieved the watch, and fastened it upon his wrist before examining it closely. Its white strap was crafted from seeking leather. Its crimson dial revealed a delicate network of minuscule interlocking gears, each precisely meshed to drive the hands forward. These fine gears formed two symmetrical eyeglass motifs, the very emblem of Doflamingo's flamboyant spectacles. Fufufufu, thoughtful indeed, Gladius. And tell me, what is your dream? Gladius froze. His youthful mind had never contemplated such a question. After a moment's silence, he stammered out his answer. Master, I wish to give you everything. I wish to become someone like you. This raw sincerity pleased Doflamingo deeply. This was loyalty. Smiling warmly, he replied. That is most excellent, Gladius. Next you shall undergo advanced training in Water 7. For now, observe this. With that, Doflamingo pressed the activation switch on his Den Mushi. Wow, Icebug Thompson Kokoro Basin. How astonishing. This shell flickers, just like a camera. See this boy with hair as blue as yours, and that fishman with bull horns. From this moment onward, commit their faces. Your mission is to master the world's finest shipbuilding techniques, and you will also receive a thick set of blueprints. Do you? Yes, master. I will study diligently. Gladius stared intently at the Den Mushy's projection and nodded firmly. Very well, Gladius. Remember, you have 2 chances. Your first opportunity arrives in 2 years, your second, in 16. That marks when you may return to the family. I remember, master. I shall create the timing for you. As for forging bonds with your peers, you've already learned the most effective method from your kin. Now take this Den Mushy and depart. Jelly Lab, Vegapunk, and Caesar stood locked in heated debate over a stack of dense schematics. Caesar, Archmaxim is unquestionably the true name of Uranus, not some mythical Pluton. Hand it over. Vegapunk, buoyant with triumph, watched Caesar's dark circles deepen, savoring the blissful absence of overtime work. He could not resist mocking who said Pluton couldn't fly. Legends claim Pluton could annihilate an entire island with a single blast. Look at the demonstration sketched here. Where does it fail to match Pluton's profile? Caesar bared his sharp teeth, his voice rising with fervor. Foolish. Look closely. What does this illustration do? Thick roiling clouds, proof of atmospheric manipulation. That is the unmistakable signature of the ancient weapon Uranus. Huh. Foolish. You dare call me foolish, Vegapunk? As Vegapunk's taunts grew increasingly cutting, Caesar lost composure, gas beginning to leak uncontrollably from his pore. Click. At the faint sound of the schematic copy trembling under their scuffle, Doflamingo observed them both with a radiant sunlit smile. Fu. Though I admire your spirited rivalry, I summoned you here to analyze these blueprints. Save your arguments until after I've departed, understood? Caesar, teetering on the edge of reason, snapped back to awareness instantly, gliding forward to hover before Doflamingo, his eccentric face twisted into a sycophantic grin. Oh, my incomparably brilliant boss, I understand perfectly. These schematics unequivocally represent the apex of ancient weaponry's destructive potential. Entrust this construction project to me alone. As the foremost expert in lethal armaments, no one else rivals my expertise. Once I complete it, where can't Caesar go? Sure. Observing Caesar's blatant hypocrisy, Doflamingo's smile widened further, his upturned lips stretching almost to his ears. Wrong. Crude imitation is the basest form of application. First comes imitation, then comprehension, then transcendence. That is the path you must walk. Caesar, you are no Vegapunk. You lack the innate capacity to grasp such complexity outright. Yet you are young, and time remains abundant. Caesar seethed inwardly, but dared not protest aloud. Boss, entrust this task to the Germa 66 Regiment. We shall be your most faithful hounds. Vegapunk stepped forward at the perfect moment to pledge allegiance. No need to rush, Vegapunk. For now your new assignment is to decipher the aerial mechanics of Archmaxim. Caesar, you shall also take a month's rest. A new pleasure district has opened in Burka. You'll find it delightful. When you go, bring along a contingent of science team members to Burka to analyze the surviving lunar architecture there. 1 month later, in New Germa Island, custom-crafted pink clouds drifted serenely overhead. Newly sworn female subjects of Germa moved through the wedding festivities like cherubic attendants, lending the entire scene an ethereal dreamlike quality. Sora, I love you. Clap, 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 clap. As Vegapunk and Sora shared a passionate kiss, applause rang out across the hall in warm celebration. Unexpectedly, with his suit donned and his lecherous mustache shaved clean, Vegapunk exuded an air of refined elegance. Watching the ceremony conclude, Doflamingo approached to offer his sincere congratulations. Fu. Congratulations, King Vegapunk and Queen Sora. Wishing you a joyous marriage. Vegapunk and Sora bowed deeply in humble acknowledgement. Thank you, boss. Immediately following, Doflamingo members of the Donquixote family stepped forward in turn. Behehe, Vegapunk, congratulations on your wedding. Wahaha. Vegapunk, best wishes on your marriage. Young Master Vegapunk, may your union be blessed. And so the gathering ended in mutual delight. Vegapunk and Sora were satisfied. Doflamingo too was satisfied, for the 5 unborn children of Vegapunk represented elite combat seeds, rare and valuable assets he desperately needed. 3 months later, off the coast near Water 7, Lek, captain of the Crocodile Pirates, hailing from the North Blue, scanned his mission scroll, its surface worn nearly threadbare from repeated handling. His gaze lingered on the crimson-feathered avian figure depicted there, as though etching its image permanently into his mind. His bloodthirsty eyes swept over every crew member, including the bomb boy newly recruited 2 months prior. His voice was harsh and commanding. Listen up, lads. This job was a golden find at the black market of Magu Town. I snatched it the moment it dropped. One last look. Burn this sky-flying birdman into your skulls. Capture him alive. He carries a 10 billion belly bounty. 10 billion. And let me tell you, women, gold, weapons, you name it, it's all his. Exhausted pirates ignited by greed roared in unison. Latest intel confirms the target is in Water 7. Set sail. Above their vessel a cloud drifted steadily, like a kite tethered to the ship. Upon that cloud stood Doflamingo himself, tall, imposing, godlike amid the heavens, as the garbage dock wharf of Water 7 drew ever closer. Skywalk, overkill whip. A rigid, slender whip descended vertically from above, its kinetic force amplified by the whip crack effect, slicing through the air with a shrieking howl as friction ignited its tip into flame. Whoosh. Evade now. As a devil fruit user, the crocodile fruit now crocodile type, and a pirate bearing a 300 million belly bounty, Lek was no mere novice. Having carved his way from the North Blue into the Grand Line, he possessed seasoned instincts. The instant he heard the sound overhead, he sensed the incoming strike. Shifting instantly into his beastman form, he vaulted sideways from his throne at the ship's center. In the next breath, the whip slashed diagonally into the hull, piercing deep into the keel. Crack! Aark! The keel, it shattered. Those who failed to dodge were cleaved cleanly in two alongside their vessel, organs spilling forth their incinerated cross-sections, releasing the pungent savory scent of denatured protein. The taste of pirate blood, the sea itself knows it well. The survivors stared upward in abject terror, toward the source of the whip and the garbage dock. 10-year-old Katie Frank clutched a visibly disgruntled Icebug. Come on, Icebug, let's go see my newest— Boom. What was that? The distant commotion interrupted their tussle. Icebug and Frank raised their binoculars, slung around their necks, to peer into the distance. Frank lowered his binoculars, his expression mirroring Icebug's astonishment as he burst forth excitedly. Incredible, Icebug. Did you see it? What kind of weapon struck that pirate ship? 2 hits, and it sank. Too fast to make out clearly. Seemed human-made. There's someone airborne. Could it be Marines from headquarters clearing pirates? Icebug, look. A person's floating inside that drifting barrel, and he's got hair just as blue as mine. Icebug peered through his binoculars, following Frank's pointing finger. Inside the splintered barrel lay a figure roughly Frank's size, chest rising and falling faintly. Quick, Frank. He's alive. I'll fetch Tom-san. Unseen by either boy, a nearly invisible filament stretched from the barrel up into the sky, guiding it slowly, deliberately toward shore. After a flurry of activity, Tom's workshop filled with Icebug, Frank, Tom himself, Conqueror Basin, and his pet frog Horinaga, all gathered around Gladius, lying motionless upon the bed. His emergency mask had been torn away, revealing extensive burn wounds across his body, rendering him pitiful and profoundly vulnerable. Conqueror Basin, clad in her signature bikini, removed the stethoscope she'd placed over Gladius's chest, her expression soft with compassion. Having married a human, she bore deep empathy for those who suffered such tragedy. No life-threatening injuries, just a bit of water inhalation. But this child's burns. Tom, veteran of countless crises, had already identified their origin. Thermal burns, caused by warfare. Though not fresh, they bear the scars of conflict. Still, despite his youth, this boy is already a man in spirit. Icebug, where did you find him? His ship was destroyed just moments ago. He drifted over from there. Cough, cough, cough. Gasping up water, Gladius stirred awake, gazing at unfamiliar faces and the visages he'd memorized for months prior. Even his rigorously trained composure faltered momentarily. You're awake. Where are you from? Did you build these bombs? Amazing. Frank's exclamation broke Gladius's. The North Blue. Thank you all. Yes, I built them. I will repay your kindness in saving my life. Where do you hail from? And why were you aboard that pirate ship? From a fallen nation. The clockwork town of Tarlin Kingdom in the northern reaches of the North Blue, Nord's Island. Watching Gladius being carried off by Frank, Doflamingo turned and strode onto the Sky Road, setting course for the Sabate. Whether Gladius would succeed in gaining Tom's trust, or even be adopted by him, held no concern for Doflamingo. If persuasion fails, theft remains an option. At minimum, he would confirm the schematics resided with Tom. Given sufficient time in Water 7, Gladius would inevitably find his chance. Why not simply coerce Tom into surrendering them outright? First, GOLD. Roger still lived. Even the world government dared not move against Tom until 2 years hence, after Roger's death. Doflamingo had no intention of courting such folly. Second, Tom was undeniably a man of formidable stature. Intimidation worked only on men like Caesar or Vega. Upon his person, some individuals truly prefer shattering, like jade, to compromising their integrity. The Sabaody archipelago emerged from the roots of the world's largest red tree, the Arlong red tree, whose immensely developed aerial root system gradually formed islands above the water's surface, naturally dividing the archipelago into distinct landmasses. Respiration from the Arlong red tree's submerged roots secretes a unique natural resin. Upon contact with air, this resin expands into iridescent bubbles that ascend skyward. This phenomenon lends Sabaody an ethereal, dreamlike quality. Its singular scenery, combined with its strategic geographical position, places it not only adjacent to the marine headquarters, but also near the Holy Land Marijoa. Moreover, it serves as the vital nexus linking the New World and the Grand Line. Thus, the archipelago hosts tourist attractions catering to people and merchant caravans from all 4 seas, alongside human auction markets serving the celestial dragons and nobility. It also harbors lawless zones and coding industries frequented by pirates and underworld syndicates, maintains a permanent marine garrison, and on Island No. 1 stands his fledgling enterprise. Setting aside the documents in his hands, Doflamingo cast a calm gaze upon Mahabais, whose corpulent frame had yet to fully mature, and spoke with a faint smile. Fufufu. Mahabais. This then is the fruit of your 6 months' labor. Mahabais flinched violently at the words, then cautiously offered his defense. Young master, the political landscape of Sabaody is extraordinarily complex. Regarding the auction houses, our influence remains severely limited. And what of the Seastone transactions, held every 3 months? Tell me, who are the Donquixote family's trading partner? The world government. Mahabais's voice dwindled to a whisper under his master's piercing stare. Is Seastone truly that important? Immensely important. Sabaody functions as the world government's private garden. Tell me who among its inhabitants dares openly declare themselves enemies of the world government. After serving Diavolo for so long, Mahabais, you cannot even grasp the art of leveraging authority. Watching Mabai's fall silent, Doflamingo massaged the throbbing vein at his temple, suppressing the urge to strike. Truth be told, it wasn't ignorance. He knew Mabai's possessed experience managing operations in the North Blue under Diavolo's guidance. Yet most people in this world were not Monkey D. Luffy. Few could face the world government without instinctive dread. Having spent years living as outlaws, they recoiled from authority figures like startled birds. Since Uraki's arrival, even direct dealings with the world government had been delegated entirely to him. A classic ostrich mentality, if unseen then unfeared. Disco cared only for trafficking slaves. Rauju was consumed by combat. Pika performed adequately as a regional warden. Rosinante remained preoccupied with matters concerning his homeland. Meanwhile, both Diavolo and Treble were stretched thin, managing affairs across the North Blue and Skypiea. As Skypiea served as the family's current stronghold, committing either of them elsewhere was impossible. Talent remained scarce. Enel, once properly tempered, could be promoted directly into the combat division. Yet the family still lacked core managerial personnel. Where was Monet, his secretary? For now, he would have to make do with those presently at hand. With a quiet sigh, Doflamingo relaxed the tension etched across his features. Perceiving the slight easing of atmosphere, Jorah stepped forward and broke the silence. Oh ho ho. Young master, you must be utterly exhausted after such a long journey. For dinner, I've prepared sweet shrimp and Sabaedy's signature bubble beverage. Do you find it satisfactory? Absolutely delightful. It's been too long, Jorah. I trust your efforts securing Sky Island bells have been arduous. Please proceed with preparations. Oh ho ho. You call me Miss World. Oh, how embarrassing. How utterly mortifying. Still masterfully sustaining her illusory vocal timbre, Jorah skipped merrily toward the kitchen, cheeks flushed and hands cupping her face. Mahabais, have you gathered intelligence on Guild Tesoro? 14 profiles narrowed to those matching your age. 3 reside in Sabaedy. Here are their photographs. Excellent. Tomorrow we visit the human auction house. We require new talent. A corner of Island No. A man with grass-green hair concluded another grueling day's labor and sprinted toward the human auction market clad in his nightfall granted the enslaved within the market a fleeting respite. A moment of quiet where they were spared the humiliation of being scrutinized like mere commodities. A golden-haired woman sat motionless behind iron bars, gazing longingly down the pitch-black street beyond, eyes alight with quiet expectation. Tap, 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 tap. Stella, I've come to see you. Stella looked up at the man before her, sweat glistening on his brow and her starlit eyes crinkled into a tender, radiant arc. Though imprisoned and stripped of liberty, her shattered heart had long since been mended, guarded, cherished, and made whole by this man before her. A profound, ineffable joy swelled within her. I know. Stella nodded sweetly, ignoring the sweat upon his skin as she reached forward with both hands to gently caress his face. Tesoro, go home and rest. Come again tomorrow. You've already labored enough. Tesoro, his palms roughened and calloused from relentless toil, gently clasped her hands against his cheeks and shook his head softly. It's all right, Stella. Listen to my newest composition. The following day, walking along the path toward the human auction market, Doflamingo's entourage drew conspicuous attention, not due to any extraordinary height, but because Uraki's massive wings loomed conspicuously behind him, arousing keen interest among certain factions. Observing Uraki, whose physique had grown markedly more robust since their last meeting, Doflamingo voiced mild curiosity. Uraki, is the physical enhancement granted by your devil fruit permanent? Uraki responded with his ever-unwavering smile, the enhancement is temporary. As for my growth, yes, I am genuinely maturing. Just like you, master. Still maturing. Doflamingo paused, then realized with quiet clarity that he himself remained squarely within adolescence. His continued development, therefore, was perfectly natural. In the distance, the human auction market, staff prepared for another day's operations. Pay close attention, all of you. One mistake and you'll end up enslaved yourselves. At those words, every worker trembled. Their polishing motions grew painstakingly precise, 3 times more cautious than before. Only once he confirmed their absolute rigidity did Disco withdraw his knife-edged glare. Turning with his subordinates toward the slave-corralled streets, his very foundation, he was abruptly interrupted. Boss, that rare specimen, the winged man, is back. He's bound to fetch an enormous price. His frantic subordinate barreled in, halting Disco's inspection mid-stride. Grasping the man's neck, Disco shook him vigorously while shouting, exhilarated. Where? Which island? Intercept him, immediately. Do not let him reach the marine garrison zone. He's heading straight for us, accompanied by... Ecstatic Disco ceased listening. Quick, assemble. Seize him. The Holy Land's elite will be thrilled. My human auction house is finally within reach. As they drew nearer to the human auction market, scenes of nobles leading enslaved individuals became increasingly common. Indeed, slavery was not exclusive to the celestial dragons. Nobles emulated this emblem of status. Such imitation constituted high fashion. Gazing upon this familiar Italian spectacle, Doflamingo felt a strange dissonance, familiar because he himself had once done precisely this in the Holy Land, alien because in his prior life, as an ordinary expendable laborer, he had never witnessed such opulence firsthand. Even the fabled alphabet circles existed only as rumors, never as lived experience. Tap, tap, tap. Amidst rapid footfalls, a squad of heavily armed gunmen materialized, blocking their path. Sensing palpable hostility, Doflamingo's expression turned subtly amused. He raised a hand, signaling Uraki and the others to halt. Behind the crowd stood a flamboyant man, tall hat perched atop his head, star-shaped sunglasses, glinting long violet-pink hair, cascading over his shoulders draped in an elegant gown. That eccentric, unmistakable appearance stirred distant memories within Doflamingo. Could it be Disco, my subordinate from the original timeline? Indeed, he remains obsessively devoted to slave trafficking. 20 years, and his passion remains undimmed. Is this perhaps a form of unwavering devotion? Disco strode forward with theatrical flair, adjusting his sunglasses with a practiced flick of his nose. His gaze swept over Uraki's imposing musculature and expansive wings, and he nodded, deeply satisfied. A true rarity, the legendary Scipion. Such brawny strength, such solid build. The Holy Land's elite will adore him. As he spoke, he advanced unconsciously. Let me take a closer look at those wings. Hand them over. With no warning, Uraki lunged, seizing Disco, effortlessly lifting him off his feet like a squawking chick. Don't kill me. I'm filthy rich. Calm down. I have backing from the world nobles. Realizing his peril, Disco emitted a high-pitched, girlish shriek as crushing pressure tightened around his throat. Doflamingo ignored the surrounding gunmen, mere weaklings, then addressed the trembling Disco, dangling helplessly in Uraki's grip, voice dripping with mockery. Originally, I intended to purchase slaves, having already secured cooperation with the world government. Since you've shown such poor manners, I shall reciprocate in kind. String line. A razor-thin filament shrieked through the air, slicing cleanly through the gunmen arrayed before them. Wait just a moment. I'm a partner of the world nobles. I possess immense wealth. The world government. What have I done? Disco's pupils dilated in terror as he writhed desperately in Uraki's grasp. If pierced by those threads, he would die instantly. Oh, is that so? Yes, absolutely. All my fortune is yours to command. Disco nodded frantically like a bobblehead doll. A cruel, blossoming grin spread across Doflamingo's face as he curled a finger. Fufufu. It seems you've misunderstood the situation entirely, Mr. Disco. Your wealth is already mine. 5-color thread. 5 razor-sharp filaments flashed across Disco's body, leaving behind a grotesque, pink-fleshed sashimi platter scattered across the earth. 40 high-value slaves. The human auction market. Unlike formal auctions, the human auction market consisted of narrow cage-lined streets, clusters of iron enclosures assembled organically to serve the convenience of visiting nobles from across society. This very architecture represented the ultimate dehumanization inflicted upon non-world government-aligned citizens and other enslaved peoples, reduced to livestock displayed for selection. Whoosh. Crack. The shattering of iron bars startled the enslaved. Numb-hollowed, they stared blankly at the gaping entrance, paralyzed by uncertainty. Before they could react, a commanding voice cut through the silence. Fufufu. You face 2 choices: join the Donquixote family, or be recaptured and re-enslaved. For those long treated as merchandise, endurance had reached its limit. To be human again, even conditionally, was the obvious choice. Even Stella, deep within the crowd, felt the same resolve. They surged forth en masse. That evening, at the Donquixote compound, after minimal grooming and arrangement, the former slaves began to regain traces of vitality, faint but unmistakably human. Facing the colossal figures of Uraki and Mahabai's, fears still lingered, but at least the immediate threat of death had receded. Mahabai's held a towering stack of printed forms. Beside him, Uraki smiled, serenely stepped forward, all with mercantile experience. Step forward, all possessing specialized skills. The enslaved exchanged hesitant glances, then obediently sorted themselves into distinct groups. Mahabai's distributed forms one by one, his voice oddly incongruous with his bulk. Study the price list in your hands carefully. That figure represents your personal valuation. It is also the sum the family paid to redeem you, and your future freedom hinges upon rendering contributions equal in value to this amount. I am Mahabai's, your supervisor. Freedom. Hearing these absurd words carry such profound meaning, the slaves' hearts swelled with sudden elation. Yet fearing mockery, they clenched their jaws until their faces flushed purple. It's all right, feel free. Laugh if you want, but from now on you must work hard. With such a keen gaze, as soon as there was a stir, they arrived. Moshi 5 elders, is there something you need? The phone bug transmitted the question from the 5 elders wearing hats. No, it wasn't an attack, it was a counterattack. This time Disco as a mortal dared to attack me, a celestial dragon, treating me as a slave. I've already eliminated this foolish scourge, and you should be thanking me instead. I said slave. Donquixote Doflamingo, and you've already lost your celestial dragon identity chip. They were already partners, so why act tough? And he had seen the world government's slave-capturing ships when he was younger. It was just a warning not to be too arrogant. But how could that be? So he began to speak sarcastically. Fufufa, don't be so excited, old man. Getting too excited could kill you. As for slaves, if there aren't enough, just let Cypher Pole move out to capture some from non-world government-affiliated countries. Aren't you skilled at this? As for my identity, do you need to inform the sea? Come on, let the Navy send a general to escort my business. I have no interest in playing with slaves, I just enjoy doing business. They should be more than willing to escort my caravan. So how about we sign an approval agreement where the Navy won't sell weapons and the benefits can be split 3 ways between the Navy or you? Crack. Unfortunately, the world government did not agree. His identity as a celestial dragon was merely recognized by the 5 elders due to the influence of the seafloor stone. One could say it was a flexible identity as a celestial dragon. Doflamingo suddenly began to understand his previous decision to hold the heavenly gold hostage. Being a celestial dragon is indeed quite useful. It allows for communication with noble families across the world and even remote control of the Navy in certain respects. now in the North Sea Magic Valley town and Whiskey Peak. Just by colluding with the branch Navy business is booming. Even without selling weapons, caravans selling Sky Island specialties could immediately spread across the four seas in the first half of the Grand Line. Regarding information, the speed of wealth acquisition would significantly increase. Shaking his head, Doflamingo dispelled his beautiful fantasies. Looking at the golden-haired, shapely woman below, he revealed a sunny smile. There were also alternative plans. At least the future Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro is already on the way. Gazing at the approaching Ulki, he softly spoke. Ulki, the family needs a venue as large as the one for the human trafficking market on Island 16 of the illegal zone. Do you know what to do? God, I understand your meaning. Ulki slightly bowed. 2 months later. Island 1 of Sabaody. Donquixote family's base. BOSS, this is the recent weapon sales report from Magic Valley Town in Sabaody for the past 2 months. The first batch of mature Sky Island shellfish has been sent to Pressurized Island for distribution. According to your standards, premium quality shellfish has already been shipped to Sabaody. Dressed in a red suit, the refined and capable Guild Tesoro presented the business reports for the past 2 months. What does it mean to be a business talent? In less than 2 months, he had transformed from a labor-type thug into a butler-type henchman. Watching the calm and eloquent Tesoro, Doflamingo was increasingly satisfied, taking the sordid documents and placing them aside with a smile. Tesoro, you did well. As a reward, Stella's debt has been forgiven. She is now a free person. Just moments before, Tesoro had seemed capable and mature, but he suddenly wore a face of surprise, caught off guard by the According to his previous calculations, it would take both of them 5 years of hard work to pay off Stella's debt. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, "Thank you, boss. Not only did you rescue Stella from the human trafficking market, allowing her to escape her status as a slave, but you also forgave her debt. I will continue to work hard." Doflamingo naturally accepted Tesoro's gratitude. As for why he directly forgave Stella's debt, sometimes helping someone in distress first can yield greater rewards. A person willing to work hard for a few years for their loved one rather than being a thug who burns, kills, robs, or deceives. This is just a trivial matter, Tesoro. Do you want to join the Donquixote family? Of course, Stella can join too. Her personality is very suitable for interacting with younger family members. What do you think? 41 The cute one from Magic Valley Town. The mansion comparison over the course of 2 months. As someone who has lived on the Sabaody Islands since childhood, Tesoro naturally understood what it meant to attack human trafficking stores without any consequences. It indicated that the world government could do nothing about the current Donquixote family. It also meant that there was actually no room for negotiation between him and Stella. Moreover, the speed of his promotion over the past month represented something that he, with his intelligence, naturally understood was driven by the man in front of him. As a mere thug often seen in Sabaody, the only thing worth noting was this business acumen. If he could advance further. Tesoro's throat tightened, swallowing hard as he bowed low to the figure before him, giving the only answer. BOSS, both Stella and I are willing to join the family. Communicating with wise and timely individuals is always simple. Looking at the bowing Tesoro and the respect and gratitude conveyed through his observation, Haki, Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. He moved his fingers slightly to pull out a special document from under the table and handed it over. Very well, check this document for any errors. The family's future business regarding the Qinghai will gradually be opened. Stella will move to Sky Island with the next batch of candidate family members. Tesoro instinctively opened the document. He held staring blankly at the large characters of the world government, not even noticing the keywords like Stella. No matter how much he had imagined the advantages of the Donquixote family, possibly due to a special identity, he never expected that even the world government was a collaborator with Donquixote. Suppressing the tremors in his heart, he quietly immersed himself in the content. Doflamingo was not concerned about Tesoro's confusion. Although the world government holds no authority in front of great pirates, they still have some level in Qinghai. As for why they would so directly develop the business landscape of Qinghai for Tesoro. Firstly, both Tesoro and Stella are orphans in the literal sense with no one to rely on, and their backgrounds are quite clean. Secondly, Tesoro is not the original timeline's Golden Emperor, a person without power. What is given to him can naturally be taken back at any time. Thirdly, the pirate world is indeed a ruthless one, with very few educated individuals, and Tesoro, as a born businessman, is a rare find. It's not easy to catch someone useful. BOSS, the prophet is accurate, but this clause. Which Sky Island are you referring to? After a long while, Tesoro finally came back to his senses and cautiously posed the question. He couldn't afford to be careless. It concerned the light of his life, Stella. He had heard of Sky Island since taking over the business, but he had never known its location. He thought it was just a special island. Modify the incorrect clauses in a way that benefits you. As for Sky Island, it's a benefit for family members. It is located 10000 meters in the air. There it won't be subject to attacks from pirates or oppression from celestial dragons. For young family members, it is a safe place. 3 days later, you should go too. There are some industries that you need to understand in depth to better formulate market rules. Without any oppression from world nobles, he would only have to face the pressure from Doflamingo. 10,000 meters. High. Tesoro's features expanded dramatically, revealing a heart that was far from calm. That's right, you'll host the Sky Island treasure auction in 2.5 months, Tesoro. After you understand Sky Island, give me a plan that allows me to gain more benefits. Taiswaloa, it's so beautiful. Look at that cloud, it resembles you. Too fast, I didn't see it. Haha, Stella, was that the legendary sky fish that jumped out? The Nemanthia flamingo is rapidly ascending in the sky. Young master, it's so beautiful. Young master, will we live in the young master, young master. The young family tightly surrounded Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo felt somewhat uneasy inside. I knew I shouldn't have established such a friendly persona, it doesn't suit me. To outsiders it appeared extraordinarily warm. However, some had no time to admire the beautiful scenery. Ah! Bang bang bang. Hanging outside the ship, Spandam's head repeatedly struck the hull, but he had no time to care about the pain at this moment. Because the last subordinate had already completed free fall, and he was next. He could only look at the threads binding him, with hopeful eyes silently praying. No, don't break. Watching the thread that was about to wear off. Growing more fearful, he involuntarily expelled a light yellow liquid and solid, wetting his pants. Help, 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 help. Time passed. Watching the approaching floating island and the remaining thin thread. Spandam let out a long breath. I survived. Damn Doflamingo, once I find the location of the sea floor stone, you all will die. At that time, haha. This intense malice attracted villains. Oh, really? You're still here? The devilish words interrupted Spandam's fantasy. Raising his head, a terrifying figure was standing above, looking at the large hand placed on the thread. The familiar fear reappeared on Spandam's face, and his body trembled like a vibrating rod as he began to plead. No. Please, I'm valuable Doflamingo, I can relay messages for you, spare me. Doflamingo's smile grew increasingly sinister, sharp threads emerging from his fingertips. But you are of no value to me, Spandam. Congratulations on finding the sky island below is the White Sea. As someone without abilities, if you survive, that would be valuable. But remember to say hi to the Gorsii. With that he hooked his finger. Slap. No. Ah. Puff. Indeed, happiness must be built on the suffering. Seeing Spandam's miserable state, Doflamingo smiled even brighter. As for why such a bully didn't take him in as an insider within CP9, it was simply because he didn't need him now. If the base were still on the sea, it would be understandable for the world government to stake its claim. But now on the sky island, the world government hasn't left any traces here for 400 years, and it will be the same in the future. He placed the young family along with Taizwalaw in the Angel Island Civil Affairs Department, handing them over to Toribol and another. Doflamingo stepped onto the sky path, flying towards Appiato. At this moment, the Donquixote laboratory had already moved to the edge of Appiato. In the new laboratory, various creatures, whether from the Sky Island or the Blue Sea, were isolated within special glass, trapped in deep sleep. A researcher wearing number 69, holding a fist-sized blood-red pill, walked towards a creature that resembled neither horse nor bird, its body muscular. Slap. As the blood-red pill fell into the glass cage. The once peacefully sleeping horsebird creature opened its blood-red eyes, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth accompanied by a grinding sound as it forcefully scraped across the ground, swallowing the blood-red pill. Owl war. Accompanied by a refreshing yet uncomfortable roar, the horsebird creature's body expanded further, its horse-like features becoming more apparent. In the next moment, it spread its wings on its back, accelerating towards the surrounding glass. Boom boom. A bit like the enhancement of the rumble ball, very promising. No wonder it is one of Chopper's extraordinary teachers. Even auxiliary experiments can produce such good things. Genius. Watching everything before him, Doflamingo patted Caesar's shoulder, full of admiration. Phew, Caesar, you did really well. What's this thing called? Does it only work on pure humans, or does it only react to Zoan? Sure, it hasn't been named yet, boss. For now, it only works on Zoan-type bloodline factors. Hearing the praise, Caesar immediately showed a gullible expression as the displeasure from helping Gaji disappeared. For now, does that mean it might work on all bloodline factors in the future? This thing exists within all creatures in this. It seems Caesar has truly developed something extraordinary this time. Doflamingo nodded, secretly looking at the horsebird creature that had lost its strength and fallen back into a deep sleep. He raised a new question. Then let's keep it simple, we'll call it enhancement drug type 1. This is something of great value and can be further developed. Besides the risk of losing sanity, does this enhancement drug have any other risks? According to the data you provided earlier and the experimental data currently collected after use, both strength and speed will significantly increase. The extent of enhancement is related to the user's mastery of their fruit ability. The closer the Zoan-type user is to awakening, or the stronger their willpower, the more sanity they retain after use. Most others will lose their sanity after use, going on a rampage and destruction until they collapse from exhaustion, even lose. Of course, power comes at a price. Doflamingo's lips curled into a wicked smile. For good stuff, start manufacturing it. Establish a processing plant for Zoan-type enhancement drugs. Half of the profits will belong to you. As for lifespan, the pirates who barely survive at sea won't care about such matters. They won't even know, and will only cheer for the immense explosive and overwhelming power. Those who survive will be our loyal customers, and the trash that dies due to this medicine won't leave negative reviews affecting us. Caesar, this will be a product with a 100 positive rating. As for why I'm not giving gold this time, such displays should be made at the right occasion. Sure, you are the most generous person in this world, boss. At this moment, Caesar's face flushed, his mind filled only with the milky snow of the red light district, lost in fantasy, completely unable to absorb what his boss was saying. Skipping over Caesar, who was beginning to flood with yellow thoughts, Doflamingo looked towards Gaji, who was recording data with a computer. This horsebird creature is your masterpiece combining the horse fruit, right, Gaji? Yes, boss. This is a derivative based on cloning replicants and my previously incomplete cyborg plan. Gaji replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. Its number is 997, one of the 25 survivors from 300 samples from the Blue Sea. 3,000 surviving 25, that's an 8 in 1,000 success rate. That's quite low. Doflamingo instinctively frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with this progress, lost in thought. Gaji's daughter, she obtained superhuman abilities through the genetic modifications of bloodline factors during her childhood, not at birth. Reiju should have been born in the years 1497-1498. Gaji's 4 sons could only undergo genetic modifications in the womb in 1501. This indicates that Gaji's bloodline factor modification technology gradually approached maturity during the years 1499-1500 in the original timeline. It could be initially applied to humans. It could only modify juveniles or embryos. Yet Gaji himself did not acquire the abilities after modification. But the original timeline, Gaji was wandering around the North Sea, and at this stage, he should have officially crossed paths with me. He probably didn't have the superior conditions I provide now. However, it seems like there are quite a few topics assigned to Gaji as the chief researcher. So, watching Duo Fu Lang Ming guess mercurial visage Jia, Ji felt a cold knot of anxiety tighten in his chest. He braced himself and forced out the words. Boss, regarding the transplantation of the bloodline factor, all other samples rejected and perished. As long as these 25 advanced specimens present no other complications, we can commence the next stage without delay. Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu patted Jia Ji's shoulder lightly in a conciliatory gesture, then at last smiled and spoke. It is nothing, Jia Ji. You have done more than enough. Oh, I burdened you with too many responsibilities. Leave the Pyrobrine particle and the simplified Fangzhou Jinyan project to the research team. You need only compile periodic summaries to adjust direction and report. Have Tuale Boer transfer a batch of prisoners from the North Sea, so you may begin human trials directly. Sometimes our steps must be bold. Your focus now should be on bloodline factor transplantation and modification. Start with the bloodline factor from Baika that Birdman and AI and I lose resonant thunder fruit. I will have Kai Sa and AI and I Lu cooperate with you. Yes, boss. Jia Ji breathed out in relief. Being an underling was far less fraught than carrying everything alone, especially lately with the squabbles involving Suala. Besides, these failures are not necessarily useless. We will have superior test subjects. They will display your masterpiece to its fullest. You mean, 2 months later. Shindi Malikia, the realm of the gods. This is the habitation of the world's noble Tianlongren. At afternoon tea, several of them, helmets fashioned like space suits atop their heads, sat clustered around a smiling invitation and sipped tea while chatting. Carlos Shung, the new auction opens the week after next. There will be items from the Sky Islands. Will you attend? Of course. This time, there will be sound shells capable of long-term storage, far superior to the defective ones found on Sabaody before. I must acquire one. I have a slave with a voice I adore who is dying. I shall preserve her song. What a marvelous thing. And there are image shells. I shall preserve the tortured scenes of rebellious slaves being broken. How amusing. How dreary. All you see are slaves. Cloud shells are best. Look, you can lie upon the sprayed cloud. Mind yourself, Ming De Luo. See, Shung, you fool. That cloud dissipates quickly in the blue sea. You ignorant wretches, study the instructions at 10,000 meters altitude. Usage time extends. The sanctuary sits at 10,000 meters, and there are replenishment services, are there not? Use more when it's exhausted. 2 bulbous bodies encased in bubble domes squirmed and tumbled at each other, while those nearby smiled in merriment at the spectacle. As the world's rarities, the Tianlongren dwell in that 10,000 meter sanctuary. Wealth holds no meaning for them. Their sole pastime is comparison and onupmanship. Lavish experiences treasure slaves. Above all, slaves are the chief measure of status. Slaves serve many purposes as conveyances, objects of beating and torment, or pitted against one another like fighting beasts. All commonplace uses. Compared to the Tianlongren's amusements, mere physical cruelty is but child's play. They torment not only the body, but now they have a fresh delight. Sky Island shells. Let us descend to the surface together and have a look. The CPO, dressed in a white suit, glided into the circle of Tianlongren. He inclined slightly and spoke in a grave tone. Nobles under the orders of the Wu Laoxing, only Ming De Luo, Si Sheng may go this time. The assembly erupted in fury. What? Damn the Wu Laoxing. Why do they restrict us? Why? In contrast, Ming De Luo Si Sheng released his suppressed compatriot. His plump face broke into a delighted smile. He had little desire to accompany his fellows on the trip. Never mind. I can bring things back for you. Several hours earlier, among the corridors of power, the Wu Laoxing regarded the smiling invitation on the table with varying expressions. How shall we proceed? Shall the world nobles be forbidden from attending Duo Fu Lang Ming guest auction? The chief judge of the Wu Laoxing asked in a low voice. The wares Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu sells can only be fully digested by the royal houses of the world. He will not self-sabotage. No need for heavy-handed interference. I concur. Intelligence gathered by cipher polls suggests he harbors a mania for gold. Even this auction's requirement. Perhaps his experiences in the North Sea shaped this, but we cannot exclude that Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu bears hatred toward those who once failed to rescue his mother. I oppose allowing attendance. Moreover, what Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu did to CP9 remains fresh in memory. There is a non-zero chance he might attack attending nobles. I oppose allowing them to go as well. The Wu Laoxing found Duo Fu Lang Ming guest psychology somewhat inscrutable. Opinions among them diverged. In prior conversations, his attitude toward the world nobles had been nothing but contemptuous and scornful. Yet the Spandam squad lay utterly annihilated. And the attacked punk hazard and the human trafficking shops demonstrate that duo Fu Lang Ming Gu, though of Tianlongren birth, harbors no reverence for the world government. Whether he still bears any respect for the world nobles remains unknown. Given duo Fu Lang Ming Gu's unique identity, direct naval force to apprehend him is unadvisable. After a brief silence, the long-haired, bearded member of the Wu Laoxing proposed in a grave voice, Sen Teng Ji, he deming de luo, si sheng alone. That branch tends to produce madmen and saints alike. Disclose certain details about his situation to duo Fu Lang Ming Gu. If duo Fu Lang Ming Gu attacks, let Zhonghua move in and take him openly. Reasonable and justifiable, the others murmured assent. They nodded slightly. If duo Fu Lang Ming Gu lashed out against the world nobles without restraint given his prior deeds, his motive would undeniably be vengeance against all who once refused to aid his family. Allowing Zhonghua to apprehend him would preserve the Tianlongren's inviolability while enabling seizure of the Sky Island and any sea prism stone present. If duo Fu Lang Ming Gu abstained, the matter of the Sky Island could be handled more delicately later. Exchanging an aberrant Tianlongren for an unstable factor plus a sea prism stone was acceptable to the Wu Laoxing. So be it. Seconded. Have Zhonghua stand by in advance. This is a rare opportunity. After some discussion, the topic turned to the world's larger state. The turbulence across the seas has eased somewhat thanks to Qi Quanqing Zihuang Yuan, and he won observed, but the new world remains rotten. The Golden Lion vanished after the sea battle at Edwa, no trace remains. If he colludes with duo Fu, he flies in the heavens, Cipher Pole finds little to trace. The threat level of the flutter fruit must be raised. The sky is a domain we cannot easily meddle in. As for duo Fu Lang Ming Gu, he is not a suicidal fool. Otherwise the Golden Lion who spilled blood in the Valley of the Gods would have finished him. Do not concern yourselves with a missing man. Roger has set off anew for the new world. He recently clashed in the Tato Land Kingdom with Xia Luo Telling Ling. That chronicler who enlarges historical records has been verified as the heir to Weino's daimyo. Weapons from the closed country of Hijigua are already spreading through the new world. The daimyo of Hijigua likely have issues with Kaidu. This is a prime opportunity. Send CP0 to probe Hijigua and assess the Kato-War situation and whether new sea prism stone can be seized. Whom shall we dispatch? The waters around Hijigua are hardly friendly. Hijigua is like a volcanic mouth exposed at sea whose ships can only reach its inner waters by passing through a waterfall that links the surface to the inland sea. Send Huangmu. His abilities suit traversing such natural barriers. Agreed. So be it. The next, Xiangbedi Archipelago. Ha ha ha. Cautious, or rather cowardly, the Wu Laoxing. Still from now on we must schedule the arrival of those sanctuary fat swines separately so as not to disturb my other clients. Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu muttered as he sifted through the world government's leaked intelligence. He crumpled the dossier into confetti with a flick of a finger and shot a string at it, then turned and flew toward a vast edifice. He had placed that invitation into the world himself. Openly breaking with the world government would serve no purpose for one still accumulating strength. And he felt no particular relish in attacking a single Tianlongren. What he desired was for every Tianlongren on the sanctuary to be reduced to ashes. The World Economy News Agency headquarters. A figure with a large beak, small eyes, white plumage, a great tail, and wing-like hands, wearing a black top hat adorned with a redand white feather, a pale blue shirt, and a yellow bow tie, redand white checkered trousers, and a black cloak, sat brightly regarding a crimson silhouette on his office sofa. He was Moer Gongxi, wielder of the Albatross Fruits abilities, one of the underground world's emperors, and the director of the World Economy News Agency. At that moment he looked with radiant delight at the red figure perched on his sofa. Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu, are there new varieties of the image shell? The image shell you gave me last time was far superior to cameras. If it could interface with projecting Dindin Mushi, it would be ideal. The camera shell that links to projecting Dindin Mushi will be at the auction. You will be able to observe grand events remotely and be inspired to write world-shaking reports. Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu eased back into the genuine feather sofa and spoke at ease. But Moer Gongxi, what is it? Publish word of my family's latest work in your esteemed paper. He produced a transparent box from inside the box lay a round ruddy object. Moer Gongxi stroked his bird's head with a wing and peered at the red orb. In consideration of your auction's camera shells, I will publicize this. But what is it? Strengthening drug type 1. It helps our oceanic warriors achieve greater power. Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu smiled with a hint of relish and played an image shell that recorded a subject's trial. The recorded subject, ravaged from sample collection, began to bestialize, muscles surged, and wounds knit as crimson eyes flared. The creature charged at Wall's mind with sea prism stone. Remarkable, it augments ability, strength, and speed while preserving some measure of reason. A wondrous product. Animal-type fruit users will surely revere the Tangji Hida family name, Moer Gongxi said after viewing the recording. Then he shifted tone. What is the cost? As an underworld magnate, he distrusted free lunches. It consumes stamina. Out-of-control subjects pay with their lives. But you are mistaken. It is not limited to animal-type users. Oh, meaning it works on everyone. Moer Gongxi's bird eyes widened. Such an implication was extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Indeed, though for now animal-type users benefit most. Witnessing others' astonishment was Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu's perpetual delight. For now, implied further products to come. Moer Gongxi straightened. This is sensational. I will reserve a page in tomorrow's paper for your auction. No, 2 pages. One for the oddities auction on Island 1 and one for the Sea Warrior market on Island 16. They are separate, and you will need my help for future releases as well, friend. Mower Gangs's face darkened at Duo Fu Lang Ming guess greed, a friend was a mockery. He spread his wings like an enraged farm fowl and snapped impossible. Duo Fu Lang Ming go, I only chase great news. Do not think to buy me with money. Of course, my friend, I know. You are the news king, you detest others controlling your coverage. The content your paper prints must be yours to decide. Hence I propose an exchange. At the words news king, Mower Gangxi brightened, then paused and folded his abbreviated wings back. An exchange. Yes, exchange. Golden Luo Jie is about to reach the unknown land La Fu de Lu and become the true pirate king. Moreover, Luo Jie is gravely ill. Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu pronounced the astonishing claim with a composed expression. What? How do you know this? Mower Gangxi gaped. The mysterious routes to the unknown land eluded even his newsbirds. For a man of Mower Gangxi's stature, One Piece's reality was no doubt. He had previously reported Luo Jie's incursion into Tato land. But how could Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu know both Luo Jie's whereabouts and that he was deathly ill? Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu smiled and stored away the image shell. 3 years ago, Luo Jie invited a ship doctor named Ku Luo Kasi aboard. This you surely recall. You can infer Luo Jie's grave illness from the doctor's actions. As to Luo Jie reaching the final destination, ha ha ha. Naturally, I saw a possible future. There are other. In the next 2 days, your paper will publish what you desire. If Luo Jie indeed reaches La Fu de Lu, we will cooperate. Mower Gangxi checked his pocket watch and calmed himself. He was already inclined to believe Luo Jie might be gravely ill. As a ruler of the shadow information world, he had means to verify facts. Duo Fu Lang Ming guessed prophetic claim he did not fully trust, but network men had their channels, and making a friend required tact. Ha ha ha, you will see, my friend. Here is what goes out tomorrow. Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu grinned broadly. Trading future-laden intelligence for worldwide advertisement was pure profit. Who would become the richest in the pirate world in time to come? The following morning, thick broadsheets full of auction imagery weightier than ever flew across the globe. Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra. Newly crowned, he stared with disquiet at the desert's steady encroachment and the shrinking oases, his heart laden with doubt. Even the hollow sound shell in the hall could not soothe him. Freshwater is dwindling. In this world sliding into chaos where lies the people's future, all expendable costs have been trimmed. Seizing other islands only brings suffering. Your Majesty, Cobra, here is today's paper, interrupted the voluminous shared Ikaram as he entered the hall. Ikaram, anything notable at sea today? Cobra asked as he took the offered paper. Why so heavy? Oh, this is the Tangji Hida family we encountered before, is it not? Water shells that can store firefighting supply water. How much can they preserve through the rainy season? Cobra's eyes brightened as he scanned the dense pages. Participation requires 1 ounce of gold, roughly 2.00 belly. Ikaram, ready yourself, a wee sail, Iron Barrel Kingdom. On the towering pillar, 7-year-old Valpo already possessed a broad physique resembling a ball in his Banga leather outfit. At this moment, he was holding a newspaper in one hand while tightly clutching his father's thigh with the other. Dad, I want hot shells and flaming shells. I want to make my palace as warm as summer. Valpo's older brother Muxalu stood beside him, looking at his younger brother throwing a tantrum with disdain. As the ruler of a country, Yuyuos certainly recognized the value of hot shells and flaming shells. His wife had died from the cold after giving birth to their child. Moreover, countless ordinary citizens suffered injuries and died from the cold every year. However, faced with his son's persistence, he felt a sharp pain in his head and could only speak to comfort him. All right. In contrast to the enthusiastic royal families and nobles, the pirates of the Grand Line appeared from the North Sea, the passerby pirate crew. Boring. They actually want my gold. I'm a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million. Damn it. Where's Sabaody? Go steal those interesting things. This family emblem seems a bit familiar. The Captain Dahu, who resembled Roger, cursed loudly. Boss, this is the emblem of the Donquixote family from the North Sea. Almost all our weapons are made by him, and Sabaody is right next to the Navy headquarters. Said a subordinate. Then it's fine. The next day, the new newspaper once again set the seas ablaze. White Lion Pirate Crew. Hey. Little ones, it's true that we Zoan-type users are the strongest. Captain Simba proudly displayed the mane of his Zoan-type cat fruit lion form, shaking his fierce head with satisfaction. Let's go, little ones, to Sabaody. With this red drug, the damned red-haired pirates will be slaughtered at sea, and their treasure will be— Oh. This scene unfolded in the first half of the New World. Navy headquarters. Sengoku's face was ashen. The gathering nobles and royals had already brought tremendous security pressure to Sabaody, and now the influx of pirates was adding fuel to the fire. Bang! Looking at the news before him, Steelbone Kong slammed his solid fists into the table, creating a large hole. His expression was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He took out a document and handed it to Sengoku. Damn Donquixote Doflamingo, he wants to turn the recently calmed sea into a chaotic mess. Sengoku, this is the celestial dragon Mingsalos who just arrived at Sabaody. If Doflamingo makes a move on him, it's life or death. If not, let it be. Why can't we just take him down? Sengoku took the document somewhat puzzled. As a loyal supporter of the world government, he certainly had no objections to protecting the celestial dragons. However, Doflamingo, not to mention that Crane has already discovered that most of the wars in the North Sea have his shadow behind them. Just in the current predicament of Sabaody, if he can be eliminated, it would solve a huge part of the problem. Doflamingo is also a celestial dragon. Kong squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. What? The old woman Crane, who had just been calmly observing, trembled, her eyes filled with shock. No wonder the world government transferred her from the North Sea. Time passed. Inside the auction house, numerous staff members were busy wiping tables and chairs in preparation for tomorrow's auction. This time, the noble satisfaction can directly reduce your own price by 1/10. We will be one step closer to freedom. We must clean the venue to perfection. Food and drinks must be the best. Everything must be tasted by ourselves to distinguish whether there is spoilage or decay. We must eliminate any possibility of unexpected situations. Stella's gentle and clear voice echoed throughout the auction venue, and the former slaves displayed their hopes for the future, their movements hastening. On the other side, the Sea Warrior Market, which closely resembled the Dressrosa Coliseum. Taisolo looked up at the newly met Pika and cautiously spoke. Pika, the boss, said that the central arena has some flaws and needs you to tighten it up a bit while also leaving a passage for seawater. No problem, Doflamingo said. I would help you. It's very simple. The high-pitched voice caused Taisolo, who was meeting Pika for the first time, to twitch the corner of his mouth, nearly breaking into a smile. He quickly tried to amend his words. Pika, are you from the giant race? Implying that he was still in the developmental stage. Pika waved his hand helplessly. The more outsiders he interacted with, the less irritable he became. Moreover, the people in his family were different. Oh, as long as it wasn't intentional mockery, it was fine. Not really. If you want to laugh, go ahead. I'm 15 this year, but my vocal cords have developed contrary to my height and have stagnated since my childhood. As he spoke, Pika slowly sank into the ground under Taisolo's astonished gaze. A wide isolation belt began to appear around the arena, and the excess soil and material of the arena gradually compressed and became tighter. It can't bear the true battles of strong fighters, but it's sufficient to deal with these lower-tier pirates. Standing in the sky, Doflamingo, who had just arrived, assessed this scene in his mind. Taisolo housed the situation with the image transponder snail arranged. In the venue, Taisolo and Pika only then noticed Doflamingo's arrival and looked up toward the source of the voice. Then, placing his left hand against his chest, he respectfully welcomed him. Boss Doflamingo. Doflamingo waved his hand, signaling them to continue working, and Taisolo responded. Boss, the image transponder snails delivered by the world government last time included only 3, but we just received 5 projection transponder snails. Just in case, 2 of the image transponder snails have already arrived at Magic Valley Town and Whiskey Peak. The transponder snail is a unique natural creature in the pirate world. The transponder snail uses biological waves as a medium for transmission. Each transponder snail has its unique wave, but there is also a channel used for public information transmission. Additionally, the nature of the transponder snail leads to different types of transponder snails. The unique biological waves can penetrate most complex magnetic fields in the pirate world, making them especially valuable. Moreover, the image transponder snail and the projection transponder snail are among the rarest. The image transponder snail can take and project images useful for recording or live broadcasting. The projection transponder snail functions like a projector, capturing and projecting images simultaneously, akin to a defective version of the image transponder snail. Good job. The communication between the image snail and the image transponder snail still has obstacles. Perfect displays are essential to excite our Grand Line Sea Warriors. Are the genders of the transponder snails distinguishable? We've already connected with the science team. Dr. 26 needs to confirm in person for judgment. Let Diamante and Lao Ji keep a close watch on the transponder snails in their possession. After using them, they should be sent to the Sky Island. The 5 projection transponder snails will be returned to the family's base. I will take them all after this auction ends. Ensure that the members controlling the image snails record this auction well. Night. A long unconnected telephone bug rings. Doflamingo, the Navy is gathering at Sabaody. What's the illegal zone island? No. 17. What about the target? The pirates involved in the Sabaody incident this time. Heave, this is great. It will be a good opportunity to test the product to the world. The illegal zone island. No. 17. What about the target? The pirates involved in the Sabaody incident this time. Heave, this is... It wasn't even noon yet, and the auction hall was already buzzing with voices. The small nobles were incredibly excited, not only because of the upcoming auction, but also due to the big shots arriving at the venue. I heard a celestial dragon is coming this time. Father, I've never seen a celestial dragon. Ha ha ha, a celestial dragon once visited our country. I was lucky enough to see them from afar. Their demeanor was truly fellow of the Holy Land. The nobles whispered to each other, their palms sweating with excitement. The news of the celestial dragon's arrival had long been secretly leaked by Doflamingo. As the pinnacle of nobility, the celestial dragons naturally made countless lesser nobles yearn for them and flock to them. If the venue was too empty, it would not bode well for his gold acquisition plan. The celestial dragon has arrived. At the entrance, a celestial dragon wearing a bubble helmet made their entrance. They were grandly welcomed by the professional manager selected by Taisolo Baron amidst the guests' attention. The celestial dragon sat in the center of the front row of the venue. The auction commenced. Baron stood at the front, projecting an image with a shell. In the image, cloud shells spouted out clouds resembling cotton candy, suspended in midair with winged Donquixote, people smiling as they landed on them. Upon seeing this, the audience in the hall immediately began to murmur. Wow, clouds you can lie on, is this real? So this is the Sky Island people, they truly exist. What about the golden country that the boastful Roland talked about? Father, I want this, buy it for me. I want this. Watching the hall erupt in excitement, Baron silently gave a thumbs up to his boss Taisolo, and then spoke passionately. As today's opening gift for the exotic treasure auction, the first item is 10 cloud shells from the Sky Island. They allow you to freely roam among the clouds. Regrettably, the clouds in the Qinghai cannot be used for long periods. Please pay attention to the altitude. However, our exotic treasure auction offers a free cloud charging service. The subsequent cloud charging service costs 10 ounces. The starting bid for the 10 shells is 100 ounces. One devil fruit is also at 100 million berries. And this floating experience, even if not permanent, only costs 100 ounces for 10 at 22 million berries. The hall immediately erupted with bids rising one after another. 150 ounces. 200 ounces. 250 ounces. Sitting in the front row, the plump Don Quixote Mendoros had eyes that seemed ready to burst with excitement. He stood up, pulled out a pistol, and pointed it to the sky. Bang! I bid 1,000 ounces. Whoever dares to compete with me will come back to the Holy Land as my slave. Mendoros was not particularly foolish. He knew how to use his power. The hall immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the man bidding. His white robe and arrogant actions revealed his identity. Celestial Dragon. Mendoros bids 1,000 ounces of gold. Baron excitedly announced the auction's revenue was crucial for his freedom, and he began to stoke the flames. Is there a higher bid? The hall was silent with no competitors. Everyone present knew that only a celestial dragon could compete with another celestial dragon. And there was only one in this auction. Deal. The box containing the cloud shells was moved in front of the celestial dragon. Next, we have the perfect grade water shells from the Sky Island, capable of storing and releasing a large amount of water. Whether for maritime navigation or defense against ability users, they are the best choice. The starting bid for 10 is 10 ounces. Unfortunately, standing above the auction, Doflamingo sighed in his heart. If there were more competitors, they could drive the price of the cloud shells to an unreasonable height, acquiring more gold. He turned to look at the young and robust Sengoku on the other side of the auction house, who was staring intently at him. Feeling the heavy sense of threat emanating from that muscular body, a smirk involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sengoku, I am also a celestial dragon. Shouldn't you be loyal to me? Put away your little tricks, Doflamingo. All the waves you've stirred will be smoothed over by the Navy. Sengoku crossed his arms, utterly indifferent to the words. Oh really? Then you all better work hard. This commotion is quite significant. On the other side, Island no. The maritime warriors gathering was also packed with pirates. Tazolo, guarded closely by Pico, wore a flashy pink suit and spoke enthusiastically. Hello everyone, I am Tazolo. Welcome all maritime warriors to participate in the first Don Quixote treasure contest. This time our winner will receive 2 rewards. The first is 10 secret medicines worth 50 ounces of gold, and the second is a rare beast gifted by the Don Quixote family. Rare beast. Something not mentioned in the newspaper. Before the pirates could discuss, staff pulled out 2 huge cages from the dark gate. Sunlight fell upon them, allowing the pirates in the audience to see the 2 enormous creatures inside. One had a bird's head, wings, and eagle claws, but had the body of a horse measuring 7 meters long. The other had the body of a snake with eagle wings and had its broad wings could only fold within the cage. Instantly discussions erupted. Is this an animal that ate an animal-type fruit? A bird that ate the horse fruit? But is there such a large bird? A snake that ate the eagle fruit? Not at all, brave warriors. If it were just an ordinary ability user, how could it be called a rare beast? This is a miracle of creation, unafraid of seawater, perfect for fighting alongside animal-type warriors at sea. Just think about it. When you've exhausted your strength, having a protective beast to prevent you from falling into the sea, what is that? Looking at the increasingly fervent crowd, Tazolo shouted loudly. All participating warriors will be given a secret medicine. If you wish to participate, you can come on stage now. If not, please buy from the back of the arena. Tazolo pointed back. Yo-ho-ho-ho, that's right, buy from the world's most beautiful beauty, 5 ounces of gold each. Jola extended her hand in a welcoming gesture with shiny red secret medicines placed before her. In the audience, Simba could no longer suppress his restless heart, jumping directly onto the stage with his crew, transforming into beastman form and loudly shouting at his nemesis. Hey, Redbeard, let's settle this once and for all, you coward who only knows how to run. His crew followed suit. That's right, you spineless thing, hurry up and hand over the money you stole last time to the captain. Yes, yes. Redbeard's face turned green and white, and the next moment, he led his gang onto the stage. Damn, Simba, the rare beast belongs to us. You can't ignore that. The rare beast is ours. Damu led his crew onto the stage as well. Following them were waves of pirates cursing and rushing up. Looking at the audience seats that were almost emptied and the somewhat crowded stage, Tazolo patted Pika's shoulder. In front of every creature on the stage, boxes surged forth, including the 2 rare beasts. The 2 rare beasts displayed a mixture of desire and fear, their eyes increasingly red. Simba glanced at the corner where the secret medicine was being purchased, feeling that the secret medicines on stage seemed to be much larger. His intuition was correct. The diameter of the ones in their hands was 1.5 times that of the genuine version, meaning it was 34 times the dose of the original. And in front of the 2 rare beasts, it was 10 times. Begin, brave warriors. Tetsuro's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Simba shook his head, dismissing further thought, and, like the crowd around him, took up the elixir and drank it down in one swift motion. The moment it touched his throat, Simba lost control, his body erupting into bestial transformation. A 3-meter white lion now loomed across the cramped arena stage. But it did not end there. His muscles and bones splintered violently, only to knit back together an instant later, swelling ever larger as crimson mist thickened in the air. Agony ripped from his throat in a raw, guttural scream. Something is wrong. Arrrrgghh. Hawk. Howls erupted in waves across the fighting platform. Blood flooded Simba's eyes. This surging, explosive, relentless power intoxicated him. Redbeard, die, he roared, launching himself at his mortal enemy. Redbeard, meanwhile, had already transformed into a colossal crimson fox. In the next breath, the two clashed with primal ferocity, fangs and claws tearing deep into flesh wounds, instantly sprouting tender pink flesh that stitched themselves whole. Simba wrenched a slab of bloody meat from Redbeard's face and swallowed it whole, savoring the surge of change coursing through him, and bared his fangs in a savage grin. Ha ha ha! How could a fox ever surpass a lion? Around him, pirates who had just ingested the drug felt electrified, brimming with unnatural vigor. Oh ho ho! Bite him, hard captain. Bite his basket. Can't fight? Then stuff your claws into his leather jerkin. What magnificent power this is. Ha ha ha, hey Tegik, I'll keep 10 for myself. A rhino-transformed pirate snorted sharply, then turned toward the commentary platform, only to find it utterly deserted. His bovine eyes widened in stunned silence. Where'd they go? Fueled by escalating explosive, overwhelming strength, the pirates grew increasingly unrestrained. Blissfully unaware, they failed to notice the deepening crimson staining their own irises. Where'd they go? Fueled by escalating explosive, overwhelming strength, the pirates grew increasingly unrestrained. Blissfully unaware, they failed to notice the deepening roar. Screech. A thunderous roar erupted from both monsters' chests, sending chills racing up the spines of most pirates still present in the arena. Then, as those swarming parasites writhed beneath their skin, their flesh churned violently, bodies surging upward, fur bursting apart, blood gushing forth. Crack, crack, crack. A grating symphony of bone grinding against bone. The hippogriff's hooves twisted into talons that gouged deep into the arena floor. The eagle serpent sprouted a pair of eagle's claws across its chest. Boom. The cage exploded outward under their expanding forms. Smoke billowed across the stage. Those few still clinging to reason scattered, dodging flying splinters with wide-eyed urgency. Shouts rang out. Hey, hey, hey. They took the elixir too. Ha 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 ha. I'll tame them myself. Where are the Donquixote family members? Handle this. In the next instant, 4 blood-red orbs, each the size of wine barrels, glowed fiercely from within the smoke. Screech. Roar. Raraea. Their vast wings shrieked as they surged forward, driving massive bodies toward every nearby creature they sensed as weak. Even non-devil fruit users succumbed to madness, instinctively lunging at anyone they perceived as vulnerable. Ha ha ha. Power. Pure unyielding power. Damn you, Donquixote, what is this thing? High atop the spectator stands, several embedded conch shells faithfully recorded every horrifying detail. In a hidden corner, Tetsuro observed the spectacle intensify and turned to Pika beside him. The time has come. Pika, remove the wall facing Island 17. It's time to unleash the beasts. Magigun Town. Watching the projected scene unfold, some pirates trembled with dread, others burned with yearning. Sir Diama, do all those who take the elixir lose their sanity? Yo-ho-ho-ho, of course not. These warriors received 4 times the standard dose. That means if you were to take this elixir, you'd need 4 pills to plunge straight into madness. Still, the greater the dosage, the greater the enhancement. So lads, how about it? This is no mere trinket. It's salvation itself. With a sly glance at the uneasy pirates before him, Diama tossed a gleaming crimson pill lightly in his palm. Hey, 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 give me 4. That'll be 20 ounces of gold. Diama paid no mind to the man's insolence, already planning to eliminate him after the event. Sir, I only have berries. 20 million berries then. Marine Warrior Bazaar. Boom. The wall facing the coastal dock crumbled inward, shattered by Pika's command. The eagle serpent caught the salt-laced sea breeze and inhaled deeply. Freedom. Its original form before genetic reconfiguration had been a sea serpent. Snap. Air. Its massive tail whipped outward with a sonic crack, flinging off pirates who clung and gnawed at its scales. Swallowing half a corpse still clutched in its jaws, the eagle serpent roared and launched itself toward the town, its stiff clawed forelimbs gripping the mangled remains. Its colossal serpentine body undulated with earth-shaking force. Buildings in its path collapsed like paper huts. Thugs inside didn't even have time to scream before being pulped into crimson paste. Farther away, pirates and thugs alike snapped to attention, staring in horror at the onrushing leviathan. They scrambled for grenades and cannons, and hurled everything they had at the advancing monstrosity. After the smoke cleared, the serpent surged forward once more. Craters blasted into its flesh, sealing visibly before their eyes. Hey, 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 what is that thing? Is that a snake who ate a zoan-type devil fruit? Behind them, pirates flung aside earlier now staggered upright again, fueled by the elixir's relentless grip. But vitality came at a cost. Their hair paled strand by strand into brittle ash. Simba the white lion had devoured his archenemy entirely, and now ravenous hunger consumed him. And all around him, there was food. Virgo, stationed nearby for surveillance, noticed the anomaly and withdrew his den mushi from his coat. Moshi Vice Admiral Sauron. Part of the eastern wall at Marine Warrior Bazaar has collapsed. A serpent, apparently having consumed an animal-type devil fruit, is attacking the town. Lawless zone gangs are rioting. Island 17. Sauron carefully stowed his den mushi and turned to bark orders at his subordinates. Pirates are assaulting the town. Head immediately to Island 16 and stop them. But Vice Admiral, the fleet admiral ordered us to monitor the pirates remaining at Port 16. Your squad may remain. I'll explain matters to the fleet admiral myself. To act in justice, that is precisely what the Marines must do. With that, Sauron strode without hesitation toward the direction of rising flames, his men close behind. Island 1. Above the auction hall. Watching the inferno bloom ever brighter over Island 16, Doflamingo smiled, a slow predatory curve of satisfaction. His grand design had begun. Sengoku-san, pirates are rioting. Innocent islanders cry out in anguish. Is that truly acceptable? Don't think of assassinating celestial dragons, Doflamingo. I'm watching you closely. Navy forces will handle Island 16. As for the rabble on that island, let them all perish. It changes nothing. Sengoku remained unmoved, his gaze fixed calmly upon the oblivious aristocrats below, gleefully spending gold like water. Fufufu. So that's how it is. Then many thanks, Sengoku-san. Island No. 16. Salo gazed at the rampaging beasts in the distance, his eyes widening in shock. They were even larger than him, almost rivaling some of the smaller sea kings. This is truly remarkable. Has a power user lost control? Without further thought, Salo charged forward. He commanded his subordinates around him, assist the injured civilians, and capture any pirates that appear with full force. Report the situation here to the admiral. Understood. As he drew closer, Salo could even smell the foul stench emanating from the beak snake monster. The beak snake had already noticed the approaching Salo. After all, its hissing tongue was no mere decoration and had sensed the massive source of heat. Food. Boom. The thick snake coiled into a ball, then shot into the sky, like a spring, causing the ground to crack and clouds of dust to rise. Then, propelled by the rapid flapping of its wings behind it, it surged towards Salo like a missile. In a hidden place, watching the rushing navy, Tesalo dialed his transponder snail. Ma buys the time has come, we can begin. Understood. At Port No. 16, numerous pirate ships were docking. Watching the distant flames, the pirates on the edge of the dock began to feel excited. Wow, how much treasure will the captain bring back? Who knows? We should be able to get about 1-0 berries right. How about we sneak a little bit? The captain isn't here, and there's a banquet tonight. They won't remember it. I think that's possible. Little brother, where is your treasure? In the cabin below deck. Wait, who are you? The simple-minded pirate looked bewildered at the massive meat mountain floating above his head. Thank you, little brother. Boom, boom. Destruction of 1,000 tons. As he finished speaking, Mahabais floated in the air, his massive body suddenly becoming 1,000 tons heavy, crashing down. Boom. The two pirates at the bow instantly turned into pirate paste, merging with the golden fluid below deck. Mahabais floated again, slowly flying toward the nearby ships. On the adjacent vessel, two pirates who had just witnessed the massacre were horrified. Don't come any closer. Boom, boom. Destruction of 1,000 tons. But their pleas were in vain as Mahabais descended once more. Boom. Oh. The screams abruptly ceased. Ho ho ho, a great harvest, a great harvest. No wonder he is the young master. This is much faster than running around the North Sea robbing, but the most important thing is still the teachings of the world's most beautiful woman. With excitement on his face, Hoya piloted the Flamingo Mini closer to the recently destroyed ship. The lower-ranking members of the family nodded silently at the first part of his statement, but rolled their eyes at the latter. What a narcissistic big mom. Life art Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. Hoya's palm erupted with a large amount of transparent smoke resembling bubble clouds. The smoke slowly formed into 40 muscular men with an Arabic flair swiftly rushing toward the bloodied gold. As for the meat paste above, that doesn't affect the value of the gold, just wash it off. As for how Hoya knew the story of the 40 Thieves, it was certainly from the idle tales of Doflamingo. In the open sea, Urki held his enormous pencil waiting for the lucky one to break through the siege. Boom! The charging giant snake collided with the running Salo, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Dazed, the beak snake instinctively bit down on the arm in front of it, while the two wings on its back flapped toward Salo's head, and the disobedient claws dug fiercely into flesh. But the next moment, crack, the armed color covering it caused its teeth to shatter. Salo, obscured by the wings, simply locked onto the snake's head hanging from his hand and violently slammed it to the ground. Boom. Snakes are most afraid of being thrown. This is because a snake's vertebral joints are segmented. After being thrown with force, the snake's skeletal joints can dislocate and press against the nerves. But the beak snake was completely different. The dislocated spine had already healed under the combined effects of ancient bloodline factors and enhancement drugs. True life never ends, and the battle continues. Shaking its dazed head, the beak snake let out a fierce scream and coiled back toward Salo. Hiss! Is this an awakened Zoan-type snake? Observing its bizarre recovery ability, Salo couldn't help. Even snakes can awaken. Clenching his fists tightly, the dark aura wrapped around his fists again, striking fiercely against the beast's head before him. Bang! The beak snake that had just begun to rise was again smashed to the ground with a crisp sound. Salo did not give the beak snake another chance to rise, slamming his aura-wrapped fist down into the dent he had just created on the snake's head. Boom, boom, boom. The titanic force of his iron fist pounded continuously on its head, as if hitting a sandbag. Red and white brain matter spilled out. Watching the beast become immobile, the nearby Navy soldiers gasped in awe. No wonder it's Vice Admiral Salo. This is the disciple of the Admiral who doesn't kill. Look at that aura. The monster isn't even breaking a sweat. Right? But Salo did not relax in the slightest as the three piercing gazes behind him made his sense of crisis surge. He turned with a serious expression. At the collapsed gap of the warrior market in the distance, three blood-red eyes lit up. The Navy followed Salo's. A blood-colored bird horse, a lion with red and white stripes, and a rhino with torn flesh were slowly emerging. There are three such opponents. Not just three. Behind the three monsters, pairs of smaller blood-red eyes lit up. After infighting, the well-fed beasts charged out. With me here, I will handle it. Seeing his somewhat flustered subordinates, Salos attacked the heads of those out-of-control pirates. Their recovery abilities are very strong. With little time to think further, Salo took the initiative to move forward. His subordinates did not have the means to restrain these gigantic monsters, so it was up to him. Squawk, moo, roar. Accompanied by the three colossal roars, the three gigantic beasts charged forward. Houses in their path were crushed. The navy, unable to evade in time, were directly trampled into meat paste. The irrational crowd behind them surged forward like zombies rampaging in all directions. Frozen time capsule. 3 waves of cold air surged from afar, freezing the land in their wake. Roar! The 3 beasts barely had time to leap into the air to evade, only to be swept by the extreme cold, turning into ice sculptures, let alone the weaker ones behind. The Navy looked on in surprise, turning to see the newcomer whose headscarf embroidered with the Navy headquarters insignia concealed his curly hair. His round sunglasses could not hide his steadfast and fiery gaze. Dressed in a purple vest, a black coat bearing the headquarters emblem, and white trousers, white mist emanated from his hands due to the extreme cold. He was none other than the renowned Vice Admiral among the Navy's 3 great monsters. Akiji. Truly worthy of Vice Admiral Kazan. He handled everything decisively. It's like being a dog to Kazan. Thank you this time, Kazan. Why are you back here? Sauron looked at his approaching friend somewhat puzzled. I plan to report back to headquarters. I passed by Sabaody and saw the commotion caused by these two, so I came. Is it again the work of those damned pirates? What are you doing here, Vice Admiral Sengoku? As he spoke, Kazan kicked and shattered the ice sculpture of the pirate beside him. Kazan, who had not yet experienced the brutal oppression of the world government, adhered to the principle of burning justice. The auction for rare treasures on Island No. 1 is starting today. The kings of several allied nations of the world government are here along with the celestial dragons from the world aristocracy. Vice Admiral Sengoku is over there on a mission. He was also clear about what mission it was, merely to protect the celestial dragons and maintain order. Kazan had some reservations about protecting the celestial dragons. Mr. Karp refused promotions just to avoid such matters. Not thinking further, he gazed at the 3 large ice sculptures in the distance, feeling somewhat puzzled. What on earth happened here? The size doesn't resemble that of ordinary Zoan types, ancient species. There's a hint of a jailer beast's aura. Did these pirates awaken unsuccessfully and lose control? Batch awakening? I don't know either. The Admiral told me to wait at the port for orders, preparing to capture all the pirates participating in this gathering. Transitioning to the family stronghold of Tetsolo. He looked at the image frozen in ice, his expression. He called the snail again. Moshi Moshi, Mr. Tetsolo, is there something wrong? Boom. Destruction of the 1,000. Mr. Tetsolo, who dares to face the world government, is someone I greatly respect. Boom. Maha Bays informed Miss Jorah and Urki it's time to retreat. What happened? The Navy monster Vice Admiral Kazan is here. Understood. Crack. He hung up the phone, watching the ships scattering and fleeing. Maha Bays sighed regretfully. The next day, the Donquixote family stronghold. He looked at the room filled with gold. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. It's funny to say that only a small part of it was the aristocrats' contribution. This auction features 3 types of shells, slash shells, shock shells, and laser shells, which are either endangered or all 15 other types of Sky Island shells, along with 5 experimental specimens with lesser attack power. It amounts to 400 ounces of gold, 1120 tons, 58 cubic meters. Melted together, it would form a rectangular block measuring 3 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 6 meters high. Converted to berry, that's about 8 billion berry, averaging 400 million per item. The rest is the pirate's wealth. It's always faster to take from each other, but after this time, this secret medicine should also... Stopping his increasingly wildly wandering thoughts, Doflamingo looked at the people in front of him. It was time to reward them. Pika, this time you will accompany me back to Sky Island. Your voice will be saved this time. Really? Doflamingo. Dr. 15 Baika discovered a plant that can change your voice. Don't be too happy, this is temporary. However, your voice can be saved, don't be too sad. Woo-woo, this is already enough. Pika's eyes filled with tears. Jorah, as the world's most beautiful woman you want, refuse this check for 300 million berry. The clothing store in Sabaody is waiting for your grand arrival. No woman can resist the lure of shopping. Oh ho ho ho, thank you so much, young master. Taking the check, Jorah cupped her face with both hands, entering a realm of fantasy. Tetsolo, you can choose 2 of the Navy's 6 styles to practice. There's no need for the upcoming world maritime market to exist. Be aware of the possible counterattacks from the pirates who slipped through this incident. The next delivery of sea stone is in 1 month. Understood, boss. I won't be seen in the navies and pirate sites. Tetsolo responded readily. Very well, Maha Bays Urki, your duty is to protect Tetsolo. This time you 2 can also choose 2 of the Navy's 6 styles to practice. Yes, young Master God. Torpal, Diamante, Pika, and the other 3 core members. Naturally, they were completely free to practice the 6 styles. As for Maha Bays and the others who came later, they would need to rely on their own efforts. The training grounds of the Navy headquarters. The 3 massive ice blocks attracted the patrolling Navy. Open up, Kazan. Yes, Vice Admiral Sengoku. Crack crack. The sound of the ice blocks breaking resonated. Bang bang bang. The 3 lost the support of the ice blocks and crashed to the ground. The bird horse and eagle snake raised their heads high, only able to let out a mournful cry before falling silent. The white lion Simba shrank back into human form, falling into a coma. Sengoku frowned as a user of a mythical beast ability, and with his keen insight as a Navy officer, he could naturally see something amiss. Send all of these to the Navy Science Division. News among pirates has its delays, just like the newspapers Doflamingo received back then. Morrigan's also do not fly all over the world. The closer to Sabaody, the faster the islands and ships receive the news, conversely the longer it takes. Places like Wano country where they keep to themselves are even more so. New World. The Golden Lion Pirates. After a rough glance, the newspaper was thrown into the trash by the Golden Lion. To him, anything that couldn't help rule the world was worthless. Scratching his itchy crown, Shiki raised an eyebrow, feeling like he was about to grow a brain. He looked at his doctor and researcher Dr. Indigo and asked, "Hey Indigo, have there been any traces of Roger?" "No. The Roger pirates are missing." The Whitebeard Pirates. The 20-year-old Marco had already lost his hair. At this moment, he was tugging at the messenger bird. "Nanny, why does this one cost 200 berry?" A lot of explanation. Is it 10 times or even 9 times thicker than usual? Did you lose out? All right. Marco rushed towards the giant on the deck with the newspaper. "Old man, the new newspaper is here." "Cool, la 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 la, is there any interesting news on the sea?" Gurgling. The golden-haired limited edition Whitebeard said as he took another swig from his bottle. "Beasts. Enhancement drugs. This seems like it can awaken people, old man." Newgate glanced at it and commented, "Humph, just an uncontrolled beast, the inept seeking power. Wow, Vice Admiral Kazan of the Navy looks so powerful, ooh, I want to fight him." The young Marco was full of hormones. "Cool, la la la, there will be an opportunity. The sea will bring you together. Wow, old man, and shells from Sky Island water shells used to extinguish fires. If we use these to store alcohol, we won't need to keep so many barrels on the ship." The half-drunk Whitebeard instantly sobered up, his eyes narrowing. "Bring it to the old man." The young Marco still unaware of the dangers of excessive drinking from middle-aged men. The Beast Pirates are missing. The big MOM Pirates. Charlotte Lean, who still had limited skin, had not fully transformed. Watching the Sky Island people lying on the clouds, his eyes grew increasingly fiery. After swallowing a mouthful of overly sweet cake, his aggressive gaze fell on his idle third and fourth wives. Mama Armand Yeshu. Sky Island people, the Lulucia tribe, the world needs to bring MOM. 50 chestnut heads flew into the sky. By the edge of Angel Island, he watched the islanders transport boxes of gold from the ship. Diamante manipulated the gold in his hands, twisting it like a snake. He looked at Toripol across from him, voicing his, "Torpol, we now possess wealth and power that we never even dared to dream of before. Why do I feel increasingly unhappy? Perhaps it's because we are getting further away from Doflamingo." Saying this, Toripol set down the slime bomb he had just made. "Doflamingo, how long until he returns? He should be arriving at Pressure Island soon. Diamante, you haven't been to Grinding Island for 2 days, right? Let's go, we can't miss Doflamingo's path to kingship." On the sea, a ship with wings and sails distributed sideways was cruising back and forth on the water. The crew were all injured, wrapped in bandages. Montblanc Colgate stared at the sea with a grave expression. Hey, Captain, if we fail this time, let's just continue our... Right, this is our last effort. If we fail again, we won't have money to modify the next flying number. Yeah, it won't end with the ship destroyed and us dead this time." This nearly year-long endeavor had seen multiple attempts to fly. They had started with not even being able to connect with the flying sea current, and last time, they had flown 300 meters before crashing. After the last crash, they had spent nearly half a year saving up to gather enough for this current ship. This rich history of self-destruction left the pirates feeling apprehensive. They wanted the gold, but they were also afraid of dying. "Abu, steer to the right." Montblanc's calm voice rang out. Abu instinctively got ready. Time passed. The wind began to rise at sea, and a massive whirlpool started to form. The flying number, trapped between the impenetrable white sea clouds and the ocean, was like a bug. The flying number began to glide along the whirlpool. The underwater cavity began to store energy. The flow rate of the sea current surged, and the flying number drew ever closer to the center. "It's too fast, I pulled the right sail and changed direction." The surging whirlpool suddenly stopped. It was like the calm before. Colgate sensed something was wrong. "Something's off, quick." Abu changed direction to the left. Aya, everyone to the oars, create lateral distance. "The position of the soaring sea current isn't right, it's too close." Boom. Unfortunately, it was too late. Along with a loud rumbling, the massive current surged vertically like an enraged dragon toward the sky. The so-called monster current surged again. Accompanied by the shouts of the crew, the flying number was rapidly lifted upwards by the ocean current. The sudden change in gravity caused everyone to topple downwards. Thankfully, the experienced crew had already tied themselves securely with ropes, preventing them from falling off the deck. As the height increased, they reveled in the large wings and uniquely structured sails. The flying number became increasingly stable. The pirates' expressions gradually shifted from anxiety to excitement. "We did it. The land of gold, the land of gold. We're coming. As expected of you, Captain, it seems we can really head towards the sky this time. We are the sky-conquering pirates. The winged beauties, I'm coming. The descendants of the great warrior Calgra must be up there. Oh, I wonder if the golden bell looks like what my ancestors depicted. I'm feeling a bit breathless." The ship began to leave the thick cloud layers. Crack. A loud noise rang out as a crack appeared where the ocean current had just grazed the right side of the ship. The ocean current rushed in. The flying number began to shake. The crew looked as pale as ghosts, their faces gray like unpainted stone sculptures. They had no means to remedy the situation. There was no other way to land. It's over. At least we are at a height of 6,000 meters. Falling down will turn us to dust. Ah, I don't want to die. Colcate's face turned dark. He wasn't afraid of death. But what about the lives entrusted to him by his companions? Most importantly, this Sky Island, he was unwilling to let go. The hope of redeeming his ancestors' nearly 400 years of humiliation was right in front of him. Fufufufu, what a pity, just a step away. Doflamingo smiled at the chestnut heads on the ship. He had already recognized. A thought flashed through his mind. He wondered how the descendants of this boastful king survived at such heights in the original world. Of course, he didn't know that in the original timeline Colcate was already lost somewhere with his companions. They had disbanded their pirate crew after being ridiculed and insulted all over the world, returning to Pressure Island to prove that their ancestors were not frauds. This ascent to the heavens. They took 25 years less detours. Note 1. The sudden sound finally made everyone realize that the ship seemed to have stopped trembling and had come to a halt. We're saved. The ship has stopped. Who was that just now? The crowd shook their heads and looked. What met their eyes was a pair of scarlet sunglasses, a head full of golden hair exuding flamboyance, and a red feathered cloak adding to the imposing aura. Standing in midair like a god or a demon. What kind of devil fruit is this? It must be a Logia type. Thank you for saving our lives. After expressing their amazement and gratitude by kneeling down, the crowd finally saw what was behind Doflamingo. A massive flamingo-shaped ship's bow was staring at them. Golden light shone onto the deck and gold was piled up like smoke. The crowd instinctively rubbed their faces, rubbed their eyes, and gaped. It can't be real. I must have already died. This is heaven. This is the land of gold. That's right, it turns out you can only enter the land of gold when you die. The winged people we saw were actually angels. Looking back at the still surging ocean current, Colcate knew that everything was real. He slapped Abu, who was closest to him, still lost in fantasy, twice. Ouch. What are you doing? Snap. The sound of a shudder echoed. Watching the crowd gradually awaken, faces filled with fear. Putting the image snail back into his bosom, Doflamingo raised 3 fingers, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You now have 3 choices. Choice 1, I will release your ship and you can experience extreme bungee jumping that you can only do once in your lifetime. Although I don't know what bungee jumping means, according to Doflamingo, the strong desire to survive made them unanimously shake their head. Choice 2, the white sea above is swimmable. I will throw you up and you must swim to the Sky Island by yourselves. As he spoke, Doflamingo pointed at the dark sky above. Seeing each other's exhausted appearances from being high up for so long, the crowd wisely chose not to speak. Observing the silent crowd, Doflamingo thought it was a pity. He really wanted them to choose option 2, so he could see both 1 and 2. But he wasn't someone who liked to force others. He then stated the final option. Choice 3, work for me for 10 years, or pay me 1 billion berry. The crowd remained silent. They had no choice. Very well, a wise choice. After a brief ascent, the crowd saw Angel Island in the distance. The clouds wrapped around the island, making it shine like a jewel in the sky. This breathtaking scenery left everyone unconsciously gaping. So beautiful. Angels. Looking at the crowd in the distance dressed like Indians, Colcate felt weak due to the lack of oxygen, but was also incredibly excited, almost unable to speak, trembling all over. These were the Sandians recorded by his ancestors. His ancestor Montblanc Roland was not a great fraud. The only downside was that these people were all doing hard labor, moving blocks of cloud around in the sky. It marred the beauty of the scene. Go report, this is where you will work next. Pointing at the Sky Island Cloud Processing Factory, Doflamingo ordered. Of course, you can also choose to run away. After speaking, without waiting for the crowd's response, he hurled the damaged flying number towards the shore. Then he flew towards Apaya. As for whether the crowd would escape and attack the people of Angel Island, let's not mention whether Colcate could do such a thing. If they could, even better, let the Sky Island people experience the daily life of the sea dwellers. That way they would understand how great Doflamingo was as a kind person. Note 1. The current timeline is 1497. Colcate actually arrives at Pressure Island in 1510, and in 1520 a Luffy ascends to the sky, starting anew towards the land of gold in 1522. Boom. Boom. As he drew near to Apparito, Doflamingo saw on Mollusco Island Diamond and Treble straining against an immense jet-black tail. After closely observing Nora's expression and the precise engagement of their muscles, he silently assessed, not yet entirely broken, still capable of genuine effort. Recognizing their exertion as sincere, not mere pretense, he formed this judgment in his mind. He immediately halted the 2 men and the beast. Treble, Diamond, Nora, Doflamingo, 2, HSS. Excellent. Diligence knows no late hour. Even Shanks and Roger, the mightiest of pirates, relied upon bodies tempered through relentless refinement. I trust that when I ascend to the apex, you shall still stand steadfast behind me. Doflamingo, Treble and Diamond exchanged glances, faces flushed with shame. They had long indulged in ease and luxury. Then raising their voices in unison. Doflamingo, we swear we shall crown you king. Good. Pika, accompany Treble to find Dr. No. 15. Without further exchange, he turned away. Urgent matters demanded his immediate attention. Having entrusted the golden flagship, and Pika aboard it, to Diamond, Doflamingo soared upward toward the divine mobile palace suspended among the vines. He dismissed the attendants who hurried forward to greet him. His current proportions rendered such formalities impractical. Entering the quiet chamber at the rear of the divine mobile palace, he measured the cloud bed with his hands, and found it had shrunk by another inch. Doflamingo instinctively furrowed his brow. I've entered a phase of accelerated physical development. Though I care little for my final form, I cannot afford to become a living target. I must master life return in its entirety. That was his present predicament. His innate physical prowess had begun propelling his physique far beyond human norms. His vitality now surged so fiercely that he required sleep only once every 3 days. Bone reinforcement entailed more than increased skeletal density. It extended to the marrow itself, which governed hematopoiesis, immunity, and defensive capacity. This convergence ignited explosive growth within his adolescent body. His height had already surpassed 4 meters and showed no sign of leveling off. Yet life return offered resolution to this dilemma. And to speak of life return is inevitably to invoke its foundational discipline, the Marine Six Powers. Its execution demanded superhuman physical conditioning. Indeed, it was a progressive method of bodily transcendence, forging the mortal frame into something extraordinary. At its core lay 3 supreme techniques: shave, iron body, and paper shield. First, shave. A perfected shave required 10 or more ground contacts within 0.36 seconds, leveraging reactive force to generate explosive bursts of speed. Second, iron body. Its essence resided in manipulating blood flow to accelerate muscular response, thereby enhancing hardness and resilience in targeted areas. Many mistakenly believed iron body served only to absorb blows. In truth, CP9 agents such as Jabra and Blueno routinely deployed it while in motion. Third, paper shield. Unlike observation Haki, which relied on spiritual perception, paper shield delegated awareness to pure bodily instinct, letting skin pores and even hairs sense minute shifts in airflow, triggering evasive reflexes. From this point onward, the art edged into the realm of the transcendent. At its zenith, as demonstrated by CP9's future member Commodore, it allowed the body to mold like clay, deflecting attacks with surreal fluidity. A low-tier echo of a paramecia-type devil fruit. Moonwalk and razor wind were advanced applications of shave. One enabled aerial propulsion by stepping on air, the other unleashed vacuum-slicing kicks at blinding velocity. Finger pistol applied iron body principles directly to the index finger, fist, or even nose, for precision off. Life return was born from the 6 powers, a deeper 7th-tier mastery, the sovereign command of one's own flesh, bone, and breath. Doflamingo knew not how others practiced life return, nor did any within his crew surpass his own proficiency, yet he possessed his own path. As inner stillness settled, he spoke calmly, deliberately. Devil mode. Authentic devil mode fused Haki with the physical form. Body as vessel, Haki as vital infusion, amplifying strength, speed, and endurance. But his nascent devil mode, combined with the formidable spiritual fortitude of one who had lived 2 lifetimes, triggered a reversal. His will began sensing, cell by cell, the first living unit. Like a fish meeting water, it merged seamlessly, effortlessly, into conscious awareness. Outside the chamber, they would have seen Doflamingo's fingers tremble faintly. Within his dreamspace interface, the entries for 6 powers armament Haki and observation Haki shimmered and shifted. In reality, slowly, methodically, his body awakened, fingers first, then arms, limbs next, until every cell across his entire frame stirred like seaweed, swaying in deep currents. It appeared as though unseen creatures writhed just beneath his skin, straining to break free. Then, abruptly, stillness returned. The quiet chamber fell silent once more. Long moments passed. Doflamingo opened his eyes, 2 beams of incandescent light piercing the gloom. With his right hand raised, he leapt lightly upward and adhered soundlessly to the ceiling wall above. This feat owed nothing to his string fruit, nor to his prodigious finger strength. It arose solely from his pores and hairs gripping the surface like Gekasidi. Fufufu. Exquisite power. Perhaps life return should be renamed self-mastery. A low, resonant chuckle filled the chamber. Doflamingo was deeply satisfied. From this day forth, he could rightly claim the title Pirate King Spider-Man. Pop. With a soft, delicate sound, his fingers detached from the wall and floated gently back onto the bed. Sitting cross-legged, Doflamingo began regulating the fusion between epiphyseal plates and growth cartilage, then redirected daily energy intake toward intensifying bone density, muscular integrity, and visceral resilience. These were the bedrock foundations of his existence, the very pillars sustaining his reign. Crack, crack, crack. An unnerving, grating sound echoed as his right arm began to shrink. No, not shrink. Compress. Shink, shink, shink. It snapped back to its original size, blood welling from the strain. Too hasty. Carbon-based life is no steel. Brute force compression invites failure. Massaging the aching tissue, Doflamingo sighed inwardly. He felt no concern for such minor injury. Even before mastering life return, a single night's rest would have erased it. How much more so now? He had attempted life return-driven muscular compression to enhance density, and failed outright. Though life return granted sovereign control over flesh, hair, and organs, it did not permit treating the body as raw metal to be hammered. Still, my command over musculature has deepened. Synthetic fibers retain untapped potential for refinement. And this so-called flowing sakura, not so elusive after all. Exhaling softly, he clenched his fists, black luminescence spiraling up his arms, flowing with perfect obedience to his will like a client's most exacting request. Iridescent black. If his earlier armament Haki hardening resembled dull ashen iron, his new armament Haki binding gleamed like lacquered polished obsidian, radiant, opulent, unmistakably elite. Fufufu. Indeed, true power demands self-authored spectacle. Shaking off the whimsical thought, he rose and stepped out of the chamber. Divine One. for reverent attendants bowed deeply in unison. Amid their tender cries, Doflamingo swept them all into his embrace and returned to the bed, ill-suited though it was. Cannot compress. Then I shall simply grow slender instead. The thought flashed, and instantly his garments dissolved into silken threads scattered across the floor. Now came the time of unrestrained desire. Chapter 52, Armpit arrived at Skypea. It is done, Divine One. Last night's discarded attire was swiftly red-on under the ministrations of 4 nearly bare attendants. Some in treble diamond, Enel, Vegapunk, and Caesar. Yes, Divine One. Watching their retreating forms, Doflamingo, he felt no attachment toward these attendants. Only pragmatic purpose, first to release natural desire. He was after all a man in full vigor, having restrained himself admirably until this body's adolescence. Second, to reassure both Scythian citizens and the surviving Shandya. Third, and most strategically, to sire heirs. Charlotte Lean, a woman alone, bore 85 children, from age 18 until her death. Among them 3, Charlotte Cuckery, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Smoothie, rose to apex deer strength. Nearly 20 attained prominence in the New World. A quarter of her brood achieving distinction an exceptional rate. If he consorted with 300 women yearly, and conception occurred once every 5 years. Within 2 decades, Doflamingo would truly be the patriarch. Alas, that plan had faltered. His divine palace housed 36 attendants rotating in 3 shifts. Yet only one was currently pregnant. A second path to elevate progeny's potential existed. Vegapunk's emerging bloodline factor research held promise. Applying it to this inexpensive son amplified by inherited gifts would surely forge a future sovereign. Yet lingering values from Earth still restrained him. He remained unwilling to intervene in the development of infants. Doflamingo, boss young master. 5. Snapping from reverie, he regarded those assembled before him. He spoke softly. Be seated, Treble. Report on excavation progress across all Scythian ruins. Well now, Doflamingo, only the ruins of Burka hold tangible value. Details are handled by Science Division's Dr. No. 30. Treble, having remained on Skypea during this period, stepped forward respectfully. Vegapunk, how fares the construction and reverse engineering of the Arc Pledge? With Enel's assistance, gold smelting and tensile strength pose no obstacle. Yet core component fabrication remains limited to replication. Its underlying principle eludes us utterly, like blind men grasping an elephant. Vegapunk's expression softened into appropriate humility. No matter. Technological advancement requires patience. We are young still, and I hear Sora is with child. Indeed, boss. I confirmed it myself. A healthy daughter. I've named her Reiju. Even Vegapunk's typically stoic composure softened, revealing gentle warmth. Reiju, moth in the north blue. A beautiful name. A subtle enigmatic smile flickered across Doflamingo's face. If she arrives months earlier, she owes me a bow. Chapter 64, off the coast of Angel Island, Island Cloud Processing Plant. Damn Mont Blanc cricket. Look, this is the fruit of over a year's voyage. We're pirates, not indentured laborers. With that Abu hurled the island cloud he'd been cradling to the ground. Exactly. Cursed injustice. Gold belongs to others while we toil for everyone else's rest. Huh, doesn't this prove Skypea's existence? And since we lack coin for tolls, we repay our debt through— Chestnuthead raised both hands in surrender, calming his crew. Moreover, I've contacted the surviving Shandya. They'll cover our fine and host a welcome feast. Don't you wish to attend? 10 billion. Who'd pay that for you? Stop dreaming. Hey, cricket, look over there. What is that monstrous thing? All turned their gaze. There approached. A plantman's cigar clamped between his teeth, flower-shaped spiral wings atop his head, clad in immaculate white suit. Laha. At last, I found you. How infuriating. To hide in such a place and rob me of precious feels difficult to breathe. But no matter, I need no breath. Gazing upon the workers toiling amid the clouds, Armpit's face lit with delight. He'd just completed a grueling sprint to Wano country, now summoned again to this 10,000 meter altitude. Those 5 elders truly understood no mercy. Still, what breathtaking beauty this place possessed. Laha. Citizens of this unknown land, where is Donquixote Doflamingo? Armpit withdrew a crumpled portrait from his coat, pointed emphatically at the figure depicted, and addressed the laborers with undisguised contempt. He is my sole objective. Cooperate fully, or as a nation stripped of rights, I may slaughter you all without— Cricket recognized both figures as forces beyond his crew's reach. He answered meekly. We too were only recently brought here. Ask the elder woman at the lighthouse. That's where we received our assignments yesterday. Excellent. I admire those who know their place. Pointing toward the lighthouse, Cricket gestured to the attendant who'd The Amazonian grandmother atop the lighthouse betrayed no emotion, her mirror shell already activated. Her hidden emergency switch depressed vigilance heightened to its utmost. I am the surveillance officer of the Donquixote Kingdom Amazon. Are you here for sightseeing or war? Laha. The Donquixote Kingdom. Of course, war. Doflamingo, once a celestial dragon, dares defy the world government and rebel against the one true god, the celestial dragons themselves. All of this land rightfully belongs to the celestial dragons. Armpit laughed loudly. Tell me, where is he, old woman? And where lies the Seastone Mine? Otherwise, as a nation deprived of rights, I bear no accountability, even if I slaughter thousands upon thousands here. Very well, I understand your meaning. He is there. Amazon pointed toward Apparito. The compliant laborers were clearly outsiders. Cooperation made sense. But Amazon, a native, complying so readily. Armpit hesitated, perplexed. Yet it mattered little. His sole objectives remained Doflamingo, and Sea Stone. Apparato. The Divine Mobile Palace. Boss. Through cross-referencing Sky Pearl energy storage mechanisms, with the Arc Pledge schematics partial decoding has been achieved. But only the Cutting Pearl conversion protocol is presently applicable. Bibibibibibi. A sharp, urgent alarm. Treble's narrow eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses. He retrieved his Den Mushy and mirror shell and pressed play. Doflamingo. Of course the world government keeps no promises. CP9's demise was insufficient. Green Bull, that wretched dog, is clearly CP0 bred. No wonder he worships the world government and celestial dragons. A flawless lapdog. To rise to Fleet Admiral in 20 years, he must already possess at minimum Shichibukator strength as a CP0 operative, perhaps even greater. Yet this terrain offers him scant advantage. Watching the footage transmitted via mirror shell, Doflamingo smiled warmly, then turned to those assembled. Caesar. Vegapunk. I shall visit your labs shortly for thorough consultation. You may withdraw for now. Treble. Diamond. Enel, come. Let us extend a proper welcome to our new guest on Mollusco Island. Chapter 53, Armpit discovers anomaly. Mollusco Island, designed for training with Nora, appeared from above as a stark geometric square devoid of any extraneous structures. Less an island, more a colossal arena carved from skycloud. Beyond it lay Apparato, less refined than Angel Island yet imbued with a primal untamed aura. But Armpit had no time to observe. Slime and razor-edged slashes were already descending toward his head. Spotting the stout and slender monks standing side by side, Armpit evaded the strike effortlessly and advanced. Wherever he stepped, wildflowers and grass erupted, transforming the barren expanse into a dense, vibrant jungle in moments. Clap, clap, clap. Such verdant transformation, ideal for ecological restoration. How splendid. Doflamingo, watching from a distance in the sky, clapped his hands in applause. Wonderful. Your name is Amu, right? Upon contacting the unusual ground, Amu felt a heaviness in his heart, but did not show any signs on his face. Pointing in the direction where Doflamingo stood, his tone was filled with the pride of being a shield for the celestial dragons in CP0. You even know my name. It seems there are your spies within Cipher Pole. Doflamingo, as a discarded one, offered the Shanghai stone mine and invited me to return to the Holy Land. As a former celestial dragon, you may keep your life. Knowing what kind of person Amu was, Doflamingo naturally was not enraged by such weak insults. However, Toripole and Diamante, as loyal followers of Doflamingo, hearing this, a strong sense of shame surged within them. That was their king. The person before them treated the two as if they were air. Toripole laughed out of anger. I say to insult the young master, you really don't regard our Donquixote family at all. Diamante, let's go together. Sticky missile. Toripole roared, transforming into a massive blob of slime, launching a tremendous amount of slime from his chest. Crescent Moon Funeral. Diamante, with a grim expression, raised his longsword, initiating his swordsmanship combined with the powers of his devil fruit. A powerful wave of sword energy formed a circular sword wheel under the effects of the floating fruit. Breaking through the sturdy and hard island cloud, it charged towards Amu. Wow, what a powerful attack. Amu seemed unable to dodge under the combined assault, frantically flailing his hands in fear. Poof. A massive amount of slime enveloped his body, preventing him from dodging. Boom. The ensuing sword wheel spun at high speed, cutting his body apart. The high temperature subsequently triggered the slime to explode, igniting flames that engulfed Amu. So easy. Watching this scene, Toripole and Diamante exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion. After a brief interaction, Doflamingo discovered that Green Bull seemed to be a bit more cunning in reality. What a terrible... Toripole, Diamante, you have committed the sin of arrogance by underestimating your opponents. As punishment, let the training target be changed from Nora to Enel. Observation. Haki is your weak point. Amu is a forest man who has consumed the forest fruit. The forest is a source of life that can stand alongside the ocean, but how can such a powerful natural system be so fragile? Preparing to mock the two, Amu's intended laughter turned into a sinister expression. Vines gathered together in the smoke, and his body rapidly regenerated. The vines buried in the island cloud coiled around with Haki and instantly crossed dozens of meters, shooting towards Toripole and Diamante. Listening to the reprimand, Toripole and Diamante turned pale, and immediately their faces filled with anger at being mocked. Slime bomb. Half Moon Cemetery. Toripole's 5 fingers turned red under the technique of finger guns wrapped in armed Haki. Each knuckle transformed into small bombs flying through the air. Diamante slashed out multiple strikes, and under the control of the floating fruit, the flying slashes took a winding, unpredictable path covering the front. Boom. Smoke billowed up. Poof. Several thick black vines shot out from the flames, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, piercing Toripole and Diamante. Faced with this strike, they could only hastily use their Haki and iron blocks. Roar. But they were completely unprepared. The vines wrapped in Haki pierced into their bodies like an eel. In the blink of an eye, Toripole visibly shrank in size. Crack. Sizzle. The lightning that had flashed turned the vines into charred remains, and the two fell to the ground. Phew. Diamante let out a breath of relief, easing his heavily impacted body. In just an instant, the two were defeated. Whooshed. 2 threads shot from the horizon, throwing the slightly emaciated duo onto the flamingo ship by the shore of Appiato. Oh, you're still not fast enough. Enel, with a well-built physique, sat cross-legged on the clouds, holding the golden scepter gifted by the experimental subject god. Thunderfruit user. Amu felt the tingling sensation and renewed strength in his body, fixing his gaze on Enel, who stood in the way. His expression darkened. As a CP0 agent, he had certainly seen the Devil Fruit Compendium to better serve the celestial dragons. This astonishing destructive power and speed that transcends limits was indeed the thunderous power that humanity could not control. Danger. However, the strongest thing in the world is not just thunder, but nature as well. Forbidden Resentment Forest. Amu roared, his body rapidly swelling into a giant treeman comparable to ancient giants with massive roots occupying the entire grinding island standing tall. Thunder God. Seeing the colossal figure before him, Enel's eyes sparkled with excitement, releasing his strongest move to subdue Nora. The accumulated thunderous power was unleashed, surrounding him with all the released lightning, transforming him into the form of a giant thunder god. However, compared to the treeman's form, it was slightly smaller. In an instant, winds rose, clouds surged, and a lightning fat man faced off against a treeman from afar. The forest experiences countless thunderstorms over the year on the complex ocean, but trees are conductive. Even the heavenly thunder cannot destroy them. The giant treeman roared at the sky. Thunder Boy with Doflamingo, and you, I can become a general. Forbidden Resentment, Gun Vine Forest. Is that so? Not conductive. Cannot be destroyed. I beg to differ. Thunder Metallurgy. Enel's eyes glinted coldly as the scepter in his hand underwent rapid transformation into a long spear. Gungnir. The golden spear charged to its limit, wrapped in lightning and flames, pierced through the sky, like a scepter thrown by a god to the mortal realm. Bearable for ordinary people. Gungnir. The golden spear charged to its limit, wrapped in lightning and flames, pierced through the sky, like a scepter thrown by a god to the mortal realm. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion, the golden spear shattered and burned through all the vine spears in front, crashing down towards the treeman below. What? There was clearly no armed Haki wrapped around the top. Amu was astonished, but the treeman's face showed no change. Reacting in an instant, he immediately plunged both hands into the ground, causing huge trees to rise from the earth, forming rows of wooden walls to block the way. Ironwood barrier. Boom boom. The buzzing lightning on the long spear was diverted by the trees. However, the immense kinetic energy and high temperature still tore through the iron-like giant wood layer by layer. When the impact ceased, only a few layers of the giant wood remained in front of Amu. Amu breathed a sigh of relief. The thunder fruit was powerful, but this kid's stamina was clearly insufficient. On the Flamingo, Diamante and Torpal, who had just gulped down water to recover some of their size, faced this astonishing destructive power, exchanging glances and then revealing bitter smiles. They were already far behind. Above them, Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. This move was precisely the electromagnetic cannon principle he had vaguely explained. With the efforts of Gaji and Caesar, they collaborated to customize it for Enel. However, Enel's body was still in its developmental stage, and his fruit ability had not been fully developed. He could only unleash this strike at full power. Enel, very good, you have qualified. Next, you will come with me to the sea. Sitting slumped on the clouds, a somewhat exhausted Enel revealed a joyful expression. He had wanted to go to the Qinghai for a long time. Hooray, young master. Using threads to wrap around the departing Enel, he threw him toward the two hiding in the distance. Watching Amu, who showed no signs of injury, Doflamingo slowly descended, speaking with a hint of malicious amusement. Fufufu, congratulations, Amu, now you have reached the final stage of this tempering game. Amu breathed heavily, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. Transforming his tentacle-like legs back to their original form, he instinctively sought to absorb moisture to recover his strength. However, he quickly recalled the feeling of touching the ground of the grinding island. The land beneath his feet, resembling white clouds, including the white ocean below, was filled with particles akin to seawater's pyrobrine. Upon contact, not only did he not recover his strength, but his legs also felt weak. The sunlight above was insufficient for him to sustain this battle. This abnormal environment, combined with Doflamingo's presence, made him somewhat uneasy. Bring it on, you abominable child who betrayed the world government. Transforming once more into the giant treeman form, Amu roared at Doflamingo in the sky. Fufufu, Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh at Amu's fierce appearance. What a good dog, too bad there's no master by your side. You seem a bit scared, huh? What a... Amu was momentarily stunned, as if his innermost thoughts had been pierced, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. Fufufu, I am talking about you. Doflamingo displayed an increasingly bright smile. Hey Amu, have you considered changing masters? After leaving the Holy Land, I've always appreciated loyal dogs like you with ability. His observation, Haki, had already sensed Amu's anxiety and slight fear. It was evident that Amu had noticed the island cloud's peculiarities. But there was no time left. Doflamingo, I must bring you back to the Holy Land for punishment. Amu roared, his tree form twisting into a more sinister expression resembling a demon. Since he consumed the forest fruit and became a plant person, this was the first time he felt such anger. In the past, he had only toyed with his enemies. When had he ever been treated like a sharpening stone for his subordinates? When had he ever been so ridiculed and laughed at? When had he been treated like livestock to be slaughtered? Still a lower being who had lost his divine identity and human rights. But even more infuriating was that he truly felt an unprecedented crisis. This time, unless something unexpected happened, it really was going to be unexpected. Forbidden Resentment, Endless Vine Gun. The giant body of the treeman shot out dozens of massive vines like a porcupine. They intertwined together, forming an incredibly thick and massive war spear covered with dark and shiny armed Haki belonging to the level of entwined armed Haki. This further enhanced the spear's power. Bang bang. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the spear broke the sound barrier and shot towards Doflamingo in the sky. Sometimes it's not the big talent that is strong. Doflamingo leaped high into the air, creating distance. Life return body liberation string fruit artificial muscle full body enhancement. This was Doflamingo's first use of this move after learning life return. Unlike before, his strings could only mimic the basic structure of muscles. That is the organizational structure of muscle bundles, visible muscle fibers. But now his control and observation had improved significantly. Endless nanostrings burst forth from his body, forming structures similar to myofibrils under meticulous control. They continuously aggregated together, forming chunks of muscle as if forged from white steel resembling an exoskeleton armor. So uncomfortable. Doflamingo panted heavily, suppressing the urge for destruction within. In this new form, even with his enhanced skeletal strength, it felt somewhat uncomfortable. Filled with violence, the desire to strong, overwhelmingly powerful, unmatched strength surged within him. Compared to before, it was a fundamental enhancement. Power surged, increased, rampaged. Endless power surged. Then let's vent well, and let me teach you a lesson. Little dog, Amu super strike hammer. Doflamingo raised his robust and powerful thigh. The strengthened muscles in his legs extended backward, forming a thick cylindrical whip with a massive meteor hammer at the end. From slow to fast, the tail end, having broken the sound barrier, began to ignite, crashing towards the enormous wooden spear. Boom. Crack. A brief stalemate. The wood spear, hard as steel and covered in armed Haki, was shattered. How is this possible? Accompanied by Amu's incredulous gaze, the massive meteor hammer struck hard against his giant treeman face. Boom. The colossal treeman crashed down onto the grinding island with a tremendous sound. Do you understand what the whip tip effect is? A forbidden resentment, gun vine forest. After a brief pause, the treeman completely transformed into a mass of vines covering the entire grinding island. As a special natural type, this blow still did not harm Amu's true body, only exhausting his stamina. Countless long spears then sealed off all of Doflamingo's movement options, converging towards the center. It truly resembled a cage being opened in reverse. Doflamingo looked at this move with some sentiment. What makes you think you can trap me? Then let me play with you, little dog. Amu string fruit bird cage. After a brief preparation, endless strings shot out from Doflamingo's hands from top to bottom, forming a gigantic string prison sticking together with Amu's move. Ha, you're finished, Doflamingo. No one has ever escaped from this move. Watching the spiky vines and trees form, Amu poked his head out from the vines, laughing triumphantly. Immediately, he urged the vines to absorb Doflamingo's nutrients. No matter how powerful the opponent, as long as they were pierced by his vines, they would be drained of all nutrients, becoming a husk. The recent defeat was merely because he couldn't reach Doflamingo's flesh. What's going on? No matter how hard he tried, the vines received no nutrients in return. No, it was that the vines had not touched Doflamingo's body. Being cut off, Amu's face was filled with disbelief. As a forest man, the trees were part of him. He could feel that the tips of the vines were being sliced by a layer of fine, sharp strings. Watching the tips of the vines being cut, a pink figure leaped out, looking at Amu's dazed expression. Doflamingo coldly shouted, Amu, you have also walked the path of evil. Pure power is the most important. Let me show you the ultimate bliss of this world. Devil mode, artificial muscle, 10% power. The Haki and flesh within Doflamingo merged into one. The massive form, covered by external muscles, once again swelled by a third, reaching 6 meters. Black-red intent lightning burst from his eyes, unleashing an indescribable wave. Conqueror's Haki. Amu's face, which had just recovered, turned pale with fear breeding in his heart. His current state was like a rootless source trapped in this place, without supplies. You directly flying away only made him a target. The method of hiding his true body within the land was limited by the island cloud's properties. He could only continuously drift among the plants. He had originally intended to absorb Doflamingo's stamina to turn the tide. Now he could only prepare to flee. Ironwood forest. Thick and solid ironwood wrapped around Amu layer by layer, but it wasn't enough. Amu merged into the released ironwood, disappearing within the forest. Yes, just like this, escape, little dog Amu. 10% power fist piercer. Doflamingo's strings on his fist elongated, a fierce grin on his face as his figure vanished from sight. The current 10% power was no longer at the level he had just mastered 2 years ago. His current 10% power possessed strength that even he, with his enhanced skeletal structure, found hard to bear. It was solidly 10 times more powerful than his current normal state, or even more than 9 times. With a deafening roar, ironwood trees were smashed apart by Doflamingo. Huangmu weaved through the ironwoods, rushing towards the edge of the flamingo. He felt a bit dazed as he watched the figure getting closer behind him. He had merged with the trees, so why could Doflamingo still lock onto him? His observation, Haki should not sense his life force after he blended into the trees. He was a tree, an embodiment of plant life. Are you confused? Are you scared? Because the foul stench you fear has already been detected by me. Sensing the confusion and panic conveyed through the observation, Haki, Doflamingo benevolently began to explain. Why was he so arrogant? Although Huangmu could merge with plants to hide his location and conceal life fluctuations, the fluctuations of human thought could not be hidden. His observation, Haki, was firmly locked on a Huangmu. Run. Just escape. This terrain restricts me too much. If I can capture one of Doflamingo's subordinates to sap their strength, then I can reach the island I just spotted and turn the tide. Huangmu could already see the figures on the flamingo. Huangmu, little dog, your speed still needs work. The devilish voice rang out. So fast. Huangmu's pupils contracted as a massive iron fist was right before him. The black fist wrapped in armament, Haki glinted like a mirror. He could even see the panic reflected in his own eyes. At that moment, he had just shifted to the edge of the island's trees. Half of his body was extended out preparing to leap towards the flamingo, but he had no time to make another move. Bang! The massive iron fist smashed directly into his face. Oh! Huang Mu's body was once again hurled into the center of the grinding island. You really deserve to die, Doflamingo. After letting out a roar of rage, Huang Mu once again merged into the plants, his injuries rapidly healing. Sensing Huang Mu's revitalized aura, Doflamingo remained unfazed. This nature-type sensen fruit was something special. It could nurture plants and transform into plants. Huang Mu's real form could even be a vine's roots or seeds, making it very difficult to capture him directly. As long as he could connect with the earth, it was akin to the Greek myth of Hercules defeating Antaeus. He was almost equivalent to having infinite health. But now the roles had reversed. There was no land for him to draw upon. The sensen fruit could not flee like other elemental fruits. He could only exchange stamina for health. Each time he healed his injuries, the range of vines on Grinding Island shrank a bit more. Meanwhile, Doflamingo had plenty of time, wasteful consumption. Birdcage. Endless threads surged forth, forming a semicircular shape. The difference was that this time it encompassed the entire island. Crack crack. The already burdened island clouds were shredded to pieces, and the remaining plants on the island shrank. Huang Mu, little dog, let me see your limits. Caged saw. Alongside Doflamingo's wicked voice, threads extended from the top and bottom of the birdcage, connecting to form a chainsaw beginning to spin rapidly. Time passed. The birdcage gradually shrank, and the clouds of Grinding Island were dwindling. The hard ironwood was also being pulverized. Huang Mu had no choice but to transform some trees into rafts to serve as a foothold. He watched as the encroaching threads drew nearer, and his stamina continued to dwindle. Huang Mu's heart sank to the depths, staring at the figure standing in the air. Fear began to grow. What to do? In contrast, looking at the figure of Huang Mu exposed, Doflamingo's lips curled into a grin. His right leg began to bend as he gathered strength. Huang Mu, little dog, it seems you've reached your limit. Then let me take you for a bath in the White Sea. Golden right leg. Boom. Puff. The thick right leg slammed into the birdcage, instantly deforming it, and encasing Huang Mu inside as it plunged into the White Sea. After a long while, a piece of wood finally surfaced, and Huang Mu floated out from inside it, like a drowned rat gasping for breath. High escape. Is that so? The devilish voice echoed. Huang Mu raised his head, and the gaudy pink figure still stood high in the sky. His exhausted body suddenly sprang up, letting out a wail. No, spare me. Huang Mu knew he had no chance of escape, and began to curse the intelligence department in his heart. Damn traitors, all information was leaked. This led to the damned Doflamingo knowing the weakness of his fruit. Thus the battlefield was set in a place without land or water from the very start. Now with his stamina completely depleted, he had nowhere to escape. What happened to your previous arrogance and hubris? Doflamingo's left hand moved slightly. The threads wrapped in armament Haki pulled the helpless Huang Mu into a large character, lifting him to eye level and Fufufu, Huang Mu, little dog, I still think the previous arrogant look suits your face better. But as your new master, the first lesson I need to teach you today is to not be so arrogant. No, please don't. Doflamingo's giant right fist extended once more. The thick armament Haki condensed again. Looking at the glimmering black spear-like threads, Huang Mu's pupils contracted. Being struck by such threads would pierce through him. But locked by the threads, he couldn't even struggle. Don't. Doflamingo's smile grew even more fervent as he raised his right fist high, gathering strength. Don't. Huang Mu, little dog, according to your words, you've already lost your humanity. Then understand to whom you should pledge your allegiance. Bang, 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 bang. Puff, 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 puff. The violent iron fist struck Huang Mu's head. Teeth and blood flew, covering the face that once overflowed with arrogance. Huang Mu lost consciousness under the continuous heavy blows. Doflamingo, as expected of you. Torpol and the others had already driven the flamingo close, their faces filled with admiration. Doflamingo stopped the violence. Crack. After taking out the Den Mushi and capturing Huang Mu's miserable state, Doflamingo, finally satisfied, tossed him onto the deck of the ship. He instructed the two behind him, Torpol, have the sea stone coffin made and send it over. Also bring some water and soil. As for why not call a doctor, this plant person can heal with soil, and there is no need to waste medical resources. Yes, Doflamingo. Regarding Huang Mu's disposal. If it were half a year ago when he attacked, Doflamingo would have immediately captured him to exchange. But now that Caesar's technology has made breakthroughs, Huang Mu is a rare treasure. Should the forest genetic factor be successfully obtained, the ultimate leek man, who relies solely on solar energy, without eating or drinking, could be created. Not only could he be used for labor, but also for combat and environmental transformation. If it could be widespread, it would mean TM's sweeping away hunger. How marvelous. As for the world government's opinions, they can try to fly to the Sky Island and say that. What does it mean to TM be in an unbeatable position? Huang Mu, who was missed by many, returned to the palace of the gods. With a few delicate cries, Doflamingo lay back on the human chair formed by the attendants. He comfortably nestled in and fell into thought. After being arrogant, he still needed to return to rational analysis. Huang Mu was not weak, his endurance could even be ranked among the best. If it weren't for Huang Mu's unfamiliarity with the terrain, if the battlefield were set in Appieto, whether emotional resonance could lock onto Huang Mu's true form hidden in the ground was another story. Without the fruit's ability, awakening the line fruit's large-scale lethality was indeed lacking. Perhaps he could win, but he definitely wouldn't win so easily. And the destructive potential against Appieto was still uncertain. But for now, it's all mine. This is a gold mine worth significant development. Days later, Naval Headquarters. The high-end combat power of the Navy Black Arm has retired. Carp has been slacking off for a long time, and Admiral Tsuru's strength is slightly weaker. As the appointed next fleet admiral, Admiral Sengoku was slowly taking over the operations. Bang! A thick stack of documents fell onto the table. Crack! Shoo! Biting into a somewhat bland rice cracker, Sengoku sipped some hot tea and rubbed his aching brow. If he could, he would also like to be as carefree as Carp. Due to the circulation of the new medicine made by Doflamingo, the intensity of the struggles at sea was gradually increasing. The lower-ranking Navy was also deeply trapped in this whirlpool. Admiral Sengoku, the person I mentioned to you about transferring positions, has arrived. I'll let him in. Virgo stepped over the threshold, standing straight, waiting for the next question. After reviewing Virgo's information and noting his mushroom head, Sengoku felt fondness for him. As the owner of the explosive mushroom head, ignoring the foreign object on his face, he spoke gently. Are you the 5th or 6th disciple of Zifa? Reporting to the Admiral, I am from the 5th batch. I joined the Navy in 1494. Thanks to the recommendation of Admiral Samus from the North Sea branch, I entered Teacher Zifa's new soldier training camp. Very good. The pirate pressure faced by the G5 branch is much more intense compared to the headquarters. Night. The Palace of the Gods. Gurgle gurgle. The feigning sleep Doflamingo took out the den mushy in his pocket. Virgo, what's going on? Doflamingo, the transfer order has been issued. Virgo's voice grew increasingly steady. In about 2 months I will arrive at the Navy G5 branch. Fufufu, very good partner, your return is just around the corner. I will assist you next. Doflamingo smiled. Virgo's progress had slightly exceeded his expectations. But that was a good thing. As for why Virgo should enter the Navy G5 branch, it was because the management scope of the G5 base coincidentally covered the waters of Dressrosa. Virgo, I have prepared a gift for you. You will like it when you return. I look forward to the day I return to the family. Doflamingo. Crack. Now in Appieto's laboratory. After Doflamingo's reckless financial investment, various instruments were densely packed. The lighting was bright and accommodating, providing ample visibility for the researchers. But Huangmu felt as if he was in hell. Currently Huangmu was locked in a coffin made of sea stone, his whole body covered in needle holes. As a nature-type sensen fruit known for its recovery abilities, this was a manifestation of excessive blood extraction and insufficient nutritional supply, making self-recovery difficult. Let me go. I will do anything you ask, just let me see. Doflamingo. Huangmu mumbled mechanically, his gaze devoid of expression. He held no hope that anyone would respond. Each day since coming here had been the same. No one had spoken a word to him, treating him like a corpse. Only people kept coming in to draw blood. Researcher number 18 approached with a slender syringe, the fine needle tip gleaming with a metallic sheen. Huangmu was positioned on his side. Puff. The slender needle pierced directly between 2 sections of his spine. The pale pink spinal fluid was extracted. Huangmu's pupils contracted, fingers and toes straightened, and his restrained limbs trembled violently. A sound escaped his throat like a wailing ghost. This was a pain unimaginable to ordinary people. Bang! The sea stone coffin was closed, and then soil and fresh water were slowly filled in. Huangmu desperately used his limbs, hair, and skin to absorb this rare nourishment. The coffin was dark, but he found a rare peace. While Huangmu suffered, someone was worried about him. Holy Land, Mariehua. In the power hall of Panga City, the 5 elders frowned, having lost contact with Huangmu for some time. This indicated that the plan to control Doflamingo had stalled again. What to do? How to stop Doflamingo? The 5 elders were greatly troubled. The sea stone was still needed, but they had no clue about Doflamingo's true nature. To this day, they still had no understanding of the current Sky Island. And Huangmu's strength to become CP0 was certainly not that of an ordinary person. But now even Huangmu could not take down Doflamingo. How could they impose sanctions and checks? Limited by Doflamingo's Celestial Dragon status, they could not directly deploy admirals, breaking the Celestial Dragon's extraordinary position. Damn, he wants to make his country independent from the world government. Doflamingo has not attacked the allied nations so far. After all, he is a Celestial Dragon. An island outside of control cannot cause much trouble. For now, let's focus on the new world. What about Huangmu? As a nature-type user, he cannot just fall into Doflamingo's hands like this. Indeed, Huangmu not only has excellent potential, but also his loyalty to the world government and world nobles is invaluable. Let's discuss again during the next transaction with Doflamingo. Evening. North Sea. The white town of Freevans. Precious lead and platinum are everywhere here, wrapping around the passing carriages. On the outside of the houses, every inch of the sculptures in the fountain was coated with lead and platinum. Under the sunset, it resembled a fairy tale world with the sounds of laughter echoing among the people. Watching this scene, Rosinante, who had just exited a clinic, moved his lips, but did not know what to say. A trace of sorrow flicked. Dragging his heavy steps, he walked towards the next clinic in the distance. Dong dong. Crack. Hello, this is the Trafalgar Clinic. How may I assist you? You look quite healthy. Doctor, do you know about lead and platinum? Please come in. My name is Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. What is your name? Law's expression suddenly turned serious. I am Rosinante, a merchant from Spada Mares. After Doflamingo handled many matters, he arrived at the laboratory. Huangmu was already in a state of skin and bones. Bound within a sea stone coffin, his eyes were vacant as he stared at the ceiling, his exposed arms covered in countless needle marks. It was a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Upon seeing Doflamingo before him, Huangmu still had no reaction. He had nothing left to exchange for his freedom. The extraction was too harsh. No wonder he hasn't seen the weak god. But would this not directly kill him? That would be a significant loss. Thinking this, Doflamingo looked at Caesar and asked, Caesar, what are the current experimental projects and dietary standards for Huang Mu? Daily blood extraction of 400 ml, 400 milliliters per session, and 10 milliliters of spinal fluid once a day. Looking at the analysis data of Huang Mu's spinal fluid, a crazed gleam flashed in Caesar's eyes. After in-depth communication with Judge, he had made further progress in exploring genetic factors. As for his diet, it's 50 g of soil and fresh water a day. Based on Huang Mu's recovery activity to ensure the safety of the laboratory BOSS, I suggest cutting it in half again. What the heck, 4000 ml? A normal person has about 400500 ml of blood in total. Even donating bone marrow could lead to a risk of death. Is extracting spinal fluid really alright? Doflamingo's mouth twitched as he realized he was still somewhat behind these scientists in terms of abnormality and inhumanity. This experiment was so brutal. The food was so miserable. He just felt this truly. A vegetative patient is unworthy of consuming medical resources, yet these people do not even feed him. True. Nonetheless, Huang Mu's extraordinary regenerative capacity proves highly advantageous for experimentation. Human constitutions vary profoundly, no universal standard applies. At this thought, Doflamingo issued his command, nourish him until he regains a normal physical form. Then intensify the experiments, while strictly preserving his vital signs. Preserve his blood samples. Current devil fruit capture technology remains stagnant. The Sinsen fruit is invaluable. He must not die yet. Whether Huang Mu lives or dies holds little consequence for him. This man shows no inclination toward the Conqueror's Haki. He will never kneel in submission or swear fealty. Though Huang Mu appears near death, his mental fluctuations seethe with hatred. So fierce, he would devour him raw. Yet the Sinsen fruit itself is indispensable. It is not the first natural-type devil fruit user studied in the lab, but it is the first whose powers may be freely manipulated and subjected to unrestrained experimentation. Enel could never be exploited so ruthlessly. As for devil fruit capture technology, it originated as a theoretical proposal on forums in his past life. Seal the ability user together with a pile of fruits inside an airtight chamber lined with sea stone, and then execute him. Upon death, the fruit's power would transfer into the surrounding fruits. Naturally, he would not overlook such a method, though experimental results remain inconsistent. Some attempts succeeded, others failed. Kizuru hypothesized that insufficient sea stone purity allowed the devil fruit's power to escape. Just as Luffy and Akiji in the future retain their abilities upon contact with seawater, yet high-purity sea stone may well nullify them entirely. Understood, boss. I shall adjust the protocol for Huang Mu. Have you reviewed the video records of the sobriety enhancement? Yes, boss. I've completed the analysis. At present, ordinary individuals begin losing control only after ingesting 3 or more doses consecutively. Excellent. This dosage is precisely calibrated. Otherwise, if everyone perished at sea, who would survive to become repeat customers? Indeed, boss. This triumph is solely attributable to your peerless vision. Caesar flashed a sycophantic smile, licked his lips, then abruptly shifted tone. Boss, what are your thoughts on my Death Kingdom initiative? His words were cut off with cold finality by Doflamingo. Foolishness, Caesar. Your Death Kingdom, though devastating in scale and scope, leaves poisoned land in its wake. How many plundering nations would purchase territory thus ravaged? Caesar, the Blue Sea's land is infinitely precious. Consider instead, can you formulate the enhancement drug as an inhalable agent integrated directly into your bombs? Upon detonation, the blast radius would become saturated with the drug. Every soul within would descend irrevocably into madness, turning upon one another until only slaughter remained. Upon detonation, the blast radius would become saturated with the drug. Every soul within would descend irrevocably. The joyous kingdom. Caesar's disgruntled expression vanished. His eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. Muttering to himself, he began feverishly calculating new experimental parameters. At that moment, Vegapunk approached, his brow furrowed in evident distress. Noting his strained expression, Doflamingo intervened smoothly. Vegapunk, what obstacle has arisen in the experiment? Boss, I've achieved a breakthrough regarding bloodline factors, but certain flaws persist. A breakthrough? What flaws? Please follow me, boss. As they entered Vegapunk's private Germa Royal Research Lab, Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply. At the hall's center stood a transparent containment vessel, within which lay a singular motionless creature. It possessed the body and hind hooves of a horse, the head, foreclaws, and wings of an eagle. Its back shimmering gold, its chest and abdomen snow white. A griffin? No, it is the flawless fusion of the divine Lord Fruit and Pirhar's horse fruit bloodline factors. Yet something feels amiss. Calm restored, Doflamingo extended his Kinbunchika Haki, sensing neither the agony of rejection nor the frenzy of unstable consciousness typical of prior test subjects. It was unnervingly still, so silent, so placid, as though inert, lifeless. Doflamingo turned to Vegapunk beside him. Vegapunk, what is the nature of this anomaly? Boss's designation is Subject 7055, a prisoner from the North Blue. His distinguishing trait is the complete absence of baseline consciousness upon arrival. Throughout the procedure, he exhibited zero emotional fluctuation. Thus, maintaining absolute emotional stasis during experimentation may drastically elevate success probability. Vegapunk paused, then continued, or rather, subjects devoid of consciousness and emotion prove inherently more. Doflamingo arched a brow. By your logic, wouldn't erasing cognition at the embryonic stage yield superior results? You possess that capability, Vegapunk. Imagine an army of perfected ability wielders. So the boss harbored the same ambition. Vegapunk's excitement surged. He spoke with fervent intensity. Precisely, boss. Clones deployed in warfare, already engineered for elevated pain thresholds. Boom. The vessel exploded, halting Vegapunk mid-sentence. The pseudo-griffin remained motionless, unblinking as shrapnel scored deep gashes across its hide. In the next instant, fleshy tendrils erupted from the wounds, alive, sentient, reaching, intertwining, sealing the lacerations with astonishing speed. Doflamingo lowered his fist, slowly observing the creature's vitality before speaking with deliberate calm. You've misdirected your research, Vegapunk. What use is such a subject against true masters? To absorb one additional punch. Moreover, this technology must ultimately serve you and me. Would you truly reduce yourself to a lifeless husk? You must cherish this rare specimen and master the potential of composite bloodline factor enhancement. Many misconceptions surround bloodline factors. One fallacy claims that abilities acquired through bloodline factors inevitably demand emotional sacrifice. Sanji's 3 ill-fated brothers were modified in utero under Vegapunk's belief that emotion held no value. The unfortunate citizens of Wano country consumed defective artificial devil fruits. Yet Reiju, altered as a child, retained her full emotional depth. Even the luckless Tonoyasu who ingested an artificial fish fruit remained emotionally intact, as did the seraphim, genetically refined beings. Thus mature bloodline factor technology imposes no such emotional forfeiture. These words struck Vegapunk like lightning, cold sweat instantly drenching his brow. Becoming a vegetative state was the last thing he desired. He sought only Germa's resurgence, and the notion of reducing his own boss to such a state. Unthinkable. I understand, boss. Let us go. Show me our future. 58. Chestnut Head liberated. North of Apartheid, site of the Ark Pronouncements construction, vast tracts of Cloud Island forest cleared to create an immense flat expanse. Luminescent shellfish hung suspended in the clouds, bathing nocturnal laborers in steady light. Wind shellfish, jet shellfish, and colossal shellfish cycled air currents throughout the site, regulating temperature to prevent heat-induced fainting. A sprawling smelting complex roared with incandescent fury. Flame shellfish and heat shellfish were continuously installed into newly built workstations, while spent units were swiftly replaced. By Yi, a titanic steel furnace vented steam with a locomotive's piercing whistle. Rivers of molten gold surged through conduits toward the forging chambers. Forging chamber. Scientifically trained novices wielded cloud shellfish, manipulating iron-laced clouds telekinetically into molds and precision instruments. A mesmerizing fusion of arcane mechanics and industrial grandeur. Yet Doflamingo's gaze bypassed all this. He stood transfixed before the Ark's colossal base. Its hull issued streamlined efficiency, favoring instead a broad elliptical profile. Side and keel plates fused seamlessly, steel interwoven with Sky Island ironwood, as though grown as one organic entity. Dragon ribs and ship frames crafted from ironwood, auxiliary keels reinforced by colossal vines. Most arresting of all, a 150-meter-long, 10-meter-thick golden keel, radiating luminous, sovereign majesty. This was Doflamingo's future empire's supreme instrument. Outer Angel Island. Kulikate and others, designated labor reform personnel. After 16 grueling hours their shift ended. Exhausted, they staggered from the Cloud Island processing plant's gates and emerged into a gathering of Shandya warriors. Unlike their daytime counterparts, these wore grass skirts and necklaces of fangs harvested from hunted beasts. Their elder leader, trembling with fervor, wore a headdress of beast skulls and iridescent feathers, identical to ancestral depictions of revered allies. Conversely, to every Shandya warrior present, the chestnut-haired man before them appeared with startling clarity. The chief's voice quivered, not with weakness but overwhelming emotion. Are you the descendant of the great benefactor Mont Blanc Noland? The great benefactor. The great benefactor, having witnessed both the tangible Sky Island and surviving Shandya descendants, Kulikate had believed his ancestral honor fully vindicated, and assumed no further emotion could stir him. Yet those two words pierced his heart. Silent tears traced paths down his cheeks. Yes, my ancestor was the explorer Mont Blanc Noland. We beg your forgiveness. Thud. As on the Flying Mary one day prior, the Shandya, led by their chief, knelt as one before Kulikate. Even Kaga, freshly returned from the South Blue, joined them. This is the apology of all Shandya, for centuries overdue. Forgive us, Noland. Thud. They bowed again, foreheads striking the resilient cloud ground, tears splashing onto the misty surface. No need for such humility. We require your aid. Doflamingo saved our lives, but our voyage continues. We hope you. We understand. The divine is merciful, and the divine's desires are plentiful in our village, Cloud-hidden village. Come, let us feast together. Ark Pronouncement construction site. As time passed, and workers' movements slowed, Doflamingo's brow furrowed. He turned to Vegapunk beside him, drowsy, half asleep, and asked, how many personnel are currently assigned to the Ark Pronouncement project? Sky Islanders, Shandya, and Reserve family personnel transported from the Blue Sea, 3,000 total. Rotating in 3 shifts ceaselessly. Insufficient. Prolonged labor breeds mechanical fatigue, eroding efficiency. Raise it to 4,000. 6-hour shifts. If still inadequate, add more. I demand rapid completion. Do you comprehend? Vegapunk snapped awake, fully alert. Understood, boss. I shall convey your directive immediately to Treble. In Enel's original timeline, he arrived at Apartheid in 1514 and completed the Ark in 6 years. Even with my optimized design and this workforce, 6 years should suffice. 6 years hence, 1503. Beside him Vegapunk wisely held his silence as Doflamingo fell into contemplation. Guru. Treble's leering face materialized upon the Den Mushi. Moshi Treble, excellent timing. Add 1,000 more personnel to the art pronouncement project. I'll arrange it immediately, Doflamingo. But listen, I insist you visit Cloud Hidden Village. Something extraordinary has... Treble's voice brimmed with excitement. What is it? Gold. I shall come. By the way, Treble, is Pikar, son of Baika's divine lord, still imprisoned in Baika's jail? He remains confined there. Fufufu, send Pikar to Baika. Bring him along to Sabayati. I shall grant him fortune beyond measure. Moments later, Cloud Hidden Village. Do not mistake it for the hidden cloud village of the Naruto universe. It is the Shandia's ancestral enclave. Clouds swirl perpetually here, ideal for evading the former god's guards in games of celestial hide and seek. The instant Doflamingo appeared, Shandia and Treble raised right fists to their chests and bowed deeply. Welcome, Divine One. Doflamingo. Kulikate and his crew stood dazed, faces flickering between regret and anger. Observing the two mingled groups, Doflamingo felt genuine curiosity. The Shandia, indigenous people banished from Angel Island. How much gold remained hidden among them to awe even Treble, who'd beheld Norla's golden belly. He gestured dismissively, signaling them to rise, then declared, Kulikate, you may resume your voyage. Chief, lead me to your treasured collection. As they advanced, a massive golden pillar, shaped like the Chinese character CUN, inch missing its final dot, stood centered in Cloud Hidden Village. Curious, where have I seen this before? A moment's reflection, and memory returned. This was precisely the counterpart to the golden pillar of apartheid. Note 3, together they formed a single monumental doorway. This segment alone measured 1.3 times the size of the apartheid pillar, truly staggering. Who then was the true pirate magnate? A knowing smile spread across Doflamingo's face as he proclaimed, Fufufu, Kulikate, you are free. Perhaps journey to the new world, to seek the land of little people your ancestor described. It lies in my bloodline's ancestral homeland, Dressrosa, the kingdom of love and passion. Free. Kulikate and his crew exchanged stunned glances, recalling the past fortnight, believing their flight had failed and death was certain, only to survive, expecting a decade of forced labor, only to have their debts absolved, then gold lost. Their faces twisted into expressions simultaneously joyful and tearful. Doflamingo paid no mind to Kulikate's disarray. Turning to the chief, he asked, Chief, this treasure valued at over 800 trillion berries, what do you desire in return? He always rewarded merit and punished transgression. To receive such a sum demanded commensurate recompense, provided of course that the Shandia offered it willingly. Otherwise, 800 trillion berries justified annihilation. Divine One, we owe you boundless gratitude and dare not ask for more. Grant us leave to perform ancestral rites at the Shandia ruins. Granted, Norla shall escort and safeguard your pilgrimage to the Shandia ruins. Furthermore, your Shandia self-defense force shall receive the latest armaments. We thank you for your boundless grace. 59. Compensation required. Days later, after the festivities concluded, Kulikate and Kaga shared a final farewell at the descent corridor's terminus. Kaga, contact me when you reach the Blue Sea. Kulikate, you too. Next time you wish to visit the Sky Islands, leave word at the Donquixote family's outpost. And avoid monster ocean currents. Ha, agreed. Next time Wiper should be grown. Farewell, sea. Farewell, sea. The Flying Mary soared once more through the heavens. All aboard wore radiant smiles, their joy rooted in the golden ornaments gifted by the Shandia, now gleaming in their hold. They believed all gold lost, yet here it was restored. Gold. We're wealthy beyond measure. What shall we buy first? Ha, Captain. Upon returning to the sea, we must build a sturdier vessel. Indeed. The flying number is about to collapse, isn't it? Of course the next stop is the capital of the Seven Waters. With that, Kulikate glanced at the pointer in his hand. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp whistle, an octopus emerged from the white depths. Its tentacles tightly wrapped around the flying number, turning its head into a balloon. It began to descend slowly. Sabayati Archipelago, in the waters near the Red Earth continent. From a distance, one could even see the ascending stairs leading to Mariawa. An exchange was underway between the world government and the Donquixote family. Sailors and slaves moved back and forth on the deck, transporting their respective goods. Fufufu, what brings you here this time? At the bow of the Flamingo ship, Doflamingo looked at the three men in white suits before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The aramaki is indeed very valuable. Saint Doflamingo, the CP0 squad leader, displayed great respect. Not every CP0 member possesses the strength of an admiral, otherwise the world would have been unified long ago. As the aramaki, the shield closest to the celestial dragons, has gone offline. He does not wish to die, and the person before him is a former celestial dragon. He is not a fool like Spandam who knows nothing of the world's affairs. Saint, what a distant term. How interesting. Doflamingo's eyes glimmered with amusement. Speak, what is your purpose? Saint Doflamingo, we have come to request your forgiveness for the offense caused by Aramaki. CP0 took a very low stance. As a newly promoted member of CP0, Aramaki has offended the celestial dragons, and this time, he will be imprisoned and impelled down. Since it is an offense, and since you seek forgiveness, tell me what you are willing to offer. Sitting on his woven chair, Doflamingo rested his chin on his hand, curious about what else they have to offer. Doflamingo naturally did not believe a word of CP0's claims. A loyal servant to the celestial dragons, a natural type ability user of the world government. Being imprisoned and impelled down. The judges are all their own people. There's no credibility in that. Besides, whether or not they sell, isn't it up to him to decide? This is a seller's market with only his family. As the CP0 squad leader observed Doflamingo's demeanor, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. There was something to discuss. This mission has a chance of success. Saint Doflamingo, we are willing to offer 5 billion berries in gold, or 10 animal-type devil fruits. Fufufu 5 billion in gold. Have you not seen my auctions? 10 mythical zoan fruits. How bold there! The CP0 squad leader's expression twisted. He nearly choked, taking a deep breath before replying in a low voice. The world government has always treated your enterprise. As for the fruits, 10 animal types of which 5 are ancient types. Taizolo, report the current market prices for the devil. Standing next to Doflamingo, Taizolo, who had been overlooked, stepped forward and replied solemnly. Animal types are 1 billion berries, ancient types are 5 billion berries. Paramecia types range from 5 to 10 billion berries, while natural types range from 10 to 50 billion berries. The Soso fruit, being a disaster-level natural devil fruit, is valued at over 5 billion. The CP0 squad leader's expression darkened. This situation had become difficult. Watching Doflamingo's increasingly radiant smile, his own face grew more and more unpleasant. Fufufu and Aramaki has considerable expertise in developing the Soso fruit. This is not something that can be— Do you understand? Understand. How could they not understand? They need to increase the offer. The CP0 squad leader paused for a moment before responding. What do you mean? 5 ancient types, 5 paramecia types, and 1 natural type. Faced with such a lion's share, the CP0 squad leader's expression tightened, feeling bitter inside. I need to consult the world government. Fufufa, don't keep me waiting too long. Puff. A large splash erupted at the port of Island No. 1. This commotion attracted Doflamingo, who had just returned to Sabaody. It also sparked discussions among the pirates who had just arrived at Sabaody. Hey, is that a ship? A ship from the seabed. It's a pirate from the New World. Full, it might be a slave ship returning from Fishman Island. As the splashes dissipated, ship, the first sounds to arise were strange songs. What followed was the sight of a nut-shaped ship softly humming a tune. The ship was not large, but it was adorned with various kinds of nuts. Standing in the gaps of the nuts were soldiers in different uniforms resembling chess pieces. There were infantry soldiers, bishop soldiers, knight soldiers, and chariot soldiers. These were the machi made by Charlotte, lean crafted using the soul fruit. At the bow of the ship stood 2 similarly tall, 8-foot beauties. One wore a wide-brimmed hat with blue curls beneath it adorned with golden earrings, a cigarette at the corner of her mouth, adding a touch of coldness and melancholy to her pale green eyes. The other wore a white gentleman's hat with similarly blue natural curls and a white tuxedo that fit snugly on her body. The curves of her body were accentuated by her light blue striped dress and red belt. Note 1. Though too slender, I find this appealing. Her face radiated confidence and ease. Among the crowd at the port, pirates with a bit of knowledge turned pale upon seeing the singing figure at the bow and turned to flee. Living ships are only owned by big MOM. This is a true top-tier force in the pirate world. And the most serious part is, this is a group of madmen who can sink islands and destroy nations over a single dessert. They do not wish to seek death. But there are exceptions. The terrifying Butcher Jack from the West Sea Mafia family. Watching the newly disembarked Amid and Yeshu, the red in his eyes was about to burst forth. A whoa, accompanied by a howl, the werewolf Jack charged forward for love. Fools are everywhere, a slow narrative. Taking a deep puff from his cigarette, shaking off the ash, Amid's long hands gripped the famous sword at his waist, the white fish. He slowly drew it out. His elegant posture did not resemble that of a pirate who kills mercilessly. He looked more like an elegant noblewoman playing golf. Under Amid's control, the white fish moved slowly, yet powerfully, towards the attacking werewolf. In the eyes of others, it seemed Jack was the one charging forward. But only Jack knew that this strike had already locked onto him. There was no way to dodge. The white fish gradually sank diagonally into Jack's body along his shoulder. I am a great pirate from the West Sea. Is this what pirates in the New World are like? Feeling the intense pain coursing through his body, Jack could no longer maintain the form of the beast man. He snapped back to reality and collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Oh, it hurts. Bitch, if you want to kill me, just do it simply. If you cut everything in an instant, there would be no meaning in the slaughter, Amid said in a leisurely manner. Fufufu, an interesting remark. In the brief negotiations, Fufufu, an interesting remark. Yeshu's hand, which held a cigarette, reached for the hilt of the famous sword Ice Lake at his waist, and together with Amid, they raised their heads to look above. Underneath the unbuttoned shirt was a mass of bulging muscles, exuding a visible sense of strength. The crimson sunglasses could not block the deep malice of the owner behind them. It was none other than Donquixote Doflamingo, who had recently gained fame in the underground world. The two spoke in unison. Doflamingo, do you wish to oppose the big MOM pirates? Fufufu, I come with sincere intentions to cooperate, quite different from these fools. Observing the two's tense demeanor, Doflamingo glanced over their curvaceous figures, uttering words filled with intrigue. However, the slower the attack, the more unstable factors it contains. Wouldn't you agree, unknown werewolf, who is sincerity? Hearing the first half of the sentence, Yeshu and the two exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing half of the words, their expressions changed, and they looked behind. At this moment, Jack had already swallowed a tenfold dose of secret medicine. In the blink of an eye, blood filled Jack's eye. The cut wounds seemed to have a life of their own, beginning to proliferate and intertwine. Amidst sensed the ominous aura from the famous sword in his hand. Exchanging glances with Yeshu, the white fish in his hand slowly slashed out a sharp blow. At the same time, Yeshu also drew out Ice Lake from his waist. Charlotte's eye knife. A conical blue slash emitted from Ice Lake, carrying a chill as it rushed towards the transforming. In his complete madness, Jack's body swelled, as if inflated, and a 6-meter-tall giant wolf appeared in place. The wounds from when he was human cut by the white fish were nothing in comparison to his massive form. Faced with the 2 incoming slashes, the irrational Jack did not attempt to dodge. Whoa! He let out a battle cry. His teeth, longer than those of an average person, gleamed with a metallic shine, directly shattering one of the slashes. The other slash not only tore a massive gash from the corner of his eye to his front legs, but also brought a freezing effect. But in the next moment, the rapidly proliferating flesh buds made the wounds visibly heal, pushing out the ice. Amidst and the others remained unfazed, maintaining their distance, while delivering continuous slashes. As for the new pet of the pirates on the sea, the enhancement drugs, they were somewhat familiar with it. After all, the big MOM pirates were not as information-starved as the beast pirates. This illusion of strength will fade and die over time. The more one consumes, the faster one dies. Preserve strength and just drag it out. The real danger lies in Doflamingo, who stands above, unaware of friend or foe. Moments later, at the devastated port, Jack turned into a puddle of flesh, nourishing the Archimanto tree below. Looking at the focused gazes of the two once again, Doflamingo had a clear understanding of himself, as he was not an amiable. He opened his arms, signaling that he meant no harm, revealing a friendly smile. He pulled out an image snail that contained records of the. He pressed the play button. Watching the video, crowds of winged people came and went. Yeshu's pupils constricted. This was exactly their purpose for this trip. Doflamingo then smiled. This is my sincerity, or rather a birthday gift for Lady Charlotte Linlin 3 months later. Fufufu, I hope to meet Lady Charlotte Linlin herself. I have a big business to discuss with her. How about it? Charlotte Amidst Miss Charlotte Yeshu. Who? The two sisters simultaneously took a puff from their cigarettes. This development caught them somewhat off guard. They initially thought it was a simple journey to kill and rob. Yet upon arrival, they found it seemed a bit too much for them. Moreover, as the nut minister, it wasn't strange for Doflamingo to gather information. But how did he know Yeshu's name? Yeshu had not appeared much in the eyes of the Navy. Ultimately, it was still the calm and composed third sister Amidst who stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Speak, Doflamingo, what do you really want? They naturally did not believe such nonsense about wanting to meet MOM. Regarding their mother, they as her children were all somewhat fearful, let alone an outsider. Doflamingo's tone carried a hint. I am a dream fulfiller, and of course I require certain compensation. This is only fair, isn't it? However, for specific details, I need to discuss them with Lady Charlotte Linlin in detail. She will agree after reading it. After saying this, Doflamingo tossed out an image snail. I hope you are not deceiving my mother. If you are deceiving her, you won't want to know the consequences. Receiving the image snail, Amidst left this sentence laced with a hint of threat and walked towards the nut ship with Yeshu. Feeling pleased with the preliminary progress of the plan, Doflamingo watched the two retreating figures with a smile. Fufufu, rest assured the beautiful sisters of Charlotte will meet in Tato land. Facing such frivolous words, Yeshu and the others frowned and tightened their fists. They all thought in unison that if their brother Katakuri were here, this frivolous kid would die here. Under the manipulation of the chess piece soldiers, the special coating wrapped the nut ship again, slowly submerging it beneath the surface. Watching the disappearing silhouette of the ship, Doflamingo flew towards the family residence on Island No. 1. Now he wanted to take a good look at the health of the gift. He had long anticipated the visit of the Charlotte family. After all, one of Charlotte Linlin's dreams is to give birth to. No, to collect all the races in the world. She certainly would not miss the mysterious Sky Islanders that appeared at the auction. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made a move to recruit Inel. Now the question arises. The Charlotte family has Charlotte Katakuri, and one is a strawman and the other is a pig-headed man. Why is there no mink tribe? Is Charlotte Linlin racially discriminated, or is Charlotte Linlin not a furry lover? My name is Daisuke. I was born in Baika Sky Island, and since I was a child I aspired to become the next god. My daily life has been one of being adored by others and beating up those forsaken by the gods. But good times don't last long. My father is gone. Not this quickly. Not this suddenly. Baika was occupied by the people of the Blue Sea. These damn Blue Sea people have no wings. I was unwilling. I initiated a rebellion. But the once forsaken ones gained the power of the gods. Watching one after another be turned to charcoal, I was very fearful. I exchanged my ancestral blueprints for a chance to survive. It proved to be the right decision. Not only did I survive. Now, the great new god Donquixote Doflamingo is about to summon me. I must show my loyalty to the new god. When Daisuke walked into the hall with a feeling of anxiety, his gaze was drawn to the fiery figure on the enormous throne in the center. He briefly locked eyes with the gaze directed at him. In an instant, Daisuke remembered the scene of his father whose life and death were unknown being rubbed against the ground. All the auspicious words he had thought of on the way here vanished. His mind went blank. Cold sweat poured down, soaking through the newly changed clothes. Lowering his head, his right hand pressed against his chest, he stammered, What do you need me to do? God, please trust me. Don't worry, it's a good thing. There is a beautiful queen who is very eager for the bloodline of the Sky Islanders. I plan to send you. Really? Daisuke found it hard to believe. Could it be that he had finally turned the tide? Really, but you still need some training. Looking at Daisuke's frail body, Doflamingo appeared amused. Truly beautiful, of course. The current Charlotte Linlin is only 43 years old. Her prime has not yet passed. In her previous life, there would surely have been many rushing towards her. Doflamingo tossed Daisuke to Mahabai's after instructing him to train hard. Doflamingo took out a transponder snail to contact Katakuri. Moshi Moshi. Boss, do you have any instructions? The rebels of Baika, how many who haven't participated in the experiments are left in the laboratory? There are still 10. What? 6. Together with Daisuke, there are exactly 7. Queen Charlotte Linlin and her 7 dwarfs. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fufufu Diamante has returned to the Sky Island. Oh, let him bring them to Sabaody. Yes, boss. We need to add a few more items to the gift list. Of course, it's because the derivative is too skinny. If it were as robust as Urki, it would probably barely satisfy Big MOM. But it's no big deal. If the quality isn't enough, we can make up for it with quantity. The World Economic News Agency. Lying on the true seagull feather sofa of Morgan's. Doflamingo looked at the photo in his hand. It was a picture sent by the flame photographer. It still carried the warmth of the machine, his freshly baked masterpiece. He gazed at the image of Roger and his crew emerging from an unknown route. A malicious smile crept onto Doflamingo's face. He turned to look at Morgans, who was hunched over the table, scribbling fervently inspired. He began to stoke the flames. Fufufu, a route that hasn't been traversed in 800 years, has been conquered. The new pirate king has emerged, Morgans. So what do you say? Shall we make this world a bit more lively? Let's synchronize the news of Gold Roger's critical condition to the seas. Let's see who will challenge the dying king. No, Doflamingo, that's 2 big news stories. I want to report them in 2 parts. Don't try to interfere with matters outside of our cooperation. Morgans shook his bird head to express his dissatisfaction with Doflamingo. What if Roger disappears? Impossible. Even the most worthless thug knows the principle of returning home in glory. Are you sure? Think about what you said last time. Morgans. He suddenly felt uncertain, but he wanted to argue once more. Morgans, you will regret this. I am the king of news, Doflamingo. The next day, shocking. Gold Roger conquers the Grand Line, reaches the final destination, and the new pirate king is born. A newspaper with this headline set off from the Sabaody archipelago on the back of a seagull. It rushed to all corners of the world. Soon, the entire world was ignited. It sparked numerous discussions. Water 7. Haha, as expected of you, Roger, truly a remarkable man. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Tom laughed heartily. Hey, mister. Tom, isn't that the person who visited you a few months ago? So he became the pirate king. Flam's expression changed drastically as he realized that these people had once invited him aboard. Note 1. So he became the pirate king. Flam's expression changed drastically as he realized Magic Valley Town. So the pirate king once drank with me. This news had just passed not long ago. New news once again stirred the seas. Endless sorrow. Gold Roger is critically ill. His life is in danger. It even thoughtfully included records of the Roger pirates purchasing medicine to prove the authenticity of the news. Rayleigh, who had just disbanded the pirate crew and returned to Sabaody, held the fresh newspaper somewhat astonished. The current news-gathering capabilities are even stronger than the Navy's government. The pirates of the New World received this news. Their emotions surged. Like aroused male dogs, their eyes turned red. Boys find Roger I the Copperhand King and the true pirate king. This is true. The short-lived Roger does not deserve to hold the throne. The great treasure belongs to me. The Flying Sky Pirate crew. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Roger. This news is fake. A man like Roger could never die from a mere terminal illness. Shiki's eyes widened. The rooster comb on his head began to shake as if it was about to explode. Blood flowed out. This scene terrified the surrounding subordinates. Indigo-sama. Shika-sama's head is bleeding again. Totoland. Whole Cake Island. Pirate Roger, looks like you're truly going to die now. The laughing Big Mom casually tossed aside the newspaper. The Amano sisters, who returned empty-handed, looked at their happy mother. Their hearts couldn't help but relax. However, the voice that followed made them tense up again. Emin Yeshiyu. Failed. Yes, mother. The two answered honestly. The dishonest ones were made into rice cakes. As soon as we arrived, we were attacked by an animal-type user who had taken a secret drug. In addition, the source of the secret drug, Doflamingo, was also present, promoting that the Sky Island people were in his hands, willing to offer it as a gift for your birthday, and included a shell to record the images. But both of us feel it's a fake. Let me see it. The noti-told and confused Charlotte Linlin naturally wouldn't think that a man who pushed the secret drug was a madman seeking his own death. Snip. The image projected out. Two creatures of the same color, characteristics, sounds, even the direction they faced were the same. But they were just different in size. An off-screen voice began to emerge. Hello, esteemed guest, these two have been tested by our Donquixote Royal Research Team and found to be of the same lineage. Charlotte Linlin's eyes sparkled even more. An invitation to Doflamingo's tea party. Panga City. Between powers. Looking at the good news on the newspaper and the photo of Roger disbanding next to it, the five elders had not relaxed since learning that the Roger pirates had reached the final island. And now the tightly furrowed brows finally showed signs of relaxation. They still did not know what the final island had released, but the near-death Roger made them slightly ease their anxious hearts. How should we deal with the remnants of the Roger pirates? We still need to be vigilant against people like Douglas Bullet. Those who have given up their pirate identity must be found to determine if they are unstable factors. What about Roger? Let's take it as it comes. A dying man poses the greatest threat during his last struggle. Putting down the heavy burden on their hearts, the five elders finally had the energy to pay attention to previous matters. Should we agree to Doflamingo's terms to exchange for the farm? Too much. The waves stirred up by the enhancement drugs are something everyone has witnessed. We must curb the speed of his power expansion. Let CP0 take 3 ancient types, 3 paramecia types, and 1 low-level natural type. If Doflamingo refuses, let go of the farm. Agreed. Agreed. The gold fruit, which countless people in the sea are concerned about, is currently, at this moment, under the cherry blossom tree, drinking heartily with Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Gulp, gulp. He set down the now empty wine bowl. Whitebeard glanced at the visibly intoxicated Roger across from him. This was not the appearance of a strong man like them. It seems just as the newspaper said, you are about to die. Yes, my ship's Dr. Kurokas says I have a year left. He's a very skilled doctor. Roger was unfazed by the impending death. Roger, where do you plan to spend your remaining time? Ha ha ha, that's a secret. When I say goodbye to the world, I want to come up with a way for the world to remember me. Time passed. The storm brought by Roger gradually calmed down. Regarding this matter, wiping his blood-stained hands, Doflamingo expressed a bit of regret over ending the daily killings in Sabaody. After all, the more intense the fights, the better his business. Yet some audacious scoundrels like a wave of fat dared to rob. Isn't it ridiculous for these chives-like pirates to engage in black eating black? It's simply turning the world upside down. The government ship once again arrived at Sabaody, the Donquixote family's residence. Several familiar figures from CP0 visited again. Fufufu, I hope this time you bring good news. In the hall where the derivative had been, Doflamingo smiled as he looked at the 3 familiar faces. He was very curious to know how much the farm was worth in the hearts of the 5 elders. Doflamingo-san, this time we brought 3 ancient types, 3 paramecia types, and 1 low-level natural type. The CP0 team leader tentatively spoke up, each cutting off 2. Acceptable. Doflamingo's brows slightly furrowed, exuding a dangerous aura. He spoke lightly. Introduced the abilities of this batch of fruits. Seeing that Doflamingo did not directly refuse, the CP0 team leader felt a rush of joy. There was hope of completing the task. He excitedly began to introduce. This time the animal types are all ancient types, specifically the snake fruit, titan giant snake form, the cat fruit, saber-toothed lion form, and the fish fruit, dragon-eating crocodile form. 1 swims in water, 1 runs on the grasslands, and 1 hides in the forest. Just missing 1 that flies in the sky. The CP0 team leader, of course, did not hear Doflamingo's internal musings and continued to introduce respectfully. The natural type is the steam fruit. Steam fruit, producing heavy metal steam, cosplaying smoker among pirates. The paramecia types are the float fruit, the glass fruit, and the gold fruit. As a gesture of sincerity, knowing that you like gold, the gold fruit from this transaction is offered as a deposit. Saying this, CP0 took out a small box from behind and gently opened it. Float. The ability to make objects float like diamante is very valuable. Glass fruit. Glass. How to develop it? Wait a minute. Gold fruit. Little brat Tesalo came to trick me and stole my fruit. Looking at the golden small gourd lying in the box, Doflamingo, who had been somewhat bored, his gaze suddenly focused behind the sunglasses. His heart surged. He initially thought he would have to wait another 12 years for the next lucky pirate to offer him the gold fruit. Unexpectedly, it came so suddenly. But it was a tremendous stroke of luck. No matter how tumultuous his heart was, Doflamingo did not reveal a hint of it on his face. He gently rolled the gold fruit over, and then smiled as he spoke. Fufufa, thoughtful of you, I really like it. Wait at my residence. Within 2 weeks you will meet the farm. The next day, Tesalo woke up in his room. After ironing the rosered suit that Stella had sewn for him, he dressed meticulously, wearing golden rings and accessories. Tesalo looked at himself in the mirror. Unlike the punk he was a year ago hanging around the Sabaody docks and factories, this man now exuded an aura of elegance and composure. Tesalo suddenly recalled what Boss had said to him after CP0 left last night. Come by tomorrow, Tesalo, it's time for you to take a step further. Huff. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his somewhat agitated emotions. Tesalo brought the summary report he had compiled recently and walked toward Doflamingo's room. Moments later, sensing Tesalo approaching, Doflamingo opened his eyes on the large chair. He was not sleeping, he was merely in a brief nap enough to sustain a whole day's energy. Before Tesalo could speak, a scarlet lightning appeared in the room. Tesalo felt as if he were a sailboat navigating through a storm. The risk of being destroyed at any moment loomed over him. He immediately knelt, propping himself on the ground. The documents in his hands scattered everywhere. If it were over a year ago, even this Conqueror's Haki, without any malicious intent, would have made him faint instantly. But now, in just 1 year, he had undergone a complete transformation and could withstand it. Watching Tesalo struggling to hold on, Doflamingo began to question his soul. Tesalo, can I trust you? The soft voice fell into Tesalo's ears like thunder. It was deafening. It pierced deep into his soul. Tesalo instinctively roared out a few words. Boss, I swear to serve you loyally until death. In an instant, Tesalo felt a lightness throughout his body. He suddenly detached from the ground only to realize that cold sweat soaked his entire body. Feeling the emotional fluctuations consistent with Tesalo's tone, Doflamingo nodded inwardly. This was precisely the method he used to determine loyalty through the combination of Conqueror's Haki and the Haki version of the princess. As for why it was used on Tesalo, it was because Tesalo had only joined the family for a year. It was certainly correct to have some, but gratitude and loyalty are 2 different matters. Loyalty is not absolute, and thus is absolute disloyalty. After all, the gold fruit is truly important. You might ask, why not give it to others? Tesalo has already proven himself, plus the gold fruit guarantees he is at least an SR. If you still want to gamble for an SSR on your own, then it can only be said that pure gamblers do not have good endings. Tezelo, it is yours. This will help you work better. A golden gourd held by silk threads appeared before Tezelo. I understand, boss. You. Amidst the sounds of swallowing and retching, the gold fruit user reappeared. Ignoring the nauseating taste in his mouth and stomach, Tezelo stared at the golden ring on his finger. He suddenly fell in. It felt as if he had a peculiar connection with it. Not transforming into gold. Note 1, gold seemed to be his property. It could be commanded by him. Thoughts could move freely. A golden ring on his finger transformed into a pair of delicate earrings under his will. This was the design of the earrings he planned to gift to Stacy. At this moment they were placed in his room. Tezelo knew he had changed. Exquisite control, no wonder in the original timeline after consuming the fruit. In just 4 years he could root himself in the new world. This investment is very worthwhile. Note 2, looking at Tezelo's performance after just eating the fruit. Doflamingo made a judgment. Tezelo then realized he was a bit too complacent. He shifted his gaze away from the exquisite accessory in his hand. He looked up. It's fine, go ahead, get familiar with it. Watching Tezelo's retreating figure, Doflamingo once again fell into a light slumber. In the original work, Tezelo, from a penniless slave to the world-renowned Golden Emperor. It took him 12 years. 3 years for the world to make the original timelines me wary and start cooperating. Take a middle value. Awakening is 6 years after consuming the fruit. So the question arises. Guren Tezelo, a length of 1000 meters. How many king-class warships is that equivalent to? Some questions and answers. First, let me share some good news. Just returned. I discovered that my migraine has lessened. Tomorrow the company won't have overtime. I should be able to resume updates. Secondly, addressing some doubts from supportive friends. When did Doflamingo eat the fruit? Firstly, Doflamingo was taken out of the Holy Land by his father at age 8. He arrived at the world's northernmost point. Then comes the well-known scene of the celestial dragons being beaten. His home was burned down. Without a home. His father revealed his disgrace and realized his naivety. Painfully seeking help from Homingu. Taking his brother to scavenge leftovers. Considering the possibility of being caught and beaten. He may have even resorted to thievery. After this experience, Doflamingo's mentality underwent a small change. What the heck? I was living well in the Holy Land, why must I live this way? But at that time he could still take care of his brother and bring food to his mother. There was still humanity. About 2 years passed. Then his mother passed away. Literally. His mentality completely collapsed. Then the root of all this hatred was his father and the celestial dragons of Mary Geos. Then there was the father-son trio becoming targets. Hanging from the city walls. His father was useless, his brother unreliable, and his life was in danger. His mentality completely collapsed. Awakening the Conqueror's Haki. Looking at it this way, Katakuri's Iron Sister complex is undeniable. His sister's injury could awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Feeling pity for Rosinante. It also illustrates Doflamingo's extreme pride and selfishness. He awakened his Conqueror's Haki at the most humiliating and perilous moment, when his very life hung by a thread. Immediately afterward, he was rescued by Treble and 3 other grotesque figures. Is there textual evidence to support this? Treble posed the question. Observe closely their attire and headgear. They bestowed upon him both a devil fruit and a firearm. Shortly thereafter, Doflamingo returned home and executed. Secondly, note 1 from the previous chapter addresses many readers' questions regarding why phenomena, such as magnetic field lines or gamma rays, cannot be developed. Note 1, the gold fruit is a paramecia-type domination class devil fruit. Domination class gold fruit, Pika's stone fruit. Paramecia body, formerly Luffy Diamond Jozu Springman Bellamy, and cosmetic surgery patient Arlong's daughter, Alvida. Creation class string fruit, Mr. Three's candle fruit, crackers cookie fruit, and Katakuri's mochi fruit. Special class Hancock's love fruit, Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit, Bakura's luck fruit, Whitebeard's tremor fruit, and Law's ope fruit. Domination class, as the name implies, these fruits grant sole dominion over their associated substance. Pika commands stone, Treble commands thread, Guild Tesoro commands gold. Crucially, they cannot generate matter ex nihilo, nor do they confer special abilities. Paramecia body, the user's physiology becomes intrinsically aligned with the fruit's essence. Luffy's rubberized body, Jozu's diamond-hardened form, Bellamy's spring-like elasticity. Special class Hancock's petrification, Kuma's repulsion blasts, Bakura's fortune absorption, Whitebeard's seismic vibration. The ope fruit enables not only anatomical reconstruction, but also bioelectric discharge and localized gravitational manipulation. This constitutes true special ability. Lastly, the creation class is the most constrained. Katakuri crafts mochi, cracker fabricates biscuits, MR3 generates candles. All tangible physical substances. Thus Doflamingo creates solid tactile threads. Threads one can grasp yet devoid of any special power. Gamma rays are high-frequency electromagnetic waves emitted during atomic nucleus decay, essentially a unique form of light. Kizaru manipulates them, Kid harnesses them, Law channels them, but our protagonist for now truly cannot. Magnetic field lines meanwhile exist solely as pedagogical constructs. No actual field contains such discrete lines. You understand? Hence in my narrative I depict surgically sutured protein filaments and nylon-based artificial musculature, concepts some readers may initially resist. Yet they remain scientifically plausible, both exist in reality, not mere fantasy. Notably, Katakuri's mochi fruit is the first paramecia type to uniquely merge creation class and paramecia body traits. Power tiers are provisionally defined as 5 ascending levels: first glimpse, threshold, entry, modest mastery, profound integration, and ultimate refinement. For instance, armament Haki first glimpse, initial command, usable in critical moments to briefly seize a Logia's intangible form or reinforce the body transiently. Threshold entry. The volume of armament Haki accumulates sufficiently to coat the limbs with a metallic sheen resembling forged iron. Modest mastery. What Virgo termed advanced armament Haki, a polished lustrous metallic finish gleaming like profound integration. The luminous armament Haki flows dynamically amplifying destructive force. This is flowing Sakura. Ultimate refinement. External projection or internal devastation. External manifestation mirrors Rayleigh's barehanded laser discharges. Observation Haki first glimpse. Enhanced perception, erratic and faint, occasionally yielding subtle impressions. Threshold entry. Stable application within a 1 kilometer radius, discerning opponent's movements, vital fluctuations, and biological positions. Modest mastery. Range expands to 10 kilometers. Profound integration. Foreseeing combat developments several seconds ahead. Ultimate refinement. Entering the realm of the arcane, perceiving future events with increasing temporal depth. Observation Haki also possesses rare fusion techniques. First, Boa Hancock's hypnotic influence. Second, Roger's ability to hear all things. Third, red-haired Shank's mind. Conqueror's Haki first glimpse. Spontaneous emotion-driven outbursts, unreliable and prone to inducing unconsciousness. Threshold entry. Conscious, effortless activation at will. Modest mastery. Discriminating pressure application upon allies versus foes. Profound integration. Clashing auras that rend the heavens. Ultimate refinement. Conqueror's binding as you know. Special technique Shank's observation kill. Fourth, some readers feel the protagonist relies too heavily on pre-existing skills, others find his new techniques jarringly unfamiliar. This reveals the breadth, diversity, and validity of reader perspectives, even when contradictory. Thus, I must remain steadfast in my artistic vision. I retain the original skills. They possess undeniable charisma. My self-crafted techniques embody personal imagination, and more shall follow. My sincere apologies to two dear brothers. Fifth, regarding typographical errors and internal inconsistencies, I warmly invite your corrections, for I am an absolute novice. By Dallin is a relentless night owl writer juggling fiction alongside full-time work. Mental fatigue inevitably creeps in. Grateful for your patience. Sixth, today, I received a 3-star review. Its words lingered uneasily through my afternoon shift. It made me want to sleep. Well then, might it simply be that you were genuinely drowsy? Very well, I'll cease self-deception. As a raw beginner, I lack mastery in crafting compelling conflict or dramatic flair. Nor do I excel at tender, tranquil daily life scenes. For by Dallin himself remains emotionally reserved. My writing adheres strictly to chronological progression. Consequently, it may strike some as dry or monotonous. I pledge only to steadily refine my craft, to deliver a richer, more immersive experience. Seventh, a reader labeled this a hair moverlord generic light novel. Yet Doflamingo's path permits only the overlord route, adventuring like Monkey D. Luffy is impossible, revolution is incompatible with his collective nature. Regarding generic light novel, I aspire to deeper thematic resonance. Even my cheat system design draws inspiration from One Piece FDIC, a work I deeply admire. It masterfully balances exhilarating momentum with profound insight. Yet my current capacity falls short. As for harem tropes, true harem demands conquest of each new love interest. What I write instead is artillery deployment. That concludes all queries. Special thanks to D. Luachan, sovereign of the 6 scorching heavens. From the earliest chapters, he has supported me with unwavering generosity. His gift stirred genuine emotion, fortifying my resolve to continue. Finally, heartfelt gratitude to every reader who accompanies this journey. Your support means everything. May you enjoy enduring health and vitality. 54 foot. My mind should fully recover tomorrow, friends. See you at dawn. 63 foot. Farewell to Aramuru. Several days later, in the Donquixote family's conference hall on Sabaody. Doflamingo, I've arrived. Voice preceding presence. Diamante strode confidently into the chamber, though another arrived even sooner. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the room like noonday sun. Enel materialized midair. Young master, I have arrived. This letter arrived via Tato Land's telefax system. Feeling the hard object concealed within its extra packaging, and having recently studied all blue geography, Enel added, it appears to contain a log pose. Delivered by a newspaper crow. Behind them, 4 junior Donquixote members bore Aramuru's seastone coffin. No reminder was needed from Diamante. Doflamingo had already sensed the deep seething hatred emanating from within the casket. Therefore, the matter required absolute finality. He nodded curtly to the 2 men. Then turning to the assembled family members, he spoke with quiet authority. Open the coffin. Let Aramuru deepen his... Yes, boss. With a thunderous crash, the lid flew open. Aramuru struggled to draw breath, though this offered no relief from his profound weakness. Yet it was his rarest taste of freedom. This incision feels familiar, like the ones I performed in the North Blue. Did Caesar's team grow excessively inventive? Or did Aramuru scream too loudly? Why is his mouth sealed shut? This perhaps confirms one thing: those lacking innate talent cannot awaken Conqueror's Haki, no matter how severely tortured. Surveying Aramuru's newly mutilated form, Doflamingo reflected thus. At this moment, Aramuru's lips were stitched tightly shut with surgical thread, like garment seams. His face remained the sole relatively intact region, elsewhere his body bore a tapestry of jagged, overlapping Rydriop. GGGKKK. A grating, nauseating sound tore through the air. Aramuru's face erupted as if splattered by alien ichor. Threads ripped flesh-shattered teeth and choked his throat. Blood trickled steadily into his trachea and lungs. Cough, gurgle, whimper, pain and suffocation twisted his throat into agonized guttural cries. Terror and hatred surged simultaneously within him, unleashing torrents of curses. Damn you, Doflamingo. Your entire family, your kingdom, your entire legacy will be utterly annihilated by the world government. The fiercer Aramuru's hatred burned the more Doflamingo laughed aloud. He decided to share welcome news for Fufu. Looks like you still hold weight in the world government's eyes. CP0 agents await outside. You're about to regain your freedom. How delightful. Aramuru little cur. Freedom. Freedom. He knew the world government would never abandon him. Like a drowning man seizing salvation, Aramuru strained desperately to make noise, begging CP0's attention. Gurgle, gurgle, release me. They've come for me. Meanwhile outside, in the guest house, CP0 Agent Alpha watched the retinue enter, suspicion stirring. He turned toward his squad leader, leisurely sipping coffee. Captain, how long must we wait? What if Doflamingo refuses to return? Aramuru. What then? We wait. Is it unpleasant here, avoiding New World deployment? Does Aramuru's survival truly? We hardly know him. Moreover, Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, albeit a former one. Would you dare lay hands on him? Could you even stand against him? The CP0 captain raised his steaming cup. Chill. I'll sip your tea, young man. He felt no urgency. Government-funded travel was bliss so long as no violence erupted. He'd long passed the age of reckless fervor. Is that so? Alpha stood momentarily stunned, gazing blankly toward the central hall. Inside the hall, I know. You're thrilled too, aren't you? But to ensure you never forget my extraordinary hospitality. As he spoke, Doflamingo's smile grew dazzlingly radiant. Threads coalesced in his palm into a U-shaped structure. Gurgle, gurgle. Don't come near me. Watching the device spin with terrifying velocity, Aramuru's sense of dread peaked. His body pressed frantically backward against the stone floor, straining to widen the distance. Amid grinding, ice-crushing cacophony, the thread blender ceased operation. Was it over? Aramuru stared at his thigh, twisted into a grotesque helix, his expression vacant. Fufu, limbs may be shredded, but the spine, perhaps I'll crush it myself, Aramurican. Outside the hall, the increasingly harrowing screams sent chills down Alpha's spine. He glanced again at his captain. Is this truly acceptable? Wiping sweat from his brow, the CP0 captain himself wavered. Should be, probably no fatalities. Inside the hall, Enel's jaw dropped wide. Something urgent surged upward in his throat. This artistry arrived far. Diamante stepped forward, steeling himself. Doflamingo. Aramuru is nearly dead. Bang. Gazing at the pulsing brain matter oozing from Aramuru's fractured skull, Doflamingo suppressed the urge to carve out a piece and halted his assault. Enough. Deliver him, and this coffin, to them. Like a heartless, detached aristocrat, he didn't glance once at the unconscious Aramuru returning languidly to his throne. He cast a cool gaze toward the letter in Enel's hand. Open it. Yes, young master. Enel, uncharacteristically docile, complied. Moments later at the harbor, Diamante accepted 6 treasure chests containing devil fruits. A smirk of grim satisfaction crossed his face. Pleasure doing business. This seastone coffin is yours, a key to freeing Aramuru. Likewise, please extend my highest regards to Doflamingo-sama. For CP0 Captain Fujiman, this unexpected bounty brought no joy. He observed the blood seeping from the coffin's surface, and sensed the faint fragile pulse within his observation Haki. 3 CP0 agents exchanged glances, all sensing impending doom. Quickly, carry it aboard ship. Prepare soil, fresh water, and provisions. After directing CP personnel to haul the coffin onto the government vessel's deck. Bang! Fujiman gritted his teeth and flung open the coffin lid. Upon beholding its contents, every onlooker recoiled, pupils contracting in visceral shock. Even seasoned interrogators had never witnessed such brutality. Blood pooled halfway up Aramuru's torso. His limbs hung limp and malleable, like mashed rubber clay submerged. His chest had become a medical student's perfect textbook skin, subcutaneous, fat muscle layers, fascia, and beneath the faint rhythmic throb of heart and organs. His face was obliterated beyond recognition. Peering down from above revealed the pulsing walnut-like brain matter within his skull. Can he possibly survive this? Alpha scalp prickling nudged his superior. He can. Sunsen Fruit's greatest strength lies in regeneration. Hurry, encase him immediately. After frantic effort, Aramuru floated inside a wine cask, submerged in a mixture of his own blood, earth, and fresh water. Sensing unprecedented nourishment, his unconscious primal survival instinct stirred. Like desert grass breaking through arid soil, a sunflower erupted from the wound atop his skull, greedily drinking in sunlight unseen for far too long. In the halls of power at Mariehua, Judge 5 elders clenched the din mushy knuckles white with fury. That reckless bastard. What is Aramuru's current condition? He remains unconscious, but his vital signs have normalized. Fujiman replied respectfully from the ship's deck. Internally, he cursed his fate. He knew the 5 elders would erupt in wrath, possibly demoting him. Then inspiration struck, a salvage strategy. He began embellishing. However, Doflamingo gifted us a massive sea stone block, expressing regret for Aramuru. How large? 5 meters long, 6 meters wide, 2 meters high. Chapter 64, Kings Must Master Autocracy. Doflamingo. Are you certain? Big Mom is indistinguishable from madness itself. During her rages she attacks even her own children. Her tea time tantrums are legendary. Learning Doflamingo intended to visit Charlotte Linlin with Sky Island natives and local specialties, Diamante paled sweat beading on his brow, yet dared only offer cautious counsel intimidated by his current authority. Mahabai's towering giant though he was trembled like a frightened child. Indeed, young master. Big Mom has raised nations for trifling sweets and sunk islands without hesitation. She is unequivocally, madman, young master. BOSS I will manage everything in Sabadi Archipelago. Regarding the actual management rights of the 3 islands St. Popura Puki and Sanfa Lud. When you return, I will present it to you. Taizolo already understood his boss's nature and did not offer any advice. And it was useless to persuade him. Seeing someone hold a different opinion, Enel jumped out. That's right. With me following the young master, that mere big MOM is nothing but a defeated foe of the young master. Enel, still young and unaware of the advanced combat power of pirates, continued to jump around as usual. However, this remark particularly pleased Doflamingo. He cast appreciative glances at the two. Then he looked at the tense and worried faces of Diamante and the others and reassured them. Don't worry, we're just attending Big Mom's tea party. We are not declaring war on her, so don't be so nervous, Diamante. And you all. This is just a small negotiation. I show me a bit of the future king's spirit. Doflamingo, it's not that we don't trust you, but we're still young. We can deal with the true powers of this world later. Diamante did not give up and continued to persuade earnestly. I understand. Doflamingo turned and walked towards the flamingo, I not looking back. You mean to say that we should wait until we can truly confront Big Mom before dealing with her, right? Behind him, Diamante and the others nodded like a drum. You don't understand, Diamante. Safeguarding the record pointer of Totland Kingdom, Doflamingo landed on the deck. He turned back to Diamante and said meaningfully, precisely because we are young we need to quicken our pace. After saying that, the flamingo mini soared into the sky. As for why they didn't take the route through Fishman Island, it was simply wise not to stand under a dangerous wall. Who knows, the Super Sea Kings might come sniffing around. Did we disappoint the young master again? No one answered Mabaya's question. Diamante, who followed Doflamingo the earliest, and Pika looked worriedly in the direction he left. Clearly these initial followers all believed that facing Big Mom at this time was not a good idea. But in Doflamingo's eyes at this moment, it was not the case. Perhaps in the eyes of others Big Mom was the most terrifying and difficult monster to deal with in the world. But in his eyes she was simply an old lady who would be deceived out of funds in the future. What Caesar could do, he is Caesar's boss. Of course Doflamingo was not such a tasteless person. He preferred to call himself a dream achiever. Soaring in the sky aboard the flamingo, Doflamingo stood at the bow of the ship on the head of the flamingo, full of spirit. After 7 years, he finally had the confidence to probe the true powers of the world. Pointing to the hazy land of the gods on the red line below, he decided to let Enel get acquainted with the current masters of the... Do you know what that is, Enel? Enel followed his gaze, and then realized the vast land at 10,000 meters high. His eyes instantly brightened. Is this the infinite land you mentioned, young master? Sure enough, it's in the east blue. Seeing that Enel didn't grasp the real meaning, Doflamingo was not angry. He smiled lightly. Fufufa, that's right, but what's important is not this. A look over there. He pointed to a distant cluster of extravagant and luxurious buildings. What is this? Celestial dragons. That's right, and they're the swine currently occupying the throne of the world. Excitement sparked in Enel as electric sparks began to emanate from him. Young master, how about we? Bang! New world. Totland. It is not yet the behemoth of 35 islands. There are only 14 main islands connected. One of them is Nut Island. A massive peanuts homie stands on the island. One could even see a homie resembling the high nut from Plants vs. Zombies. As someone who has seen the world, Doflamingo managed to remain calm. Young Enel, watching all of this, began to murmur. Can this be eaten? Are there talking apples? Are they sweet? Yes, child. Doflamingo quietly replied in his heart. Below on the islands, the current nut minister Amandi and Yesh, they were now headed to the main island, Cake Island, to prepare for Big Mom's tea party. They had just stepped onto the Machi Nut ship with, as an old acquaintance, I believe you wouldn't mind leading the way for me, right? Just as this voice rang out, the pawns on the ship began to sound the alarm belatedly. Alarm! Alarm! Illegal approach too close. Nut minister, please stay away. This was closer than the last time. Why did these pawns not react in advance? What? How could they bring such a large ship? Are these pawns blind? They couldn't even notice this. Yeshu and her sister turned their heads to look at Doflamingo, who had appeared silently once again in the ship in the sky. With their indifferent personalities, even their mouths twitched slightly. They quickly waved to calm the impending attack from the pawns. Once they reached Cake Island, there would be plenty of people to deal with him. Feigning calmness, they responded indifferently. Let's go, I hope you're not deceiving Mama. Fu, of course Lady Linlin will know my sincerity. The changes in the two's emotions were naturally clear to Doflamingo, causing the corners of his mouth to curl. As for why he could deceive the pawns, it had to do with the characteristics of homies. Almost all homies were anthropomorphized beings created by Big Moms, but this thing had levels. If the pastries and plants of Totland were the dregs of soul fragments, the soul fragments on these low-level pawns were just dregs plus a bit of soldier's soul fragments. His brainwashed observation, Haki, made it too simple to convey emotions that would calm these fragmented souls. The 65 Pink Queen and her 7 dwarfs approached Cake Island. Various singing homies docked at the port, but the most eye-catching was the enormous ship in the center, nearly 200 meters. At the bow was a round machi ball with a crown on its head, singing continuously. Surrounding it were decorations of green and yellow candies. Rather than a ship, it was more like a massive cake sailing on the sea. Looking at its gigantic form, Doflamingo suddenly thought that the ark prophesy he built in Skypiea was a bit small. This singing ship was truly a children's joy house. He could already smell the sweet aroma wafting over. However, the unique sailing method of the Flamingo also caught the attention of various individuals coming to attend the tea party. Golden Lion. Foolish, the Golden Lion only travels with island ships. This is clearly not an ordinary newcomer. The flag on that ship. It seems somewhat familiar. Isn't that the mark on the secret medicine? That's Doflamingo from Sabaody. Let's take him down, he must have a lot on him. Surrounding eyes filled with malice interrupted Doflamingo's thoughts. Glancing at the two indifferent tall women by the side of the ship, it seemed someone wanted to probe his strength. Then let them see. There are always oblivious people everywhere. Such garbage is unworthy to participate in Lady Charlotte Linland's tea party. Yes, young master. Divine judgment. Enel transformed into lightning from his wrist, forming a massive lightning pillar. Then he swept out in all directions. Below, Yeshu and her sister instinctively felt a storm of danger brewing above their heads, while the rubbish in the distance. In the previous moment, they were still recklessly discussing, but in the next moment, the intense heat arc generated by the lightning had caused their eyes to lose function. Aya, accompanied by screams, skin muscles and internal organs began to show signs of burns and carbonization. Meanwhile, Enel, listening to the screams and wails, felt more excited and exerted even more power. Mama's power. Natural type, rumble fruit. Yeshu and her sister looked at this scene, exchanging incredulous glances. In the normal world, the average human body has a resistance of about 2,000 ohms. At this moment, Enel's maximum output current was 100 million volts. This meant that the current passing through these pirates reached as high as 10 amps. Normally, a current exceeding 100 milliamps can cause paralysis in breathing and cardiac arrest. Yet these pirates were enduring currents 1,000 times that. Surprisingly, they did not drop dead immediately. When the commotion subsided, the sea was filled with the aroma of roasted meat and the scent of charred flesh. Doflamingo appeared to politely inquire, "Ladies, I believe Lady Charlotte Linland is already aware of my arrival. Could you please notify her?" This question brought Yeshu and her sister back to their senses, and they managed to respond, "Please follow me." It seemed that what she had in mind was somewhat different. Initially thinking that he was merely a somewhat outstanding pirate from the Grand Line, they did not expect that a subordinate, who looked like a child, would possess such strength. As for him, the expressions and emotions of the two sisters naturally fell under Doflamingo's perception. They did not expect Enel to be quite intimidating. He patted Enel's shoulder heavily, encouraging him, "Well done." Bang, bang, bang. The massive form landed on the ground with a loud sound. A woman of only 27 feet was approaching from afar. Under the pink-brimmed hat was hair that flowed like a pink shawl. Her muscular chest could engulf an adult. Beside her were cartoonish suns and clouds with human faces. And there was a living skull on her hat. This was Big Mom Charlotte Linland, the only female pirate occupying the pinnacle of the New World. She was also the most dangerous, most terrifying, and most savage monster in the New World. At this moment, Charlotte Linland was 43 years old and still in her prime, accompanied by her children of various heights, weights, and shapes. It seemed that my luck was quite good. Seeing that Charlotte Linland's eyes did not glow red, Doflamingo thought to himself, "It seems Mama has sensed what happened. You can now speak your true intentions." "Fufufa, don't worry you, I am indeed very sincere." "Young master, is this really a human?" Enel appeared shocked, considering that others' daughters were not far away. He began to whisper, "Can a person grow this tall?" "No need to doubt. This is a born strong, a superhuman." "Enel, go prepare." "Mahahaha, kid, bring out your gift. If I'm not satisfied, you know the consequences." As she approached, Charlotte Linland grabbed a cake from the roof and stuffed it into her mouth, beginning to feast. The three split personalities beside her started to cheer and began to broadcast magic sounds. Consequences. Consequences. Just looking at it, Doflamingo felt like giving these three idiots a couple of punches. Of course, this is the first step in building a friendship. Ooh, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Charlotte Linland swallowed the last piece of cake in her hand and licked her tongue to clean off the final residue, threatening, "What if I'm not satisfied?" This action was beautiful, yet filled with astonishing danger. However, Doflamingo felt no fear in his heart, because this master truly devoured people. With an unchanged expression, he replied, "There are no ifs, you will definitely be satisfied." Doflamingo was confident that he had grasped the core demand. Creating products means grasping the pain points of customer demands. Ho, he has quite a big nerve, daring to speak to Mama like this. "I want one of those homies you made. I want one too." The surrounding Charlotte children whispered. Facing their mother, ordinary pirates would already have their souls cut into pieces. But Doflamingo was unaffected, still talked, truly admirable. However, he still had to die. Whooshed. Bang. 7 steel cages covered with curtains were rapidly placed on the shore by Enel. Then Enel transformed back into human form beside Doflamingo. Charlotte Linland paid no attention to the quietly ascending Flamingo Mini and said to Enel, "This child is a rumble fruit user. What a lucky little boy." "That's right, but what's important is not this." Doflamingo pulled down the first curtain. Inside the cage was a stark naked man posed in a large character, showing a face of grief and anger, tears streaming down. His exposed limbs, private parts, and wings were all patterned with regular pink heart designs. His neck was adorned with a collar with a bow tie symbolizing a gift. "I sincerely apologize, my gift doesn't include dessert, but I believe that a descendant of the moon people now extinct in the East Blue is worth joining Totland. Moreover, he is of the purest lineage." Mahahaha, what a charming little boy. Charlotte Linland looked at the white wings behind the gift and immediately broke into a joyful smile. Her Totland now added a new race. However, Charlotte Linlin always felt that the peculiar pink patterns had a unique, indescribable charm. Subconsciously looking away, she gazed at the unopened other 6. What are these? A failed pink bribe. Not interested in these charming patterns, it seemed Charlotte Linlin's breeding methods still needed confirmation. Setting aside the thoughts that were flying in his mind, Doflamingo unveiled the other 6 curtains. 6 similar figures appeared in front of everyone. Fufufu, I named this gift the Pink Queen and her 7 dwarfs. 66 life or death, the Pink Queen and her 7 dwarfs. Not a bad name. Mahahaha. Little one's mama is in love again, this time with 7 people. I want 7 weddings. Charlotte's eyes sparkled more as she spoke directly, starting to cheer with joy. 7. Mama, don't worry, we will prepare everything. Wedding cakes, wedding cakes. It was evident that aside from some of the younger Charlottes, the adults were not genuinely cheering. Doflamingo had already sensed the sharp gazes like knives. However, he did not care. The appetizer was over. Now it was time for the main course. Looking at the surging waves before him, he said, Congratulations on your marriage, Lady Charlotte Linlin. Now let us discuss your dreams. Charlotte Linlin turned back to stare at the flamingo and smiled. Mahahaha, Doflamingo, I am quite satisfied with your gift. However, my dreams are simply delivered to you. As her voice trailed off, a formidable aura spread, making the air feel as if it was about to solidify. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. The young Charlotte Linlin seemed to have more thoughts, but both he and Enel could run, so they were not flustered. He laughed and said, Fufufu, so what? Lady Charlotte Linlin, let me see your caliber. Are you worthy? Indeed, negotiations with a villain still relied on strength to determine trading positions. The young and vigorous pirates were truly greedy. Doflamingo abandoned the thought of peaceful negotiation, his mouth curling into a broad arc. The last person I used to gauge caliber is already dead. Charlotte Linlin's massive figure cast a huge shadow. Suddenly her eyes changed, her pupils transforming. A circle after circle flickering with a dangerous red light, emitting a call reminiscent of hell. Seeing Big Mom in this state, the children around who had forced smiles now had their faces changed, dramatically creating chaos. Mother is angry. It's already unstoppable. Quick, prepare the cake. This kid has stirred Mother's fury, and we must bear the consequences. How long until Brother Katakuri returns? He's crossing the swift current. It should be about 5 minutes. But the magnetic field there is chaotic. We can't reach him for now. On the other side, even standing behind their young master, they did not have to face Big Mom directly. Enel was still entangled with a death crisis that clung to him like a bone-deep poison, faintly sensing that this seemed to be a questioning of the soul. However, if the young master remained unmoved, that meant there was no problem. Everything would be resolved by the young master. Is this the soul incantation of the soul fruit? Truly powerful. Donquixote Doflamingo could already hear the sound of his blood accelerating within him. His heart thumped like an engine. This was not fear, it was a powerful excitement. The black-red Conqueror's Haki surged forth, and a smile of excitement curled at the corners of his mouth as he replied. Life. Then you shall die, you brat. This attitude made Charlotte Linlin exceptionally furious, and she activated her soul incantation once again. Life or death. Still nothing happened, only the structures between the two Haki emitted unbearable cracking sounds. The children and subordinates, long under Big Mom's intimidation, looked at this scene in a daze, instinctively rubbing their eyes to confirm its authenticity. Only then did they reveal their astonishment. The soul hasn't been pulled out. Is this real? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is he not afraid of Mother? There isn't even a trace of fear in his heart towards her. Donquixote Doflamingo's endless threads began to surge out, intertwining to tightly wrap around his body, making his voice sound 3 times muted. Maybe you can kill me at this moment, but you cannot make me fear Big Mom. I'm here to oppose the world. And I'll take a good look at the strongest at the peak of this world. Devil mode, line punch thrust. Donquixote Doflamingo's already massive form expanded even further due to the muscle formation. His enormous right fist transformed into a sharp spike, shimmering with a spectrum of colors as it began to spin, emitting a buzzing sound. In the next moment, Donquixote Doflamingo's figure vanished from the shore. The best way to face difficulties is to confront them head-on. Bang! Boom! In a moment of inattention, the still dazed Charlotte Linlin was sent flying. His massive form flattened the cake houses along the way, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Numerous injured homies began to wail. The entire scene looked like a cake shop destroyed by a mischievous child. Masaka, how is this possible, Mom? Mother was sent flying. Why, Brother Kakuri, where are you? His massive form flattened the cake houses along the way, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Numerous injured homies began to wail. The entire scene looked like a cake shop. Is this the caliber of the steel balloon, the innate quality of the 4 emperors? Donquixote Doflamingo felt no excitement at defeating his enemy. Instead, a grave look appeared on his face as he stared intently at the place where the smoke was rising. In the next moment, red eyes lit up in the smoke and black-red lightning began to radiate outward. The flame-like cloud Prometheus dispelled the smoke. Charlotte Linlin stepped on the now black Zeus, holding the sharp-toothed Napoleon, revealing the pirate bandana on her head. Her body was completely unharmed. Prometheus, greet this brat. Mother's ambush. Keek. The fire of theft. Prometheus charged at Donquixote Doflamingo at high speed and transformed into a massive pillar of fire midway. Too slow. Arm launch. Donquixote Doflamingo's right arm wrapped in armament Haki shot out at high speed, crashing into boom. The two unleashed a tremendous explosion, sending flames soaring into the sky. The dispersed tongues of fire and shockwaves indiscriminately struck the surrounding Charlottes. Prometheus re-emerged from the flames, shaking his dazed head. Without looking at the explosion ahead, he clenched his right fist. The newly formed external muscles had already regrouped. Donquixote Doflamingo raised both fists to meet the descending lightning greatsword from above. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the tremendous roar and impact, the surrounding houses continuously crumbled, and the entire island began to groan under the repeated collisions. Others could only see, one tall and one short. Two pink figures clashed amidst the shooting lightning. In the distance, a ship with a scarf slowly appeared at the horizon. A towering figure stood at the bow, reaching a height of his fur-collared coat and overcoat could not hide the muscular build beneath. His long pants resembling an orange, and shoes were still stained with fresh blood. It was none other than Katakuri, Charlotte Linland's second son, who was hurrying over. Katakuri had already noticed the rising flames on the island and furrowed his brow. Is mother going crazy again? What happened? Did someone bypass them to launch an invasion? The foresight of Katakuri, who had yet to enter the realm of fantasy, had no time to ponder. He charged towards Cake Island. His younger siblings must not be harmed. 67 Mingsong Cannon. Katakuri arrived on the island. He looked around. His towering 5-meter frame stood out like a firefly in the night. In an instant, he was spotted by his trembling younger siblings. They ran over to stand behind him in a huddle, beginning to explain the situation in a flurry of voices. Brother Katakuri, a pirate from Sabaody, sent a gift. It's a person with wings. He has all sorts of strange patterns on him. There are 7. Mother is very happy, and she wants 7 wedding cakes. Then mother asked this pirate for something. He refused, and a fight broke out. Hearing about the 7 wedding cakes, even Katakuri's calm demeanor became slightly troubled. Now that mother had entered menopause, her temper had indeed worsened. If her desires are not fulfilled, Cake Island will face another wave of destruction. Some family members would have their souls extracted again. After checking again, he confirmed that none of his family members had been harmed in the struggle. After casting a glance at the dusty Yushu and the others, Katakuri finally looked towards the center of the battlefield. Upon seeing Donquixote Doflamingo, he recalled the devil offspring that attacked whole Cake Island months ago. Douglas Bullet. The two seemed to share the same trait. Then he noticed Enel standing on a cloud nearby, gazing at the battlefield with a look of admiration. As the user of the Thunder fruit, Enel also sensed the razor-sharp gaze. He turned his head and confirmed with a glance this was the target to be eliminated. Katakuri stepped forward. His tall and sturdy figure stood like a mountain, shielding his younger siblings behind him. Then he commanded, Amon Yeshu, take them to the singing ship and wait for Perispero and the others to arrive. Be careful, Katakuri, he is the Thunder fruit user. Amon, having witnessed Enel's attack, warned him. This guy looks very strong at first glance. Observing Katakuri's intimidating physique, Enel quickly made a judgment. Thus, unable to contain his itch to fight, Enel initiated the attack first. His right hand transformed into blinding lightning and was hurled out. Judgment of God. The shooting lightning bolt instantaneously tore through the sky. Roasted rice cake. The upper part of Katakuri's hand transformed into a rice cake, simultaneously compressing and wrapping around it a visible heat. The distorted steaming air proved the temperature above. Then it was launched like a missile, colliding with the lightning bolt. Boom. For a moment, lightning and fire shot into the sky, and the subsequent shockwave rippled outward. Katakuri had already vanished from his original spot. Enel's pupils constricted. This speed exceeded his ability to capture with the naked eye. This person has a strong physique. In the next second, a shadow enveloped Enel. Katakuri appeared above Enel. His right leg split into over 10 tentacles, covering the area where Enel was located. Wrapped in Haki, accompanied by the whistling sound of breaking air, he descended. Rice cake. Too slow. It was only when these tentacle-like feet approached him that Enel proudly transformed into lightning, slipping through the gaps. The young master has taught him that if the armament Haki is insufficient, don't engage in a fist fight. As long as he does not encounter Monkey D. Luffy, his lightning is enough to overpower others. Though he was curious about who Monkey D. Luffy was, that was not afraid of lightning. Raijin. Putting aside his distracting thoughts, Enel's 10 fingers transformed into lasers, crossing towards Katakuri. In response to this strike, Katakuri showcased the same operation as Enel had just done, using his own method against him. His body transformed into white rice cake, passing through one small gap after another. Just as the battle between the two had barely begun, it fell into a stalemate. On the other side, it was the same. Napoleon, yes mother. 2. Upon receiving the command, Napoleon and Prometheus quickly combined into a burning war. Emperor's blade, break blade. Charlotte Linland tightly gripped the Emperor's blade, raising it high. The immense wind pressure generated caused the already burdened houses below to crack and split the earth. Surpassed the strangulation. Unlike before, when Doflamingo had thrown the line whip far away, this time robust threads grew from Doflamingo's back, piercing the ground. Then speeding up, Doflamingo dashed through the air with his armament-trapped external muscles stained by the friction with the atmosphere's high temperature and red hue. Boom. Like dozens of missiles exploding simultaneously, the resulting shockwave reduced the surrounding houses to powder. The two collided again, starting a struggle. Doflamingo stared at the gritting teeth of the Emperor's blade's spirit with some annoyance. This battle began inexplicably, but was also somewhat expected. But he had never fought such an annoying battle. Relying on his long-term self-training and effort, Coupled with his external muscles, he could indeed grapple with Big Mom, who possessed the steel balloon. However, with his current Haki, he couldn't achieve internal destruction, which equated to 0 damage against Big Mom's steel. If this were a game, she would probably receive mocking damage values of 111 appearing above her head. Moreover, inversely, Big Mom's Haki mastery had already reached the realm of internal destruction. A punch or a sword strike hitting his armament-covered artificial muscles would explode. Literally explode with each collision. His Haki would be crushed and shattered by Big Mom's Haki. This was not about physique or the amount of Haki, but the gap in true mastery. Had it not been for Zeus' lightning special attack and Prometheus' fire special abilities being isolated by the external muscle armor. Plus, after long-term beating, all the negative buffs like paralysis, stiffness, and burns were essentially ignored by. Secondly, if the external muscles were damaged, he just needed to recover his stamina. Otherwise, it was purely a beating. Donquixote Doflamingo suddenly understood why pirate strongmen could fight for days and nights. Physique is not much different. In the end, it was all tank versus tank. Like a chaotic battle with 10 hearts of steel clashing together. Mama. You brat dare to be distracted in a fight with me. Do you not put me in your eyes? Mingguang Cannon. Charlotte Linlin's eye. Her pupils formed an eerie ring displaying her current mood. At the same time, Prometheus receiving a new command entwined around Napoleon's hilt. Zeus transformed into a cup shape, enveloping Napoleon's head, forming a ring. This wave was a triple fusion technique of the soul. A terrifying red light flickered in Charlotte Linlin's eyes as she gripped the transformed Napoleon. What is this? External release. Under Donquixote Doflamingo's grave gaze, several strands of black-red lightning merged into the gathering energy. No, it's Haki binding. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous roaring sound, a massive energy light beam. This is the unique power possessed by Conqueror's Haki. Haki binding Mingguang Cannon. Danger. But in this moment of life and death, Donquixote Doflamingo's heart brimmed with endless pleasure. The sack under him stood tall. This is powerful. Endless spider web. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Endless threads burst forth from Donquixote Doflamingo's feet. Then they combined to form thick spider webs dyeing a black hue with armament Haki resembling a giant obsidian wall. Today, Donquixote Doflamingo will personally experience one of the strongest powers of pirates. Boom. Endless light and heat erupted. The obsidian-like wall was erased little by little, as if a child were wiping away mistakes. In the light and heat, the young Charlotte was stripped of most of her vision in that instant. The ensuing shockwave severely damaged the eardrums of the crowd, plunging them into a state of silence. When everything dissipated, Cake Island had permanently lost a corner again. Watching the scene before him, Enel's jaw dropped to his chest, his small eyes bulging wide. Is this the power of a true strongman? Where's the young master? Enel searched anxiously, looking upwards for traces of his young master. Along with the descent, blood followed. Fufufu, what a wonderful power, Lady Charlotte Lean. Do you wish to continue fighting? Taking a direct hit from the Haki binding Mingguang Cannon, Donquixote Doflamingo now appeared to be in a rather miserable state. Most of his pink feather coat was charred black by the flames. His arms and chest muscles were almost completely obliterated. Charred traces filled his body, revealing the beating heart within his chest. But the arm bones and ribs below remained intact. Even during the energies refining just now, they seemed to have a but these mere injuries were only fatal to an ordinary person. On the surface it looked terrible, but Donquixote Doflamingo's heart was filled with joy. For this is a power he might have the chance to master in the future. Bliss. He couldn't help but think, I didn't expect to come this time and get to observe Haki binding up close. It seems the fruit has not awakened and there is no Haki binding. There is still a long way to go to reach Shiki the Golden Lion. Even if this time the goal was not achieved, it was still a profit. On the other side, looking at Donquixote Doflamingo, who was still alive and retained combat power, Katakuri's pupils constricted as he pulled out a trident from his body. No one understood the power of Mother's strike better than him. This guy actually managed to withstand it. Mama. I'm so happy. Today I want to eat 10 servings of strawberry cake. I recognize you, Donquixote Doflamingo. Now tell me what you really want. Kids prepare for Mother's birthday banquet. After venting her emotions, Charlotte Linlin felt in high spirits and her eyes turned bright. However, at this moment, she was not overly indulged in other methods of enlargement, she still believed more in her own appetite. Seeing that Mother had rarely not gone mad, the Charlotte family collectively breathed a sigh of relief, then joyfully began preparing cakes for their beloved mother. What you truly desire. It seems the product PPT and the story were not properly presented, and the irritable client is having doubts. However, as long as we can talk, there is still something to discuss. Ending the brainstorming session, he called over the worried Enelu while Donquixote Doflamingo ignored the hostile gazes around him and stepped forward. Enelu, let's go eat. Young master, is this really okay? Enelu pointed to his young master's tattered chest. Little death. Rip. The charred layer on his chest was directly torn off by Donquixote Doflamingo, revealing fresh flesh and organs beneath. Before his lungs could take in a breath of outside air, the bionic threads gathered together to form a membrane separating the flesh and organs from the outside world. Then Donquixote Doflamingo's limbs visibly thinned out. His chest and arms slowly swelled, gaining a slight thickness. This is the allure of life returning. One of the applications adjusting body shape. Subsequently, the carbonized pink cloak and the deep red suit burned in battle. Returning to his perfect appearance, he cast a sunny smile at Katakuri, who was still staring at him. Donquixote Doflamingo walked towards the direction where Big Mom had left without much conversation. Although Kakuri is an excellent seedling and outstanding instructor in Kinbunchaku observation, he only cares about his siblings and is unlikely to show much interest in his plans. Now that he has already formed a close relationship with Big Mom, the next step is to deepen their emotional connection. Once he secures her, everything will be settled. Arriving at the Cake Island main fortress, Charlotte Linlin was already seated on a giant pink throne indulging in food, with no wonder she later became a fat woman that one would want to punch upon seeing. She has no understanding of the importance of beauty and justice, nor any awareness of body management. Upon seeing Donquixote Doflamingo, Charlotte Linlin greeted him. Donquixote Doflamingo, enjoy the delicious cake first. Hurry, eat us. The various desserts on the table chimed in like they were singing, behaving as if they were living beings. Come enjoy a wonderful lunch. Of course, esteemed Queen Charlotte Linlin. Shaking his head, Donquixote Doflamingo dispelled his random thoughts and began to eat. His consumption was quite considerable. Young master, is it really okay to eat this? Don't worry, didn't they invite you? Rejecting would be impolite. I feel my life slipping away. This wonderful tea party, I can't breathe. Donquixote Doflamingo expressionlessly stuffed a piece of chocolate cake into his mouth. I've been eaten. I've been consumed. I'm going to die, goodbye everyone. Although it was cake, it acted like a living being, expressing a sense of life and death with other foods. Moreover, the food on the table appeared to cry together, making it seem particularly false. Phew, this is truly interesting. This continuous wailing sensation made Donquixote Doflamingo feel a sense of cannibalism, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was as if the lives of others were struggling in his hands. I wonder if Dio felt the same while tasting the small bread. 2 hours into the tea party, observing his gradually recovering physique and the feeling of fullness in his stomach, Donquixote Doflamingo concluded his mealtime. He lifted his feet, resting them on the table where the food lay. Grabbing a glass of talking red wine, he leisurely watched Charlotte Linlin still indulging in her feast. I must say, with her current appearance, binge eating is still appealing. An hour later, damn, still eating. No wonder she became a true giant in 20 years. Even with Donquixote Doflamingo's temperament, he began to feel restless and interrupted. Ms. Charlotte Linlin, would you like to hear a story about the Sky Island people and the North Sea? Mama loves fairy tales. Once upon a time in the North Sea, there was a kingdom called the Green Kingdom and an explorer named Mont Blanc Nolan. In the end, during his second expedition, he was executed for failing to find the land of gold, but in reality the land of gold was swept away by the sky currents and taken to the heavens. So the land of gold is now in your hands. Big Mom swallowed her cake, her eyes lighting up. Donquixote Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, not wanting to divert the topic. Perhaps it once existed, but it has been taken by fortunate pirates over the past 400 years, but that's not the main point. Do you remember the last video? The land of gold that ascended to the heavens. The surviving animals, and those still in the magical valley, even if they are of the same lineage. The size and strength have undergone a tremendous transformation akin to an unknown evolution, just like the gap between us and ordinary humans. To enhance credibility, Donquixote Doflamingo pointed to the 3 people present, himself, Katakuri, and Big Mom. Note 1. As for why he didn't include Yushu and others, they are not pure humans and possess bloodlines from other races. But curiously, this evolution seems to have left the natives of the land of gold far behind. The Scipians have remained the same for 400 years. A pitiful thick barrier now separates humans from animals. Just like the barrier between us and ordinary humans. Big Mom suddenly found the cake in her hand less appealing, her gaze becoming vacant as she thought of her grown children, even if some still possessed bloodlines from other races. But none were taller than her. She was very confident in her ability to bear offspring. But how can everyone reach the same stature? How can they eat at a dining table? However, Donquixote Doflamingo had already amplified his emotional resonance to the maximum. He wasn't trying to influence Big Mom, he wasn't that insane. But rather he aimed to make his voice as compelling as possible. However, what? My genius from the Royal Academy of Sciences, Caesar Clown, plans to tackle this problem. When the time comes, everyone can participate in the glorious evolution. But it requires a little help. Speak, Donquixote Doflamingo, what do you want? The first phase of this experiment requires 10 billion berries, and I also need your blood sample. The samples I've collected alone are insufficient to unravel this mysterious secret. My blood. The scientifically ignorant Big Mom was somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, Enelu, who was nearing the ability to foresee the future, sensed an inexplicable sense of crisis. He almost opened his mouth to stop it, but when it involved Mama's dream, even he couldn't intervene. His gaze on Donquixote Doflamingo grew increasingly dangerous. Yes, you are the highest known existence among humans, indispensable. Indispensable. Having lived half her life besides a few major incidents, she had hardly shed any blood. Charlotte Linlin never expected her blood to hold such significance. Thus, she readily provided her answer. Okay, what about the other investments? The 69 secret drug is far more effective than berries. Okay, the sample of the iron balloon is in hand. Donquixote Doflamingo was overjoyed inside, but didn't show it on the surface, ignoring the sharp gazes beside him. Your blood sample is extremely precious, counted as material investment valued at 8 billion. The remaining 2 billion is negligible for the flourishing nations. However, I have another plan that can benefit us both. Would you like to join me? Enelu noticed a tall figure staring at his young master, so he quietly positioned himself in the middle. Let's talk, Donquixote Doflamingo. You need to bring me those 2 unmodified birds. Remember, they must be unmodified. Charlotte Linlin leaned forward, her massive evil presence exuding an imposing pressure. Fu, of course you must be aware of the secret drug, right? The clients had doubts, he naturally needed to dispel them. The revelry of inferior pirates, the cost of this thing is life, right? Indeed, as you can see, it is the revelry of inferior pirates. Donquixote Doflamingo paused to sip the wailing red wine in his hand, moistening his dry lips. The wine left on his lips was as red as blood. However, 90 of the beings in the sea are them. They burn, kill, and plunder like a swarm of locusts. They also harbor endless wealth, and they are loyal customers of the secret drug. In the New World, a single secret drug can sell for up to 5 ounces. But for now I am far from the New World. How about leaving the market here to Charlotte? On the way to Wanakuni, Donquixote Doflamingo had encountered pirates who wanted to rob him. Some even pulled out secret drugs. The second-hand dealers in the New World sold them for 5 ounces. Damn, the scalpers made more than him. How could this be? Yo ho 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 mama, happy birthday. Who is that reckless fool attacking Cake Island? A tall figure with light blue spotted deep blue hair wearing a striped top hat and a light yellow long coat with a light yellow collar walked in. As he spoke, he extended his rich lattice tongue and licked a lollipop cane that could make a child cry with envy. He was none other than Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of Big Mom. Perispero, you came at the right time. You discuss with Donquixote Doflamingo about the secret drug. Seeing her external brain arrive, Charlotte Linlin completely abandoned her thoughts and resumed her binge eating. Hello, I am Donquixote Doflamingo regarding. Are you saying that regarding the secret drug from Sabaody to the New World, your Donquixote family is responsible, and we Tato Land will handle the sales in the New World, splitting it 5,050? You are quite greedy, Perispero. Having heard about the pursuit of the secret drug among some Zoan-type users, Perispero certainly understood the wealth but they not only had to sell it, but also be responsible for the stronghold and bear the risk of being robbed. The Charlotte family could indeed be considered a top-tier force in the New World, but that does not mean they are invincible. There are always hot-blooded lunatics everywhere. To only take 50. If it weren't for Katakuri just telling him that Donquixote Doflamingo survived Mama's strongest blow. Plus, with the ability to fly, he would have robbed them long ago. Donquixote Doflamingo, the pirates in the New World are not great. We have taken on many risks with the goods of the Grand Line. 7 parts for Perispero. That's fine, but it must be settled in gold. Doflamingo has become hard to quantify. Weapons are constantly being supplied to every corner of the seas, including slime bombs, secret medicines, and firearms, aiming to equip every human in the world of pirates with self-defense weapons. The defective products from Sky Island are continually flowing into the homes of noble merchants across the seas. Every weapon base is paired with casinos, restaurants, bars, and brothels. Every pirate that walks in gives a good review. And the gold from Sky Island. The secret medicines go without saying. Money is merely a number for him now. What he desires is something else. For instance, a community of shared interests. Mom, what do you think? Perispero turned to his old mother. He only had the right to suggest, not to decide. Doflamingo, why are you so obsessed with gold? Charlotte Linlin seemed a bit puzzled. Pirates do like gold, but most are not picky, they accept belly just as well. Maybe because I used to be a celestial dragon. Doflamingo casually revealed his true identity. Very few true pirates took this seriously. Celestial dragon. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up with excitement. Doflamingo, do you want to be my husband? Upon hearing this, those who had previously dismissed his celestial dragon status were suddenly stunned. Perispero and Katakuri exchanged glances and began to play dead, quietly changing their positions, preparing to seal off the route for their young stepfather's departure. If you were 20 years younger, you might have gone for it, but in 5 years you would become a big mom. Who can withstand that? Doflamingo directly refused. Lady Charlotte Linlin, I prefer younger ones. After all, I am only 17 years old. I am in my prime beauty, you unappreciative brat. Charlotte Linlin swayed her waist. She was only saying this. Her current dream was more important. Oh yes, Lady Charlotte Linlin. Doflamingo rolled his eyes internally and began to change the topic. I've created something new in the 4 seas called the Underground Bounty, different from the world government's bounty. This can not only reward pirates, but also the navy nobles and royalty. How about it? Are you interested? Secret medicines are much more effective than belly. For bounties, half can be advanced. Perispero, who was playing dead, brightened his eyes. This could turn sea hyenas into usable resources. In just a moment, he thought of several applications for the islands in the nearby waters that were still resisting. He immediately wanted to agree, only to recall his ignorant mother starting to ask questions. What about the control over the underground bounty? In the New World, it will naturally be controlled by your Charlotte family. I only need a little authority to issue tasks. How about it? Perispero looked at his capricious mother. Mom, I think it's fine. What do you think? That's okay, but Doflamingo, be my son-in-law. My eligible daughters will all arrive at Cake Island tomorrow. Perispero, bring their photos to him. All right, Mom. Royal soldiers, go grab Perispero from my desk in my room. Before long, a series of photos were laid out on the table in front of Doflamingo. 70 Bartolilla Island. Regarding a wave of operations from Big Mom. Doflamingo raised no objections. After all, establishing a community of shared interests sometimes works wonders with the lower half. His Dio belongs not only to himself, but also to the forces behind him, and he could even steal a chicken. However, upon seeing the first photo, Doflamingo could only think of 2 words. Headache. How could she be fatter than her mother Big Mom? This is absurd. Your mother is still a great beauty, yet you two are already chubby at such a young age. He expressionlessly set Charlotte Mon's photo aside, stuffing it to the bottom. He then looked at the other people below. In a slightly distant position, the women of the Charlotte family were crowded together, discussing among themselves. What a powerful guy able to survive under mom's attacks. He has outstanding potential. If I weren't already married I'd also want to marry him. Mon, what about you? Charlotte Compote, as the eldest daughter of, like the second daughter Charlotte Mon, both were the future looks of Big Mom. Their massive frames moved slightly, bringing heavy pressure to the homie's sofa beneath them. He looks pretty good, but he probably wouldn't choose me. He is so strong mom wouldn't force a marriage. Mon still had some. I think he would choose a stronger partner. What do you think, Armand Yeshu? The ninth daughter Bruli gazed at Doflamingo's robust physique with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Turning to look at Armand and Yeshu, her words carried a hint of hostility. Among the eligible children present, only she and Armand were given titles of Cookie Minister and Nut Minister respectively. No matter who he chooses, he will ultimately need mom's approval. Put away your hostility, otherwise after mom's wedding banquet ends I want mine visiting Miliego Island. Armand took a deep puff from the cigarette at the corner of his mouth, his indifferent gaze flashing with a dangerous light. On the other side, after looking through all the selectable candidates, Doflamingo was a bit dazed, realizing he had a slight misunderstanding of the ages in the Charlotte family. Setting aside those who had not yet made their mark in the future and looked oddly shaped, the currently available options were the Yeshu sisters Bruli and Smuji. Among them, the one with the greatest achievement was undoubtedly Smuji. As one of the future 3 admirals, there was no doubt about her strength and potential, but she was only 10 years old. Would Charlotte Linlin agree? Doflamingo, my children are all beauties. Which girl do you fancy? Speak up. I will match you. Charlotte Linlin was getting a bit impatient. Of course, every Charlotte lady is full of unique beauty, which makes it hard for me to choose, so I choose the 14th daughter, Miss Charlotte Smuji. As he spoke, Doflamingo pointed to the small, long-legged girl in the crowd. Choose me. The young Charlotte Smuji was taken up, hiding behind the huge figure of Charlotte Compote. She only showed her head. The gaze towards Doflamingo was full of confusion. Among the eligible older sisters, he chose an 11-year-old child. Does this person have some kind of weird preference? Armand and Yeshu nearly dropped their cigarettes. Smuji is only 11. Doflamingo, are you sure? The same doubts appeared in the minds of Big Mom, and everyone looked at Doflamingo with a hint of peculiarity. Even Enel stared at his young master, beginning to doubt if something was wrong. Doflamingo ignored these strange gazes. As long as he could take practical advantages, why not take them? The power of the 3 admirals was not to be wasted. Without changing his expression, he spoke. It's fine, we can get engaged first. I am only 17, and when Smuji reaches the suitable marriage age, I will only be 22. Besides, my late mother liked long-legged girls. That's a good point, then let's get engaged. Haha, let's have the engagement banquet tonight. A few days later, the Flamingos set sail from Paraspero. I think this guy is dangerous and untrustworthy. Katakuri tightened the scarf around his mouth, looking at the distant ship's shadow with a serious expression. So what? Everyone has their own goals, and doing this will only strengthen the family's power. As long as mom is here, Doflamingo will be a great partner, Paraspero. What about Smuji? Unless you can persuade mom to change her mind, Paraspero. On the Flamingo, Enel looked longingly at Cake Island in the distance. He hadn't eaten enough of the talking apples yet. Master, why are we leaving so early? It's not a good idea to share a room with a tiger that could go wild at any moment, Enel. After completing the engagement banquet and Big Mom's wedding and birthday celebrations, Doflamingo chose to take his leave. The main objective of coming to Wanakuni had been achieved. It's best to keep a distance from those who can be ruthless even to their own children. Plus, having cake as a staple diet is bound to lead to diabetes sooner or later. Next, he would just wait for time to ferment things. South Sea, Bartolilla Island. Roger, quick, come here. Port Gas D. Rouge waved to her husband, who had just emerged from the sea. Roger approached slowly, looking more like an old sailor than the pirate king who once ruled the seas. Carrying a catch in one hand and wiping his wet hair, Rouge excitedly hooked her half-dry arm around Roger's. Geez. Sir, madam, here are your photos. The price is 150 belly. Liakaga's wife handed over the freshly... Thank you, Roger. Let's go. Taking the photos, Rouge tugged at Roger, who seemed a bit distracted. Roger gazed at Lia's wings and the shell in her hand, lost in memories of the past. It hadn't been long since they went into hiding, yet it felt as if ages had passed since he left the sea. He couldn't help but ask, you are from Sky Island, right? Has the war settled? Such a person must have once navigated the monstrous sea currents. Lia looked at the unremarkable man before her, her eyes filled with respect. She replied, you have been to our Sky Island. No, the new god has ended the war, and now, under the new god's leadership, we have also come to the sea. Sounds like a fascinating person. Can you tell me about the changes in Sky Island? Is Gonfor still alive? Roger could hear the admiration and reverence in Lia's words regarding the new god, which piqued his curiosity. Lord Gonfor and our chief are in charge of the entire country's affairs. The last time I saw him, he was still in good health. The new god like you is from the Blue Sea. Huh. Kaio, I have returned. The residents of this island lead a rather simple life, but today, I encountered a man who has been to the Sky Island. That's alright, what is his name? What about the photo negatives this time? Kaya took his wife's luggage in one swift motion. The 2-year journey with the merchant caravan had left several fatal scars on his robust body. His name is Roger. Here are their photos. His wife Lugio is a very gentle person. Roger. Finally they found it. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Kaya's eyes as he immediately steered the ship away from Batalila Island. On the other side, New World. Master, which island is the Thunder God Island where you agreed to meet Charlotte? Why is it called that? Inalu covered his swollen left eye, attempting to divert Doflamingo's attention. Thunder God Island is one of the islands after the Fishman Island route. As for why it's called that, you'll find out shortly. Now don't get distracted. With that, Doflamingo tightened his fist covered in Haki and quickly charged forward. Watching the island grow closer, Doflamingo wisely placed the flamingo on the sea's surface. This area was turbulent with waves and howling winds. It felt like the end of the world, but it just wouldn't rain. Master, is this a natural formation? It seems like there are others here too. Inila's swollen eyes flashed with surprise as he gazed at the thunderous desolate island not far away. As a user of the thunder fruit, he was naturally unperturbed, but how were the others on the island surviving in such a place? Perhaps it is a natural formation, or it could be that the previous user of the thunder fruit awakened and permanently altered the weather here. The islands of the Grand Line are all peculiar, let alone the New World. Doflamingo naturally did not know the true reason behind the formation of Thunder God Island, but he did not need to know it was enough that he could use it. With a distant gaze fixed on the island, Doflamingo uttered coldly, "Go Inalu, this island originally belongs to you." "Great. Master, I will dedicate this island to you." Before his words could fade, Inalu had already transformed into a flash of lightning disappearing from the ship. As the distance closed in, Inalu felt a desire rising from deep within. Upon stepping onto the island, the speed at which the lightning struck the ground increased further, as if celebrating Inila's arrival. What a powerful power. This amount of electricity surpasses even 10 times, or even 9 times what I have within me. Master, I am invincible. Countless bolts of lightning wrapped around Inalu, resembling numerous thunder serpents drawing close to their master. Inalu merged directly into the lightning, shooting towards the center of the island. In the center of Thunder God Island, a gigantic astronomical tower pierced the sky, simultaneously serving as a lightning rod. It shielded nearby houses and people from lightning strikes. But at this moment, the lightning began to strike the houses at the edge. The residents huddled beneath the astronomical tower, calmly gazing at the turbulent lightning above. The heavens would occasionally go mad throughout the year, and they had gotten used to it. It was just that the timing fell off this time. On the astronomical tower, a man dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses. He resembled a noble more than a scientist. Dr. Tesla just pulled out from the lab. He gazed at the sky with some, "This is a bit unusual. How could the activity of lightning suddenly surge? It's not the rainy season now. Did the new pirates throw bombs into the rain clouds? What do you think, Doctor? Can you find the reason?" asked the village chief beside him. "Something seems off. Tell the villagers to grab their weapons. Pirates outside the village won't survive in this weather and will attack the village." "Understood, Doctor. They'll go right away." The village chief grabbed a lightning glowing gun left aside and turned to leave. Moments later, the pirates arrived as expected. Search. Boom. Gino Mi, with his Haki-covered fist, diverted the incoming laser bullets. He shook his hand, which was nearly burnt. Glancing at the special umbrella above him that was close to being punctured along with the swirling lightning above, anxiety surged in his heart. Damn it. If only the membrane hadn't accidentally broken while ascending from Fishman Island. The ship had a massive hole in it, and how did they end up in such a cursed place? Moreover, the large crew had dwindled to just a few remaining members. He glanced at the distant crowd that was continuously firing. He shouted loudly to his little brother Zilov. "Zilov, beast form, charge forward. Brother Gino Mi, the umbrella is too small. Oh, it can't cover me." Roar. Zilov, standing 4 meters tall, held a regular small umbrella that couldn't even cover his entire body, making him look particularly ridiculous. "Take the secret medicine and charge forward. Well, block the bullets. Ah, by sure good there is no lightning in the village. Oh, otherwise we would all die here." Gino Mi, with red eyes, leaped towards Zilov with "Ah, bye," and "Sure go." Zilov stuffed 3 secret medicines into his mouth, got down on all fours, and in an instant a 15-meter-tall rhinoceros appeared in his place. So interesting. A thunderous sound came from the sky. It drowned out the sounds of thunder, gunfire, and screams. The world fell silent. Zilov had not even had time to rejoice over the absence of lightning striking him when he looked up at the sky, his expression filled with panic. "Brother, what is that?" The natives of Thunder God Island also looked up. In the clouds, lightning coalesced into a gigantic human face watching them. It was as if a deity was gazing at ants. Everyone's jaws dropped, leaving them dumbfounded. At this moment, Inalu, his Bodis electrical charge was limited. With his current physical strength, the maximum was 100 million volts. Yet now it felt as if the entire island's thunder was merging with him. He could take and give at will. His energy was boundless. Inila's figure emerged from the thunder, floating in midair as he coldly declared, "Submit or die." So it's a user of the fruit. A mere natural type die kid. The 3 secret medicines he had taken began to take effect. Zilov had entered a fearless state. His 3-meter-long, sharp as a knife rhinoceros horn was enveloped in black. Boom. His massive form displayed extraordinary agility. He stomped the ground into fragments, using the recoil to suddenly stand upright, thrusting towards Inalu. Zilov, no. Gino Mi wished he could slap himself a damn at the secret medicine shouldn't have been given all to Zilov. This Thunder Nature user was on his home turf and was proactively launching an attack. This bull-headed idiot. If Zilov dies, it's fine, but I can't die. Damn. Gungnir. In the terrified gazes of the crowd, the sky split open. The thunderous giant face cracked, revealing a profound lightning channel that seemed to connect to the heavenly realm. Then a beam of light descended. Boom. Light and heat momentarily deprived the crowd of their vision. Those close to the center of the battlefield were swept away by the shockwave. The rhinoceros was annihilated in the endless light and heat. When the chaos settled, it was as if the ground had been struck by a meteor. A massive basin replaced the original location. Its interior presented a crystallized texture. Rising hot air. 72 has already gone wild. Is this something a human can do? It's the Thunder God. The Thunder God has returned. The natives in the distance were both shocked and delighted. Oh, no one understood the thunder of Thunder God Island better than they did. They feared, were astonished, and celebrated this power. Just as the natives were still in a daze, I am willing to be the dog. Please forgive our disrespectful actions just now. Thud, thud, thud. Ignoring the injuries just inflicted by the shockwave, Genomi slid over from a distance, kneeling before the basin. He came with his last two subordinates, his head repeatedly touching the ground, producing crisp sounds. It was evident he had a good head. Very well, what about you? Inilis' dead fish eyes fixed on the natives who were dazed and confused, speaking calmly. A huge lightning bolt flashed across the sky, illuminating it, as if it were daytime. Clang. The special weapon capable of firing laser bullets was continuously thrown down with the village chief's act of surrender. Welcome, Lord Thunder God. Lord Thunder God. This way, please. On the other side, on the Flamingo, Doflamingo was brimming with elastic bands that restricted the use of every muscle in his body. He lay on the bow of the ship, resuming his training, exhausting his endless energy. As for Inilis' safety, he was naturally unconcerned. Firstly, there were very few who could outrun Inilu. Lightning was... At this moment, Inilis' body strength couldn't directly convert this speed into kinetic energy. It was still fine for him to escape. Secondly, Thunder God Island was filled with thunder. In combat on home turf, Inilu wouldn't be able to flatten this place without any major pirates present. Perhaps Inilu should also be a test subject for a while, like the wild shepherd. Doflamingo retracted his strings and stood up. He stepped onto the empty path and looked towards the back of the Flamingo. His observation, Haki, detected others. In the distance, a Gothic-style dark ship equivalent in size to a small warship was approaching. At the bow stood a figure carrying a long knife on his shoulder. The towering figure, standing 7 meters tall, exuded an oppressive aura in dark rock-and-roll cowboy attire. However, the small sharp horns on his forehead made his shark-like teeth appear somewhat less threatening. Clearly, he was a half-breed of the demon race and humans. Note 1, the young Moria. He had run into someone right upon entering the new world. What a coincidence. It was obvious that the other party had noticed Doflamingo standing high above along with his robust and powerful physique. With a cheerful wave, he called out, "Are you headed to Thunder God Island too? Want to be my companion?" "I'm Moria." "Damn, the idiot captain is about to start a fight again. Who asks other pirates if they want to board their ship as soon as they come aboard? Do you think you're Whitebeard?" The members of the Magic Duck Pirates were a bit dazed, even considering opening up. They had fought this kind of battle so many times. No wonder he was smashed into doubt by Kaido's club a year later. It turned out that Moria was so thin when he was young. He looked like he lacked strength. The unique features had already allowed Doflamingo to recognize the visitor. It was none other than the oldest of the 7 warlords after 20 years. At this moment, the West Sea hero Moonlight Moria, the magic duck who had not yet become overweight, must be said to be quite cheerful. And no, a strong person cannot board another ship. Doflamingo enjoyed saying no to others' requests the most. Moreover, Thunder God Island has already been occupied by me, Doflamingo. It is my territory. Why not let us fight? How about it? Fufufu. Doflamingo's face revealed a dangerous smile. His hands itched a bit. Training was no match for fighting. After all, he had plenty of energy. No matter how Magic Duck manages to survive under Kaido, he undoubtedly qualifies as a strong person at this moment. Come on, Doflamingo, if you win, you can join my pirate crew. Clearly, Moria still did not give up on his desire for Doflamingo. Sure, I like that condition. If I win, you will carry my name. Let's go, Thunder God Island. It's very suitable as a battlefield. As soon as the two ships docked, Inilis' figure appeared. He had just taken a stroll around the natives' dwelling. His assessment was that it was a place where no birds would defecate. Oh wait, there were no birds here at all. The island has calmed down. What is this, master? Inilu looked at the newly arrived ships and the tense atmosphere, his expression turning serious. He dispelled the thought of showing off that had been within him. Little brother, is this the Thunder natural type? Moria gazed at the lingering electrical sparks on Inilis' body, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He had heard of the reputation of the strongest natural type and did not expect to encounter it so soon after entering the new world. This is a subordinate I found for you. Make the sky quiet so it doesn't interfere with the upcoming battle. Doflamingo swaggered onto the island, ignoring Moria's group. Moria and the others followed closely behind. Come on, Moria, let me see your caliber. Doflamingo shadow cut. Unlike the method of playing with shadows 20 years later, the shadow beneath Moria synchronized with him to unleash a massive slashing attack. The two massive slashes fused together, presenting a grayish-white color. It cut through the ground that even lightning couldn't damage, as if it were tofu. Spiderweb. Doflamingo stood still as a black spider web perfectly caught the slashing attack. Is that it? Moria, if that's all you can do, you might as well submit and be my subordinate. String arm launch. That was just a simple test, Doflamingo Shadow Master. A pink and two black figures collided. Moria's massive long knife constantly clashed with Doflamingo's black iron fist. The black shadow clung closely to Moria's back like Jaja's stand. With sufficient power to break rocks, it continuously collided with the nearly invisible strings surrounding Doflamingo. The battle heated up right from the start. An hour later, their combat intensified, the sounds of their strikes against each other's bodies resembling a bizarre percussion ensemble. Are all pirates in the new world this strong? The name Doflamingo seems a bit familiar. Where have I seen it before? I can't believe he can actually fight with Captain Moria like this. The pirates of the Moria pirate crew were wide-eyed. They had expected it to be a routine crushing victory like before. They thought the captain would quickly dispatch his opponent, but it unexpectedly turned into a protracted battle. Since setting sail, they had encountered countless strong adversaries. Even the despicable navy could not stop their pace, allowing them to reach the new world. Yet, just upon arriving here, they encountered an opponent on par with Captain Moria. This was not what they expected. In contrast to the crew of the Moria pirate crew, Ainalu watched the increasingly widening grin of his master. It felt as though the previously suppressed eyes were experiencing phantom pain. The master's performance was clearly that of someone who had found a beloved punching bag, getting high from the fight. In the battlefield, leveraging the force transmitted from the opposing iron fists, Moria jumped back, creating distance between. How this power is really damn strong. He exhaled a somewhat heavy breath. Moria's gaze towards Doflamingo grew in such powerful strength how he wished to have him as a companion. As a demon added to his 7-meter height, he undoubtedly could not have ruled the seas without this robust physique. Yet today this natural-born strong man was actually being suppressed by Doflamingo. It was known that he was twice the height of the. From size to weight, he should have been the one suppressing. Moreover, his shadow master could easily split mountains with a casual strike, yet he couldn't break through the defense. Every attack from the shadow master felt like his blade striking against Doflamingo's fist, only to be blocked by a layer of black strings. So this is Haki. While few in the Grand Line and the Four Seas possess Haki, he had encountered some during his long voyage, but previous enemies only managed to block his blade at critical moments. Never had he expected to face someone like Doflamingo. Just like a conducting defense in all directions. Oh, is that all? Moria, have you reached your limit? This is quite disappointing. Doflamingo spread his small hands, shrugging his high trapezius muscles, appearing somewhat frivolous. Upon seeing this contemptuous posture, Moria's mind, which had just been jolted awake, immediately became agitated. Just a mere Haki. How can it compare to my innate physique? Moria stepped forward swiftly, his young body extraordinarily agile. The shadow beneath him merging with the long knife in his hand. The long knife appeared as if it were a demon weapon that devoured everything. Under the illumination of lightning, it reflected a kaleidoscope of dark colors. Doflamingo, behold my invincible shadow fruit. Shadow weapon. Jet black sword energy burst forth from the shadow blade, instantly crossing the battlefield. It covered Doflamingo. Fufufu, you're not ready for this, Moria. String fruit endless hammer. Doflamingo instantly became even stronger. Different from before. This time, arms made of strings sprouted from under his armpits and shoulders. Moreover, the tips of these arms were not hands or fists. Instead, they were massive spiked war hammers. The glossy black hammers ignited with flames as they swung at high speed. Like gigantic cannonballs. Boom. The black flying slashes were swiftly smashed apart. Countless fist shadows enveloped Moria after the slash. There was no escape. Why is it so strong? Moria retreated in fear, having just prepared to launch a second wave of attack after the slash. With no time to react, the endless fist shadows had already enveloped all available space to move. Moria, keep going. The tall, slender figure was directly shrouded by the endless iron fists. Aura, 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 aura. Moria was like a dandelion blown by autumn winds. Under the continuous barrage of iron, no time to land. However, Moria's crew members did not show any concern for their captain. Instead, they revealed smirk. Enel looked at this peculiar scene with a smile of amusement. His observation of electric waves covering the entire island detected something amiss. He could sense that the young master's perception could also detect this. What the young master hated the most was to evade. Moria's robust body appeared behind Doflamingo, his face showing a fierce expression. The long knife in his hand slashed down fiercely. Clang. The armed arms, violating ergonomics, formed a state of reaching out, even though they were severed under the force of a mighty blow. But it still managed to block it. The blade merely grazed Doflamingo's artificial muscle layer on his back. Seeing this, Moria exchanged positions with his subordinate's shadow appearing in the distance. A strange thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps today he would really be defeated. Yet upon thinking of this, Moria felt the blood of his ghost clan boiling and burning within him. He laughed wildly, his green-skinned face becoming more twisted with extreme excitement, resembling a demon. Hey, my lovely subordinates, lend me your shadows. Boss, it's great to be of help to you. Please use my power to your heart's content. The shadows of Moria's crew continuously flowed out, like black snakes merging into Moria's body. Moria's body inflated like a balloon. This strike of his actually had limitations. Because those who lost their shadows would be burned to ashes by the sun, he generally would not use it lightly. But here, covered by lightning, there was no sunlight to be seen. His beloved subordinates who lost their shadows wouldn't lose their lives. Doflamingo just stood there watching this scene, his smile becoming increasingly sunny. This was a reward for the brave. He had just thought Moria was about to flee. Unexpectedly, it was a tactical ambush. Now he was very satisfied with Moria's state. He was happy. No wonder he had the courage to challenge Kaido after more than a year. This is good. Then he too should display his strongest stance. To completely shatter a person is to strike brutally at their strongest and most confident aspects. A strand of white spread out from beneath Doflamingo's feet. The island rock that had previously been indestructible against lightning began to soften, displaying a fibrous texture. The crew of Moria's pirate ship was the first to notice the trembling ground. What is this? This must be a logia. Idiot, the string fruit is a paramecia. This is an awakening. What is awakening? Oh, the captain's move has appeared. No matter how many times I see it, it's still invincible. Moria had no time to listen to his subordinates' murmurs and adulation. Perfectly controlling the power of 100 companions was already his limit at this moment, consuming all his mental energy. Unlike the ugly appearance he would have more than 20 years later absorbing 1,000 shadows, the toad Moria crouched, half-crouching, estimating he was around 30 meters tall. At this moment Moria, the originally underdeveloped ghost horns on his head, now pointed skyward like a bent bow. The once slightly emaciated body now bulged with muscles, displaying explosive power, reaching an astonishing height of 30 meters. If outsiders saw him, they would only think of him as a hybrid of giant and ghost clan. Looking at the white land ahead, Moria's pupils contracted, feeling little sense of security from his massive figure. Moreover, his mind was filled with chaotic voices causing his reason to continue to fade away. The sense of crisis transmitted from Doflamingo surged like waves one after another. No more waiting. Moria raised the gigantic long knife in his hand. The heavy, powerful giant foot easily sank into the solid ground. Then his figure burst forth. The short distance was crossed in the blink of an eye. Shadowhorn great sword. A 40-meter-long blade. Rather than a sword, it was more like a massive spear. With immense force it descended. 74-string martial god. Doflamingo, don't underestimate me. I'm a hero of the West Sea. At a critical moment, a pair of enormous fists adorned with spikes surged from the white land in front of Doflamingo. Their size was not to be underestimated. From below they shot up towards the blade, crashing into it. Fufufu, yes, just like that, Moria. My pleasure is rising. Accompanied by the roars of both the long knife and fists collided violently. Boom. The earth shattered, centered around the two fragments, and dust flew out like bullets. The massive shockwave swept out tangible as it rolled like waves aiming to swallow everything. The first to face this were Moria's subordinates. Get down. Those who were slightly clever realized the danger and pulled their companions down to the ground, desperately grabbing hold of anything that could stabilize their forms. In the past, whenever their captain executed this move, the enemy would fall. This time it was different. An Enel had long since merged with the lightning above the silent giant face of thunder staring at the battlefield, enjoying the best angle to observe. In the distance, seeing the giant face of lightning reappear in the sky and the vibrations coming from far away. Jerome's expression brightened as he rushed over with Aber and Shigo. Just now Lord Thor had made a round before leaving. These foolish villagers were still waiting in place. Clearly Lord Thor was engaged in battle. It was their time to pledge loyalty. Only Lord Thor's dog could be him. Having just climbed a hill, Jerome and the others had not yet seen the distant scene. Boom. A stone the size of a millstone flew out, smashing directly towards them. Unaware, Jerome and the others took off again, leaving behind unwilling words. So familiar. What an annoying scene. Lord Thor, we will return. You must wait for us. At the center of the battlefield, fist shadows and blades clashed back and forth, the speed of their exchanges even leaving after images. Suddenly, the descending long knife was firmly caught by a pair of iron fists. The two were locked in a stalemate. As expected, a man who can match Kaido with sheer strength. Doflamingo revealed, with just one strike he understood how this Hercules Moria was able to challenge Kaido a year and a half later. By sheer strength he indeed had that qualification. However, relying solely on that was not enough. The white ground was like a sea about to stir up a storm. It began to ripple. Moria immediately felt his footing unstable. Then a thick claw stomped heavily into the unstable ground. But in that instant the stalemate had already changed. More iron fists surged from the white ground, causing Moria's long knife to tilt. His body involuntarily retreated 2 steps. Meanwhile, the white land, like a windless zone stirring up waves. Endless strands surged out like liquid. A white giant larger than Moria stood in place. This is called String Martial God. Tepi. The Moria crew, just clearing the dust before their eyes, looked at the faceless white giant. A strange chill surged from their hearts. What is this? Captain Moria? Hey he, this is incredible. Doflamingo, come on. Moria's gaze became fierce, his spirit nearing its limit, about to lose control. The massive shadow beneath him drifted. The gigantic shadow mage rejoined the battle. This time his tone was different. Die? Shadowhorn great sword. The already gigantic sword under the enhancement of the shadows shot out like a divine spear. The shadow mage leaped and halted in midair, the huge claw smashing down onto the head of the white giant. Its tremendous power was not inferior to that of the main body, smashing the mountain-sized head to one side. The giant's movement stalled. The Shadowhorn spear took the opportunity to pierce through the massive head without facial features. Subsequently, the Shadow Mage and Moria surrounded Doflamingo tightly from the front and back. Fists and blades continuously pounded against the defenseless giant. Hey he, Doflamingo, be my subordinate, and he'll let you go. Oh really? Have you had enough venting? The shadows, sensing the ominous aura, Moria was about to charge forward to create distance. However, the gigantic 6 arms held. They forcibly twisted him around. What entered Moria's sight was a white giant with even more pairs of arms than before. Doflamingo appeared from the giant's brow, his expression showing disappointment. Without observation, Moria, who was on the verge of losing control, couldn't even locate his true form. How weak. Moria, without Haki you are truly too weak. A dangerous light flashed in Doflamingo's eyes, his tone both fervent and rational, as 6 arms glowed with black light, beginning to gather power. Let me help you understand this miraculous power. Your fists aren't hard enough, your sword isn't sharp enough. Your killing intent and willpower are not pure enough. Aura. Relentlessly, like a perpetual motion machine, the iron fists hammered down onto it. Sharp teeth shattered all over the ground. From the head to the body, the iron fists tenderly massaged every inch. Captain Moria, seeing their beloved captain losing the ability to resist, trapped in a life-and-death crisis. Moria's crew, who had promised to wait for the outcome, could no longer sit still, grabbing their weapons and preparing to charge. To rescue their captain, before Doflamingo could unleash his Conqueror's Haki. Raijin. Ah! Thick bolts of lightning fell from the sky. One pirate after another lost consciousness in the lightning. No passage allowed. Rolling thunder roared down from above. No. As Moria, on the brink of fainting, looked at this scene, he instantly regained consciousness. His originally powerless body surged with strength, once more beginning to struggle. Don't rush, Moria, accept my final Haki-armed infinite cannon. Moria's counterattack was effortlessly subdued by the string martial god. The string martial god flashed a sunny smile. The armed color and observation color on Doflamingo, under the dual control of devil mode and life restoration, converged inward through a special pipeline made of copper wire. The mouth of the string martial god began to glow. Boom! The laser impact struck Moria. His shadows began to disperse. His body returned to its original state. High-intensity muscles and skin were continuously scorched and carbonized. Watching Moria, who was about to be knocked out, Doflamingo commanded the string martial god to stop the attack. He was already a subordinate and still had some value. If Moria refused to acknowledge it, the Seven-Turtle Ghost Clan, being a test subject, was also a valuable template. Moria, with his choice paralysis, was being held up by the string martial god. Moria, unconscious, was tossed back and forth to check on his physical condition. Just merely cooked through. Protein strands emerged from the string martial god, wrapping him up like a mummy. Then Moria was casually thrown onto his unconscious crew member, causing the knocked-out crew to cry out in pain. Crack. The image bubble recorded Moria's defeat. Doflamingo, putting away the image bubble, looked somewhat displeased. With my current application skills of armed color, I'm still a bit lacking in internal destruction and external release. He was somewhat dissatisfied with his last strike. As he said himself, he had not yet reached the realm of external release of Haki on the body. That last strike relied purely on entangling along with the two bug skills of devil mode and life restoration, forcefully condensing all the remaining armed color Haki into the body of the string martial god, then treating the string martial god as a special container and pipeline. Released it directly. It seemed surging, but in reality the power was not condensed enough. Otherwise, if Moria faced the light wave directly, despite having a high-intensity body, he would not merely be made into roast duck, but would be akin to facing the aftermath of Big Mom's Haki-wrapped cannon. All of his muscles would be partially annihilated by the high-temperature, high-density energy. Master, accumulate, cover, entangle. What am I still lacking in internal destruction and external release? When Doflamingo stared at the Haki flowing in his hands. On Angel Island, Toripole removed his sunglasses, rubbing his somewhat sore eyes, continuing the tedious production of slime bombs. Long ago he chased wealth on the seas. Now he never expected Guru BBBB. A sharp sound emitted from Toripole's body, breaking the surrounding silence. This was the sound of an emergency phone bug. Moshi, Lord Toripole. We found the location where Roger is. Hee, I told you, good job, Kaga. Have you faced Roger directly? Toripole's spirit jolted. This was one of the few matters Doflamingo had requested to monitor closely. No, Lord Torpole, all contact was handled by my wife Leah. Good, from today on, do not appear in that sea area. Let the uninformed family take care of the entire area. You only need to determine Roger's whereabouts through your family's vision. Strong individuals are always particularly sensitive to malicious intent. Moreover, Roger mastered the ability to listen to the voices of all things. This ability can even hear the sounds of stones. Isn't it easy to confirm others' malice? Thus Doflamingo had long since devised a plan. Let those who have no malice towards Roger make contact. Crack. Hang up. After the call, Torpole began to contact Doflamingo. Beep, beep, beeped. The transponder snail emitted a sound indicating it could not connect. It seems that Doflamingo hasn't left the waters of Thunder God Island yet. I wonder how long it will take for him to return. I never expected to actually collaborate with that monster Big Mom. The sky over Thunder God Island was devoid of the sun, making it impossible to determine the passage of day and night. The white land by the shore returned to its original state. Moria and his crew lay piled together like the funeral treasures of a pharaoh. Time passed without notice. Nearby, Doflamingo watched the glimmer emanating from his hands. His face lit up with joy. He was finally about to reach the realm of imposing power. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Moria opened his eyes wide. Doflamingo. His roar echoed through the heavens, met only by the thunder crashing above. Where were his companions? Remembering the last scene he saw, he disregarded the intense pain coursing through his body. Moria with bloodshot, his subordinates were wrapped like mummies behind him, huddled closely together. He quickly reached out with his swollen, trembling hand to test for signs of life. There was a pulse. They were saved, not dead. Taking a long breath, Moria felt a weight lift from his heart. Only then did he notice the matching butterfly bandages on his own body, recalling his predicament. He had been defeated. Utterly defeated. A defeat with no chance of a comeback. So what about Doflamingo? Fufufu, how lively. To wake up so quickly from such injuries, magical duck. Are you a hybrid of the demon race and humans, or of the demon race and fishmen? Doflamingo looked at the agile Moria with admiration. Although there was no sun on Thunder God Island, with his perception of time, Moria's unconsciousness had not lasted more than 24 hours. Just Moria's recovery ability was so strong, Kaido was called the strongest creature. His regeneration must be incredibly abnormal. I don't know, but thank you Doflamingo for sparing my companions. Moria stared gravely at Doflamingo, who hung in the air. No worries, as per our agreement, they and you are all my support. Doflamingo watched Moria below with a playful expression. Moonlight Moria, according to our agreement, bear the name of Donquixote and sail the seas. Moria. At this moment Moria felt conflicted. He never expected that the methods he had always used would come back to haunt him today. But why was it so difficult to comply with this fate when it happened to him? It seems you have a bit of a choice phobia. Let me help you out. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, completely unfazed by Moria's refusal. If the other party could yield so easily, it might instead signal brewing resistance, like future rivals Kira and Kid. Young master. I'm here. Enel's figure emerged from the surging lightning. Help them regain consciousness. Just as Moria felt uneasy, Doflamingo pointed at his unconscious companions. No. Zzz. Ah. Accompanied by a peculiar sound, Moria's companions successfully awakened. Looking at the lightning serpents surrounding them, and their captain gazing at them from a distance, they suddenly understood their situation. They were the defeated. Enel, think of what you learned in Caesar's laboratory. Faraday cage. Enel understood and condensed the currents into cages, wrapping Moria's pirate crew inside. A giant white hand emerged from the ground behind Moria. It pressed his head down, forcing him to watch his companions in the distance. Moria the defeated will be stripped of everything. This is the rule of the sea. Seeing Moria struggling desperately below, Doflamingo's voice grew increasingly dangerous. Enjoy the upcoming performance. This is all due to your incompetence, and you will lose every one of your companions. Moria lay on the ground, gazing at the familiar faces in the electric cage. Those faces were also looking back at him. There was fear, hope, pleading belief, and despair. Goodbye, Captain. Captain Moria, even though I was captured aboard, I truly enjoyed our journey together. We will not die. Fight like a man, Captain. Displaying their spirit as they gazed at the increasingly close electric net, the crew huddled tightly together, revealing their vulnerability with choked voices. Damn it, we just arrived in the new world and haven't even visited other islands. Captain, sing one last song. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho, 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 deliver Binks Brew to your side, riding the waves like the sea breeze. Watching his crew's tears and sorrowful song, Moria, who had been beaten to the brink of death, without begging for mercy, felt tears streaming from his bloodshot eyes. He fell into the fear he dreaded most. No. Don't. Moria struggled with all his might, his resistance causing his freshly healed wounds to reopen, blood seeping from his bandages. But the giant hand above pressed down like a mountain. He was nothing more than a caterpillar wriggling in the dirt. Choose, Moria, life or death. 78th miracle of calm belt, we, pirates, split through the waves. In the midst of dazzling lightning, in the numbing pain, Moria's pirates displayed their final spirit. Life? After letting out a heart-wrenching roar, Moria's gaze became vacant, his chin resting on the ground as he mumbled, I choose life. Fufufu, congratulations, magical duck, you have successfully saved your companions, Enel. Looking at Moria, who resembled a salted fish that had given up on its dreams, Doflamingo revealed a sunny smile, lifting the hand that had been pressing against his head. Enel, let's end today's game here. Yes, young master. Zzz. The electricity peeled away like layers from the stone. Life. Moria felt a lightness on his head, but his eyes dimmed. He had given up his freedom, choosing his companions. He looked like a beautiful lady who had lost her shine, standing in stark contrast to Doflamingo, who wore a beaming smile. Happiness and smiles do not vanish. They merely undergo a transfer. Fufufa, Moria, don't be so sad. Perhaps this is a good thing for you and your companions. This is all your fault for being too weak. Watching Moria, who looked as if his heart had turned to ashes, Doflamingo was filled with delight. Let's not even mention Moria's intrinsic value. To take a person from happiness to pain, from confidence to despair, and then force them to make a painful choice. This is such a delightful and pleasurable thing. As for loyalty, Doflamingo has never cared. Moria was merely a spare piece sent along. Enel alone could sufficiently control the entrance to the new world on Thunder God Island. If Moria still clung to his delusions, let the joyful event that just ended repeat itself. He himself could serve as I'm too weak, it's all my fault. With his hands on the ground, Moria raised his bloodied body. His weak form exuded an inexplicable aura. The surface of his claws unexpectedly shimmered with a pitch-black aura. Speak your terms, Doflamingo. He had regained his fighting spirit so quickly. Seeing Moria's darkened claws, Doflamingo pointed to a platter of roasted meat nearby and spoke meaningfully. The value of the strong is of course unlike that of the weak. Your 55 companions, each of their lives equates to a month of yours. So this is the time you need to pledge your loyalty. Moria's claws dug deeper, then hesitated, replying in a low voice. Alright. Although Doflamingo's contemptuous words about his companions infuriated him greatly, he was merely a defeated man awaiting judgment with no choice but to accept. Your own freedom must be fought for by you. Use your life to challenge me, to defeat me. Fufufu. Doflamingo stood in the air, thunder booming above him, arms spread wide as if to embrace the entire sea, while black-red lightning surged forth. The recently awakened Moria gazed at this figure that resembled a deity or demon. Already at his limit, he hadn't even given an answer before promptly fainting. A few days later, Doflamingo, having just left the waters of Thunder God Island, was finally contacted by Torpal, who was far away in Appiato. Doflamingo, I say, Roger has been found, and is proceeding according to your original plan. How much longer until you return to Appiato? No rush, just confirm Roger's location and have Diamante send the secret medicine to Thunder God Island as agreed. Enel and Moria will handle the reception. I need to make a trip back to Spada Mars. Is it to visit Rosinante Doflamingo? But who is Moria? A loser. Click. After hanging up the transponder snail, Doflamingo dialed again to contact the Tezzolo, and now that Roger's whereabouts have been discovered, how could his subordinate, the king of the underworld, be absent? Gurgle. BOSS, I have received the agreement regarding the Charlotte family. When Diamante arrives in Sabaody, you go confirm the quality of this batch of secret medicine. The Charlotte family is temporarily very important to us. Temporarily. In an instant, various possibilities flashed through Tezzolo's mind, and he replied solemnly, The Charlotte family's bar has been found on Island 13, where the shop's coding master has made certain disguises, and family members who go there cannot confirm whether it's Rayleigh. A sensible person is considerate, knowing the key points without being told, and would be a great steward in the palace. It seems that Oda's foolish buff has activated again. After momentarily letting his thoughts wander, Doflamingo responded to the transponder snail. It's fine, no need to confirm, just knowing its location is enough. Your superstar dream can be set in motion. The Charlotte family's bar usually would not be relocated. As long as the owner Haki does not run away, Rayleigh won't simply disappear either. Really? Tezzolo was somewhat surprised his dream had been questioned on the first day he joined the family. Sorry BOSS, I wasn't questioning your decision. It's fine Tezzolo, you now have enough ability to place yourself in the spotlight. When Sabaody becomes the leader in arms and entertainment industries, information will come to you on its own. Click. What exactly is this magnetic field meteorological geological weapons achieving? Looking at the clearly defined sea surface before him, though it wasn't his first time seeing a calm belt, Doflamingo was still curious about the formation principles of the calm belt. The waterways of Reverse Mountain still showed signs of artificial excavation. Meanwhile, the calm belt is a sea area cut straight through the ocean, and calling it a miracle is not too much. The calm belt itself not only divides the four seas of east, west, south, and north. It also separates the Grand Line. The four calm belt sea areas. The arrowhead position is the one Doflamingo crossed. Its interior has neither wind nor ocean currents, making it difficult for wind-powered ships to navigate. Additionally, it is filled with super sea kings, increasing the danger. This forces most pirates wishing to challenge the Grand Line to follow the sequence to traverse Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line. But Doflamingo was different, without ocean currents and clouds. Today he would learn from the king of the underworld, Rayleigh, and take a shortcut. The Flamingo Mini soared into the sky, heading straight into the calm belt. Under the calm belt's sea, a 5,000-meter-long dinosaur lizard swallowed a near-sea king. It had just pounced on, leisurely swimming towards its lair. With its circle of grinding teeth, it ground the near-sea king into a pulp. The blood that flowed out dripped into the deep sea. A pair of ordinary sailboat-sized eyes lit up from the deep sea. 79, the restless Virgo. I slept really well this time. How long did I sleep this time? I'm a bit hungry. The language unique to sea kings echoed through the ocean. So fragrant. It licked the blood mixed with seawater. The bull-headed electric eel didn't expect to wake up to a feast, sniffing the source of the blood. Its body, starting from 20,000 meters, burst forth from its lair, stirring up tremendous undercurrents. It pounced upwards on the Flamingo Mini. Looking at the calm, windless sea, Doflamingo fell into deep. It seems that without contact with the sea surface, the sea kings residing in the calm belt cannot directly perceive changes above. I can consider applying the airships developed by Gaji in the calm belt. Even if we can't get the technology for Seastone warships right away, we can still thoroughly connect the four seas. Although the calm belt has the threats of sea kings and a lack of wind, it is not without its advantages. No wind means no need to face storms at sea. However, even if airships can sail in the air, even the high-precision planes of the 21st century in the previous life had to avoid the storm's sharp edge. Airships are no exception, but using them here is just right. Boom! A massive splash erupted from the sea. A giant dinosaur head emerged, yet its eyes showed no pleasure in breathing fresh air. Instead, it was despair at being trapped. Doflamingo had already seen the larger shadow beneath it. Super Sea King splashed. The sea surface stirred into a vortex caused by the enormous undercurrent below. Roar! The green dinosaur's face was filled with human-like terror. Its four claws, combining fish fins, desperately clawed at the surrounding seawater. Yet it could hardly resist its sinking fate. A large amount of blood bubbled up from the sea. Is this the Super Sea King? Doflamingo had seen and eaten many ordinary sea kings, but he had never witnessed the true form of a Super Sea King. After all, he had never gone down to the deep sea without protection. Fufufa, don't eat it, let me see the weight of the Sea King's subordinates. Seeing the hunt, Doflamingo controlled the Flamingo Mini to lower its altitude. His arm gathered a massive meteor hammer. From above, like a rocket returning to Earth from space, the meteor hammer ignited with flames. Boom! The fireball crashed into the ocean. A colossal wave erupted. Roar! Damn it! Who the hell is it? Accompanied by a roar that echoed through the heaven. A bull-headed creature with horns measuring over 100 meters broke through the surface of the sea. Known as the White Star 87 meters, just how large are the heads of these sea kings? From the bumpy head and blood-red eyes, one can easily infer the anger of its master. Truly majestic, though a bit ugly in appearance. Doflamingo gave his evaluation of the first Super Sea King he had ever. Roar! Not only does it hit me, but it scolds me to die. Following the scornful sound, the bull-headed electric eel roared at the descending ship above. It dove beneath the sea. Although it could not understand the words of the bull eel, its furious emotions would undoubtedly not. Thus Doflamingo leisurely awaited the next attack. Zzz. 1,000-meter-long tail wrapped in electricity, the Sea King's trident shot out from the sea. It's coming well, but is the goddamn power of lightning this rampant? The flamingo was thrown into the sky, hanging in the air. After borrowing strength, Donquixote Doflamingo shot forth like a missile, his iron fist wrapped in Haki, striking forcefully. Boom! Accompanied by the shock, the two were sent flying. What a punch! What a good sandbag! Doflamingo swung his empty path to create a massive arc, stabilizing his form. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he dissipated the Haki on his hands and surged downward, aided by the rebound of the empty path. A good sandbag shouldn't be destroyed in one go. Oh, damn humans. It hurts. The eel licked the bloodied spot on its tail, its eyes filled with ferocity as it raised its giant curved horns, condensing lightning upon them. Its massive, elongated body displayed extraordinary agility, leaping from the sea into the sky. Late at night, the New World. G5 Branch Training Ground. Virgo, come back, I have some good stuff from your hometown that can send you straight to heaven. If indeed, Colonel Virgo, it's already 1 in the morning. Ew, I've changed shifts. Let's find some fun, or we won't have the energy to. Virgo, hailing from the North Sea, understood what the others meant by fun. It was nothing more than prostitutes and drugs. Both were notorious for eroding willpower and weakening combat effectiveness. Doflamingo once said, with no women in your heart, you strike harder. Avoiding vice. I prefer you to call me Mr. Virgo replied, lowering his head as he continued to inflate his biceps and triceps, attempting to cover his hands in Haki. Let's go. I was personally received by a general from the warlords, am the proud student of the Black Arm General. Indeed, we are quite different. Ah, yes. Let's go to my place, ere I have new goods today, it's going to be exciting. After saying a few words that were neither positive nor negative, Virgo's roommates linked arms and exited, while Virgo showed no reaction. He remained focused on his own hands, watching as they gradually turned purple, glimmering. With Virgo's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. I've finally taken a step further. Leaving the training ground, Virgo skillfully avoided the patrolling soldiers along the coastline, reaching a cliff that stood over 100 meters high, serving as a natural defensive structure. Ordinary pirates found it difficult to land here. The understaffed G5 branch simply did not include this area in its focus. Thus few patrol personnel were willing to come, let alone the G5 branch, which was notorious for its lax discipline. Confirming that there were no field troops around, Virgo adjusted his rectangular sunglasses and took out a phone bug that had not been used for a long time. Grumble. Oh, Stacy, your charming golden hair. Moshi, who is this? Tazolo from Sabaody was glancing at his debut track while answering a strange call from within the family. I am Virgo. Hello, I am Tazolo, how can I help you? Hearing the name specifically instructed by the boss, Tazolo's expression stiffened and he set down the sheet music in his hand. At the G5 branch currently, there is 1 rear admiral, 3 brigadiers, and 6 commodores. My current rank is colonel, and the commodore leading the team is named Messonette. Understood. The first batch of secret medicine will arrive at Sabaody within 7 days, and the Charlotte family's full-scale operation is expected to commence in 15 days. By then the bounty will bear his name. I also need some specialties from the North Sea, the Navy here loves them. I understand. Amidst Rosinante and the Luo family. The calm belt. The once calm sea was now stained with blood. Among them, bizarre creatures attracted to the area swam about. However, it was not pleasant. It hurts. I'm not participating anymore, I'm leaving. The duck-billed sheep with fish fins touched its deformed fin and turned to swim into the deep sea. I'm not leaving. Look at my horn. It's broken. My gallant image is ruined. I want him dead. The eel's eyes turned crimson, and the intense pain from its broken horn made it uncontrollably lash its tail against the water. Damn it. That bastard is floating up there. I can't reach him. I think we made a mistake. We shouldn't attack one after another. You're right. Everyone come together and seal off his movement space. Moments later, bizarre tails pierced through the surface of the sea. Accompanied by a howling sound, they charged toward Doflamingo in the sky. This is great. The difficulty of playing whack-a-mole just got higher. Doflamingo revealed an excited grin. Giant coils charged forward. Boom. The sound of flesh colliding echoed like war drums from the divine realm above. 3 days later, a number of super sea kings, now unconscious, lay floating on the surface of the sea. That was refreshing. I should come to the calm belt more often. Shaking off the bloodied fists, a refreshed Doflamingo set off on his journey home. North Sea. The dreamy white town of Fervans. Trafalgar Clinic. Law, you can't eat this. Trafalgar Lena, with her large belly, hurriedly picked up nearly 2-year-old, trying to take away the cotton candy from Sky Island that he was clutching. Boom. Lena opened the door. The beef stew I'm cooking is almost ready. I can't leave. Trafalgar D. Bone's voice rang from the kitchen. All right. Excuse me. Miss Lena. This is for little Law. Welcome, Mr. Rosinante. Seeing the tall figure outside the door, Lena was somewhat surprised. It had been 3 months since Rosinante last visited Fervans. She took the Sky Island bees that Rosinante handed over to little Law and shouted into the house, Bone, Mr. Rosinante. And Rosinante, sticking out his tongue and rolling his eyes, was making faces at the curious little Law. After the meal, the study room upstairs in the clinic. Mr. Bone, how is your progress on the information about lead poisoning? Although I wasn't aware of the last lead poisoning outbreak, I investigated nearly 100 years' worth of cases at the clinic. This country is indeed gradually heading towards death. Everyone's lifespan is decreasing. Lena, and I might not live past 35. Looking at Lena and little Law downstairs, Bone closed his eyes, his voice choked. And Law. This generation, if they stay in this environment, may not survive to their 13th birthday. The saddest part is the unborn Rami who might start failing by the age of 5. They may not live past 10. Bang. A fist slammed onto the table. Rosinante's features contorted as he uttered heavy words. What about leaving the— Although lead poisoning itself is not contagious, the outside world has already accepted the claims made by the royal family. The borders with neighboring countries have now been sealed off. We the impoverished are like caged birds. Even leaving here might extend our lives, but it cannot change the inevitable outcome of death. Lowering his head against the table, looking at his powerless hands, Bone's expression grew dimmer. These hands can perform many surgeries, yet they lack the strength to break this situation. Perhaps not being aware of all this is better for most people. Once the veil of the royal family and the world government is lifted, knowing this cruel reality and truth, all that remains is the despair of slowly marching toward death. What about the measures for treatment? Rosinante was unwilling to accept that the final outcome for this country was everyone being wiped out. I have contacted over a dozen colleagues who are attempting various things. Rosinante, you should leave this country, or I will inform you of any progress. If this continues with the lead pollution worsening, you too are at risk of infection. Bone, can you come help me? I can't work like this with Law. Coming. Bone turned and dashed downstairs. Suddenly he turned back with a forced smile, saying, Rosinante, at least right now I am happy. Leaning against the door, watching the mischievous Law, Lena raised her eyebrows and shouted, Law, don't pull Daddy's hair. Say goodbye to Uncle Rosinante. See you next time, Bone, Lena, and little Law. He, Katja, rubbing his somewhat stiff face, Rosinante prepared to head to the next house. Grumble. Soundproof wall. Fumbling to take out the phone bug, setting up a barrier against eavesdropping. Only then did Rosinante Brother, where are you? Brother, I am in for Vans. Oh, are you collecting the few lead products on the market for the fam— Oh, yes, brother. I just arrived in for Vans today. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, Rosinante. Brother, do you have something to discuss? Oh, do you need a reason to contact you? We are brothers, Rosinante. Of course, I miss you too. Rosinante immediately rejected. That's good. I took a trip to the New World and just passed through the Combelt. I will wait for you in Nordis. It's been 2 years. I hope you have grown. Remember to take precautions and avoid lead poisoning. Katja. Hanging up the phone, a meaningful smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. He could definitely see through Rosinante's insincerity. However, there was no need to expose him. It was just the perfect excuse to beat him up. Days later, at this moment, and due to the crooked butt of the behind Thessine's controller, it became a rare pirate-friendly country. Pirate crews filled the ports along the coast. The new royal palace Detler was directly situated close to the coast, extending from the palace towards the shoreline. Numerous offices, brothels, gambling houses, bars, and docks crowded the coast. Pink weapons, women, and money captivated every pirate that came here. It was known as Little Sabaody. The largest was the Donquixote firm, which integrated bounties, weapons, and gambling. Inside, people came and went bustling, crowding against each other. Pirates surrounded the gambling tables, their eyes bloodshot, staring intently at the spinning gambling devices, their minds focused to the extreme. Stop. Damn it, stop. White 21 points. White 21 points. Congratulations to all guests who picked black 5. Ha, I won. Tonight's expenses are on me. Oh. Damn it. How could this happen? Just a little bit more. This pirate's nose emitted visible white smoke, uncontrollably beginning to transform into a minotaur. The crowd watching burst into laughter. The failures of others were the eternal topic in the casino. Useless minotaur keeps losing. What a jinx. Yes, always just a bit short. Just bet against him, it's simple. How could I be wrong? That wealth was amassed after I robbed 10 islands. Moo. The minotaur yanked a nearby curvaceous dealer, its massive curved horns pressing against her ample bosom. Give me back my money. 81 about to mature free leaks. Give me back my money. This is interesting. Disguised as a commoner to inspect his own business, Doflamingo noticed something amiss. The woman being pinched by the minotaur was a devil fruit user. Guests, please calm down. Baccarat maintained her composure, even tidying her disheveled hair. This kind of incident happened at least 10 times a month. Could these mindless pirates not understand a thing? Now, not only had they lost money, but they could also lose their lives. Next time, they needed to change to someone with a thicker bottom line. Today's commission would be reduced. Butterfly dance. 2 hands emerged from the rooftop in a swimming posture. Then 2 blue slashes descended from above, enveloping the minotaur. There was no way to evade. The minotaur had just released the woman in his grasp, preparing to take further action when the shaped slashes closed in. Damn thing, where do you dare act insolently? That massive muscular body was directly sliced into 4 pieces. Senior Pink emerged from the ceiling of the rooftop, shaking the cigar in his mouth. Feeling somewhat irritable, there had been countless fools over the past few months. Did you all see that? He used his hand to emit slashes. Fools, this is the national protector of Nordis, Lord Senior. Should we take him out? Damn it, this kind of conspiracy should be discussed privately. He's looking this way. Rubbing his painfully squeezed wrist, Baccarat looked at the suave Senior Pink with longing. If she had this handsome man, all this money would be hers. Improved gale foot slashing attacks emitted from the hands. Doflamingo commented on Senior Pink's recent performance. The latter glanced at the pirates who had just boasted. Noticing the pink figure being overlooked by the crowd in the distance, he instinctively froze his cigar, falling from the air. This sent a misleading signal to the overzealous pirates. A swarm of pirates surged forward, sealing off Senior Pink's movement space, intent on turning him into meat paste. Instead of retreating, Senior Pink advanced, for the young master was present, and their blood was just right. As numerous blades surrounded Senior Pink, exhibiting a watery ripple state, Masaka. In the astonished, Senior Pink swam past the sharp blades, his fists nearing his head. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of pirates fell from the sky, crashing down together. With a graceful diving posture, Senior Pink caught the cigar and so cool. Lord Senior. A group of beautiful dealers crowded together, blocking Senior Pink's view, acting like loves. At this moment, Senior Pink certainly did not possess the charm of a mature man from over 20 years later. But he had something new. Money and power. Baccarat off to the side stood out alone, not participating in this action. She was a mature woman, such means were too childish. Quietly activating her abilities, she began to burn the luck gifted by the Minotaur. Pushing aside the young girls clustered together, Senior Pink approached the pink figure. Oh, Lord Senior's hands are so I'm getting wet. The not-so-thick-skinned Senior Pink's body drooped, adjusting his sunglasses as he hurried forward, appearing somewhat. The crowd parted like a tide, clearing a path for Senior Pink. Facing the pink figure, Senior Pink placed his right hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Young master." Patting Senior Pink's shoulder, Doflamingo smiled and spoke, "Well done, Pink. I plan to send you to Sabaody. What do you think?" Senior Pink's recent battle, his mastery of the 6 styles, and the development of his fruit were enough to serve the family. It was somewhat wasted to stay in Little Nordis. Senior Pink had yet to respond. The newly emerged pirates nearby were already in shock at this scene. The dignified controller of Nordis was actually bowing his head to others. Meanwhile, Baccarat's eyes lit up as she discovered, although she did not grow up in the North Sea as an external technical staff member of the family, she had a basic understanding of the mysterious family controller. He was the true master of the North Sea, Donquixote Doflamingo. "No problem, young master. It is my honor to serve the young master and the family." Recovering his senses, Senior Pink replied. Nier replied with fervent passion. He had grown weary of fishing for fish roe in the North Sea, especially having to deal with government officials and the Navy. Fufufu, of course. The family thrives on your contributions. Come take me to see the seeds sown 3 years ago. Yes, young master. Senior turned and began leading the way. That red-haired lady, you come too. Doflamingo glanced back at Baccara and beckoned with his right hand. Though her features were indistinct, Doflamingo still recognized her. One of Treble's subordinates from over 2 decades hence. Baccara, the user of the lucky fruit. Mie. She pointed at herself, stunned. Her mind raced. Gritting her teeth, she followed without hesitation. No matter the circumstances, staying close to the top boss was never a wrong choice. Lord Doflamingo. He ignored the nominal king of Neo-Eni's lobby, whose authority existed in name only. Doflamingo swung open the royal catacombs' massive gate. Jellimar researchers stationed there stood ready behind it. Behind them stretched row upon row of nutrient-filled biotanks. Cloning apparatus. Inside each tank stood a naked 2-meter-tall man, identical copies as though duplicated and pasted. These were precisely the seeds planted in Neo-Eni's lobby 3 years prior. 100,000 clones produced after cost reduction measures. Senior and Baccara gazed upon the dense forest of biotanks, and both felt their hearts lurch. Is this truly the sum of Neo-Eni's lobby's investment over 3 years? Senior had only overseen researchers' logistical needs. He was seeing this interior for the first time. Are these living beings, or corpses? Baccara faltered. A mountain of bodies lay before her. How many lives had been consumed? Doflamingo studied the identification number emblazoned on the lead researcher's chest and asked, Jellimar Unit 005. How long until these clones reach maturity? Lord Boss, their maturation requires 90 natural days. Only then may the king imprint the final seal. Lord Boss, what an absurd title. The clone researcher's mind must be addled. 90 days means 3 months. Will it align with Roger's death? If not, our outposts across the seas will face yet another wave of upheaval. He would need to summon Vegapunk back to the North Sea. Like a farmer inspecting his ripening wheat fields, he surveyed every single. Satisfied, Doflamingo departed. Frito harvest leaks, thriving gloriously. Your Baccara correct. What is your ability? Reclining leisurely upon the throne, Doflamingo regarded Baccara, tall, lithe, and poised, with a gaze both penetrating and inscrutable. The lucky fruit, a power ripe with possibilities. At the sudden utterance of her true name, Bacara's heart leapt. She'd used only aliases while traveling abroad. Instinctively lifting her head, she met that overwhelming gaze, then instantly bowed it again. Now was no time for such thoughts. With deference, she replied, Yes, Lord Boss. I am the user of the lucky fruit. I can absorb others' fortune and convert it into my own. Those from whom I draw luck descend into extreme misfortune. Fufufu, just like that bull-headed fellow, yes. Senior, puffing a cigar to steady his nerves, snapped his head around and fixed Baccara with a hard, unblinking stare. No wonder so many pirates had recently sought their own demise. More incidents occurred in 1 month than in the previous 6. He'd been forced to divert attention to guarding the casino, cutting deeply into his training time. So someone had quietly multiplied his workload. Unfazed by the hostile scrutiny beside her, Baccara continued her explanation. Indeed, this enables the family to amass greater wealth. Absorbed fortune may be expended to fulfill objectives I wish to achieve. I deployed my ability earlier at the casino, thus granting me the chance to meet you, Lord Boss. However, its limitation lies in requiring physical contact to activate. Clap, clap, clap. Doflamingo couldn't help but applaud. This power was exactly what he desired. Its flaw was relevant only in combat. As for this woman's ambition and hunger, he possessed more than enough means to satiate them fully. He spoke aloud, Bakara, I require you greatly. What do you desire in return? Lord Boss, I wish to enter the Shichibukai family's casino. Bakara lifted her gaze, avarice flickered in her eyes. Pausing briefly, she added, and to become a core member of the family. As a wandering soul of the sea, she lacked sanctuary, and the Lord before her was a pillar of immense strength both physically and in power. Of course, you are worthy. Yet you have a far more vital role to play. Bakara, does the quantity of luck one may absorb remain constant across individuals? A more vital role. To Bakara's limited understanding, gambling offered the optimal path. She answered gravely. It varies, by status, circumstance, and strength. Thus the amount one may yield differs accordingly. For instance, most residents here register at 1. Most pirates across the 4 seas range between 5 and 500. As for formidable figures like yourself, I've yet to test such a being. Fascinating. In a Xinxia realm, Bakara would surely earn the title Lord of Fortune's Grasp. Dispelling the whimsical thought, Doflamingo turned to Senior, who stood frozen beside him, and said, Senior, you may withdraw for now. Yes, Lord Boss. Bowing low, Senior turned and exited the palace, thoughtfully sealing the great doors behind him. Doflamingo's gaze returned to Bakara, a faint knowing smile curled his lips. Then, what price will you pay, Bakara? Everything. Then prove your resolve. A soft rustling sound stirred the air. After 3 days exchanging blows with a super sea king, and compounded by relentless travel and an exhausting night, Doflamingo sank into a rare, deep slumber. The next day, truly invigorating. Shaking off Bakara, who clung to him like an octopus, Doflamingo rose refreshed from bed. Having indulged, he now turned his attention to disciplining his younger brother. He pushed open the door. Brother. Rosinante stood waiting. His face haggard, his towering 4-meter frame. Doflamingo's brow furrowed. An inexplicable fury surged within him. How dare his brother appear in such a wretched state? His right fist rose high as he commanded, voice low and heavy. Rosie, let me see how far you've come. A fist the size of a human skull wreathed in violent wind shot toward Rosinante's expression shifted, too late to protest. He activated his power. Silencing barrier. An invisible shield instantly enveloped him. Boom. His colossal fist struck, not just Rosinante but the barrier itself, launching him backward like a cannonball through the doorframe, crashing into the courtyard wall of the main palace hall. Interesting, vibration absorption. Doflamingo raised a brow. That casual blow hadn't pierced the barrier, so Rosinante had indeed mastered the silence fruit subtleties. All things vibrate. Absorb vibration and impact dissipates. Rosie, the finest defense is offense. I understand, brother. Harmonic barrier. Rosinante's exhausted voice emerged from the rubble. He knew. Only by satisfying his brother could he find peace. 2 invisible barriers extended outward, opposing walls of absolute stillness. Wind blade. A solidified blade of wind erupted from the opposite side, sliding through the narrow channel between barriers, accelerating rapidly as it expanded. Grass, soil, even the earth itself, was devoured in its wake. Its velocity surged, from near stillness to blinding speed. In an instant it crossed the distance and arrived before Doflamingo, its pressure flattening his hair against his scalp. Not bad, but insufficient, Rosinante. Again, Bernoulli's principle. Even elite swordsman's slashes. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed. Armored in Busashoka Haki, he drove his fist straight into the vortex's eye, shattering the wind blade and clearing the turbulent air in an instant. Silencing armor, silent strike. Rosinante materialized noiselessly behind Doflamingo, his long powerful leg blazing with Rokushiki's Rankyaku, aimed squarely at his beloved brother's skull. Paradoxically, whether using Soru or launching attack, no sound escaped him. Not even the whisper of displaced air disturbed the silence. Spiderweb. Fufufu. You've earned your place, Rosie. VRRRT. Dense, resilient threads interwove into a thick net, halting Rosinante's strike entirely. Watching his brother's startled expression, Doflamingo explained. Rosie, you can deceive the air, conceal your movement's trajectory, mute its sound, but you cannot hide your thoughts. Armament, endless fists. Before Rosinante's horrified gaze, countless iron-fisted threads erupted from Doflamingo's back. Instantly suppressing all bodily vibration, Rosinante shot away like a frictionless shadow, vanishing into the distance. Yet his physique remained insufficient, limiting his speed. Doflamingo, relying on sheer physical supremacy, pursued like a parasite, appearing beside him the moment he landed. A sunlit smile graced his lips. His younger brother's progress pleased him deeply. Softly he murmured, Rosie, let me test the limits of your armor. Those words chilled Rosinante to the bone. Hastily he cried out, Wait, brother. Aura. A barrage of brutal iron fists hammered against Rosinante's invisible armor, as if pummeling a sack of sand. Boom. He flew backward like a spent rocket, plummeting straight into the earth, utterly powerless to resist. Truly impressive. Aurora. Sensing the tactile feedback, Doflamingo accelerated, fists flying like a typhoon, leaving afterimages in their wake. Crack. A clear, sharp sound echoed, the silencing armor shattered. Thud. One final punch sent Rosinante reeling, blood streaming from his brow. Doflamingo ceased his assault. 83. A new hypothesis. He bandaged his brother's wounds himself, free of charge, even fashioned a delicate pink thread bow atop the dressing. Surveying Rosinante's new appearance, Doflamingo nodded in quiet satisfaction. Then, In Rosinante's widening, Doflamingo withdrew a den mushy from his coat. No, Yaideo, brother, please stay calm. As Rosinante sprang up, hundreds of threads pinned him once more to the floor. Click. Fufufu, don't fret, Rosinante. This is merely my private collection. Watching his brother's ashen face, Doflamingo's smile bloomed wider. Pain inflicted upon others never failed to delight him. Come, Rosie, we'll make some adjustments regarding the North Sea. Rosinante touched the pink bow atop his head, stared at his brother's retreating nape, and clenched his fist tightly. In the palace council chamber, Senior and Bakara awaited. Rosie, Pika will accompany me to Sabaody. Will you join us, or remain in the North Sea? Leave? What of the innocent people of Flevence and Trafalgar? At that thought, Rosinante stammered. Brother, I'll continue gathering platinum artifacts for now. Finding his footing, his platinum sickness has now entered public awareness in Flevence. Neighboring kingdoms have sealed its borders. Under such conditions, Flevence extinction looms near. This is our final opportunity to collect platinum artifacts. A knowing smile curved Doflamingo's lips. Fufufu, what a reliable younger brother you are. Very well, hold the fort in Neoini's lobby for 2 months. Vegapunk will return to relieve you, after which you'll focus entirely on Flevence. Rosinante exhaled inwardly. Had his brother insisted on taking him forcibly to the New World, he'd have had no recourse. Understood. I shall safeguard Neoini's lobby. Rosie, I hope your next advancement proves even greater. With those words, Doflamingo summoned Pika and Bakara. He had little time for sentiment with Rosie. Roger, the short-lived fool, would soon commit suicide. Every second counted, to consolidate power, to sharpen strength. Making this special trip solely to confirm Rosinante's safety already marked his limit. Pika, matured seed. Bakara, an unexpected boon. Farewell, Mr. Rosinante, Senior called back in parting. He held enduring respect for Rosinante, the one who... Soaring through clouds. Days later, Angel Island. Those skyceiling had long numbed their senses. The colossal floating island before them still drew stunned glances. Pika and Bakara exchanged wide-eyed looks. Both saw awe reflected in the other's eyes. Sky Island Shell wasn't merely a name. It was a literal truth, an island suspended in the heavens. Hey Doflamingo, long time no see. As the flamingo-shaped mini flamingo docked treble, limp as a spineless jellyfish, slithered forward eagerly. Thud. A personality correction punch landed, yet Doflamingo added warmly. Thank you for your efforts, Treble. Treble, clutching his head, regained composure and replied. No effort at all. For the family, it is all worthwhile. You've matured, Treble. Doflamingo gestured toward Pika, coolly puffing a cigar beside him. Senior Pika, you should recall him. Since Diamante has returned, you delivered the secret medicine. Now take him to Treble. Hand him over to Treble. Yes, Lord Boss. Cool Pika dipped his head respectfully. Understood, Lord Doflamingo. Regarding Roger, we have more pressing matters. Discuss later. Leaving Pika behind, Doflamingo led Bakara toward Arbado. He intended to verify a hypothesis. Moments later, Donquixote Royal Laboratory. Crash. The sealed door burst open. Vegapunk and Caesar both whipped around. Only their leader dared enter, so brazenly. Sure enough, Doflamingo strode in, a hint of impatience in his step, flanked by a tall, red-haired, sun-kissed beauty. Caesar's eyes lit up. He hurried forward. Shuro. Long time no see, Lord Boss. Regarding your realm of bliss, I've refined most of it. Its sole flaw, influence, weakens with distance from the epicenter. Still, it's market-ready. Vegapunk, that unlucky wretch, produced nothing. Caesar fluttered about, eager to impress, and eager to undermine his colleague. Doflamingo walked on, asking, what's its radius? A small town. Sufficient. Have Treble contact war-torn nations. Offer it as a custom product. Revenue share remains unchanged. Shuro. Lord Boss, truly the most generous employer I've ever known. And this exquisite lady, eh? Caesar, transformed from gas into solid form, embedded himself into the floor. Watching Vegapunk suppress a hidden smirk, Doflamingo commanded. Vegapunk, prepare a dual bloodline factor experiment. Lord Boss, the single-factor trials remain incomplete. Can we? Vegapunk, immediately. Use Diamante and Enel specimens. Seeing his boss's frown deepen, Vegapunk spun and began preparations. Glancing at Caesar flattened on the floor, Doflamingo's voice dropped icy cold. Caesar, if you're not dead, get up and assist. Yonka-grade resilience. Ghost Clan physiology was peerless in durability. Right away, Lord Boss. Caesar shot upright and floated toward Vegapunk. Moments later, before the lab table, they observed the lucky pirate lying prone. Vegapunk and Caesar exchanged glances, both hearts pounding. Zoan-type double. The path of strengthening the bloodline factor has not yet been opened. Now let them directly transition to the Paramecia type. Let's begin, just follow the previous methods. Doflamingo's slightly impatient voice came from outside. The two exchanged glances and began to act. Bacala, let's get started. Understood, boss. Bacala began to consume the luck generously offered by the pirate crew. Time passed. Oh, whoa. The excruciating pain seemed to tear the soul apart, awakening Jishio. After a long time spent in blood and captivity, Jishio only remembered that he came from an unnamed path in the Grand Line. He had never defeated a stone golem, even after taking a secret medicine in Magic Valley. It seems I really might die this time. Amidst the inhumane pain, Gixia's consciousness began to blur. 84 Lucky Princess, Charge Power Princess. The experimental subject's temperature is at an abnormal level and continues to rise. The experimental subject's white blood cell antigen HLA continues to rise. The experimental subject's heart rate is decreasing, has become inactive. The researcher of the Germa clone observing the data reported the changes in real time. Caesar and Jaji continued to adjust the abnormal synchronization. They wouldn't stop until the subject was completely dead. Their boss was still watching from behind. They don't even know my name. As this thought crossed Gxia's mind, he suddenly felt a strange power surge through him, alleviating the pain. The experimental subject's temperature is dropping. This is unscientific. Several large question marks hovered over Jaji and Caesar's heads. Outside, gathering a handkerchief to help wipe the sweat off his forehead, Doflamingo asked, "Bacala, how much reserve do we have left?" "About 5,000. This continuous output was something Bacala had never experienced before, extremely exhausting in both mental and physical terms. Her previous method was to set a goal and then directly sacrifice the collected luck. After some thought, Doflamingo instructed, "From now on, only use it when the experimental subject's vital signs are unstable." "Understood, boss." As time passed, Gxiao felt the pain becoming almost negligible. Each near-death experience was supported by an invisible force. What replaced it was endless comfort. Two instinctual abilities surged within him. Yet he still maintained his high-pitched scream. To wield such powerful abilities, he wanted revenge. He wanted to repay everyone here properly. This is easy. The current from the nearby instruments was drawn by him. Gxiao suddenly sprang up, his body as light as a feather, yet as fast as lightning, his hands entwined with electric light. Like grasping 1,000 screaming hummingbirds, he lunged at Jaji and Caesar on both sides. Gxiao could even see the surprise on their faces. Boom! A pitch-black meteor hammer smashed through the transparent wall. Bang! Before Gxiao could comprehend what was happening, he fainted. Jaji, Caesar, keep an eye on his life signs. Doflamingo could hardly contain his ecstatic joy. He immediately embraced Bacala beside him and kissed her fiercely. The guess was successful. Oh, perhaps it would be difficult for Bacala to directly wish for him to possess Blackbeard's physique. But increasing the success rate of bloodline factor transplantation was entirely feasible. And this was just one experiment. Oh, what about the others? What about Lucky Princess? This is the damn repeating wish princess. From now on, what lives navigation? Bacala is truly Doflamingo's waved. Who boss? Bacala felt a bit oxygen-deprived, her body weak, her hands naturally hanging around Doflamingo's neck. Whooshed. Doflamingo wrapped his arms around Bacala and shot towards the divine palace. Today he was going to unleash himself properly. After nearly 7 years in the pirate world, the threat and pressure of the sun god have been chasing him. Today he finally found a new version. In the laboratory, Jaji and Caesar looked at the fainted experimental subject, exchanging glances. How did it succeed? How could it possibly succeed? Could it be that the Paramecia type is more compatible than the Zoan type? But that's not right. The previous experimental subjects had exploded into a pulp. Caesar, what do you think? Boss must be confident that this time will succeed. How did he survive multiple rejection reaction? Let's watch the experimental footage. Moments later, the two watched Bacala's eyes sparkle in the footage. They said, "She can increase the probability of the experiment. Boss should let her help me." "Idiot, your weapon can only be sold for money. Boss's vision is 1,000 times greater than yours." The 59th from Punk Hazard watched the two bickering and let out a soft sigh. "That's boss's woman. How can she?" The two of them tangled together fell into an emo state. This success was so close, yet so far it was agonizing. I Caesar can succeed on my own. After a bout of hard work holding the damp and disoriented Bacala, Doflamingo got straight to the point. "Bacala, how much was consumed in the recent experiment?" Bacala regained her composure, placing her hands against Doflamingo's massive chest, and replied, "There's very little left from the accumulation. Now only about 2,000 remains, with a total expenditure of around 300. Does changing the luck of different people also consume differently?" "Yes, boss, if the luck is different, it requires more to change the outcome." Bacala, feel my total amount. Bacala obediently activated the power of the luck fruit. This, if ordinary people are a drop of water surpassing ordinary people, is a river. Then in front of her boss was a sea far exceeding her perceptual limits. "Boss, my current maximum reserve is 100. You have far surpassed that." Bacala lowered her head in shame, burying it in her boss' chest. After hearing this, Doflamingo fell into an internal storm. "According to ancient sayings, I can also be considered a local lord, plus my extraordinary strength. Surpassing 100 is reasonable. A pirate who has fallen into captivity would not have luck exceeding 10, leading to a successful experiment cost 300. 300 times the expense. If calculated this way, I need at least 300 million in quantity. 300 million ordinary people, 30 million ordinary pirates, and 600 for stronger pirates. Bacala encounters one by one. How long will it take to accumulate? No, it can't be calculated that way. The luck of the weak leads to failure. My results above 100 should be different. To be conservative. Continuing to wish for improved methods, Bacala continued to enhance the fruit's upper limit while hunting strong individuals to accumulate quantity. 3 approaches together. To truly cheat. It seems lives navigation is still fragrant. Damn. Doflamingo, having failed to step into the new version, felt somewhat frustrated. Gently moving the sleeping Bacala to the side, Doflamingo decided to check on his Suntoba-born sheep son. Waving away the approaching attendants, he walked to a side hall. A soft and strong cloud bed supported this slightly pregnant female attendant. Alleviating the physical pressure brought on by her pregnancy, the entire scene was extremely warm. To be honest, as a scumbag, Doflamingo considered himself absolutely qualified. Although he had hit the jackpot once, he still couldn't remember the name of this woman who was about to give birth. Silently leaning closer, Doflamingo gently stroked her swollen belly. Feeling the vague consciousness inside, his expression became somewhat complex. In his past life, he lived for over 20 years, and now at 18 he was about to have a child. 85 Morgans. Water 7. The earth sank a few more degrees. Looking at the merciless sea, Tom felt somewhat worried. Without land on the sea, the people had nowhere to survive. If this continued, his second home would completely decline and perish. Frankie, you overslept for another 5 minutes. This is the 29th time this month. If you do this again, I won't help you study weapons, you'll just drag my progress down. Come on, haha, don't mind these small details. Pulling at the underwear that had sunk into his buttocks, Frankie stuffed the half-eaten hamburger into Galadius' incessantly chattering mouth, then wrapped his arms around his neck and walked toward his creation. Today, let's add some modifications to the BF-35 cannon. Galadius, unleash your invincible ability. The raucous duo interrupted Tom's sentimental musings, looking at each other with kind smiles. Haha, be careful not to blow yourself up like last time. Got it, Mr. Tom. Moments later, Frankie and the others surrounded a transformed flower bomb made from hollow shells. Come on, Galadius, turn the whole bomb into explosives and fire it out with the BF-25. It'll be super powerful. Idiot. If you turn everything into explosives, it will explode at the moment of ignition and firing, just like last time. While scolding, Galadius' hands never stopped. The secretion from his skin gradually permeated into the flower bomb's interior, transforming it into high explosives. As someone with a bit of OCD since acquiring Galadius, he had been searching for the bomb fruit. The golden bounty was naturally effective, and he successfully collected it in Sabaody. However, after Galadius consumed it, he found it was the same named fruit that MR5 had eaten. Unlike the gas bomb of the bomb fruit, which required charging. According to Doflamingo's understanding, this one was more suitably called the bomb man fruit. Any part of the body could explode. Even the boogers that pop out could also serve as explosives, and the air blown out of his mouth could be treated as explosives. He was not even afraid of bombs. Even if he ate a bomb, he would remain unharmed. Watching the bomb gradually change color, Frankie jumped up and down in excitement. Skooey. It looks super powerful. Let's give it a try. Loading and firing, the cannonball traced a beautiful arc and landed on the sea. Boom. A mushroom cloud appeared underwater within a 10-meter range. On the shore, the merchant ship Agobos, which was being repaired, was capsized by the massive waves. Oh, what a resounding power, haha. Seeing this scene, Tom laughed heartily. It worked. Galadius, your ability is simply invincible. A glimmer of envy flashed in Frankie's eyes. Frankie, Galadius, soaked to the skin, Agobos rushed over. Lugio, live well. Gently stroking the orange hair of the beauty in front of him, Roger walked onto the merchant ship without. Mr. Roger, aren't you taking Lugio with you this time to Sabaody? Seeing Roger alone, Leah couldn't help but ask. Haha, I'm just going to catch up with old friends this time, and besides, Lugio is already pregnant. I'm so sorry, I didn't know. I wish you all the best, and hope you return soon. In this situation, Lugio cannot be away from you. Realizing her offense, Leah immediately bowed 90 degrees. No problem, as a reward, I'll take responsibility for the safety of this merchant convoy. Roger looked at Kaga, whose gaze was sharp. This person had seen through his disguise. A few days later at the port of Sabaody, No. 13. Looking at Roger blending into the crowd and walking away, Kaga hurried towards the residence of the Donquixote family on Island No. 1. Although he had no ill will towards Roger, he didn't dare to act recklessly on the way. The Divine Palace. After finishing training, watching the various postures of the attendants, Doflamingo prepared to start a new round of sewing, to give his cheap son a few more brothers. Beep, beep, beeped. As soon as the emergency phone was connected, Teselo's somewhat anxious voice rang out. BOSS Roger has appeared in Sabaody. Doflamingo's spirit jolted and he replied, immediately notify Kaga to take Port Gas D. Lugio away. BOSS Kaga is in Sabaody. This time Roger came on the family's merchant ship. Huh. Collecting his somewhat confused emotions, Doflamingo replied, I'll go personally. Crack. Bang. Doflamingo vanished from his spot and shot toward the Flamingo Minis. GOLD. Roger is undoubtedly one of the few strong ones in the world. However, being a father and a husband raises a question mark. Not entrusting his wife and daughter to Rayleigh, not even informing them of his existence. Perhaps afraid of disturbing the retirement life of his old friend. Finally, when the matter was about to blow up, he informed his opponent, the marine hero Garp. But this kind of operation could rival Odin dancing alone in Wano. One could only say that Kazuki Odin's brainwashing fruit ability is terrifying. In the ancient times of 800 years ago, the time of Kazuki, Below was the daughter of his enemy Yamato. But none of this affects Doflamingo's role as a Whitebeard. Doflamingo halfway suddenly stopped and called his good friend. On the other side, after finishing the old business, Roger elegantly swam back to the Marine headquarters to surrender. This news was urgently sent to the world government. In the Panga City, among the powers, the 5 elders sat around the sofa. What do you think about Roger's surrender? It seems the previous news of Roger's terminal illness is true. We must find a way to control Morgans. Now the focus is on how to handle Roger. Will the Golden Roger, who has stirred up chaos at sea for over 20 years, surrender? We must remember he is from the D clan. But no one knows, right? This news has already been buried in the dust of history. But that doesn't mean he poses no threat. Secretly execute him. prepare to announce to the entire world that Pirate King Roger has been captured by the Marines. Since Roger has been called the Pirate King, the number of pirates has surged across the seas. The Marines and pirates have completely lost balance. The sea needs deterrence, so what do you think? Agreed. 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 Bang. The door of power was pushed open clumsily by Spandam, who was sweating profusely. Elders, it's bad. The news of Roger's surrender has spread across the seas. The faces of the 5 elders, which had just eased, turned dark again, as this meant Roger had lost his greatest value. Whooshed. Spandam saw a flash of the sword, and all barriers between him and the sword-wielding elder were cut open, displaying extremely skilled techniques. But Spandam couldn't see anything. He only felt an urge to urinate rising and unconsciously crossed his legs. The sword-wielding elder gritted his teeth. Morgans. 86 Lugio, you don't want it. Morgans. Seeing the furious expressions of the 5 elders, Spandam's legs trembled, and he knelt down. In the Sabaody World Economic News Agency. As Morgans was packing up to flee, he suddenly felt a chill run down. Glancing at the CP members he had knocked down, he shook his tail. As a smart person, he certainly knew what he had done. He shouted at his subordinates who lacked a sense of crisis. If you don't want to go to impel down, move faster. Hearing this, the already confused newsroom fell into chaos. Unfortunately, Doflamingo couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, he would not only take pictures for keepsakes, but also feel proud. He made one less person walk 24 years of detours. Note 1. In Wano country flower capital. This is truly disgusting. If that guy had even a shred of masculine dignity left, he would commit seppuku to apologize. In order to rescue the hostages, Kogetsu Yutaka, wearing only a loincloth, chose the most foolish method. He danced amidst the laughter of the onlookers. This baffling behavior has persisted for almost a year. Now, even the people of Jiuli who once believed in him have begun to. The loyal vassals of the Kogetsu clan are also perplexed and enraged by their leader's thought process. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. However, the current Kogetsu Yutaka is a naive fool, completely ignoring the doubts and concerns of those around him, and continues to play the fool. Immersed in his own world, he is honing his brainwashing abilities, hoping that one day he can sway Kaido. Inside the Great Snake City, above the street, Kurizumi Orochi looks at the external newspapers obtained through the world government. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Kogetsu Yutaka's support has dwindled again. However, this secret drug must not fall into Kaido's hands. He envisioned the beast pirates getting hold of this and couldn't help but shiver. On Cake Island. Mama. Rod. Oh, I'm so happy, my little ones. I want to eat 2 servings of cake today. Big Im beamed with joy for Roger, who had once robbed her. Charlotte Linlin could only describe in one way. A good death. Whitebeard pirates. Old man Roger has surrendered to the Marines. How is that possible? It can't be from a small tabloid. From the World Economic News Agency. It seems he really is about to die. Gugulu. Saying that casually, Whitebeard continued to drink, respecting the decision of a rival and friend. Golden Lion's small fleet. Captain Shiki. Roger has surrendered. The little subordinate rushed in a panic. How could a man like Roger surrender? After reading the newspaper, Shiki buried his head on Indiego's shoulder, wiping his nose, tears, and saliva vigorously. Whoa, Roger. It seems you really are going to die. The man I acknowledged is going to die, Indiego. In an instant, a fierce look appeared in Shiki's eyes, and his long hair moved without wind, resembling a lion's mane. Then this beautiful world will belong solely to me. Note 2. The South Sea. On Bartolomeo Island. At a corner by the sea. Roger. Touching the image of Roger being captured by the Marines in the newspaper, tears flowed down from Lucas' crystalline eyes. Even though she knew Roger would die in that moment of true loss, Lucy felt as if her soul had been extracted. What a touching sentiment, miss. Lucy. Lucy was startled, wiped her tears, and looked out the window. What caught her? I was a 4-meter-tall figure with yellow hair. Beneath the pink feather coat was a notably muscular figure with sharp angles, and although the crimson sunglasses obscured his gaze, Lucy clearly sensed that the visitor was not friendly. Steadying herself against a nearby table to resist her slightly trembling body, Lucy asked softly, "Hello, is there something you need?" Seeing her response, Donquixote Doflamingo strolled closer, suddenly leaning down to peer through the window, his head pressing against Lucy, his lips curling into a playful smile. "I am here for you, the wife of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger Portgas D. Lucy, I suppose you don't want Roger's bloodline to end here, do you?" Hearing her name and Roger's, Lucy abruptly raised her head. "What do you want?" Gathering a chair, Doflamingo languidly sat in midair, propping his chin with his left hand, looking down at Lucy. "Don't worry, I mean no harm. I have no enmity with Roger. In fact, I am a well-known philanthropist." A philanthropist? Even as an ordinary person, Lucy could tell that this man was clearly not a good person. Seeing Lucy remain vigilant, Doflamingo was unfazed and continued to persuade her. The world government has already learned of Roger's activities here. Let's take a guess at what the world government will do. What will they do? Lucy thought about the information concealed by the world government in her family's records. The world government will likely take the same approach, covering up the traces of Roger's existence, including his descendants. But what will they do? Doflamingo's lips curled into a sinister smile, his words chilling. If they cannot find Roger's descendants, then they will simply kill all the infants collected from around the world. In 1490, in the original timeline, Ace's birthday was January 1st, 1500. It was also Lucas' day of mourning. Even under the watch of Garp, Lucy still insisted on delaying Ace's birth date to 1500. This means that the cleansing in the South Sea in the year 1499 and even the eradication of Roger's bloodline across the four seas extended for a whole year. Although he Doflamingo sells weapons kills as if it were nothing, runs casinos, and manipulates the politics of various nations, when it comes to infants he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. To be a beast, one must look to the world government. Why do you choose to attract the attention of the world government? Lucy was somewhat confused, and not many had the guts to oppose the world government, and the person in front of her didn't seem like someone with that intention. Fufufu, of course, because I am also a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon. They are the enemies of the gods, and Lucas' astonished gaze, Doflamingo's smile became even more twisted. However, that was in the past. When the world government is displeased, when the celestial dragons are displeased, when the Gorsii are displeased, then I am very pleased. Moreover, 14 years ago Roger took in a celestial dragon at God Valley. 14 years later the celestial dragon is raising his posthumous child. Don't you find that interesting? I don't find it interesting, Lucy thought, but didn't voice it. She was beginning to understand the logic behind this person's behavior. It wasn't driven by interests but purely for amusement. I will go with you. A wise choice. 87 Experimental situation. Chambered. You underestimate me too much, world government. Why am the king of news a journalist? Let's take off. Countless news birds tied with ropes pulled Morgan's craft into the sky. In the waters near Reverse Mountain, the once swiftly flying Flamingo Mini is now sailing smoothly. Doflamingo glanced at Lucy sitting on the deck. A glint of light passed through his eyes. Ace's existence had many possibilities. Garuru. As soon as he took it out, Morgan's crooked smile appeared on the phone bug. How does it feel to reveal the truth between the world government and Roger to the public? Morgan's. Haha, of course it's fantastic. On the other end, Morgan stood on the deck, wings spread wide, full of spirit. Doflamingo, I will be moving to the island of Varloros in the New World for the time being. I have already instructed the news birds to deliver the coordinates to you. However, there are no signs of the Golden Lion heading to Marine headquarters. It seems the excitement has drowned your walnut-sized brain, making it impossible for you to think normally. Morgan's. Perhaps I should switch to another newspaper for future news. Doflamingo. Morgan's feathers stood on end, not because of Doflamingo's sarcastic tone, but because of the potential The foresight Doflamingo had already moved the phone bug away, avoiding the sonic attack. Think carefully. The Golden Lion Shiki, like his title, is extremely confident and extremely proud. The only man he acknowledges at sea is Roger. Calming down, Morgan's took over the conversation. So Shiki, unaware of Roger's impending death and the world government proclaiming Roger's capture, would feel extreme humiliation and shame assaulting Marine headquarters. Indeed, although the Golden Lion is now brainless, he would not go insane over a dying man. Morgan's, an excellent journalist, while upholding the truth, also needs a clear mind. After advising Morgan's, Doflamingo looked at the turbulent waves below Reverse Mountain. Doflamingo smiled. In the same place 2 years later, his mindset had undergone a new change. The feeling of having the world situation in one's grasp is indescribably wonderful. This move not only shattered the world government's hopes of regaining its former glory, but also made ambitious individuals. One must know that the Revolutionary Army is much older than Dragon. He is merely one of the leaders, not the creator. Secondly, the use of the float fruit by the Golden Lion is too wasteful. Such a capability with deterrent, strategic, creative, and productive properties. Those with intentions should take advantage of it. Days later. Hey, are we just going to keep sailing in the air like this? Lucy felt a bit restless. She wasn't unfamiliar with being at sea. In past voyages, she could still enjoy the sight of fish and scenery in the sea. The aerial journey, which had initially been stunning, was starting to feel dull and tedious. Pushing up his sunglasses, Doflamingo pointed toward the faintly visible Sky Island ahead. Of course not, as surely Roger has told you stories of Sky Island. Let me introduce myself. My name is Donquixote Doflamingo, the new god of Sky Island. Leah is also one of your people. Looking at Doflamingo's back, Lucy found it hard to believe. How long had this man been plotting against her family? Doflamingo burst into laughter. Fufufu, she is just a little girl who knows nothing. Of course you can think of her as an accomplice. As they spoke, Apiato was already in sight. On Thor Island. The pirate king Roger will be publicly executed in Low Town in half a month. Note 1. After reading the newspaper, Enel looked at the 7-meter-tall figure wrapped in low-frequency currents and asked, Moria, don't you want to see how the pirate king dies? The pirate king is too far from me. Right now my goal is my and my crew's freedom. Moria raised his giant sword high and struck down fiercely. Boom. The people building Thor Island nearby, hearing this, were moved to tears, and their bricklaying hands felt invigorated. Whoa. Captain Moria is working so hard we can't slack off. Today I will flatten this hill. Come on, let me see my... Oh, little ones, today I will swing my sword 20,000 times. 10001 10,002. Moria's arm surged with Haki as he began a new round of training. Shikukaba, let me consult the young master's opinion. Watching this scene, Enel found it somewhat difficult to comprehend this emotion. Shaking his head, he handed it over to the young master. Apiato, the Royal Laboratory, the observation chamber of the successful experimental subject. Caesar was showing a fawning smile to Doflamingo. BOSS Judge has already arrived in Nordist. It is expected that before Roger's execution, the replicants will be able to reach various strongholds in the North Sea to carry out defense tasks. As for Kapu, this is the choice of the age. I remain uneasy about what Luogia truly intends. Luogia's era is already at its end. Time passed. Luoga Town, one of the countless isles of the East Sea, utterly ordinary. No peculiar climate, no distinctive produce, and even pirates seldom set foot there. But in recent days the calm of Luoga town had been shattered. All because of the waiting death of Luogia, the place of the pirate king Luogia's birth and the place destined to become his end. The once unremarkable Luoga town suddenly drew all eyes across the sea. Countless people with various designs converged from every direction. Of course Doflamingo was among them. At present dozens of navy warships hovered off Luoga town, 10,000 marines arrayed and ready. While guaranteeing Luogia's public execution, they also seized the chance to sweep up some lawless elements. On the outskirts the Holianyao and a cluster of pirate and merchant vessels crowded together. Staring at the dense armada, Ainilu felt curious. Young master, shall we just go over like this? After all, they were hardly innocent folk. A few veteran retainers of their household were fine. Though they murdered, pillaged, and trafficked weapons, none were wanted by the Navy. But Emolia still had a bounty hanging at the Navy's notice as a West Sea strongman. Foo, no matter wait a little, an old fellow will entertain them. Doflamingo smiled, as if enjoying a show watching the distant sky. At that moment, a roaring wind rose from the sea. The sky darkened as if midnight had fallen, of visibility dimmed. Countless ships took to the air, blotting out the sun above. Most striking was the vessel at the forefront, island-sized in appearance. Even after the Battle of Adawa, there remained nearly 100 pirate crews, tens of thousands of subordinates under him. No wonder he is acknowledged as the strongest pirate power, the admiral of the Jinshirzi fleet. So in the original timeline, Jinshirzi storming the Navy headquarters alone was clearly madness. Counting the vessels in the sky, Doflamingo realized that even weakened by a previous blow, Jinshirzi's strength exceeded his expectations. Where a clamor had just been, silence fell instantly. Moments later, terrified cries rang across the sea. The world's greatest swordsman. The flying sea pirate approaches. A monster. Alarms blared through under the Navy's wary gaze. A figure slowly drifted down from the sky and hovered above the fleet. Dressed in a kimono, wooden clogs, 2 long swords hanging at his waist, all the traits of Wano. His hair flowed like a superhuman, main brows raised, a cigar clenched in his mouth. A fragment of a ship's wheel was stuck to his head, lending him a slightly absurd air. He inhaled his cigar, and looking at the alert Marines, Shirji spoke with disdain. Hey Marines, bring Luogia out for me. Watching the brazen Jinshirzi, Sakasaji ground words from his molars. Jinshirzi, this is no place for your arrogance. Red Dog attack. The young Vice Admiral Chiquan initiated a massive fist turned to blazing magma, erupting like a volcano. The magma punch shot forth, immediately blanketing the horizon. You are not ready yet. Young Marine. Jinshirzi glared as the molten rain threatened to engulf him. The Marines watched in dread. The high-temperature magma rain froze midair and solidified into 100 soft-meters wide molten lion's head, then inverted toward the ships below. Before the Navy's weaker soldiers could collapse under the onslaught, a chill rose from the sea. Ice block storm pheasant beak. A vast ice bird ascended from the water and collided with the molten lion's head. Boom. Thick steam and flying debris obscured most vision. Yasukani Magatama. Countless light projectiles pierced the smoke toward the sky. A trace of impatience flashed in Shirje's eyes as he looked toward the central dog-headed battleship. Enough of these childish games. Kapu, bring Luogia out. A sword aura capable of cleaving hundreds of kilometers ripped through everything in its path. Light projectiles, cooling magma, and ice alike. They were split apart and hurled downward without slowing. Fistbone meteor swarm. Shells burst from the dog-headed hull to counter the slicing waves. The resulting shockwaves sent the sea into ceaseless trembling. Kapu, wearing his doghead cap, shot from the cabin to stand before the three, a barrier between them and the assault. Ha, Jinshirzi, stop talking nonsense. Come on. Kapu stepped off the deck and leaped into the sky riding a moon. He lion Thousand Ren Valley. Across the battlefield, Marines, pirates, merchants, and the people of Luoga town beheld a spectacle none would forget. The sky was punctuated by the metallic clash of steel. Every collision between Kapu's iron fist and Shirje's famed blades released an ear-piercing screech, spitting sparks. A white and a yellow silhouette darted and collided through the sky again and again. Oh, truly the Admiral Jinshirzi. Set upon him, men. The leaders on both sides fought with blazing fervor. The Jinshirzi fleet and the Navy fleet began to exchange fire. For a time, cannonballs, magma, ice, and light orbs scattered across the battlefield. Is this what true strength looks like? Emolio watched the sky with heated eyes. Ai Nilu wore a grave expression. Even as a stormfruit user, he found it hard to keep pace with the combatants. Taizwaloa felt a stirring of yearning. The gold ring on his finger danced. Let's go. Doflamingo roused. They threaded through the chaotic Navy fleet, and the Holianyao steered toward Luoga town. He cared little for the battle's outcome. A severely damaged Navy meant Luoga town would be safer for them. A badly wounded Jinshirzi would also help Doflamingo in his future plans to seize the Piao Piao fruit. A double win for him. Evening fell at the seaside restaurant of Luoga town. Emolia, Taizwaloa, are they done fighting? Ai Nilu squatted by the window with an apple salad, watching the halted combatants and asking the two behind him. I don't know, but one day I'll be that strong too. Perhaps both sides had reservations, Taizu replied, scanning the battle and sensing restraint on both sides. Jorah's cooking is still better. Doflamingo swallowed the last shrimp on his plate and glanced at the paused skirmish. Neither commander showed signs of grievous injury. It seemed more a formality than a true slaughter. Both fleets fought at range, avoiding boarding actions, and losses were negligible. He began to explain to the three. If Jinshirzi recklessly charged into close combat, He might have broken the navy lines, but Luo Jie is already headed to death. He is not worth that sacrifice. Even with the 3 monstrous vice-admirals and the hero Kapu, they might take Jinshi, but this island also holds Luo Jie's crew and opportunists. No one can fight with complete abandon. Their primary objective is to execute the pirate king Luo Jie publicly before all eyes. What deterrent does a surrendered pirate king truly pose to others? A cold hoarse voice laced with arrogance took the thread. Fu, that's right. Perhaps Luo Jie will ignite an even wilder age. Duo Fulingming turned his head to the door. He liked the roll of a foil. A large familiar gold hook caught the eye. A scar split the man's refined face, and the cigar at his lip added to his brazen air. Duo Fulingming's mouth twitched, a rare loss of composure, as he regarded the tall, elegant figure before him. A deep breath of cigar smoke, and the voice of Kuluokiter emerged from the haze. What kind of chaotic age do you imagine it will be? Duo Fulingming pushed up his sunglasses and countered with a question rather. How do you see it? A paradise for the strong, a hell for the weak. And I shall be the strongest among the strong, Kuluokiter declared with steely tone. Fu, I like your words. No wonder 2 years ago you clashed with the devil's progeny Sha Kuluokiter. How about an alliance? Duo Fulingming grinned. You propose to join forces? Yes. With Luo Jie dead, the remnants of the old age will one by one be buried. What follows is a riotous era where strength reigns supreme, and we happen to possess that strength. What say you? You are qualified to claim a slice of the cake. Duo Fulingming made a cutting gesture as if slicing a strength. Duo Fulingming. As a drug dealer, do you truly rely on the West Sea strongman Emolia behind you? Kuluokiter asked with doubt. He had seen many self-styled champions die beneath his hand and feared no brute force. Young master. Boss. A crackle of lightning ran across Ainilu. Emolia drew his great sword, glaring at Kuluokiter with disgust. Who had Emolia offended? Taizwala quietly produced a den mushy to contact family. Duo Fulingming's face darkened. He raised a hand to halt the three's motion. He suddenly realized a weak point in his image. The few battles he could present had either lacked spectators, or he had suppressed the news himself, leaving others with the impression he was merely a drug dealer. The towering figure rose and peered down, replying coldly. Then perhaps you should personally measure my capital, Kuluokiter. With a sweep at the 3 behind him, Kuluokiter answered with a storm. Guhahaha Sangale. A hurricane condensed in his palm, and the restaurant's walls and floor were ripped and shredded. The nearby pirates who read the air scattered at once. The storm leapt across the space between them, its fury growing. A tornado 20 meters high surged out. Is that all? Show me something real, Kuluokiter. Enormous phyla threads burst from beneath the sand, instantaneously sapping the storm's momentum. Boom. Dust swirled and cloaked the surroundings. As you wished, Duo Fulingming, Desert Saber. Kuluokiter roared. His arm became a massive sand blade that tore through the dust toward Duo Fulingming. Surpassed the warhammer. Boom. A ranged bludgeon wrapped in armament Haki smashed the sand blade cleanly to pieces. Duo Fulingming arrived before Kuluokiter in an instant. A massive iron fist collided fiercely with Kuluokitar's golden hook. Boom. I am more than one hand. Duo Fulingming's mouth curved into a smile. A few string arms erupted from beneath him and pounded toward Kuluokiter. PFT. Kuluokiter was pierced cleanly, his sand-formed body flung high. The natural type devil fruit proved troublesome. Duo Fulingming frowned. His blow had not landed solidly. At the moment his fist would have struck, Kuluokiter had already scattered into sand. Still having faced Barite, is that all he can do? Is this the result of his change? Kuluokiter reformed at a distance and leisurely drew on his cigar. Another reckless adversary had appeared before him. Will you dodge only with observation, Haki? Where is your armament, Haki? Kuluokiter. Has Whitebeard utterly broken you? Duo Fulingming pressed his advantage. You are courting death. Corrosion Requiem. Kuluokitar's face darkened as he unleashed the sand fruit's strongest land, wooden tables, buildings. Every last drop of moisture was sucked out as everything turned to sand. He built the battlefield most suited to him, a desert of his own making. Fu, this is more like it. Surely you are familiar with this. From a loft away from the desert's corrosion, Duo Fulingming smiled with satisfaction as his Haki fused with his flesh. His powerful frame swelled again, resembling an ancient Greek strongman statue. The same ability as Barite. Kuluokiter immediately recognized the change. Indeed, he is my half-brother by different mothers, came the brittle reply. Then how about this? Desert greatsword. Countless great blades thrust toward Duo Fulingming as a dense black web extended from the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The desert greatsword stabbed like birds trapped in a cage, lifting the web, but failing to tear it asunder. Use your armament, or is it that you can no longer deploy it, Kuluokiter? Duo Fulingming's voice muffled and dangerous beneath artificial muscles grew hoarse. In an instant he appeared behind Kuluokiter. Then died. Kuluokiter was hurled like a cannonball, tearing through house after house, and crashing toward the ship's moor. Truly a dangerous child of the celestial dragons. Kapu, who had just ceased fighting, watched the scene. He shook his head and moved toward a deck chair. Along the coastline, explosions echoed in more than one place. Pirates crowded Luaga town like beasts in a narrow cage. Killing is an instinct. A leave note. I need to take some time off. There are some small issues. I will head home for the next 2 days and try to keep update. How can one fight without sufficient stamina? A single punch would incapacitate you, except for Wang Nika. Then let us return to the battle. Say the portly reclusive Mariah, 20 years later, versus Crocodile. Both are severely deficient in armament Haki. If Mariah fails to seize Crocodile's shadow, he will suffer a brutal. But what if it were Crocodile, freed from impelled down by Kaku 2? Kaku 2 possesses future sight enhanced armament Haki and extraordinary physical resilience, capable of swelling even Wang Nika's hand with sheer force. Crocodile, I believe, would almost certainly endure that same merciless thrashing. Does Crocodile's alliance with Mihawk truly elevate him to red-haired Shank's tier? That seems implausible, though if Oda insists on drawing it that way, so be it. Combat strength is inherently unbalanced. There is no absolute equilibrium. Yet absolute strength does exist, and that is precisely the path I intend to follow. Fourth, strategic aptitude does not equate directly to raw combat power at the same tier. Consider an example. What is the first tactic most seasoned strategists envision when confronting Shiki the Golden Lion? Why bother fighting you at all? Instead, he seeks out desolate islands, again and again. The smallest conceivable island, say 100 by 100 by 5 meters, calculated conservatively assuming only loose soil with a density of 2 tons per cubic meter. That yields roughly 3 tons per cubic meter, totaling 115,000 tons, hurled from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Dropping such mass upon ordinary citizens of world government allied nations. How many times could the world government withstand such assaults? Yet a true powerhouse could cleave the island asunder. Thus, strategic capability cannot be conflated directly with. Next, let us examine the credibility of the 3 disasters and the 3-star generals. In my view, their designation signifies proven capacity to retaliate and survive against admirals or Yonkadir opponents. Disagreements are welcome, truth sharpens itself through rigorous debate. Take Jack the Drought, a frequent subject of parody among fanworks, mockingly dubbed 10 billion bounty 9 billion teeth. Yet consider his actual battlefield debut. Jack attacked the warship where Donquixote Doflamingo held prisoners. The guarding force comprised 4 naval vessels plus Fujitora Sengoku and Tsuru. For argument's sake, let us assume Sengoku and Tsuru, advanced in age and diminished in vigor, possess only the combat capacity of a weak-level Shichibukai. Jack's performance. He sank 2 warships and survived. Would Fujitora truly hold back against Jack? Thus, the 3 disasters and 3-star generals, commanders within the 4 emperors' fractious dominions, carry. Finally, consider the rarity of flight. Though moonwalk exists in this world, true aerial mobility remains exceptional. Recall how the Big Mom pirates twice plummeted from the waterfall of Wano. Catastrophic, pitiful, singularly tragic. And yet the Scipians lived peacefully atop their floating islands for centuries. Did the celestial dragons never desire, whether or not you wish for them? I certainly would were I a celestial dragon. Under Mariah's towering lead, Donquixote Doflamingo strode toward the execution plaza with Inaru and 2 others' eyes scanning the crowd. He searched for Crocodile, whose dread of Whitebeard ran far deeper than imagined. Throughout the entire battle, Crocodile deployed armament Haki only once, in that final brittle moment before fleeing as a Logia. No wonder he now stoops to bullying children in the kingdom of Alabasta. Indeed, playing only with the inept makes one ever more inept. Soon the square teemed with people. Those who failed to secure prime vantage points erupted into fresh bloodshed. Stop shoving. Damn bastard, what's jabbing my ass? Die. Mariah, silence them. Yes boss. Shadowhorn greatsword. Mariah's lips curled into a ravenous. The already massive blade swelled, further amplified by his own shadow. Before nearby pirates could grasp what was happening, they were torn limb from limb. The fortunate ones met swift decapitation, their final spasms flickering with fading life. Save. Instantly the area around the 4 cleared. This method ignited sudden inspiration among surrounding pirates. Wide-range slashes and explosive attacks erupted everywhere. Naval forces guarding the plaza were led by the fiercely zealous Akainu and Kazan, both utterly indifferent to the carnage. To them, the more pirates dead the better. Clank-clatter. A modest yet uncanny sound hushed the entire courtyard. From the corridor parted by Navy ranks emerged Joel D. Roger, manacled, condemned yet unbowed. Sunlight bathed him. His tousled black hair stirred in the breeze, his crimson cloak billowing like a banner of defiance. Not a trace of fear crossed his face. Instead, a radiant smile illuminated his features. Not the grimace of a doomed criminal, but the serene certainty of a sovereign approaching his throne. Pity. Such a peerless warrior, and yet I shall never cross blades with him. Doflamingo sensed Roger's death was imminent, yet the Pirate King's fearless resolve remained beyond his own reach. Doflamingo withdrew a pristine Vivre card, intending to record Roger's final moments for his wife and son. Before world government officials could recite Roger's charges according to protocol, golden light tore through the sky. Shiki the Golden Lion descended. He gazed upon Roger kneeling at the scaffold, emotions churning within him. Unspoken, unnameable. Slowly he drew, Roger, it seems you truly are dying. Ha, yes Shiki, I am. But I will never die. Roger strained to lift his head, meeting his old friend's gaze, his strength nearly spent. What nonsense are you spouting? Garp's stern voice materialized quietly at the periphery, not to guard Roger, but to contain the madman Shiki. No need, Shiki. Dying in my homeland is a rare grace. On the other end of the Vivre card, the 5 elders watched this spectacle unfold. Whether Roger dies today or not, diagnostics confirm his demise within this week. How long until Sengoku reaches Low Town? Half a day, almost certainly too late. Shiki is indeed mad. To prevent further disruption, execute immediately. Gazing upon Roger's smile, Shiki, the man who dreamed of world domination, suddenly yearned to understand that dream. Roger, does the final island truly exist? Ha ha ha, One Piece is real. I've hidden all my treasure there. Want it? Then go find it. After a breathless pause, Roger summoned his last reserves of observation, Haki, and vitality, his roar echoing not just across the plaza, but deep into every soul present. Go seek it. I have placed everything, this entire world, in that one place. Execution. Two soldiers, shaken from their stupor, drove their spears deep into Roger's body. Blood sprayed forth. Thus ended the legendary reign of the king of the pirates. Even the heavens wept. Rain fell somber and sorrowful. His treasure? The pirate king's treasure. Roger was dead, but the crowd surged with feverish agitation. Did he? Laugh Tail. The ultimate singular grand treasure. I'm setting sail. In moments, not only the assembled pirates, but all of Lobetown citizens, were swept into frenzied speculation over Roger's final words. Boom. Once more the room of power required reconstruction. Tables and floors shattered anew. Damn Shiki. Damn Roger. The five elders' faces darkened like Lobetown's storm-laden sky. Roger's last words had not only nullified their intent to awe the seas, they had plunged the ocean into deeper chaos. Order Garp to pursue Shiki. Accelerate Sengoku's advance. Roger is dead. Why doesn't that lunatic Shiki crack? Two gazing at Shanks and Buggy, sobbing like stricken pups. Doflamingo smirked maliciously, resolving to mail them those very photographs later. Roger's death stirred no profound grief in him. The common folk would suffer anew in the coming tempest, but Doflamingo owed Roger gratitude. Without escalating chaos, where would an ambitious schemer like himself find footing? Let's go. With Shiki here, our pressure is minimal. With that, Doflamingo signaled his group to depart. No spectacle, no profit, no reason to linger. Boom. A shockwave detonated overhead, toppling buildings below. Garp and Shiki clashed midair. Far offshore, a golden shockwave rose like a newborn sun. It slammed straight into pirate vessels moored ashore. Sengoku, the Buddha, strode across the waves. Will Shiki perish here, young master? Inaru murmured, gazing skyward, awestruck. He means to flee, and none shall stop him. Walking away, Doflamingo sighed faintly. Roger was dead, but the elusive panda man remained unfound. Golden shockwaves and razor-edged slashes collided mid-heaven with thunderous force. Boom. The concussive aftershock sent crowds sprawling. Purge Lobetown. With that command, a colossal golden Buddha statue soared skyward, its radiant shockwaves sealing off Shiki's evasive paths, its immense frame moving with astonishing agility. The Navy roared with renewed fervor. Oh, Admiral Sengoku, let no pirate escape. My shadow-gathering ground is just as vast. Mariah declared, undeterred by his own fragile Haki. Young master, I can do this now too. Inara challenged, eyes locked on Mariah. Is that so? We'll test that thoroughly later. If I'm displeased, you know what happens. With that veiled threat, Doflamingo cast a knowing glance toward a nearby alleyway and raised a hand to halt his group. An intriguing figure approached, a tall, slender man radiating cold, piercing intensity, wearing a purple hat, round glasses, and narrow bead-like eyes. As one of the three monster admirals, and a Logia user of the ice fruit, you intervene in Lobetown's chaos not to restrain pirates, but to confront me, a mere merchant. Doflamingo's tone was laced with amusement as he rotated his wrist. Since when does an 80 million berry bounty hunter from the West Blue, Mariah, serve as bodyguard to merchants? Kazan's expression hardened. This man bore responsibility for the sea's descent into turmoil, and the peril of the secret drug had become increasingly clear to him over the past 2 years. This was the moment to apprehend him wholly and finally. Fufufu, he isn't your bodyguard. He is merely a failure. And you? Doflamingo's grin turned feral, and his form dissolved into nothingness. Kazan's pulse spiked. Danger flared behind his skull. You're next. Bang. His body exploded into fragments. Doflamingo shook frost from his fist, growing impatient. Logia users loved these parlor tricks. Locking onto Kazan's mental resonance, he issued a glacial warning: leave, or die. Too dangerous to let slip away. Kazan resolved such a volatile threat possessing such power must be captured by Admiral Garp and delivered to impel down. Ice time. Frost spread instantly, world slipping back into an ice age. Buildings ground, even air crystallized. Nearby pirates froze solid in terror and despair. The ice proliferated relentlessly. Doflamingo, anticipating this, had already elevated his group into the air via skywalk. He would never willingly enter another's domain. Ice block pheasant beak. An icy bird erupted upward from the earth, detonating in frozen fury. Birdcage thread saw wire. Razor-sharp threads, refined to birdcage quality, sprang from Doflamingo's feet, whirling like lethal blades. The colossal ice bird shattered instantly. Inaru. Yes. Eyes alight, Inaru's electro-enhanced observation Haki locked precisely onto Kazan, reforming his next assault within the ice. 100 million volts cardiac arrest. A searing current, deep violet, near incandescent, ripped across the sky. Vroom. The blast engulfed the entire zone. Kazan recoiled. Ice conducted electricity. He armored himself fully in armament Haki, yet still his body seized in rigid paralysis. Damn it. That instant sufficed. Doflamingo activated devil mode, muscles coiled, armament Haki blazing at maximum output. Shaved. His right foot struck skywalk dozens of times, air exploding with each step as his body vanished in a blur. High-speed movement, the instinct of the apex warrior. You're pathetically weak at this stage, chicken. He reappeared instantly behind Kazan. A fist thick with knuckle dusters blackened by armament Haki smashed toward this stage. Kazan's mind raced, but too late. All his armament Haki surged toward his skull. Crack, boom. His skull visibly caved inward. His body rocketed backward, embedding deep into the glacier. Agony. Skull fractured, brain hemorrhaging. Kazan realized his body was slipping beyond control. This foe was beyond his capacity. Cursed, why no intelligence? Ice Age. An endless wave of cold erupted. Viewed from above, an iceberg surged from Logetown, centered on Kazan. All eyes converged. That's Kazan, the third monster admiral. Annihilation in an instant. The scale is overwhelming. This is nature's wrath, Logia incarnate. Above, Garp and Sengoku had no time to spare for the ground. One Roger wasn't enough. Now Shiki must be seized. Kazan. At two other corners of Logetown, Kizaru and Akainu sensed the anomaly. Their philosophies had not yet diverged sharply. Both sped toward Kazan's location. He kicked down with crushing force. Boom. The skull thread divine warrior's head snapped sideways, ceasing its output. The final beam sliced through everything in its path, like a cutting machine, cleaving the terrain cleanly in two. Boom. Simultaneously, Kizaru was sent flying. At last he understood what his past enemies had endured. Ignoring Conqueror, Doflamingo straightened his head and reamed at Akiji, who was concentrating ice crystals. After all, the Marines would be enemies soon enough. Today he would roast this Akiji into a lifeless fowl. Haki's overwhelming resonance jolted him back to full awareness. If his Haki were stronger, it would become truly dangerous. Kawa Iri. Kizaru sprang from the rubble, gazing at the colossal thread divine warrior, now aimed once more at Akiji, and suddenly felt a sharp throb behind his temples. A Logia devil fruit user with awakened powers plus a ghost tribe warrior standing nearby. What possible offense could Akiji have committed against such adversaries? Yada no Kagami. An endless barrage of light projectiles erupted from Kizaru's front. Do not disturb the young master's amusement, divine will. Standing between Kizaru and the young master, Enel felt a surge of exhilaration. He had yet to encounter an opponent whose nature mirrored his own. Judgment. Boom. A pillar of lightning collided with the light barrage, unleashing a piercing metallic shriek. At that very moment, the iceberg before Akiji melted, releasing torrents of scalding steam. Rather than fear, Akiji felt elation. His already hazy consciousness spiraled into complete loss of control. Sakazuki erupted from the earth as molten magma, surging upward to intercept the incoming light column. His right arm instantly transformed into blazing magma, like a volcano erupting at blinding speed, and shot forward. Magma dog. Boom. Light and heat detonated in a cataclysmic burst. The shockwave radiating outward seared the eardrums of pirates and Marines alike. Moria raised his massive sword high and brought it crashing down upon the colliding Sakazuki. This spectacle drew the attention of the three figures above. Hihi. What vibrant energy this youth possesses. Shiki roared with laughter, his blades Sakuraju and Kuraki cleaving apart the long-range shockwave launched by Sengoku. He lunged again toward Garp. What a troublesome fellow. Launching a direct assault on the Marines. Surely the five elders will raise no objection. Sengoku frowned, scanning the chaotic battlefield below. Then a colossal Buddha's palm wreathed in crackling black lightning rose into the air. Danger. Even the battle months earlier against Big Mom hadn't evoked such visceral dread. Doflamingo felt his observation Haki tingle with the same jolt Peter Parker might feel as Spider-Man. His heartbeat thundered across the battlefield. Crisis, from above. In the split second, Sakazuki was knocked off balance by Moria's strike. The skull thread divine warrior surged upward clad in obsidian black armor. Crack. The Buddha's palm struck empty air. Yet the skull thread divine warrior was driven straight into the earth like a nail. A vast palm print imprinted itself upon the ground, centered on the fallen warrior. Hihi. Sengoku, must you resort to ambush even against a newcomer? Lion Thousand Cut Valley. From Shiki's hands erupted several titanic crescent slashes, carving toward the momentarily distracted Sengoku. Young master. Enel faltered. His grip on the golden rod slackened, and was struck squarely by Kizaru's Tatsuka Tsurugi, sending him hurtling toward the coastline. Boss. Trafalgar Law gritted his teeth and sprinted toward where Doflamingo had vanished. Whether for gratitude or mere survival, if the boss perished, he possessed no chance of enduring this battlefield. A West Blue hero. Your bounty remains too low. As a future rival to Whitebeard, Sakazuki slowly forced his broad blade upward, eyes locked onto Moria with savage intensity. Dog bite Crimson Lotus. His right arm instantly morphed into a magma-formed canine head, hellborn and ravenous, as it lunged to devour Moria's skull. Damn, that hurts. Accursed Marines. Moria met the blow with a fist shrouded in armament Haki, but searing heat nearly cooked his hand raw. His Haki still fell short. Crack. As Doflamingo burst from the earth like a blood-soaked specter, Law and the others' faces lit with relief. Conversely, Sakazuki and his comrade hardened their expressions. He still retained combat capability, a most unwelcome development for them. TCH. Spitting forth a mouthful of blood, visceral and thick, Doflamingo smiled. Fufufu. So this is true armament Haki, excruciating. Though every inch of him, save bone, bore wounds, Doflamingo burned with pure exhilaration. He had witnessed genuine armament Haki, not merely wielded but projected across distance. No wonder Sengoku the Buddha himself stood as Whitebeard's eternal nemesis. Truly formidable. Boss. Law rushed close, concern etched across his face. I'm unharmed. Doflamingo waved him off, glanced upward at the ferocious clash among the three, then turned toward the two Marines braced for battle, his tone laced with sardonic amusement. Fufufu. Shall we continue? 3 unknown Marines, I hold the advantage. Moria silently took position behind him. Enel stationed along the shoreline crackled with gathering lightning, preparing to unleash his power. No further words needed. You shall spend your days and impel down. Sakazuki stepped forward, eyes locked fiercely on Doflamingo, each word forced through clenched teeth. If they could just hold him here, not only Admiral Sengoku, but other vice-admirals, would soon arrive after concluding their own engagements. Is that so? Then Akiji may well perish before your eyes. How much can Marine headquarters afford to lose? Enel. Kizaru and his ally flinched, inwardly glancing toward the distant, unconscious form of Kazan. The Logia user's target was never them. Gungnir. A golden spear erupted forward with blinding speed. Damn it, the instant Kizaru moved to intercept, Doflamingo and Moria struck. Sakazuki's expression darkened. Moria alone posed a formidable challenge. With Doflamingo added to the equation, he feared ending up as Akiji's pitiful counterpart. His arm transformed into a colossal magma fist, launching relentless volleys to disrupt their movement, buying time until Kizaru returned. Exactly the reaction he'd hoped for. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed. Countless black threads wove themselves into a dense armored spiderweb, intercepting the incoming magma fists. Even reinforced with armament, Haki the web frayed and dissolved under the unrelenting magma barrage. But that was sufficient. Doflamingo enveloped Moria and launched them both toward Enel. The ship could be abandoned. He could fly after all. Sakazuki's face darkened as he registered Doflamingo's trajectory. An unnamed desolate island. A massive sword pierced a sea beast and was propped over the campfire. Moria's bandaged hands occasionally turned to roast. Enel, battered and bruised by Kizaru, lay swathed in bandages unconscious. Law sat nearby coordinating with his family's merchant fleet. Doflamingo gazed at the moon perplexed. Monkey D. Luffy truly possessed uncanny fortune. If anyone else had been born his grandson, he'd have been crushed by Sengoku long ago atop that execution platform. And that elephant calf Jack. How in the world did he survive assaulting Sengoku Fujitora and Kobe simultaneously? Surely he'd sunk 2 ships, then collapsed into the sea gravely wounded, only to be rescued by his fisherman crew leveraging their aquatic resilience. Within the corridors of power, the 5 elders sat in solemn conclave. Shiki's grand fleet has been nearly annihilated, an unprecedented decline for the Lion Pirate. Should we dispatch G5 and G1 to invade his territories? Seconded. Let Sengoku accompany them as insurance. Garp shared a prison cell with Roger. He is no longer trustworthy. Seconded. Doflamingo is an unstable bomb. As a traitor to the world nobles, his entire family should have been executed upon his defection. Before his departure regarding the national treasure, he knows nothing. Set him aside for now. The situation in Wano remains uncertain and the seas will grow ever more chaotic. Shall we enact the 7 warlords of the sea decree? Naval strength is woefully insufficient against today's seas. Proceed. Seconded. Seconded. Who shall be selected? And by what criteria? Strength first. After all, it's merely dogs tearing at one another, and a fresh target for diversion. The devil's progeny Douglas Bullet, Crocodile who fought him, and the naval hunter Dracula Mihawk. First issue formal summons. Here is CP's compiled record of Roger's movements this year. South Blue Sabaody Archipelago. 93. Aftermath of Logtown. G5 branch. Alarms blared throughout the fortress. Vice Admiral Virgo, what is the purpose of this assembly? Adjusting the cloak gifted by his former superior Vice Admiral Messiat, Virgo offered his assessment. News of Shiki has spread across the seas. It must relate to him. Are we to attack Shiki himself? That would be suicide. Ignoring the chattering Commodore, Virgo strode directly into the conference room and took a seat in the... Soon all officers of captain rank and above assembled. Fujibayashi Junichi, commander of G5 branch, sat at the head, grease glistening on his lips, belly swollen beneath his uniform. Though clad in naval regalia, he resembled a pirate more than a marine. Slouched lazily in his seat, he spoke. Headquarters orders us to cooperate in attacking Shiki's domain. What are your thoughts? What kind of leader breeds what kind of troops? 3 rear admirals lounged with feet propped on tables, puffing cigars as they spoke freely. Let G1 go first. Precisely. We'll see Shiki's accumulated treasure first. With such a vast fleet, his gold must pile like mountains. Admiral Fujibayashi, fortune awaits. Absolutely. Let's do exactly that. Before any operation began, the commanders were already celebrating. Admiral, shall we deploy all forces, or retain personnel to garrison the base? That sudden voice doused the gathering like cold water, chilling the atmosphere. They exchanged glances. None wished to forfeit this opportunity for riches. Seeing Virgo remain impassive, Rear Admiral Simon, who had previously worn a stony expression, softened his features into a warm smile. He turned to his superior. Admiral, if Vice Admiral Virgo raises this concern, let him remain behind to guard the base against pirate incursions. Agreed. Indeed, our primary objective is the assault on Shiki. We must preserve full combat strength. Precisely. Moreover, when Vice Admiral Messiat fell, Virgo not only retrieved the head of Drias, the blood-handed worth 30 million, yet also led most of the Marines safely back. Utterly reliable. Yes. Virgo, the base is yours to command. At Reverse Mountain, a merchant vessel crawled upward. Shiki, Sengoku, and the Navy's 3 great heroes clash. Shiki assaults the Pirate King's execution ground. Admiral's crushing defeat. Severely wounded escape. Shiki flies away. JPG. The fall of GOLD. Roger's crew. His final words revealed. The One Piece is real. The truth behind the grand treasure. The ruined Lowtown. A new pirate star versus a marine vice admiral. Regret not watching. Stunning revelation. The secret bond between Gold Roger and Shiki the Lion. What you see editor reincarnated. Discarding the final nonsensical newspaper Doflamingo began sifting for use. Shiki wasn't captured, so he fled outright. Few possess the means to stop him now. I wonder, if he's wounded as badly as rumored, could Akiji, Enel, and Moria together overwhelm and kill him? Guru. The ringing din mushy interrupted Doflamingo's reverie. Virgo, what developments at G5? Doflamingo, G1 and G5 will jointly assault Shiki's territory with reinforcements dispatched from Marine headquarters. Admiral Sengoku himself leads the operation. I remain stationed at G5 branch. With the world government preoccupied, Dressrosa is vulnerable. Your plan may now commence. Shiki's injury is perfect. Pity he didn't die. This unexpected gift stunned Doflamingo. Then he smiled swift and sharp. Fufufu, my comrade, you may return home sooner than expected. And the gift prepared for you eagerly awaits its destined radiance. I too awaited Doflamingo. Click. Doflamingo turned toward Law beside him. Law, convey this fortunate news to the Charlotte family. Surely Big Mom won't object to acquiring additional territory. Let our flames burn ever brighter. Issue underground bounties. Offer gold for the heads of Dressrosa's soldiers. I want every sea near Dressrosa ablaze with chaos. Also target the neighboring kingdom of Prudence. Deny usurper Riku any external aid whatsoever. Understood, boss. Law hurried toward the cabin to contact multiple factions. He remained too weak, able only to perform these minor services for his boss. Thinking this, Law clenched his fist. Power, the strength of true masters, was what he craved. Damn, it hurts. Old fools Garp and Sengoku. Rubbing his throbbing temple, Shiki reached for the twin swords at his waist. His fingers grasped only air. Only then did he notice the bandages covering his body, and recall the battle had ended. But where precisely had he landed? Indigo, where are we? PSHHH. I told you. No strange noises, Indigo. Karakura. Oh, I thought you weren't there at all. As for location, you'll need to step outside and see for yourself. After all, you're the one who performed this miraculous landing. Shiki emerged from the cabin and saw a colossal giraffe's head rising toward the floating island overhead, reaching for leaves suspended in the sky. Sea King. Shiki frowned. No, pure gigantism. Or perhaps an ancient creature. And Indigo pointed toward the distant writhing mass of an enormous octopus entangled with a sword-backed dragon. Extremely aggressive. Shiki raised the floating island to evade the giraffe, then surveyed the deck, scattered with a few large and small cats, and asked, where are my subordinates? Karakura. Indigo gripped his own throat and pulled. Most perished in Lowtown. Others broke free and vanished beyond contact. Shiki. He shouldn't have asked. Suddenly his wounds throbbed anew. PSHHH. Indigo paced back and forth, muttering to himself. However, I've discovered these creatures possess immense potential as war machines. I've named this place Flying Island Merville, the Miracle Sanctuary. Where exactly is this? According to my observations, near the East Blue Calm Belt within the Grand Line. Or rather, more than half the island lies submerged within the Calm Belt. The New World. Aboard the Moby Dick, the crew stirred with anxiety over Lowtown's news. Shiki has vanished. Father, that man, Roger, is truly dead. Father, was Roger's final declaration about the One Piece. Edward Newgate's gaze drifted into emptiness, recalling the sake party beneath the cherry blossoms. Even drunk, his voice resonated with unshakable conviction. It exists. Then let's sail to Raftel, father. Blackbeard pushed forward, eyes alight with longing. A new treasure. Yes, father. You are the next pirate king. Kurorara, you are my treasure. 94. What do you take the Marines for? Cake Island. Over the past year, her empire's rapid expansion had filled Big Mom with such joy that she indulged in 2 extra slices of cake. Her former beauty had long since vanished. Perched upon the throne in her castle, she resembled a mountain of flesh. Parasparrow strode through the castle gates, bursting with excitement. Mother, Shiki remains missing. His garrisons are fleeing his territories. And Doflamingo has delivered highly valuable intelligence, Mama. Mama. So Shiki truly suffered unprecedented devastation. What good news does my son-in-law bring? Big Mom's eyes flashed crimson. The New World Marine branches, G1 and G5, will launch a joint offensive. The soldiers swept the Golden Lion Sea area of Paroli. Big Mom rose from her throne. How could she miss such an opportunity? The entire island's glutinous rice was like the incomplete little monsters cheering along with the great king in Journey to the West. Whether it was cakes, desserts, jams, or wooden houses, they all began to shout. Berry Island. Berry Island. Crossing the East Sea in the doldrums through the accelerated sea current of the Justice Gate of Judicial Island, many military forces of the Navy have returned to the Navy headquarters. Sakazuki walked out of the hospital with several vice admirals, his expression grim. Steelbone looked serious. The outcome in Rogue Town was not optimistic for the Navy, and the authority of the world government had also been severely damaged. Moments later, all personnel above the rank of Rear Admiral gathered together. Steelbone began to issue new orders. Sengoku G1 and G5 have completed their assembly. You are to lead the troops immediately. This time they would completely clip the wings of the Golden Lion. The world government was already searching worldwide for traces of the Golden Lion's activities. Next time they would use the blood of the Golden Lion to deter the restless pirates. Akainu Kizuru Fujitora Queen and Fire Mountain, you all go together. Yes, Admiral. The vice admirals who had just felt somewhat disheartened suddenly perked up. Akainu, you go prepare first. Kong rubbed his temples contemplating how to respond to the upcoming situation. Seeing Kong's reaction, Crane and Sengoku exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Moments later, only a few high-ranking Navy officials remained. Advisor Crane began to list the dangerous elements that appeared in Road Town according to convention, determining specific bounties. Donquixote Doflamingo, along with his subordinate, who possesses the Thunder Fruit ability, as well as the Demon Moria from the West Sea, Navy Hunter Hawkeye Sandstorm Crocodile, and Roger's pirate ship. Wait a moment, little Crane. Interrupting Crane's narration, Kong handed out copies. This is the new government order from the world government. You all take a look. The 7 warlords of the sea. Pirates holding positions. Legalizing plunder. Has the world government gone mad? Bang! Zifa, who had been simmering for 9 years, erupted instantly. His still intact right arm turned the document bearing the government's order and the wall behind it into rubble in an instant. His family had all perished at the hands of pirates. In the current chaotic situation of the sea, the world government is not arming itself. Instead, they are recruiting pirates. Oh, what is this? Zifa's hair stood on end as his eyes turned crimson, looking up at Kong. He closed his eyes, struggling to voice out in a hoarse tone, Kong, tell me this isn't true. What does the 5 elders think the Navy is? What kind of pirates can't be arrested? Another celestial dragon riding on the Navy's back. Is Doflamingo also among the invitees meant to restore the identity of this wandering celestial dragon? His actions in the North Sea and the circulation of secret medicines are all intricately linked to him. Moreover, Kazan is still in the hospital. This is raising a tiger to harm. At the port, Sakazuki and the others looked at the exploded conference room, their expressions puzzled. They didn't know what the big shots were up to. In Wano Country, Onigashima. In Queen's Funk Laboratory. Red bean soup is still my favorite. After replenishing his energy, Queen, dressed in black and white overalls, lifted the injured captive under his mechanical modified arm while rubbing the red spoils in his other hand. Hey, tell me where this thing came from. Queen was filled with a strong curiosity about this item. 3 days ago, he thought it was just an ordinary patrol of the sea, and generally no pirates could reach Wano Country. Unexpectedly, he encountered a ship of lucky bastards. What was even more unexpected was that the kid in front of him, when his teammates were almost dead after consuming this so-called secret medicine, actually displayed a portion of awakened traits. This was of great value to his beast pirates. Cough, cough. I can't breathe. Nick clung tightly to the mechanical arm, as if holding onto a lifeline, his eyes bulging, and the spine held in Queen's grip began to crack under pressure. Let me go. I will tell you. Nick was now blacking out. Queen's hideous face began to blur, and his consciousness was on the verge of fading. Bang. Hoo-hoo. Yo, speak up, kid. The Grand Line and the New World both have it. The New World is sold by the Charlotte family and can be bought with gold. What did you say? It's that simple. Queen's glasses nearly fell off in shock. The things that awaken Zoan types are already spread throughout the sea. Has the era changed? Or have they fallen behind in Wano Country? Yes, Lord Queen. In the flower capital, in the largest brothel, the courtesan was swaying over Kaido. Goo-hoo-hoo. Kaido looked down at his underlings outside and shouted loudly, is Odin dancing today too? Even without malicious intent, the capricious Kaido still put immense pressure on the waiting guard, fearing a blow to his head. Trembling, he replied, yes, boss, that idiot has started again. Yororo, this is truly delightful. If Kazuki Odin didn't act so foolishly, how could this country begin to fall apart? Bang! The 6 turtle fat man almost rolled in as he came in. Without understanding the situation, Queen excited, big brother, there's a major incident. I'm busy with important matters, you idiot. Kaido's good mood was instantly ruined as he shouted harshly. Black and red lightning began to churn outside, and the waiting guards were sprawled on the ground like cut wheat. Kaido picked up the kanabo he had set aside. Seeing the situation in the room and his brother's reaction, Queen's glasses fell off, and his tongue trembled like a... He came at the wrong time. Kaido's massive body vanished from Queen's sight as the kanabo struck Queen's round head. Boom. Queen's rounded body crashed directly into the ground, and the house shook from the impact. 95 Wow. Looking at the giant snake that he accidentally struck wet. Great snake, please forgive me. The half-fruit servant pressed her forehead to the ground, trembling all over in panic. Ignoring the servant beside him, Kaido the great snake frowned as he stared at the center of the tremor, lost in thought. Kaido, what are you up to again? Big brother. The extended mechanical arm emerged from the pit, revealing the red pill at the center. Wait a moment, this thing is very important. Seeing that there was no further attack, Queen's head cautiously poked out, eyeing his brother's gloomy face, and spoke carefully. This thing can grant a person a portion of awakened traits. Oh. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Kaido's mouth as he spoke coldly. Eat it. At a critical moment, he interrupted. There are important matters to attend to. Damn bull-headed brother. Realizing there was no way to avoid it, Queen raised his head and swallowed his spoils. As a mechanical modified Brachiosaurus, Queen felt for the first time how lively his physical part was. It was as if he had obtained a second life. A primitive thrill surged in his heart. Roar. Queen let out a roar, his body rapidly expanding, transforming in the blink of an eye into a massive 15-meter tall Brachiosaurus. The massive size resembling a small mountain was enough to instill fear. This was his prior form. Yet the change did not stop. Queen could feel the secret medicine still exerting its effects. His size was proliferating, strength wildly increasing, surging, and escalating. The medicine's effects made Queen uncontrollably begin to feel proud. Damn, big brother. I told you there are important matters. Hey, let me show you. The power of science and abilities. Queen began to act separately with his head and tail producing mechanical sounds as they connected, resembling a fat snake. The remaining part of his body emitted high-energy reactions. Key and Brachiosaurus cannon. The high-energy bomb instantly exploded on Kaido, flames and explosions soaring into the sky. Queen darted into the smoke, armed color covering every inch of his body like a giant python strangling its prey, tightly coiling around Kaido, who had not evaded at all. Muhahaha, my newly developed technology, what do you think now, damn big brother? How does it feel? The sounds of bones clashing and muscles compressing echoed non-stop. You're not bad. You hurt me. Kaido, instead of being surprised by Queen's explosive power, was rather pleased. It was indeed formidable strength. However, it was just a little painful. Moreover, Kaido saw the blood lust in Queen's eyes. His intelligence had dropped. The previous Queen would not dare to present his head before him. Hurt. Queen's expression grew more furious. What a joke. He was invincible now. Black fiery light. A scorching ray began to gather in Queen's mouth. Screech. Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache, Queen's coiling body was slowly pried open by Kaido. With both hands swinging, Kaido's rough palms grabbed Queen's little braid. With the other hand, he struck Queen's chin hard. Oh! The mouth explosion combined with Kaido's rising dragon punch made Queen's head tilt back, letting out a painful scream. The lower half of his face instantly twisted and deformed, and his steel fangs were also smashed to pieces. Show me your awakened form. Kaido fiercely gripped Queen's braid, channeling all his strength to smash the fatty snake towards the ground beneath them. Boom. The exquisite floor of the brothel cracked again, and Queen's entire head was buried in the soil. Before Queen could react like the Hulk smashing Loki, the fatty snake was repeatedly smashed into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sounds of impacts echoed throughout the flower capital, as if the god of forging was crafting his divine weapon. The onlookers, awakened by the shockwaves, turned pale with fear. If this continued, even Queen, the mechanical modified Brachiosaurus, might not withstand it. Indeed, Kaido is the strongest. What trouble has Lord Queen caused? Never mind, I'll go call Lord Jin. Kaido let Lord Queen go. However, the two in the center of the battlefield remained unmoved. Dong. Dong. Queen's headless body began to pull away, running into the distance. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Lord Queen's body is running away. Before the crowd could react, the sounds of movement approached again, and the frequency was increasing. Queen's body charged forward, having built up strength over a long distance, his heavy limbs pounding against the ground, with each step shaking the earth, kicking up swirling dust. Brachiosaurus bomb. The enormous Brachiosaurus body shot out like a massive cannonball, instantly appearing before Kaido, crashing into Kaido's chest like a gigantic tank. Ugh. Boom. Kaido, who did not evade at all, groaned as he was sent flying back by the terrifying power of the Brachiosaurus, crashing into the wall behind him amidst a cloud of dust. Muhaha. Combine. The head and tail separated, each attaching to the body. The Brachiosaurus, towering at 25 meters, once again stood on the ground. Queen looked at the shadow faintly visible in the dust, laughing triumphantly. Big brother, this is the power of the combination of technology and abilities. Then let me see where your growth lies, or is it just this? Kaido, with a slightly scratched chest, slowly emerged from the cave he had smashed through. He picked up the kanabo that had just been stabbed into the ground. The flowing armed color began to cover it, if not more. Kaido revealed his hybrid form, the dragon-scaled face, showing a sinister grin as he threatened. In the coming month, Queen, say goodbye to red bean soup. Queen's blood-red eyes were filled with disbelief. His rugged older brother actually resorted to such despicable means. His reason burned to ashes in an instant. Roar! The beastly and human sides of Queen began to unite under the same obsession, rising in a beastly form, but not a normal beast-human form. Instead, it was a new species of beastman form. The previously shattered steel teeth rapidly regenerated. His neck and tail distinct muscles and steel coexisting like countless interconnected hinges. Mechanical steel claws covered the traces of muscle. Following instinct, he leaped towards the greatest threat, Kaido. Uroro. This is more like it. Kaido laughed heartily. Although there were drawbacks, he could see the potential in Queen's current form, bending his knees slightly before unleashing a powerful strike. The dilapidated roof of the corridor was completely shattered by him. Thunder. The thunder summoned by the azure dragon fruit crackled above the 8 precepts' dazzling light, making the onlookers think their boss was holding an irregular ball of light. Kaido roared as he swung his kanabo, a blow infused with all his power, striking down fiercely on Queen's left arm. 8 trigrams. Crack. The mechanical left arm was instantly snapped in two, and the impact of the 8 precepts continued to hammer down on Queen's temple. Accompanied by the clear sound of bones cracking, Queen's glasses shattered, and a glimmer of clarity flashed through his eyes. Why was he fighting with Big Brother Kaido? Wasn't he here to offer medicine? His mountain-like body transformed into a stream of light and crashed to the ground. Boom. Accompanied by a roaring noise, Queen fell towards the ground like a drill. All of this was observed by the Black Birdman in the sky. Uroro. Kaido laughed in satisfaction at his masterpiece. Bang! The disaster of flames landed on Kaido, asking, Big brother, what stupid thing did that fool queen do again? After venting, Kaido returned to normal mode. He was testing the good thing he found call him over when he wakes up. In the Golden Lion Sea area of the burning Big Mom's subsidiary sea area, Ming Palace Island. On this island there is only one massive building, containing food gambling brothels and the central most important underground bounty market and death-fighting arena. Referred to by pirates as the Palace of Desire. Laughter, anger, dissatisfaction, moans, screams, and boasts filled the air. The Hell Pirates slowly approached the shore. Little ones, let's go. This time I'll give each of you 2 girls. Oh. Ming Zhai is the captain of the Hell Pirates, once the new leader of the Hell Hand family in the West Sea. Previously, he had a strong ambition to challenge the pinnacle of the New World. But now, after witnessing the battle between the Golden Lion and the former pirate king Roger, he now only wants to make money. As a pirate, isn't it all about enjoying freedom? Hello, Lord Ming Zhai, this is your profit, this time worth 10 secret medicines. Would you like me to help you exchange it for 3,000 desire coins in the Palace of Desire? This time, all exchanges come with 10 instances at the Ice Fire D Dragon brothel. The staff at the counter leaned close to Ming Zhai, innocently blinking her big eyes. Ming Zhai could even smell the new honey fruit shampoo she used on her head. It was indeed sweet. But none of that mattered. Ming Zhai had already fallen into the creamy depths below. Unable to help himself, he uttered, "Okay." The crew behind him instantly turned pale. The money was gone. The next day, a noticeably thinner Ming Zhai and his companions staggered through the entrance of the underground bounty office. Upon entering, they immediately sensed that something was amiss. It was understandable that there were no people in other locations, as pirates often found themselves thrown out for lack of money. But how could the underground bounty office be empty? Looking at the ever-present staff member in a cheap how that opened at the waist holding his waist, Ming Zhai asked, "Are there any new?" Ming Zhai, you arrived just in time. There is a long-term task available to attack the countries of Dressrosa and Protons, as well as the neighboring nations. Each of their soldiers is worth. Really? Just the soldiers? Ming Zhai and his companions' eyes sparkled with excitement. That's right, and it's a long-term task. As long as it isn't cancelled, it will remain valid. Many have taken on this task, Ming Zhai. This is a welfare opportunity from the underground bounty office. All you need are the heads of soldiers from these countries. If it weren't for Big Mom heading to the Golden Lion Sea area, this task wouldn't even exist. Ming Zhai and his companions felt invigorated. With a powerful figure backing them, they could charge into battle and simply collect their rewards. Go grab the money. Oh. Pirate ships rushed toward the Dressrosa Sea area like arrows released from a bow. Sabayati. The scenes transmitted by the Den Mushi made Doflamingo's smile bloom even more. Pirates. Perhaps some were pursuing their so-called dreams. Most, however, were just common mortals succumbing to their desires. Of course, he was no different. Pika Enel Moria Ulkimabais, let's go reclaim my kingdom. Yes, Bios S. Young Master Doflamingo. The 5 exchanged glances, excitement visible on their faces. Tesoro Laoji Jora, you stay behind at Sabayati to protect Tesoro, if necessary retreating to Sky Island. I will arrange for Torpol to guide you. Leave it to us, young master. Yes, boss. Clenching his powerless fist, Tesoro replied unwillingly. After experiencing the gathering of strong warriors at Lobetown, who wouldn't want to be one of them? But he was currently too weak. Even entering the new world, the boss hadn't included him in the combat personnel. Noticing Tesoro's strange emotions, the spiritual mentor Doflamingo comforted him. Don't worry, Tesoro, you're still young. Then he changed the subject, a meaningful smile on his face. Moreover, Lao Ji and Jora will help you. I believe that after this experience you will undergo significant growth. Golden Lion Sea area. Watching the colossal ship approaching slowly, Wolf Zhilang, who had never felt such pressure before, was astonished. So Big Mom's influence is this great. How dare they suddenly attack us? Our leader is the Golden Lion. Looking around, he realized he was the biggest one present. Struggling to steady his trembling legs, Wolf Zhilang forced himself to speak. Big Mom. Lord Shiki is about to arrive at Berry Island. If you know what's good for you, retreat quickly. Mama, the scent of fear, life, or dead. Facing the crowd on the beach, Big Mom's eyes exhibited ripples akin to the Rinnegan, and her soul curses echoed throughout the land with her booming voice. Life. Mama, incorrect answer. The cost is 50 years of life. The intangible soul was grasped in Big Mom's hands. Bang! An aged, collapsed corpse fell onto the beach. Wolf Zhilang instantaneously achieved the transition from youth to the grave. If just moments ago the Golden Lion's crew felt a great threat after experiencing Big Mom's soul fruit abilities, they fell into an abyss of terror. Nanny, what is this? Lifespan can actually be extracted. Cookie Soldier, Lu Bing, Candy Maiden, Charlotte and her crew certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity to attack. Cookie's glutinous rice and candy completely flooded the coast. On the side of the Golden Lion Sea area near the entrance to the New World, Knife Island, the Navy fleet appeared one after another. Instantly the alarm sounded throughout the island. Navy attack. The time to pledge loyalty to Lord Golden Lion has come. Bang, 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 bang. Cannonballs flew from the naval ships. Kizaru stood atop a cannonball observing the heated Knife Island and commented, wow, even after the Golden Lion's disappearance they still maintained such vigorous fighting spirit. Truly deserving of the New World's pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The coastal defense was instantly shrouded in smoke. Before the surviving pirates could catch their breath, 8 Sun Jewel. Countless dazzling light projectiles shot out from within the smoke. On the main ship of the Navy fleet, they looked at the one-sided situation. Sengoku instructed the people behind him, Oni Spider assist Akainu in attacking the left side of the KO Islands. Fire Mountain, you and I will head to the central Mafesa Islands. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. For Kaji, you stay here and wait for Borsalino. Once he's done, we will jointly attack them. Understood, Admiral. As for why he wouldn't contact Borsalino, who was currently cleansing the pirates, it was because he could never tell which of the talking Den Den Mushi belonged to him. The Burning Dressrosa. Ghost Island. Ouch, 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 damn, big brother. As soon as Queen regained consciousness, he felt the pain of his shattered bones. Lifting his left arm, he discovered it was empty below, leading to another howl. My mechanical arm. Damn. That cursed bull-headed brother. Moments later, just after cursing his brother, Queen stood properly in front of Kaido. Gulyulu. Having downed a tankard of liquor, Kaido, slightly tipsy, began to inquire about serious matters. Queen, the thing you created this time is really useful. Remembering the power that sent his brother flying before he lost consciousness, Queen began to feel proud. Yes, big brother, this secret medicine is extremely useful. Although it does affect reason, it has a significant impact on our beast pirates. Then he noticed something was off. Watching his brother's face grow increasingly somber, he felt the need to explain. Big brother, this thing wasn't created by me. It seems to be the work of my former colleague, and the only sample I had was consumed, so it cannot be replicated. This secret medicine has now fallen into the hands of the Charlotte family. Charlotte Linlin. Kaido muttered to himself and poured himself another tankard. Seeing his brother's attention shift, Queen let out a sigh of relief. The drunken big brother was reckless. He didn't want to endure another hit from the drunk dragon's gossip. Gulyulu. Half-drunk Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, his body stretching and elongating rapidly, blue dragon scales sprouting from his skin instantly, becoming a massive dragon that blocked out the sun. Boom. Breaking through the top of the skull, he hovered over the flame cloud in the sky. Queen, keep an eye on the house. His booming voice rumbled like thunder, and in an instant the blue dragon soared into the sky, disappearing amid the clouds. Big brother. On the ground, Queen clutched his forehead in pain, or just because Uten was a dancing fool didn't mean he lacked strength. With big brother gone, what would happen to the warriors of various nations and the black charcoal, Orochi? Proton's kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. That idiot's bomb destroyed the head I severed. Let me die. Get lost, you idiot. Weren't those just the heads of ordinary civilians? As soon as Ming Zhai arrived, he felt the enthusiasm of his companions. Charge, everyone. The people on this island are our money. Oh. In an instant, a large group of pirates rushed out from the island, heading for their pirate ships. Run. King Elizabello II is coming. Go, go, go. The sight of Ming Zhai and his group advancing filled the pirates with emotion. Whoa, he's so great, taking the initiative to block. I'm crying. King's fist. The powerful golden shockwaves swept across the coast like autumn winds scattering leaves. Nanny. The frontline Ming Zhai and his group melted into the light. The battle king Elizabello II in his prime retracted his exhausted right fist, gasping for breath, and instructed the bloodied royal guard in front of him. Replenish your strength and prepare for the next pirate attack. Send intelligence to the world government and mobilize the G5 naval forces for support. Yes, your majesty, the battle king. Elizabello II gazed toward Dressrosa with a worried look. Damn pirates, I wonder how Liku King is doing. G5 branch. At this moment, in the command center of the base. BB. The alarm of the Den Den Mushi sounded continuously. Lieutenant Colonel Virgo. Mush. The heavy gaze made Major General Jia Ren suddenly awaken, pointing at the Den Den Mushi. Mr. Virgo, is everything really alright? These countries' emergency calls. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku is cleansing the Golden Lion Sea area. The alarms ringing simultaneously in these countries are merely the pirates' disguise. Their goal is to distract Admiral Sengoku's attention. Our duty as the defenders is to protect the rear for the Admiral. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Mr. Virgo. Dressrosa as a place with natural defensive capabilities. The situation was slightly better compared to Proton's kingdom. Soldiers, Admiral Sengoku is already cleansing the remnants of the Golden Lion. At most the day after tomorrow, these pirates who killed our compatriots will go to hell. Oh. Listening to their king's promise, the exhausted soldiers felt a surge of strength once again. Returning to the temporary royal tent, listening to the continuous booming sounds from outside, King Lyca's face was grim, and after a long pause he spoke heavily to his army leader Jirusi. Jirusi, we have completely lost contact with the outside world, and no new reinforcements will come. At most tomorrow, all defenses of this kingdom will fall. As the king of Dold III, I will perish with this kingdom. Your Majesty, I can take you. King Liku raised his hand to stop the ensuing words. No one understands your strength better than I do, Jirusi. Even the sword fighter Riki that I disguised as was easily defeated by you. So it was you, your majesty. After slightly easing the heavy atmosphere, King Liku continued. But as a king, it's already enough to be unable to save one's own country. Dying with the country is my last glory, so do not try to persuade me further. I hope you can take Scarlet and Violet away. Violet is only 5 years old. This is a selfish request from a father. Clenching his fist, the unburdened Jirusi replied solemnly. I will protect both princesses well. This is in return for your mercy and kindness, your majesty. Golden Lion Sea area. The highly efficient Akainu burned the KO Islands. He began to burn the Raya Island. A massive group of magma fell from the sky, and one by one the pirates, caught off guard, let out horrifying screams before merging with the magma. Watching Akainu wreak havoc along the way, Fonkai Shun, he never expected to have such a leisurely opportunity to claim credit. He cheekily approached Oni Spider. Oni Spider Akainu is the next candidate for Admiral Right. Just focus on doing your job. Coldly dismissing him, Oni Spider locked his gaze on the coastline to prevent any escaping fish. He truly couldn't understand how someone like Fonkai Shun-e managed to become the commander of the G5 base. Mama, the singing ship appeared from the west, its towering figure immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Big MOM. Contact Admiral Sengoku, and Admiral Kazuru. Big MOM has joined in. Oni Spider immediately instructed those behind him. Bang! Big MOM displayed unexpected agility for her size, smashing down from the deck toward the coast. But it seemed she fell just short. The lowly Navy soldiers watched this scene with hope. No matter how powerful an ability user is, they would be powerless if they fell into the sea. Candy Sea Cow. A giant glutinous rice candy shaped like a sea cow timely surfaced, allowing Big MOM to land safely on it. Looking at the battleship before her, she issued a nightmarish summons. Life or dead. Admiral Sengoku. Meteor Volcano. Akainu chose not to respond, and instead delivered a punch. Countless lava fists covered Big MOM and the singing ship following her. Prometheus. Mom. The yellow round ball that had just entered cartoon form was instantly ignited by Big Heavenly Fire. Prometheus charged straight at the incoming lava fist. Boom! The massive explosion instantly blinded most onlookers. But this did not include Akainu. Ming Dog. Like volcanic ash spewed into the sky after an eruption, the molten iron fist charged through the smoke and fiercely attacked Big MOM. Flame of the Blade Mother. The well-fed Prometheus attached itself to the sword formed by Napoleon. Boom! In an instant, sparks and magma erupted. Not caring about the high-temperature flames that fell upon him, which would only enhance his magmas, Might Akainu stared at the face behind the flames and spoke. Big MOM, this is not a place for you. Mama magma bread, I can go wherever I want. Zeus. Raising Napoleon. Big MOM struck down again. At the same time, a large amount of thunder fell from the sky. On the other side, Fonkai Shun-e and Oni Spider faced a three-pronged attack from Katakuri Paraspero and Krieger, instantly finding themselves in a perilous situation. Kaji have Borisolino depart immediately for Raya Island to support Akainu. Big MOM has joined in. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Cake Island. The sky was tumultuous, thunder rumbled and raindrops began to fall. A massive head with a hint of red emerged from the clouds. The stationed Amond and Yeshu were momentarily stunned, thinking the abnormal sky meant Mom was returning. Little did they know it was the strongest monster of the new world. Linlin, come see me. Mom is not at Cake Island, she's in the Golden Lion Sea area. Amond desperately tried to relay the message, knowing Kaido's volatile emotions were exacerbated by his drunken state. Even if Mom had a past with him, he couldn't afford to be careless. Cake Island must not suffer any losses. Owl. Seemingly responding, the blue dragon once again dove into the clouds and lazily flew off into the distance. Dressrosa. Shu. Once a knight clad in armor, the leader of the kingdom's army, Jirusi, now donned the coarse homespun of a civilian hiding in a commoner's house. Carefully watching Violet, who was on the verge of tears. In the corner, a slightly older Scarlet crouched on the ground, burying her head in her legs, quietly asking, Mr. Jirusi, my father won't come back, will he? King Liku will forever live in our hearts. In the past, King Liku, who usually wore armor, rarely donned oversized armor as he stepped onto the front lines, gazing at the pirates below. Pirate, I am the king of this nation, and my head must be worth a great deal. Let me see. His head is worth 2 billion. Ha ha ha. Your head, let Bloodhand Flying Axe Laven take it. My axe is swift. Nonsense, it's mine. The pirates surged toward Li Ku Wang in a frenzied wave. Watching their ugly, ravenous faces, Li Ku Wang sighed. This is the last thing I can do for my country. Wei Aolite Si Ka late live on. Li Ku Wang's hand sought the fuse. Li Ku Wang's expression abruptly changed to a body that had been under control went rigid like a statue robbed of its animating charm, utterly unable to move. Puffed. Blood spouted like a fountain. Laven had not lied. His axe was indeed swift, and his first blow cleaved Li Ku. The pirates stared at the flying head and measured one another's moves. 200 million for a head, and none of them would yield. The severed head's gaze happened to lift toward the sky. A cloud drifted aside at the right moment. A group watched his dying visage with grim curiosity. It became clear pirates are not always the victors. With that thought in his mind, Li Ku Wang sank into finality. Ha ha ha, what a splendid spectacle. Duo Fu Lang Minggu, who had personally ended the life of the usurper Lao Baideng, was pleased. Ai Lu Mo Li Yo Wu Air Ji Ma Ha Bai Si. Begin your performance. Below, someone wondered, was Li Ku Wang being controlled? Seeing Li Ku Wang make no impact, Zhu Lu sure knew another power had intervened. But with the kingdom tightly encircled by pirates, how could they escape with the two princesses? Wei Aolite. No. While Zhu Lu Shur and Si Ka late stood stunned, little Wei hurtled toward her father's. Father. Father. Laven turned to the rushing child, his eyes lighting up. Did I hear correctly? Father, how much is Li Ku Wang's daughter worth? You cannot pay such a price. Divine retribution. A brilliant pillar of lightning shrouded them. The farce below did not draw Duo Fu Lang Mingji's attention. To him, with his current power and influence, mere Dressrosa was nothing more than another waypoint and training ground in the new world apart from the Grand Line rewards. There was of course a purpose in bringing Ai Lu and the others here. Duo Fu Lang Minggu stared toward the Golden Lion Sea, lost in thought. Without Dressrosa and the Pu Luo Jianxi kingdom diverting navy forces, he wondered whether Zhang Gui's strike could kill or mortally wound Big Mom. The Charlotte family. I very much wish to possess them. Sengoku-san, be forceful. The Big Mom, that duo Fu Lang Ming Gu coveted, was unleashing tremendous power. A fist swaddled in Zeus's thunder smashed the energy bullet Bo Lu Sali Nua had fired. With the other hand, Napoleon cleaved the magma, hurled by Saka CG. Besides flames, there are vexing bolts of lightning. Saka CG, has this woman ever been wounded in this fight? Huang Yuan asked the weary-looking Saka CG as he surveyed the unscathed Big Mom. Magma cannot reach her flesh. Even if her body were iron, magma would melt it away. Then we can only wait for Zhangguo's admiral to arrive. Watching Oni Spider left with only 3 of his original 10 blades under the 3-pronged assault of Ka Taku Li and the others, Huang Yuan fired off. Saka CG, hold on, Ba Jing. Borrowing the light, Huang Yuan seemed to split into 3 in an instant, appearing behind Pei Luo Si, Pei Luo Ka, Taku Li, and Kuli Jia simultaneously. His right foot became photonized and struck in a flash. Boom. Pei Luo Si, Pei Luo, and Kuli Jia vanished in streaks of light, crashing down upon the shore. Only Ka Taku Li, whose observation Haki had crept into the realm of the uncanny, managed to evade. Oni Spider sagged, drained, and collapsed to the ground. As for Fang Bushun, he had already been cleaved by Kuli Jia. Ka Taku Li did not see to his elder brother and younger brother. The vision his Haki had shown moments ago left his scalp tingling. He shouted toward Big Mom, Mother Zhangguo is coming. There's trouble in Dressrosa. The Navy hasn't split its forces. Predicting the future. Nuomi, you are terrifying. Bachi Cheonggoyu. A single strike missed. Huang Yuan immediately unleashed countless light bullets, completely obscuring Ka Taku Li's position. With no room to move, what use is foresight? Boom. Smoke billowed. Candy Maiden. Shockwave. Salted pretzel. A golden sphinx and a massive sword energy shockwave closed in on Huang Yuan from too slow. Huang Yuan dispersed into photons and taunted in a languid voice that irked his foes. AI Air Bafu Spear, Weigua. A gigantic blade energy blast hurled Saka CG far away. Mother's surprise assault. Napoleon crackled with lightning, and Prometheus bore Big Mom like a living thunderbolt, leaping before Huang Yuan and forcing him to retreat from further assault. Boom. Huang Yuan dragged the spent Oni Spider toward Saka CG's direction. He had no intention of facing Big Mom Hedon. Everyone fall back. Or stay and die. Charlotte Ling Ling. A vast golden impact swept in from the distance. The sea they passed looked as if an infant had scrawled it with an eraser, leaving long, unhealed gouges in the water's surface. Ming Guang Cannon. A blue-white pillar and a golden column of energy collided with a thunderous crash. Boom. What had been twilight was bathed in scattered energy like noon. A golden Buddha rose upon the shore. Blood-smeared Saka CG and Huang Yuan stood as if ancient Buddhist guardians seeking to subdue a demon, eyes fixed upon Big Mom and her forces. The tide of battle turned in an instant. Ha ha ha, Zhangguo, when did an old dog like you dare set foot in the New World? A dreadful power surged from Big Mom, and even the singing ship's Nuomi soldiers began to fall into slumber under that. The New World is also territory of the world government. Under that pressure, the Conqueror's Haki and Zhangguo welled forth. A Haki that embodied the world government's dominion. Boom. The sky split. Carrying the triple-forged Ming Guang blade, Big Mom glanced at the trio behind her. It seemed truly dangerous. Souls accumulated by the Soul Fruit converged under Big Mom's control toward the tip of the Ming Guang blade. An energy proportion Big Mom manifest appeared before them. Mother Cannon, 3,000 Li. The energy Big Mom, free of mass, streaked through the sky and appeared before Zhangguo in an instant. Iron Block, immovable deity. Zhangguo radiated a dazzling golden brilliance like an indestructible Buddha charging to subdue the monster. Boom. Blue-white energy scattered. The energy Big Mom turned into a streak of light and flew backward. Like a Buddhist immovable deity, Zhangguo emerged unscathed. Big Mom followed the Ming Guang blade, primed and black-red lightning spiraling about it. Ha 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 ha, Zhangguo, die. AI Air Bafu Spear, Weigua. A violet Haki slice rent the heavens, swinging at Zhangguo. Great Buddha strike. The Haki shockwave took on a dark hue, exuding lethal menace. Boom. The profound silence of great sound. The violent clash deafened onlookers like Ka Taku Li. After a brief stalemate, the Haki shockwave rose from below and shattered the Haki slashes, and with disbelieving eyes, Big Mom was struck hard across the jaw. Half her teeth flew free as Big Mom was hurled airborne. The beach around her erupted like a field of landmines, dust and sand billowing. Boom, boom, boom. The sonic booms kept battering Big Mom. It was the sixth technique's tide. In that brief suspension, Zhangguo's iron fist unleashed shockwaves hundreds, even thousands of times. Pum 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 pum. A relentless barrage resounded through heaven and earth. The energy Big Mom returned in the form of an energy cannon to buy its mistress precious time. Boom. Zhangguo pulled back to a safe distance, gasping. What a monstrous constitution. Big Mom reappeared in the sun. Her battered surface, bolstered by a steel balloon, showed no obvious ruptures. Only bruises and blood leaking from her mouth, proof she was far from unscathed. Admiral Zhangguo, we have arrived. Kaki Huashishin and G1's Rear Admiral Lin arrived belatedly. Sakasi Ji Bo Lu Sa Li Nua, take down the Charlotte family. Kaki Huashishin, Lin, Sakasi Ji, and Bo Lu Sa Li Nua pressed toward the 3 Ka Taku Li. The trio stood back to back, Nuomi, Candy, and Cookie forming a protective bulwark around them. Is this the end, Zhangguo? Your era like Rogers should end today? Red light flared in Big Mom's eyes. Though fortune might not be her, she would not yield honorably. Her children, however, might not escape unscathed. Ming Guang Cannon. Ho ho ho, what a lively scene. The sudden interloper made both sides look toward the clouds. A flushed dragon head poked from the clouds. The world's strongest creature Kai Duo. Xia Luo Te Ling Ling had never heard Kai Duo's voice sound so delightful. Before Zhang Guo and the others could fathom how to respond, the dragon head was wreathed in flames like a colossal torch from the... Let me join as well. Rising Dragon. Flame 8 trigrams. A flaming dragon head suffused with Conqueror's Haki descended like a meteor, like a celestial weapon, like Apocalypse itself. It slammed down. A few soldiers would survive that impact. Zhang Guo leaped, condensing his highest Haki art into his Great Buddha Strike. A dark gold shockwave met the fire dragon's head. Boom. A fierce explosion scoured layer after layer from the ground. The ensuing blast swept Nuami's soldiers and naval troops aside like dust. An immeasurable light shone like a second sun in the night. Ugh, I'm dizzy. At the basin's center, Kai Duo rubbed his slightly damaged horn and emerged. Ha ha ha, Kai Duo, you are... Seeing Kai Duo and scathed, Big Mom turned to the golden Buddha emerging from the smoke. Zhang Guo, it's 2 against 1. The island was a ravaged arena. 3 combatants stood like fighters, a gleaming golden Buddha, a dragon person with horns and a tail, and an ordinary human facing each other. Half today's pirate brats taken to surviving by family ties. Kai Duo and Big Mom exchanged a glance of mutual disgust. Absent outside forces and coincidence, they would unlikely ever meet twice. I don't know why Kai Duo came. Ling Ling, the secret remedy was your doing, wasn't it? My dear son-in-law gave it to me. Useful. Big Mom laughed heartily at Kai Duo's fortuitous arrival. They spoke as if the world did not exist around them. Zhang Guo did not interrupt, for the men cast into the sea still required aid. A few choice words, however, made Zhang Guo's face darken. Secret remedy. Son-in-law. Duo Fu Lang Ming Ji's specter lingered still. At that moment, Zhang Guo did not realize that on the matter of Big Mom's death, the devoted duo Fu Lang Ming Gu shared the same intention. If you think you can leave just like that, you are far too naive. Watching his sailors rescued and ferried to the warship, Zhang Guo fixed his gaze on the two, and a tide of Conqueror's Haki surged forth. Sakasi Jibo Lu Sa Li Nua, wipe out the Charlotte family. Seizing the initiative rather than trading a Haki contest with them, Zhang Guo launched his attack. In the new world, many possess Conqueror's Haki like fish in a river, but those who can wrap it and wield it are few. Given time, both would be adversaries as formidable as the Golden Lion. Today, at least one must be left standing. Righteous fury, avenge the wicked. The golden Buddha revealed a demon-subduing visage. The shockwave in his palm collapsed into 2 laser-like beams. Ho 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 ho. Kai Duo, entering a battle trance, grew excited as black-red Haki, as if materialized lightning wrapped around his 8-fold strike. Descend 3 worlds. Call upon the Naraku. Stolen flame. Fire and thunder roared across the island. Meanwhile, countless light bullets shattered a massive cookie soldier. You really can dodge. Huang Yuan muttered, watching the candy fortress swarmed by cookie soldiers. His stamina is not limitless. This cookie fellow's technique is ordinary, yet his fruit powers are exceptionally developed. Are all Charlotte family users related to food? Can Huang Yuan shatter that candy fortress? Inside the candy fort, will Mother be all right? Kuli Jia watched explosions with worry etched on his face. Whether Mother is fine is unknown. Kuli Jia. If you don't pay attention, we'll be the first to die. Pei Luo Li. Pei Luo Si. Pei Luo reformed the candy fortress made soft by heat, and looked toward Ka Ta Ku Li and Sa Ka Si Ji. Their fruit abilities were being suppressed by high heat. Even if Ka Ta Ku Li inherited some of Mother's constitution, how long could he withstand Sa Ka Si Ji? Dark Hound. Baked rice cake. The two collided. Ka Ta Ku Li struck as if by thunder, crashed to the ground. Lu Bing blocked Sa Ka Si Ji's follow-up assault. The glimpse of the future he had seen made Ka Ta Ku Li smile, looking toward the main battlefield. The unusual movement drew Sa Ka Si Ji's gaze as well. The smoke cleared in time. The Buddha's palm engaged in an aerial struggle with the Dragonman's war club. Big Mom, showing no regard for fair play, gathered strength behind Zhang Guo. Bo Lu Sali Nua. Huang Yuan glanced back. The sight contracted his pupils as he photonized and dashed off. Dark Hound. Ming Guang. Wei Gua. Massive slashes like tangible swords struck Zhang Guo askew as blood spilled from his mouth. Before Big Mom could press further, Huang Yuan and Sa Ka Si Ji struck her as she had struck Zhang Guo. Damn magma and filthy brats. Big Mom turned and struck again at the two. Huang Yuan's face blackened. The battle fell into a stalemate. On Walu Luo Sea Island, it seemed duo Fu Lang Ming Ge had a special intelligence channel. Mo Air Gang C, reviewing sensational photos, squawked excitedly into his Den Den Mushi. World's strongest creature and the fiercest woman versus Buddha Zhang Guo. What a headline. Duo Fu Lang Ming Ge. You mean Kai Duo joined this war? Duo Fu Lang Ming Ge's voice was unnervingly calm, betraying nothing. Haha. I'll fax you the photos later. Perhaps Zhang Guo will be driven from the new world, and a new era of pirates will rise with the beast Kai Duo. How does that headline sound? Mo Air Gang C was in high spirits as he spoke into the Den Den Mushi. Your meaning is that Kai Duo also took part in this war? Duo Fu Lang Ming Ge's voice remained composed, revealing nothing of his emotions. Mo Air Gang C, still excited, continued to chatter into the Den Den Mushi. I don't understand the focus. Do you know the reason Kaido helped the Charlotte family? It seems to be a whim. A whim. The whim of a powerful being shattered a carefully laid plan that took me nearly 10 days to set up. Such power, how I longed to possess it. Doflamingo rubbed his furrowed brow. Finding that he had strayed down a dark path, he realized that schemes were unnecessary. In this pirate world, the fist is the fundamental truth. However, the relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin needs to be reevaluated. The two of them still not old, may be closer than I imagined. Could it be that Yamato infected with this Odin virus is truly Big Mom's offspring? The ages don't match. Ka. Huh. The heavy palace doors of Dressrosa were pushed open with difficulty by the scarred Scarlet. Is there a Chow thief? Charge. The hazy moonlight filtered through the doors, casting half of Doflamingo's face in shadow, while the other half shone golden in the sunlight. Bang! Kneeling in the palace that once belonged to him, Scarlet felt a mix of emotions, but there was no time for reflection. She pressed her arms and forehead tightly against the ground. The voluptuous place pointed high towards the sky, resembling a recently blooming lotus flower. After presenting the most respectful posture, Scarlet began to repent before the true usurper above. Respected King Sinner, Scarlet requests your forgiveness for the sins of the Liku clan in usurping the throne. For the second life you granted to Violet, I am endlessly grateful. Please pardon Violet's offense against you. Endlessly grateful. Forgiveness is simple, but at what cost? You have already lost your former status, wealth, and identity. What do you have left? Doflamingo's gaze fell upon Scarlet's voluptuous figure. He was curious to know what this princess who sacrificed her life in the original timeline was capable of. The sinner is willing to offer everything: life, dignity, loyalty. Crawl over here. Swish. Swish. Ah, Scarlet made a suppressed sound from her throat. He lashed Scarlet twice. Doflamingo looked at her trembling figure and revealed a playful smile. Rebecca, in this life, not only will you be born a decade earlier, but you'll also get a new father. 101 Perispero sensed something was wrong and returned to the path of life. Doflamingo's mood was different now. At that time, he was just a newcomer in the North Sea, surviving by selling weapons. With a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled subordinates, he had to be extremely cautious even against Enel. And now the future king of Skypiea could stir the seas into chaos with his own strength, defeating the 7 warlords, the future 3 admirals. Under his command, Enel Moria treble Urki, and Pico a plethora of talent. Regaining his composure, Doflamingo walked towards the signpost of Dressrosa. Upon reaching the destination, the lighthouse began to take on a towering presence, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. The walls of the lighthouse rose from bottom to top. The scenes of the chambered archipelago, dismembering disco, and playing games with Dressrosa and Scarlet were all recorded. In response, Doflamingo simply walked to 6. Now even the static collection of scenes could hardly stir his heart. Donquixote Doflamingo, world-renowned. The Donquixote family, famous in the New World. Year of the Sea 1499. Birthplace Holy Land, Mariewa, Red Earth Continent. Skills: Conquerors, Haki Mastery, Martial Arts, Proficient Navy 6, Proficient Navigation, Some Achievement, Armament, Haki Pseudo Proficient, Devil Mode Mastery, Observation, Haki Mastery, Advanced Technique, Forced Emotional Resonance. Fruit String Fruit Proficient. Talent: Strong Bone Enhancement. Achievements: Filial Piety after Father's Death, King of the North Sea, True Usurper, Reward available. Signpost Dressrosa, Reward available. World-renowned, gained fame through a battle in Lobetown, now a part of every baby's bedtime story worldwide. What do you mean? This fame can only make me a bedtime story. What about the deterrent power against pirates? Conqueror's Haki Mastery, your capacity and strength are continuously expanding, but it seems you lack the hard foundation for direct confrontation. In essence, you haven't fought enough. Martial Arts Proficient, your fighting skills have developed into a unique style, but lack strong recovery ability. It is advised that the user refrain from learning. Navigation, Some Achievement, don't waste your efforts. Observation, Haki won't save you from your lack of perception of the weather. Ignoring the sarcastic annotations, Doflamingo pondered over the 3 skills of Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Devil Mode, which were only one step away from mastery. As for the first 2, the Conqueror's Haki failed to grasp the binding, while the Armament Haki can only be unleashed with the aid of external objects. But what is missing for Devil Mode to reach its ultimate realm? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. Doflamingo continued to look at the panel, and a new achievement surprised him. True Usurper. The panel kindly provided an annotation. True Usurper, as a royal who actively left Dressrosa, now stirring chaos for personal gain compared to the coerced Liku clan, you are the true usurper. Ano, the Thief of Nations. As the victor, you can choose one of the following 3 rewards: 1. Superhuman attributes. 2. Bone enhancement bestowed to subordinates. 3. Strong talent bestowed to subordinates. Either 2 or 3 can be bestowed upon Enel or Moria, and at least one can create a Visad Mirror-level powerhouse. However, a glimmer of light flashed in Doflamingo's eyes as he made his choice. Choose one. No subordinate is better than oneself, and the arrangements for a few people have already been made. Such external assistance is best enjoyed personally. There was no pain from the previous bone change. Raising his right hand with a thought, Doflamingo activated the power of the string fruit. His arm split into strands of string. Fu with awakening, I am now the nature type string fruit. Doflamingo laughed heartily, for now he merely possessed superhuman attributes with the potential for super abilities in the future. Light rays, gamma rays, lifelines, timelines, fate lines, it's not a dream. The future is promising. To cheat, one must follow the path of life. With a thought, he received the opportunity for strong evolution. Path of life, let me see your limits. The long-awaited mirror reappeared. In the mirror, Doflamingo's body lay on the throne, trembling. As time passed, the tremors grew stronger, as if it had gained. Hiss! Muscles tore, skin stretched, the clearly defined muscle fibers tangled like serpents in reproduction. Thick, viscous blood plasma acted like glue, stitching the damaged muscles. In a flash, it healed again. Fortunately, I had Enel and the others stay away from here in advance. Witnessing this scene would surely lower their morale. On the panel, the term strong in talent was disappearing. A new term appeared. Race longevous. Longevous, how about trying to outlast him while bouncing on her massive straw hat? I believe you can do it. I will personally kill all the celestial dragons of the Holy Land. Doflamingo uttered. It was unclear whether he was answering or asking himself. A new signpost appeared just in time. Grey Panga City, this name has belonged to your soul since ancient times. I charge into the Holy Land and confront the 5 elders. Reward to be determined. Red Burial Roger is gone. Should we send a few to accompany him? The more we send, the happier Roger will be with Rayleigh the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Reward to be determined. Blue Pressure the Sea, only one powerful person can exist in the same era. Moria Crocodile, who will be next? Defeating peers, making them understand who the true Joker is. Reward to be determined. It seems I have indeed inflated. These thoughts have materialized. Adjusting his glasses, Doflamingo revealed a grin, though admittedly a bit arrogant. But now he had some capital for that arrogance. Snap. The dried congealed blood scab was torn open. Doflamingo awoke from the throne. A string pierced from his palm, gleaming with black light, and stabbed fiercely into his left arm. Thick blood plasma overflowed. As the string was pulled out, the wound visibly healed. Longevous, truly impressive. The singing ship. Mama, thank you very much this time, Kaido. I just came to fight. Remember to hand over the secret medicine. Ton. No problem, this is my daughter's business. Looking at Kaido, who was hugging a wine jar and entering a state of sleep, Perospero and the others let out a sigh of relief. Having one mother with a food obsession was already enough for them. Now they had another who would go mad when drunk. Being on the same ship, their pressure was immense. Holding his scalded right arm, Perospero stepped forward, his face darkened, to report unexpected information from this mission. Mom, the Navy can't possibly know our information. Doflamingo may not have attacked Dressrosa as agreed, and the G5 branch did not support Dressrosa and Proteans, these 2 world government-affiliated countries. They still appeared in the Golden Lion Sea as usual, which did not align with our expected advance time. Otherwise, we would have already retreated from the Golden Lion Sea before encountering the Navy's main force. Or perhaps Doflamingo betrayed us and informed the Navy of our movements. Perospero. 102 Betrayal, X-Loyalty, G5 branch. In the meeting room, the Buddha's warlord sweeps through the Golden Lion territory. The Golden Lion sits idly by as his subordinates perish. Big MOM and Kaido Alliance Navy defeated, expedition obstructed. Looking at the prominently titled newspapers the officers left behind displayed joyful expressions. No matter how the expedition turned out, as long as the colonels could return, the G5 branch would be safe. Virgo raised his glass. Ladies and gentlemen, Warlord Sengoku Vice Admiral Fangashuani is on his way back. A cheers for the expedition. Cheers for the expedition. Bang. Bang. G5 branch kitchen. Mr. Virgo. Mr. Virgo, I was rescued by you from the pirate den. The last cook of the G5 branch was pressed tightly against the ground, weeping and trembling. Did you not say I resembled you? I have always seen you as my model, Mr. Virgo. Is that so? But I'm not a Navy. Adjusting his glasses, Virgo's expression was calm as he raised the bamboo pole stained with armament Haki high. However, you do indeed imitate very well. Bang. White tofu splattered everywhere. Sizzle. Changing out of his clothes, he took off his glasses. Stepping over corpses, Virgo made his way towards the deserted island where he hid his ship. The seas near the G5. Warlord Sengoku, how could Kaido and Big MOM get in touch? Their timely appearance allowed Charlotte to escape. The only relatively intact Kaji appeared puzzled. The Big MOM family's base is adjacent to the Golden Lions. How could Kaido far away and Wano appear here? The secret medicine is what made the sea increasingly chaotic, and Kaido came for it. Thinking back to Doflamingo's unrestrained behavior in Chambord, Sengoku felt a slight headache beneath the bandages. Why could a celestial dragon who lost his identity force the world government to make such concessions? Not delving deeper into the matter, Sengoku began to issue new orders. Kaji Vice Admiral Fangashuani has perished. You lead the remnants of G5 for now. I will send someone to assist you as soon as possible. Yes, Admiral. Kaji's warship adjusted its course, heading to the G5 branch. Looking at the gradually approaching G5 branch, Kaji's subordinate looked at the carionating birds in the sky and felt a foreboding sense. Vice Admiral Tashigi, something may have happened at the G5 branch. Not may have, it already has. Tashigi's observation Haki had already sensed the incomplete figures lying on the ground. The life force was gone. When Kaji discovered everything at the G5 branch and reported it, Virgo had already set sail heading towards Dressrosa. Galugulu. Virgo, was it smooth sailing when you came out? Very smooth, Doflamingo. I expect to meet you in a day. That's good. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Snap. Shaking the artificial fruit in his hand, Doflamingo revealed an expectant smile. I wonder what color dragon Virgo is. Since my old mother isn't dead, I need to treat her well. I must also try to interact with Kaido. Galugulu. How timely. Looking at Perospero's face on the snail phone in his hand, Doflamingo thought to himself. Doflamingo, do you know what awaits traitors in the family? Perospero. Perospero questioned. Are you saying I'm a traitor? Then why not have Lady Linlin question me directly? I'm sure the answer would be more truthful. Stop pretending, Perospero. Mom trusts me, why would I need to deceive you? Perospero recalled the reaction after just having analyzed these points with Mom, feeling a wave of speechlessness. A few minutes earlier on the singing ship, he informed the Navy of our movements. Perospero. Mama, would the Navy agree to let that little Doflamingo sell secret medicine? With a loud laugh, Big Mom expressed that she had never seen such a foolish person who couldn't discern the situation. Doflamingo was evidently a clever person who cherished his life. Perispero, don't disturb my meal. How did you come to this foolish conclusion? Doflamingo's tone was playful. Foolish. The only ones who know our family's movements are you. Perispero felt his scalded right hand begin to ache again. Release the news that Dressrosa will receive no external support. How delightful is the feeling of usurping the country without lifting a finger. Perispero. The greater Perispero's reaction, the less likely Big Mom is to suspect him. Otherwise, with Big Mom's temperament, she would have come to deal with him long ago. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's smile blossomed even wider as he began to chronicle the events. Don't let your anger cloud your judgment, Perispero. This time I invested all my resources for the attack on Dressrosa and Proteans, bringing Enel Moria and all of them along to share the pressure of the Navy. Their combat power you should be aware of from the incident in Lobetown. I am very sincere about my partners. This has nothing to do with whether you informed the Navy or not. Perispero, enraged, shouted, forgetting his speech impediment. If I conspired with the Navy, why not take this opportunity to seize Cake Island? You don't think Amid and the others can stop me, do you? Perispero. That's quite reasonable. Could it really be unrelated? Perispero began to doubt himself. I heard that Kaido appeared on the battlefield. Is it true that Lady Lin Lin and Kaido were once on the same ship? The naive Doflamingo began to inquire. He came for the secret medicine. Fufufufu, Perispero, I hope we have a snap. Hanging up the snail phone, Doflamingo's spirit was shaken, not expecting Kaido to come for his secret medicine. Could this thing have circulated at sea for nearly 2 years before a pirate arrived in Wano? Is news in Wano this cut off? That's just absurd. But it also indicates that Kaido's relationship with Big Mom is not as close as imagined. Watching the pink figure waiting by the shore, Virgo's eyes behind his sunglasses brimmed with excitement as he jumped off the boat and exclaimed, Doflamingo, long time no see. Looking at Virgo, who had changed significantly since he left, Doflamingo felt a surge of emotion in his heart. This is what loyalty looks like. Thank you for your hard work, partner. You've grown up. For your great ambitions, it is all worth it, Doflamingo. Without saying much, he patted Virgo's considerably thicker shoulder and helped him remove the octopus stuck to his cheek. Doflamingo pulled out a fruit from his body. He could now also copy the concealment technique of Katakuri. Eat this, Virgo. It's a long-prepared gift for you, and you won't be disappointed. Without any hesitation or doubt, Virgo tossed it into his mouth. Someone quietly activated the Den Den Mushi. As soon as he swallowed, Virgo felt as if every cell in his body was cheering. A unique bloodline infused into his body. The strength of his flesh surged to an incredible degree. A brand new power emerged, causing Virgo to instinctively roar. Roar. Virgo's body quickly elongated, and extended black dragon scales sprouting from the surface of his skin, instantly transforming into a massive black dragon soaring through the sky on fiery clouds. As the giant dragon spiraled, fierce winds howled, thunder rumbled, and flames danced. In Dressrosa, everyone could see this swirling giant dragon. The war isn't over yet, is it about to begin again? So cool. What did the young master create this time? Isn't this Has Virgo returned? Watching the dragon transform back into a human form, Pika's eyes flashed with joy. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. How does it feel, Virgo? Doflamingo asked, looking at the descending Virgo. Incredibly powerful. Doflamingo, thank you for your gift. Looking at his body, which had swollen again, muscles flowing with endless power, even Virgo's steady demeanor flashed with a hint of frenzy. These all have your contributions in them. Turning off the Den Den Mushi, Doflamingo revealed a smile. Without Virgo entering the Navy 7 years ago, he wouldn't have grown so quickly. The value of the Navy's 6 styles must be respected. ZZZZ. Lightning flashed, and Enel looked at the unfamiliar face beside Doflamingo, curious. Young master, is he the dragon from just now? That's right, this is Virgo, who has followed my family for a long time. Virgo, this is... Doflamingo introduced the two who had never met. Bang! Moria landed on the beach, his massive weight kicking up. This is Moria. Watching the group get acquainted with each other, Doflamingo spoke with a playful smile. From now on, you all will be members of the family combat team. How about a free-for-all? Virgo, Enel, Moria, Urki, Pika. Exchanging glances, Enel, flashing with electric light, eagerly said, Young master, I think we can. Looks like no one disagrees. Let's begin, just don't make it fatal. As soon as the words fell, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Virgo. Welcome back home. His lightning-infused right leg struck Virgo. Boom. Virgo transformed into a streak of light and took off. I'm quite interested in you too, hee. Moria intercepted the flying Virgo. The dark, shiny greatsword hit Virgo like a heavy hammer. Boom. The rising dust obscured everyone's view. Wind blade. A blue wind blade swept away the dust. Virgo walked out from within, tearing off the tattered Navy uniform on his body, revealing underneath a body that was purple and shiny. Lightning seems to have little effect on me. In Panga City, amidst the power struggles, the 5 elders were celebrating the results of the expedition. The results this time can make the 4 seas calm down a bit. It seems that the injuries suffered by the Golden Lion Carp and Sengoku are heavier than expected. It's a pity that the reclaimed territories cannot be held. It doesn't matter, the New World is indeed a suitable gathering place for guards, as long as the situation in the 4 seas is not disturbed. Kaido and Big Mom, these remnants of rocks have taken shape and will be a new threat in the future. And the solitary Red and Whitebeard, as well as Barrett, who attacks everywhere like a madman. Mentioning these dangerous figures, the 5 elders suddenly felt a throbbing headache. The Navy has some objections to the 7 warlords of the sea. Carp and Zef. 5 elders. Spandam, who was preparing to head to Water 7, rushed in. Seeing this, the 5 elders in hats frowned and scolded. You're making a fuss, what kind of manner is this? Marshal Kong said that the G5 branch's garrison was completely annihilated and the news of Dressrosa and the kingdom of Protence being attacked by a large number of pirates has been obstructed. What is the current situation in the 2 countries? Are the pirates assembling for an attack? Yes, sir, the underground bounty for the heads of soldiers in both countries has now been stopped at a gold bounty. The kingdom of Protence has the war king Elisabello II, who is holding out for now. Doflamingo has resolved the crisis of Dressrosa, but the Liku family has been wiped out. The 5 elders frowned upon hearing this and dismissed Spandam. The bald 5 elder exploded with anger. The underground bounty is nominally established by the Charlotte family, but the secret drugs have circulated through Charlotte in the New World. Is Doflamingo unrelated to the underground bounty? Absolutely impossible. This time the Navy is merely a name, while Big Mom seizes part of the territory, and only Doflamingo effortlessly takes over the land where his family once resided. What exactly does he want? The long-beard 5 elder frowned. Can you block lightning? Then can you block kinetic gunnier? Boom. This is the greatest function of the sunglasses. Doflamingo stared at the burst of lightning and flames, secretly contemplating. Gulu gulu. Looking at the serious head on the snail phone, Doflamingo spoke casually. Moshi 5 elders, are you here to congratulate Don Quixote on returning to Dressrosa as king? You are seizing the world's allied nations. Do you want to become a pirate? No, I'm just exploring the ancestral land of the Don Quixote family and coincidentally encountered pirates attacking this country. I'm a kind person, I can't bear to see tragedies, so I saved this country from the pirates, and thus this country regards me as king. This is quite reasonable, isn't it? We do not recognize it, the world government does not recognize it. This is not Sky Island, Doflamingo. Oh, so are you going to re-establish an expeditionary army to conquer me? I think Big Mom wouldn't mind having another war. Doflamingo was not at all flustered, secretly mocking in his heart, and even didn't plan to offer tribute to the heavens. If the Navy dispatches a general, it's no big deal. With his current strength, a mere general is not a problem. If 2 are dispatched, it's no big deal to run away. After all, he has already received the rewards for occupying Dressrosa. The ones who suffer are still the overlooked common people at the bottom. Are you threatening us? Foo, I'm just stating facts. What the boss said is true. In the quiet room of Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo, who had a displeasing parting with the 5 elders, sat cross-legged. His left arm split, like petals revealing silver threads, transformed from bone at the center glistening. This was the hardest part of his entire body. With a thought, the bone thread spiraled and solidified into a sharp thread spike. A thread spike he had previously created emerged from his right palm. Clang. The 2 intersected, and the right hand's thread spike snapped in response. You're still the best. With a sigh, Doflamingo activated the string fruit. His entire body transformed into a string-like form. The muscle layers transformed into strings spread out under control. Uniquely colored silver threads outlined a skeletal form. This feeling made the skeletal Doflamingo feel somewhat subtle. His internal organs had already transformed into a silk-like form, and the most important characteristics of life, breathing, metabolism, and all functions had ceased to exist. Yet there was no sense of life stagnation. As long as his physical strength was not exhausted, he could continue to live in this non-human form. With a thought, the silver threads began to proliferate. The gaps in the ribs were filled, forming a hole wrapping the most important heart. Then he tried to transform it back to a normal state. A brand new bony rib emerged. Looking at his new form in the mirror opposite, Doflamingo's mouth twisted into a grin. Foo, it seems that creation combined with superhuman abilities is much stronger than I imagined. Stepping out of the quiet room. In the great hall, food enough to feed hundreds was being continuously transported in by soldiers. The 5 who ended the battle were starting their second round. Virgo, Enel, Moria, Urki, and Pika's mouse were like bottomless abysses with food continuously being swallowed. Doflamingo took the red wine handed to him by Scarlet, watching the 5, with varying injuries, lost in thought. It seems that Vegapunk's fruit contains not only the lineage factors of the Azure Dragon fruit, but also the presence of Kaido's Oni bloodline. Combined, Virgo now not only possesses an astonishing resistance to lightning and flames, but his physical strength has also greatly increased. The prospects are very promising. Enel is still too limited by age, his physical strength is too weak, and the development of his fruit is not enough. Moria shouldn't have eaten the shadow fruit. The limitation of the shadow amalgamation technique is too great and has hindered his physical performance. Pika and Urki, after this round of matters is dealt with, we need to consider modifications. Haha, it's done. Frankie and Gladiolus leaned beside Tom, staring at the blueprints on the table and asking, Mr. Tom, what is this? Patting the heads of the 2 little boys, Tom said grandly, this is something that can restore prosperity to Water 7. Mr. Tom, because of Roger they all drove us here, why still save this place? Haha, that's not their fault. This. Bang. The locked door was broken open. Marines with guns walked in. Tom, your matter has come to light. You built GOLD. Roger's pirate ship, the Oro Jackson, right? It was indeed my doing. Come with us. On the judicial ship. Escort Fishman Tom to Judicial Island. Behind, Frankie, Espagu, and Granny Nyan had no idea that one person was missing from the group. Garbage station. Gladiolus was carefully knocking in the room. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Gladiolus pressed his fingertip on the place where the sound was incorrect. The thick wooden boards exploded layer by layer, revealing the thick blueprints behind. Gladiolus' face lit up with joy as he took them out to verify their authenticity. The destructive power described on them made Gladiolus increasingly cautious. I finally got it, young master. After the fishman was sentenced, the heads of St. Popolo Puki and Sanfarud, the 3 islands closest to Water 7, gathered around. Hello, Mr. Tom, we are very interested in the maritime train you mentioned. Can we participate? After surviving the disaster, Tom was in a good mood. Aha, this famous train, you've seen the potential behind it, right? Yes. Saying goodbye to the heads of a few nearby islands, Tom looked at his family. As expected of Mr. Tom, so impressive. Espago looked at him with admiration. Ha, I lived well. Yokozuna iceberg Frankie Gladiolus. Gladiolus. In the New World. In the Cake Island Sea area. Mom, should we let Kaido-san continue? Let me call him Kaido. With Big Mom's roar, her overwhelming Conqueror's Haki was released indiscriminately, making every Charlotte feel their mother's deep love. The young Charlotte who came to greet her at the port instantly fell to the ground, but not including the 11-year-old smoker. Nor Kaido. Shut up, Linlin. A similarly fierce Conqueror's Haki surged. Kaido stood up, covering his head that had been struck by Sengoku. Come to my banquet, Kaido, thank you this time. Grabbing the cakes piled up on the shore, Big Mom stuffed them into her mouth. I am indeed hungry. Oh, I want meat, not your cake. Ton. Kaido drank a few sips of alcohol and walked towards the island. His tremendous presence forced the mindless homies to instinctively clear the way. Appiato. Torpal, what does boss want? I'm very busy. Caesar pulled out of the laboratory, wore an The experiment was at a crucial point involving a lot of money and resources. If it weren't for boss's matter, even Judge wouldn't dare disturb him. I said this is specially prepared for you to see by Doflamingo. Handing over the shell that received the secret footage, Toripol thought about what to do next, revealing a smile similar to Doflamingo's. Sure, Lalalo, could it be boss's special praise for me? Boss really knows I'm much stronger than Judge. A rosy hue appeared on his cheeks as Caesar began to daydream, catching a glimpse of Torpal's other hand starting to record the footage. Caesar asked, what are you planning to do, Toripol? What is this going to do? Toripol, just a small matter, you watch the footage first. So mysterious, this looks a bit familiar, isn't this the failed product we brought out from Punk Hazard? No way, eat it. It went up. The black dragon soared into the sky in the recording. Nanny, it's real, Torpal the boss can see. Caesar's face was filled with terror as he shook Toripol back and forth, recalling his first meeting with Donquixote Doflamingo, where he thought Doflamingo's words were a joke. It turned out the boss had long known who the real joke was. That's why he wouldn't let me develop the Death Kingdom. It must be a doomed project. Fujitora, I will surpass you. Of course, Doflamingo is always like this. Caesar, take it to Gaji and let him have a look too. Wait a minute, let the boss give me his blood. 105 Kaido, is this your son? Water 7. Touching the blasted wall, Tom, who had disregarded life and death, fell into silence. This child, living as someone else's tool, is now in trouble. Mr. Tom, Gladiolus is missing. My Frankie now. 25 has disappeared. Frankie rushed in, sweating profusely, his eyes wide with anxiety as he saw the blasted wall beside Tom. Having long been accompanied by Gladiolus, he could naturally recognize this familiar explosive mark. Frankie's body trembled, unable to believe the truth, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he stammered. Mr. Tom, Gladiolus has betrayed us, right? Tom gently touched Frankie's damp hair and spoke to. It should be that he was captured while fighting against pirates and the ship was also taken. Really, we have no treasures worth protecting. Boss can see the future, it's true. No one knows how large the shadow area in Caesar's heart was at that moment. Looking at the new recording sent by Torpal, Donquixote Doflamingo wore a malicious smile on his face. Moria and Urki showed surprise. Oh, what does it mean to see the future? Virgo and Pika maintained their usual poker faces. Whatever astonishing acts Doflamingo performed were to be expected. Young master, what do you see as the future now? Enel quietly opened his mouth. I don't know anything about the future now. Doflamingo certainly didn't say this and casually replied, of course we will thoroughly smash this muddy world apart. Stepping on the flamingo, Doflamingo looked at Virgo. Virgo, let's go meet the world's strongest creature, Kaido. Understood, Doflamingo. Transforming into a black dragon, Virgo wrapped the flamingo with flame clouds and soared into the sky. Oh ho, Enel said, excitedly leaning next to Doflamingo. Young Master, Virgo is faster and steadier than the sky path. Doflamingo's face darkened. Nonsense, the sky path is me dragging it to fly. Ooh, I can be fast, but if I fly too fast the flamingo will disintegrate directly. The flame clouds wrapped around can't be compared. Magic Valley Town. Black 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Black 6 o'clock. Gamblers stared intently at the spinning gambling device. The spinning speed became slower, revealing the true face of the white one. Ha, all the money belongs to me. Lao Ji frantically gathered all the chips into his arms, glancing at the red-haired woman beside him. This feeling of being both a gambler and a dealer and controlling the game is truly wonderful. There was no shame in cheating. Not far away, Jorah was doing the same thing. ZZ. Feeling a tug at his clothes, Jorah looked aside. What caught his eye was a round pair of sunglasses adorned with gear. I want to see the young master. Cake Island. Looking at the mother and Kaido chatting happily. Katakuri, do you believe me? Doflamingo must have a problem, right? Parasparrow, who had faced repeated setbacks, stared at his younger brother, hoping for some support. Recalling that smug face filled with smiles, Katakuri fell silent. He was an unruly guy. Suddenly the image flashed. Donquixote Doflamingo confronted Kaido, and below was Cake Island. He is coming. The abrupt statement puzzled who? Donquixote Doflamingo. Tearing off a piece of roasted meat, Kaido looked at Big Mom and said, Ling Ling, leave that guy who makes secret medicines to me. He'll return it once Quinn learns it. I already told you that's not my guy. He is my son-in-law's guy, and he is already on his way here. Big Mom was still crazily eating, visibly healing from her injuries. And if you eat too much of this stuff, you'll lose control and die quickly. Who knows when we will die? Isn't it just pirates? Thinking of the scene where all the subordinates carry a few secret medicines and swallow them in battle, Kaido showed a farmer-like smile. Aro, I should just steal it. Well, he is an interesting guy, and this time I survived partly thanks to him. I want to protect him, Kaido. Big Mom raised her head, her eyes shining with red light. Aro, Ling Ling, you want to protect him? Kaido's eyes widened and black-red lightning shot out. Even as brutal as I am, I still speak of righteousness. Big Mom's eyes turned into swirling circles, and a fierce moment. The wind rose, and the clouds surged, and the sky cracked. The Charlottes instantly fell into chaos. Are they going to fight again, Mom? Damn, retreat from Cake Island. At that moment, the black dragon's head emerged from the clouds. Donquixote Doflamingo's playful voice echoed from the dragon's head. Fufufu, it seems I came at the wrong time. The Charlottes were instantly dumbfounded, their gazes darting between the black dragon. Second, dragon. The momentum of the standoff between Big Mom and the two suddenly deflated. Instinctively ignoring her obedient son-in-law, Big Mom pointed at the black dragon, speaking in a daze. Kaido, is this your son? Idiot, how can the devil fruit be inherited, and he doesn't even have the horns of my Oni clan on his head? Kaido was furious. If it were, it would be fine, but damn it, it's not. Looking at the black dragon being stepped on, a surge of inexplicable anger began to rise in Kaido's heart. His right hand grasped the kanabo and swung it out. Diamond Dart. The pillar-shaped energy flew out from the 8 precepts and shot towards the pink figure on the black dragon's head. Boom. The black dragon rushed through the center of the explosion, and the flamingo landed lightly. It turned out Kaido was even shorter than Big Mom. Deep in thought, Doflamingo showed no expression. Putting on a gentlemanly demeanor, he began to enhance his affinity and infectiousness with the observation color. Lady Ling Ling, congratulations on the Charlotte family's territory expansion again. The Navy did not divide their forces, causing the Charlotte family to confront the main force of the Navy. It is my dereliction of duty. Well, no problem. This time it was all thanks to you, Donquixote Doflamingo. Now Big Mom looked at Doflamingo, feeling more and more pleasing to the eye. Being tall in the family is also rare, able to sit at the same table. His strength can handle a few moves, and he is still young. His height and strength can still grow. His financial resources are also substantial. A reliable ally. In contrast, Kaido's gaze shifted between Doflamingo and Virgo, growing increasingly angry. Pointing to Kaido beside him, Big Mom introduced. This is Kaido, who used to be on the same ship as me. Your purpose for finding him is the secret medicine. Mr. Kaido, enough nonsense, kid. What's up with that kid beside you? Kaido said in a harsh tone, pointing at Virgo behind Doflamingo. Clearly having the same ability and flowing the same blood, yet he is not his son. Isn't this a form of NTR? Feeling Kaido's gaze, Doflamingo smiled. He loved this kind of thing the most. Fufufa, this brings us to Mr. Kaido's numerous experiences of being captured by the Navy. Arrogant. A cold light flashed in Kaido's eyes as the kanabo in his hand flashed swiftly. Military Turi Dragon Army. 106 The Rebellious Samurai. A few days ago. Wano Country. Kinemon Dinjiro Kiku, Nojo Reizo Ashura Doji Koamatsu Inuarashi Nekamamushi, and Kanjuro, walking towards the mansion of Bippo. A graceful female ninja lagged far behind the others. What are Kinemon and the others planning to do? As the 9 retainers of Kazuki Oden approached, the originally scattered subordinates immediately blocked them, glaring at them with anger. Don't get close to the mansion of Bippo. If this place does not welcome the idiot prince's people. The expressions of the 9 who were originally full of confidence darkened. Shut up. Hearing the commotion at the door, the flower warrior Bippo with flame-like hair and a sturdy physique walked out. Looking at the crowd. Come in. Thank you, Lord Bippo. The 9 bowed respectfully and walked into the room. Soon 10 people sat cross-legged in the corridor. Bippo puffed on a pipe and asked the crowd, how is Oden recently? As the boss of the Flower Country's gang, Kaido was exceptionally wary of him. He had always kept himself shut. Lord Oden is still dancing that ridiculous dance. Kinemon's expression darkened slightly, and he quickly focused. Lord Bippo, Kaido has left. There is only Black Maria here, and the living forces in the country have been steadily diminishing. If this continues, this country will head towards its end. Please lead us to resist. Bang 9. Kinemon and the 9 heads smashed into the ground. Please lead us to resist. Lord Oden has completely lost his fighting spirit. Otherwise, Wano Country will completely fall into the abyss created by Black Maria and Kaido. It's not like that. The 10 people looked towards the corner. The figure of the little ninja appeared, speaking anxiously. Lord Oden is doing this to liberate the imprisoned people. He made an agreement with Kaido and Black Maria to rescue the people in this way. What? The Lord has suffered such humiliation for us. How can we have the face to do so again? Masaka, why didn't the Lord explain to us? Damn, I have actually lost faith in Lord Oden. Kinemon and the 9 fell into a state of emotion. After a long time, Bippo, who was beside them, gave a reply. Let's do this. Kinemon, you all should prepare, and I'll go see Lord Oden. Kazuki Oden's mansion. Dong. Kazuki Oden was somewhat surprised at who would come to visit them now. Mr. Bippo, please come in. As Bippo stepped through the door, he saw Kazuki Oden drinking in the yard. Little Oden, I came to see you. Kazuki Odin stared wide-eyed at the visitor. Oh, it's Lord Beepo. Bang. Ouched. Kazuki Odin covered his face and fell to the ground. Pa. Not long after Kazuki Odin and Beepo drank sobering tea. Little Odin Kaido has left. This might be our last chance. Odin remained silent too, of course. He also saw, but he didn't dare to gamble. What about the hostages that were imprisoned? Thinking of this, Odin felt a severe headache. Beepo. I understand. Beepo gazed at Odin's evasive eyes. He had watched Odin grow up. He watched Odin grow from a natural-born villain to now, where he had truly gone a bit overboard. However, naivety cannot solve problems. Odin, will Kaido and Black Maria keep their promises? You already know. Everyone knows. Odin smiled bitterly. How could he not know the nature of both sides? He had once been the same. Odin, look at the current state of the Bellflower and Shirao. Beepo's emotions grew more and more agitated. Those weapon factories are Kaido's true purpose. What flows out is not just wastewater, but the blood and tears of the people of Wano country. This country has already embarked on a path to destruction. Although he sat idle at home, the samurai continued to transmit information from all over the country to him. Think of Shimatsuki Yawara, think of Kazuki Odin, Shimatsuki Kanjuro, and Yamato Tempura. Where are they now? Kazuki Odin lowered his head, still unmoved like a useless piece of rotten wood. Kazuki Odin. Looking at the numb Kazuki Odin, Beepo was furious, kicking him down. This was even worse than the formerly reckless Odin, at least back then he dared to resist, even against his father. Now I can still gather 5,000 samurai in the flower capital. At least over 5,000 samurai from Kuraki, Shimi, Rabbit Bowl, Bellflower, and Shirao are willing to respond to the call. It is enough to deal with Black Maria and Kaido's subordinates. Wait for Kaido to return, you take him down, and Wano country will return to its former state, and the Kazuki family will be restored again. Looking at Beepo's agitated state, Odin clenched his fists. He also wanted to resist, but what about the people who were captured in Black Maria Castle? Forget it, let's do this. Looking at Kazuki Odin's appearance, Beepo turned around and walked outside. Odin, I don't know what you learned outside the island, but the people imprisoned by Black Maria are lives. Every moment, every second that the people of Wano country die is also. In 5 days I will attack Black Maria Castle. By then, I will lead all the samurai of Wano country, just like the sacrifice samurai, before to overthrow the rule of Black Maria and Kaido. It's not the first time to take down Kaido. Every once in a while the samurai pushed to the edge will gather to launch suicidal attack. And this time it's finally his turn. In the dark of night, Kanjuro cautiously avoided the eyes and ears of others and entered Black Maria Castle. This person is indeed a spy of the Black Maria family. Kanjuro. Looking at the dancing black charcoal snake while listening to Kanshalong's description, you felt a sense of panic. What are you saying? Bing Wulong intends to attack Snake City. What about the timing? Still gathering forces, Lord Snake, let's take the initiative. No need to panic him here. Just wait for Kaido to come back. Black Charcoal Sansho said leisurely. Thinking of the protective embrace of the barrier fruit, Black Charcoal Snake felt reassured and instructed Kanshalong. Go send someone to Onigashima to tell Quinn and Jin. The warriors are going to attack Onigashima. After hearing the report from the True Strike members, Quinn's eyes bulged, his tongue curling in a wave shape. I knew it, boss. Kaido shouldn't have been drinking. Keep an eye on Kazuki Odin, that idiot. The warriors are nothing but easily defeated fools. Jin transformed into a pteranodon flying towards Big Mom's territory. Right now the important thing is Kaido's situation. At this moment on Cake Island. Boom. Kaido, Napoleon, and the 8 precepts clashed fiercely. Watching the energy blasts flying around, Perispero and Katakuri exchanged glances, both relieved to see each other's expressions. Fortunately, the family members were evacuated in advance. Only Cake Island once again had to be rebuilt. In the distance, a black flame birdman was approaching. 107 Kaido's training class has begun. Kaido, looking at the stout and powerful figure of Big Mom in front of Doflamingo, retracted his defensive measures. This sense of security made him momentarily feel as if he saw his deceased mother. But it was just for a moment. He signaled the people behind him to remain calm, moving towards the two who were on edge. Thank you very much for your assist. Doflamingo's tone carried a hint of sincerity as he looked at Kaido, who was glaring at him, maintaining his usual fake smile. Through the multiple attempts to capture and execute him, the world government discovered Mr. Kaido's extraordinary physical strength, and thus deemed killing him a waste, wanting to obtain this secret. Perispero and Katakuri, who remained at the center of the battlefield, perked up their ears, eager to hear about the beast. So Mr. Kaido was transported to Punk Hazard, coincidentally encountering the flame calamity Jin. Am I right, Mr. Abel? The recently arrived Jin stared blankly at the wings behind Urki. Hearing his real name, the flame calamity Jin was somewhat taken aback. How does this guy know? Judging by his age, he should have still been playing in the mud when they were being experimented on in Punk Hazard. Bang! Without answering Doflamingo's question, Jin landed behind Kaido and whispered, Big brother, the warriors are making a move. That's not important. How many people in Wano still follow that fool Kazuki Odin? Ignoring the idiots dancing in flower capital, Kaido stared intently at Doflamingo and asked, so what's this kid's deal, eh? That brings us to the plague, Quinn. Seeing Doflamingo still holding back, Kaido's expression grew increasingly unfriendly. If it weren't for Linlin watching him from the side, he would have long since smashed this kid into meat paste. Seeing that no one was helping him, Doflamingo continued. Quinn's former leader Vegapunk was absorbed by the world government, extracting your blood at Punk Hazard to create the first artificial devil fruit. But he thought the color was wrong and claimed to the world government that it was a failed product. In reality, There were no issues with this. Made not only Kaido but even Charlotte Linland's eyes light up, their intense gazes locking onto Doflamingo. So you also possess this technology now? Doflamingo chose to shatter this illusion. No, this technology only belongs to Vegapunk. I merely attacked Punk Hazard, but Vegapunk couldn't capture it, and currently, I have no knowledge of Vegapunk's whereabouts. This time not only Kaido, but even Big Mom felt that her dear son-in-law needed a beating. So he was just a lucky kid without any real insights. Our advantage over the world government is that they don't know Vegapunk's technology has matured, so I hope, when Vegapunk's location is leaked next time, we can seize it together. Hamaro aro aro aro. Kaido chuckled, turning his gaze to Doflamingo. So why should I cooperate with you? Meeting Kaido's gaze directly, Doflamingo's lips curled into a grin. Because we are powerful. Powerful. Then show me your capability. Kaido's gaze sharpened, and the violent Conqueror's Haki surged towards Doflamingo. In that instant, Doflamingo felt like he was on a sailboat at the center of a storm. At any moment, he could be swallowed by the waves. He ignored the ugly state of Pika. Doflamingo stepped forward. Lady Lean, I will bear the losses of Cake Island. This lavish statement suddenly made Katakuri and Perispero beside him find this kid much more pleasing to the eye. Among the Conqueror's Haki users Doflamingo encountered Big Mom's was extremely chaotic, with a desire to possess everything when awake and a madness that spared no one in battle. The Conqueror's Haki of the Golden Lion was characterized by arrogance. In this vast world, only Roger was worthy of his attention, while the others were mere chickens and dogs, belonging to the Twisted Roger's chef. And Kaido's Conqueror's Haki was filled with the desire to dominate and madness, wanting to destroy everything. No wonder his dream was to ignite the world's most elite war. How well this resonated with his ideals. This was what he desired. Doflamingo felt every cell in his body trembling. This was not fear, it was extreme excitement. Fufufa, mister. Kaido, please teach me well. The twisted and mad Conqueror's Haki suddenly surged from Doflamingo, clashing with Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. He may not know the technique of Haki binding, but he has never lacked ambition. Behind him, Pika suddenly felt lightheaded and touched his soaked back. The two forces of Conqueror's Haki roared like two giant dragons, clashing, even causing changes in the weather. The sky over Cake Island began to darken with thunderclouds, and lightning struck down continuously. Boom. Fufufa, Kaido. Let me see just how strong you really are. With a mad smile, Doflamingo charged. Recognition from Teacher Kaido must be earned with fists. The aura of Conqueror's Haki shone around him like a steel-forged Iron Man. This was not ordinary Haki binding and hardening, it was the devil fruit mode stolen from Barrett. Not only could it enhance bodily hardness, but it also made muscles, including internal organs, much tougher, significantly boosting physical functions and defenses. Hamaro aro aro, kid, you're pretty good. Kaido laughed heartily as he met Doflamingo's punch. Of course he would retaliate. Boom. Fufufa, that really hurts. Doflamingo's legs sank into the ground as he shook his swollen right hand. He finally experienced the power of internal destruction of armament Haki. In that mere moment of collision, his Haki was easily dispersed by Kaido, and then it felt like it was drilling into his bones. It wasn't a matter of quantity, but rather a fundamental difference in level. It was breached from the inside. He thought he was close to mastering external release, but this internal destruction was still his first encounter. So strong. Doflamingo laughed and continued to throw punches, wanting to learn. Of course, he had to feel it with his body, and his bones just happened to be exceptionally hard. He had never had such an opportunity before. Hamaro aro aro, you're still far from it, kid. Seeing him not dodging at all, Kaido was also getting excited. He liked this kind of direct confrontation with opponents. Although his strength was okay, his skills were too lacking. Oh, without any unnecessary dodging, their fists collided fiercely. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the shocking sounds, Doflamingo carefully experienced Kaido's Haki. Watching as Doflamingo gradually became bloodied while Kaido remained unchanged and strong, Pika showed a look of concern, glancing at Virgo. Is Doflamingo really alright like this? Doflamingo doesn't need our weakness. Where is this going? Inaru cast a mischievous glance at Moria beside him. Moria, who was observing the battle, suddenly felt an obscure malice. Well, what a remarkable kid. Having seen another side of Doflamingo, Big Mom naturally knew he hadn't unleashed his true strength. It's my weakness. Watching the two sides clashing, holding his long sword, Jin felt somewhat reluctant as the flames behind his head began to flicker. When did a kid manage to tussle with Big Brother Kaido? The fierce clashes continued from noon until dusk, showing no signs of ending, but rather intensifying. One was a hybrid of dragon and Oni, while the other had already evolved into an immortal species. Both possessed seemingly endless stamina. Bang! Taking advantage of the clash, Doflamingo, with only his bones left, pulled back the distance between them. Homaro aro aro, Haki isn't effective, but your bones are quite tough, Doflamingo said, stretching his fists, looking at Dof. Is this all you can do, kid? This kind of solid punching bag was rare to see. He would have known to hold back a bit. No, mister. Kaido, we've moved to the second stage. 108, let me feel more Haki binding. No, mister. Kaido, we've moved to the second stage. Doflamingo smiled. So this is internal pulverization. It's not just about quantity. It's not merely about density and quality accumulation. It's also about the overwhelming will that he as a user of observation Haki sensed. Come on, let me see what else you've got. Watching Kaido grow increasingly enthusiastic, Jin felt a headache coming on and tried to. Brother Kaido, the situation in Wano is quite unclear. Jin Quinn must have told you about the secret medicine. Kaido spread his hands as if ready to grasp the world and pointed at Doflamingo. Now this kid is more important. Jin, I knew it, that fool Quinn. Only with a strong enough will and hard enough Haki can one unleash the most powerful punches. Doflamingo muttered to himself, transforming his body into a thread-like state directly assimilating the relatively weak internal organs. Bone threads oozed out from his body, forming a new version of artificial muscles. New materials mean stronger power. Bang! Stepping on the shaved, Doflamingo vanished from his original spot. The next moment he appeared in front of Kaido delivering a punch. Kaido laughed, throwing a punch in return. Boom! In the violent explosion both were knocked back and landed on the ground, stopping their movement. Watching as blood finally seeped from his fists, Kaido grew even more excited. Aro kid, you're really something. Fufufu, there are more surprises to come. The same artificial muscles that exploded began to heal continuously as Doflamingo's back sprouted 16 bony tendrils. The black fists and tendrils were surrounded by an invisible ripple. This is what is known as internal pulverization of armament Haki. It is the force that can truly harm Kaido. Divine execution, accompanied by a loud explosion. The two vanished from their positions. Dong! At the moment of blocking Kaido's fists, the malice in Doflamingo's smile became increasingly evident. Mr. Kaido, please enjoy this thoroughly. 8 tendrils behind him tightly wrapped around Kaido's limbs. Another 8 tendrils began to thrust repeatedly. Poo 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 poo. Blood splattered from Kaido's body. The speed of the tendril thrusts became increasingly enjoyable, even creating illusions. This scene made Jin, who was nearby, widen his eyes and involuntarily take a couple of steps towards the battlefield to confirm the truth. What kind of power does this kid have to temporarily suppress Boss Kaido? One must know that even in his non-dragon form, Boss Kaido's strength is enough to shatter mountains and split seas. This kid is clearly just a paramecia user. How much can his power increase, and how terrifying is his own strength? Aro, that really hurts, kid. You did well. Blue dragon scales appeared on Kaido's surface, further enhancing his defense and power skyrocketing. The dragon man manifested in the world. But don't get too carried away. The tendrils piercing his body were directly stuck as Kaido forcefully pulled back his restrained fists. In Doflamingo's excited gaze, visible black-red lightning coiled upwards, exuding a deadly aura. You don't qualify for Conqueror's Haki. The Haki-wrapped iron fist slammed hard into Doflamingo's forehead. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Doflamingo's head sank into his chest, and his body turned into a flash of light, flying out at incredible speed, creating a sonic boom. Boom! The cake, the hard candy wall, trees, and everything along the way were all penetrated. Is this the true Haki binding? It's quite powerful. As his head pulled out from his chest, Doflamingo shook his dazed head somewhat, reminiscing suddenly, recalling the MOBA games he played in his past life. He felt like the Void Queen from the 3-piece set, and Kaido was like the mountain goat of the 6 gods. He had scraped for so long, yet he hadn't dealt as much damage to him as Kaido had with a single blow. But with just this one hit, he realized nothing. Mr. Kaido, I need more. Let me feel more Haki binding. Doflamingo became increasingly frenzied, running towards Kaido. With every step he took, candy and cakes took on a silky texture, converging onto Doflamingo. Fruit awakening. Watching this madman's performance, Katakuri and Perispero were taken aback. That form from last, Moriya's expression darkened, and Inaru beside him revealed a comical smile. So Doflamingo has already grown to this extent. Such power. Pika gazed with awe. Kaido. Virgo had silently shifted into his dragonling form. The tail whipping wildly behind him betrayed his turbulent emotions. On the battlefield, as they drew nearer, Doflamingo's stature swelled ever greater. His original skeletal muscular armor of thread extended outward, coalescing into the colossal frame of the Thread God. The Thread God reappeared. Witnessing this, Kaido hefted his teaching tool, the peerless iron staff, the Hachasai. Mama, what a brand new form. This brat has grown even stronger. From afar, Big Mom's eyes blazed with fierce brilliance. Seaplane white waves. Countless white threads surged like frenzied ocean waves, twisting and entangling Kaido's dragon claws. In the next instant, those claws crushed them flat. Yet Doflamingo never expected such petty tricks to hinder Kaido. Meanwhile, the Thread God's massive right leg stretched far into the distance and continued spinning relentlessly. At its armored tip, an invisible wave rose and recoiled with crushing force. Ultra Impact Spiral Pillar. Kaido stood rooted in place, making no attempt to evade a thunderbolt from the heavens, and black and crimson lightning converged upon the Hachasai. Thundersound 8 trigrams. As the giant leg descended toward Kaido's head, the Hachasai materialized once more, this time directly atop Doflamingo's forehead. Boom! Both combatants were hurled backward. Cough, cough. Spitting twin gouts of blood, Doflamingo found how formidable is Jin Huang's strength. He fell instantly before me in the original timeline, yet now withstands Master Kaido's iron staff. Row. Brat, your strength has surged again. Rubbing his brow, he rose from the rubble, gazing upon the fervent youth before him. Kaido's heart swelled with admiration, truly kindred in spirit. How deeply he wished this young man would serve under him. Such a powerfully built physique. Pity he hadn't consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit. But show me your Conqueror's Haki. This is only the beginning, Mr. Kaido. Doflamingo commanded the Thread God into another charge. 16 sacred feral bullets, divine execution. 16 towering white threads, infused with internal destructive armament Haki, surged behind him like storm-tossed waves. Excellent, full of spirit. For the first time, Kaido launched a full frontal assault. Unlike previous clashes where lightning and Conqueror's Haki surged in tandem, this time only pure black and crimson lightning coursed from Kaido's body into the Hachasai. Don't die on me, boy. This is the new power I've mastered. Kaido bent his knees slightly, then vanished, reappearing instantly before Doflamingo, gripping the Hachasai wreathed in armament Haki and swung it down with full force. Thunder sound 8 trigrams. A sudden surge of mortal danger pierced Doflamingo's consciousness. His hair stood on end. He threw both fists up to shield his head, just as the 16 tidal white threads lashed onward toward Kaido. Boom! Within Doflamingo's violently constricting pupils, the shaft of the Hachasai hovered, still inches short of his arms. His arms convulsed as though struck by lightning, collapsing inward instantly. The Hachasai unslowed slammed into Doflamingo's chest. What is this? Conqueror's Haki, projected at range. The thread god crashed onto Cake Island's ground. From him radiated a web of deep fissures spreading across the earth. The entire island trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Distant booms echoed incessantly. Cough, cough. Seems only my bones remain intact. Though he'd once endured a long-range strike from Sengoku, this close-quarters impact was utterly unlike it. Wiping blood from his lips, Doflamingo willed the thread god upright once more. Mr. Kaido, receive my final burst of Haki. Far away, Kaido laughed heartily as 16 gaping wounds, inflicted by the tidal white threads, sealed themselves rapidly upon his body. Whoa, come on, boy. Show me how far you can go. Bone thread, born of the same essence as bone itself, perfectly channeled Doflamingo's flowing armament Haki. The thread god's chest split open, revealing a vast cavity. Blinding light gathered within it. Further compressing and condensing his armament Haki demanded immense strain upon Doflamingo. It felt as though a bomb were about to detonate inside his chest. Worse still, it was a bomb of his own making. And still it fused, ever more intensely. Within the celestial navigation space, the descriptor following armament slowly transformed. Armament infinite cannon. 109. What sensation did you wish to experience? A crescent moon ascended. Its azure radiance bathed the land. Now this is getting interesting, boy. Kaido's mouth, a jagged slash beneath dragon scales, twisted wider, more fearsome. Crowned by horns that seemed poised to pierce the heavens, both demonic and draconic, and surrounded by devastation, he resembled a demon risen from hell. Roar thunder. The black and crimson lightning clinging to the Hachasai grew increasingly concentrated, not due to weakening Conqueror's Haki, but rather mastery elevated to a higher plane of control. Kaido coiled his legs, then the ground beneath him exploded, and he vanished. At that moment, clouds veiled the moon. Armament infinite cannon. Enel and Katakuri, whose observation Haki surpassed all norms, felt their hearts lurch violently. VVVVRR. A brief searing laser beam shot from the thread god's chest toward Kaido's charging form. 8 trigrams. Ignoring the scorching agony in his chest, Kaido brought the Hachasai crashing down once more onto Doflamingo's head. Boom. That brief laser detonated squarely upon Kaido's chest. Light. An incalculable torrent erupted, like a second sun igniting above Cake Island. An unprecedented gale tore across the heavens, the sky itself reverberated with colossal concussive thunder. What is this, Perori? Perospero's voice turned dry. Ignoring his elder brother's question, Katakuri stared at his own hands, sheathed in armament Haki. It resembles Mother's roaring light cannon. Can armament Haki truly achieve such destructive force? Watching her 2 eldest sons perplexed, Big Mom chuckled, Mama. Foolish sons. This is external projection of armament Haki. Whoa, truly spectacular. Moria, how did it feel when you experienced it? Enel nudged the dazed Moria beside him. When Moria remained unresponsive, Enel fired a bolt of electricity at him. Moria, obsessed with battle, jolted upright, snapping his head around, fangs bared. Damn it, what are you doing? Enel feigned innocence, just curious. How did it feel for you? Do you want to fight? Center of the battlefield. The thread god dissipated, reverting to scattered candy and soil. It truly hurts. My skull feels shattered. Trembling tendrils thrust forward from Doflamingo's front, propping his body upright. Why not rise under his own power? Because, for now, his brain had lost command over his limbs. So this is why Rosie keeps collapsing. Literally a broken mind. Fortunately, my regenerative capacity has vastly... Row. So boy, is this truly the limit of your strengths. Kaido's towering figure emerged from the smoke like a mountain, eyes locked upon Doflamingo. Admiration overflowed from his gaze. Even Quinn and King, ancient Zoan warriors famed for vitality, could not have risen so swiftly after enduring his current roar thunder 8 trigrams. Yet this boy, merely a paramecia type, possessed such astonishing resilience. Guh. Cracking his newly regenerated limbs, savoring the renewed flood of Haki, Doflamingo rose once more. Fufu. How could we possibly conclude so easily? Armament Haki, intuitively understood as the fusion of physical constitution and indomitable will. Thanks to innate talent, even without much guidance from Rao Ji, this power manifested effortlessly. Yet mastering its refinement demands more than will alone. It requires precise technique. Conqueror's Haki differs fundamentally from armament Haki. It is the tangible manifestation of one's spirit, the raw expression of sheer charisma and presence. Its mastery demands absolute, unshakable will. Past battles relied heavily on external advantages, dominant victories all. Only Big Mom's roaring light cannon, and Sengoku's long-range Conqueror's Haki strike came close to touching death's true essence. His will lacked sufficient refinement. Thus his Conqueror's Haki stagnated. Now with boundless vitality his body was raw or waiting to be forged, and it required relentless hammering. One strike insufficient, then 100. The white earth stirred anew. Figures began emerging, spewed forth one by one. Viewed from above, countless figures rose in concentric circles around Doflamingo. Such parlor tricks, utterly useless against me. Devil mode synchronization. Doflamingo exploded into a whirlwind of threads. Silhouettes merged seamlessly. Unlike before, when his true body resided with devil mode synchronization, Doflamingo exploded into a whirlwind of threads. Silhouettes merged seamlessly. Unlike before, when his true body resided within the thread god, like a pilot in a mecha. This time through devil mode his mind, soul, and flesh fused completely with the colossal thread being. Utter unity, body and will as one. A true thread god, over 100 meters tall, stood immovable upon the earth. Even the singing ship beyond the Grand Line caught sight of that titanic form. This is absurd. Were the ancient giants this large? It's like standing amid myth itself, beholding a true monster. Smoothie leaned over the ship's railing, eyes fixed on the crimson sunglasses perched atop that colossal head. Her gaze shimmered with reverence. This was the man she would marry. Fufufufu, mister. Kaido, can you still withstand? Rolling thunder filled the island as Doflamingo raised his pillar-like right leg, wreathed in armament Haki, and brought it crashing down. His scale now defied comprehension. Even ancient giants appeared childlike before him. Among all humanoid beings in this world, only rare anomalies, like St. Joan Wolf, could rival such magnitude. His sole foot already matched Kaido's size. Brutal force slammed into Kaido's Hachisai with cataclysmic weight. Boom! Black and crimson lightning radiated outward from their point of impact. Pooh! For the first time Kaido was sent flying, far and hard. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. King rubbed his eyes. Ohhholo. Our young master is truly magnificent. Enel cheered while Moria's expression darkened further. Perispero began questioning reality. If this boy is this strong, perhaps we truly needn't scheme against him. Doflamingo's shattered right foot reformed instantly. Again, he coiled, then stomped. Cake Island quaked anew. Amidst the debris of his own ejection, Doflamingo closed in on Kaido. Fists joined, then slammed downward with devastating force. Boom! Kaido plunged straight into the earth. This isn't over yet, mister. Kaido, show me your Conqueror's Haki. Spear-like protrusions erupted from both fists, striking in rapid, unrelenting succession. Aura. Pooh. 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 Under such ferocious blows, even Kaido's azure-scaled body began bleeding, and the old wound left by Sengoku reopened upon his brow. Yet he still laughed. Row. How terribly you underestimate me. A dragon soared upward, straight into the heavens. Ruo Arier. A cerulean dragon surged from the ground, shattering Doflamingo's assault. Instantly the sky choked with storm clouds. Lightning flashed, thunder cracked, rain lashed down, as if heaven itself raged. How come everyone gets to wield lightning? Glancing up at the tempest above, Enel bristled, notably eyeing Virgo Big Mom and the colossal dragon now commanding the thunder. High above, Kaido, riding flaming clouds, resumed his human beast form. You said you wanted to experience something. What was it? Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo roared. Then feel it, properly. Kaido grinned savagely, surrounding lightning and inner Conqueror's Haki flooding into the Hachisai. Blinding bolts coalesced like Mjolnir Thor's hammer. Boy, don't you dare die. Kaido dove downward, like a meteor entering the atmosphere, accelerating relentlessly, his body aflame. How could I possibly stop here? Not retreating, not flinching. Doflamingo's colossal form surged upward, legs coiling, then launching skyward to meet him. The earth beneath him shattered entirely under recoil. Unrivaled force surged from his core to his right fist. Armament Haki thickened around it, blurring its outline. Faint traces of Conqueror's Haki began weaving into the vortex. Then, upward it surged, a single decisive punch. Before stunned onlookers, the ascending fist met the descending god. Divine execution? Great wrath. Thunder sound 8 trigrams. 110. Boy, I truly approve of you. VVVRRR. Silence, profound and absolute. Time itself seemed suspended. When the awestruck witnesses finally grasped the scene unfolding, their faces paled. Black and crimson lightning spilled from the epicenter of impact. Our young master has mastered it too. Conqueror's Haki, entwined. A chill of foreboding crept into Virgo's heart. Scree. A grating, teeth-rattling shriek rang out. Stalemate shattered. The Hachisai broke through. Doflamingo's colossal right fist dissolved atom by atom. Kaido gripped the Hachisai, once more drawing lightning from the skies. Then faster than sight, he struck Doflamingo. Zzz. Amidst roaring thunder, Doflamingo snapped from utter stillness to violent motion, hurled downward from the heavens. The thread god began disintegrating. Its substance reverted midair, falling as candy in soil. Doflamingo's true form tumbled free. His right leg, right arm, and chest lay stripped, flesh gone, leaving only bone and viscera. Yet he still smiled. Fufufu, mister. Kaido, may I call myself powerful? Row. I acknowledge you, Pooh. Unseen, the dragonling had rushed the battlefield, catching Doflamingo mid-fall upon flaming clouds. Pooh. Even so, Doflamingo spat forth fresh gouts of viscera. Enel and the others moved instantly, forming a barrier before Virgo. They faced the approaching Kaido, the pressure mounted. Enel and his companions felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. Mama Doflamingo, you did a splendid job. Big MOM approached, her gaze fixed on Kaido. Are we still fighting, Kaido? I had such a great time. Kaido transformed back into his human form, patting his empty stomach as he leaned against the collapsed building. I'm hungry, bring me some food. Mama, let's have a feast then. Seeing Kaido's desire for battle, Enel and the others breathed a sigh of relief, turning their attention to Doflamingo. Except for their physical friend Moria, the others looked on with concern. Doflamingo, Master Bises, God, are you alright? No worries. After dealing with them, Doflamingo finally felt the state of his broken body while lying on the flame cloud. The skull, regardless of whether it was before or after the bone enhancement, was the hardest part. The forehead, which often frowned, was now cracked. The right arm and right leg were only covered by fascia and bones. The internal organs were shattered in many places. But it was all worth it. Puff. He spat out another mouthful of congealed blood produced during his recovery. Doflamingo extended his relatively intact left hand. Dark red lightning coiled around it. This was the new level of power that only a Conqueror's Haki possessor could hope to grasp. The Conqueror's Haki entwined around him. Such powerful, domineering, and stunning strength. He indulged in the moment briefly. Doflamingo again activated the powers of the string fruit. Strings once again covered the ribs on his chest. His right arm and right leg were wrapped in biomuscle. Flesh and blood grew beneath. Clenching his fist, Doflamingo jumped down from the soft flame cloud. The platinum suit was visibly woven together, and the tattered Haori from battle sprouted anew from his shoulder. Only the glasses would have to wait until he returned to the flamingo. The platinum suit looked great on him. Doflamingo suddenly had an ill-timed thought. How was the supreme drag kid of Nika? Shaking his head, he led everyone toward the seaside dining table. After a satisfying meal, Mr. Kaido, do you mean to say you only recently acquired the secret medicine? Doflamingo maintained his smile, but his heart was filled with confusion. He thought Kaido had gotten involved with Big MOM out of genuine feelings, leading to the failure of their plan to take over Charlotte. It turned out the reason lay with him. But that didn't make sense. The secret medicine had been circulating for over a year at sea. Kaido lazily responded. That's right, after Queen took it, it really satisfied me. Kid, let's trade. The weapons I produce will definitely be fierce in the new. I originally intended to collaborate with Mr. Kaido, thinking he had no interest in this. But by chance I formed a partnership, Doflamingo said regretfully. Mama Kaido, I can share a portion of my stake with you, let's ally together. A glint of light flashed in Big Mom's eyes as she began to interject. In the new world, with Roger dead, the golden lion missing, and the lone red-haired, not a concern, the only one worth paying attention to is Whitebeard, who is just playing a family game. Now is the moment for us to strike an alliance. With the secret medicine and the Zoan type, there's no doubt we can quickly bolster our basic combat power. If Vegapunk can catch it. Imagining the scene of forming a dragon-like army, Kaido's heart trembled. He looked at Doflamingo, who was leisurely sipping red wine beside him, and asked, Good idea, kid, what's your opinion? The secret medicine from the new world is under the complete control of Lady Linlin. As long as she has no objections, it's fine. As for your weapons, Mr. Kaido, I have certainly heard of them, and they would be excellent as trade goods. He took a sip of red wine. However, as far as I know, the general of Wano, Kaido, has cooperation with the world government. Could it be that he is blocking the information about the secret medicine, which is why Mr. Kaido only recently discovered this issue? Kaido, that fool, the so-called samurai, is even more foolish among the foolish. Thinking of the slow progress of Wano becoming a pirate nation, Kaido's expression darkened, and a terrifying pressure emanated throughout the area. If it weren't for the need for Wano's laborers, he would have long since crushed that idiot Kazuki Oden. Doflamingo's expression remained calm, but a dangerous smile crept onto his face. Mr. Kaido, how about we tighten our cooperation? I have a technology called the replicator, which is extremely cheap at 1.0 berries per person. It can mature from embryo in 3 years, though its combat power is low. It doesn't complain or require salary. Ideal laborers. As a gesture of goodwill, I can send 5,000 people for Mr. Kaido to test the goods. Aro, what do you want? Kaido's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Doflamingo, increasingly satisfied. Such thoughtfulness, he wanted to take him as a subordinate. The transaction between Kaido and the world government involves sea prism stone, which has led to the world government treating me with disdain, and I am very dissatisfied with this. Doflamingo displayed a strong malice towards Kaido. Since Wano is all yours, Mr. Kaido, shouldn't this sea prism stone also belong to you? Mr. Kaido, this money-making business should be in our hands, shouldn't it? This time I really came at the right time. Staring at the eloquent Doflamingo, Kaido clapped his hands and laughed. Aro, you kid, I really like you. The Black Snake was in a state of panic. In the southern part of Flower Capital, within the castle of the Black Snake, he paced back and forth with his square head. Standing at 3 meters 5 with a head 1 meter 5, despite having a height surpassing that of an admiral and the identity of a general in Wano, he showed no hint of grandeur. Only a sleazy aura arose around him. What to do? Ever since learning from Kanjiro that the samurai Goro was about to rebel, the Black Snake suddenly found the wine unpalatable, the beauty not fragrant, and the time no longer enjoyable. Bang! A bald man with a high forehead and earlobes like Enel pushed the door and walked in. He was the former Kazuki retainers. Now they were the Snake retainers Fukaru and Sho. Fukaru half knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Lord Snake, there are no unusual movements from Kazuki Oden. That's good. Upon hearing that Kazuki Odin was still unresponsive, the Black Snake breathed a sigh of relief, regaining some of his general's demeanor. If it weren't for the fact that Black Snake Mantis was there a year ago, he would have been killed by Odin long ago. Back then Odin's sword was still left in his heart. Where's Samurai Goro? Where's that old fool now? Remembering Samurai Goro's former reputation and achievements, the Black Snake fell into panic again. He hurriedly asked, Samurai Goro. Sensing his boss' displeasure, Fukuru immediately changed his words. That fool Goro, along with Odin's supporters, has disappeared from Flower Capital, and no trace has been found for the time being. However, the samurai's traces have been discovered, and nearly 4,000 of them have already gathered. Damn, where's the deployment in Flower Capital? My lord, as long as the regions of Suzuheim and the 4 areas do not participate relying solely on Samurai Goro, it would be impossible to breach Snake Castle. We the retainers will protect you, my lord. However, this did not pacify the Black Snake. What about Queen? What does the beast's pirate say? Queen. Speak. Queen said to let us go to hell. In a fit of rage, the Black Snake kicked over a nearby table. Kaido, you fickle fool. Bastard. Why leave Wano now? What? On Onigashima. Funk. If I slim down, I will be too popular. Oh, Lord Queen. Dancing Queen felt exceptionally elated. He was initially a bit anxious about Samurai Goro coming, but after a few days without him, the absence of the boss and the fool Jean felt too good. In any case, Wano currently was just their flower capital. Other regions were still governed by their respective daimyos. The one who would be attacked first was just that fool Black Snake. These foolish samurai couldn't possibly choose to attack Onigashima first, right? Lord Queen, the members of the flower capital have all retreated to Onigashima. The waiting person rushed in from outside. Very good. Bang. Coming out from Skull Mountain, Queen leaped onto a wild boar war chariot, his massive belly quivering like waves. The wild boar pulling the cart made an annoyed sound. It was that fat guy again. Amidst the raised dust, Queen headed towards the edge of Onigashima. With the boss away, he needed to guard the house well. Since Jean was also absent when Kaido returned, he would be the one rewarded. However, he had to deal with a minor episode first. Queen turned around and grabbed a small girl with pink horns resembling a finely carved little doll. It was Yamato, one of the 4 children of the pirates. Taken by Queen, Yamato showed no fear, but instead grabbed Queen's fat hand, a silly smile on her face. Uncle Queen, take me to play too. This is a battlefield, not a child's game, Yamato. Queen felt a bit of a headache. Yamato, at the age of 5 or 6, was at the age where she was disliked by everyone, especially since she had a naturally kind disposition and tended to oppose them. Who knows how such a daughter came from a capricious, but due to her status as the boss daughter, he couldn't directly hit her. Then Uncle Queen, you let the laborers. Bang. Ignoring what she was saying, he threw Yamato far away and took off with the wild boar war chariot. As for Yamato's safety, Kaido's bloodline brought a physique that was no joke. Wano is just another name for the land of the rising sun. Naturally, its system is also an ancient form of the land of the rising sun, except there is no emperor. The shogun holds the political power. Each region has independent daimyos, but even the shogun has no right to interfere excessively. However, because Black Snake is not well liked, various daimyos have long harbored dissent. In the northern region of Suzu, at the Shimatsuki residence. At this moment, Shimatsuki Ushimaru had not yet fallen into captivity. Looking at the face of Samurai Goro on the snail, there was a hint of confusion. Uncle Goro hadn't been involved in the world for Uncle Goro, what are you doing? On the snail, Samurai Goro's face was filled with fatigue as he spoke. Ushimaru, time is of the essence, so be brief. Kaido and Black Snake cannot be trusted. If we let the situation develop like this, Wano will completely fall into ruin. Kaido has already left, and there are currently no signs of his return. Now there is only Black Snake and the Beast Pirates. Tonight, I will initiate a rebellion and kill Black Snake. Shimatsuki, Yasui, Amano, Tempura, and Fukiyasu have agreed to join me in advancing towards the flower capital. Ushimaru, do you want to come? What about Kaido? Remembering Odin's attitude towards him in the past, Samurai Goro spoke. Little Odin will come. Thinking of the increasingly chaotic environment in Wano, Shimatsuki Ushimaru was silent for a moment before giving his answer. All right. On the other side, Samurai Goro let out a sigh of relief upon receiving a positive response. Looking at the 11 people behind him, including Kinemon and others, he spoke solemnly. Kinemon, how is the preparation for the night? Lord Goro, those who still wish to believe have gathered outside the city. Along with our Kazuki retainers, we are ready to die for the revival of the Kazuki clan. Good. Samurai Goro's spirit surged as he said sternly. Tonight is the day Black Snake died. Yes, Lord Goro. The 11 people bowed and saluted, and a strange smile appeared on the face of Kanjuro, who had his head lowered. At the Kazuki residence, 5-year-old Kazuki Momonosuke and 3-year-old Kazuki Hayori were chasing each other. Gently smoothing out Odin's collar, he looked at Odin's somewhat gloomy expression. Kazuki Tama whispered, Odin, Uncle Goro's actions are happening today, right? Kazuki Odin seemed not to hear, staring at his palm, his expression dazed. Bang! Kinemon and the others walked in. They knelt on the ground. Prince Odin, we have learned the truth from Lord Beppo. You all know. Prince Odin, you have suffered. We are ready. Tonight we will die for the Kazuki family. We know you are troubled by the innocent people in Snake Castle, but the flower capital is in dire straits, and there are many more than just the hostages in Snake Castle. Prince Odin, please lend us your strength. Kazuki Odin. Silence was the theme of the Kazuki residence tonight. Kazuki Odin had never imagined reaching this point. His long career as a dancer had almost extinguished his spirit, and he no longer had any other thoughts about the position of shogun. Now he only wanted the situation in Wano to stabilize. But now could he watch Uncle Goro and his subordinates die? Humph. After my father's death, he passed the position to Black Snake and disappeared. There must be Black Snake's involvement in this. Black Snake is not to be feared. I will wait for you at the Blade Warrior Hill and attack the Kaido pirates. Kazuki Oden steadied himself looking at Ashi beside him, as well as the unaware Momonosuke and Hiyori in the courtyard. With guilt in his eyes as a husband and father, he truly felt inadequate. But what I worry about the most is Ashi, Momonosuke, and Hiyori. Kaido and Black Snake are likely to send assassins to attack, so I hope you can leave a few people to protect them. Jin Huang and the others exchanged glances, wanting more than anything to fight alongside His Highness Oden, even if it meant dying by his side. They pledged their loyalty to the Kazuki clan until their last breath. However, Lady Toki along with Momonosuke and little Hiyori were equally vital to protect, and indeed someone must guard them. Of course Kanjuro was the exception. Thus he took the initiative to volunteer. Let me stay. Jin Huang and the others had tears in their eyes as Kanjuro voluntarily gave up the chance to join the battle against Kaido and the Great Snake, choosing instead to take on the duty of protecting their families. What loyalty this was. No need for further words, I shall take on the important task of protecting Lady Toki, Kanjuro declared with a serious expression. On the other side, the Sky Island. Year 1499 of the sea calendar, early March. The Palace of Gods combined with the island clouds was expanding ever more. All the divine attendants gathered together, their expressions tense as they watched the closed Palace of Gods. Beside them, Baccarat gazed at the divine palace, rubbing her belly with envy in her eyes. On the outskirts, Diamante, Torpal, Laoji, and Jorah observed their surroundings closely. They had been on guard for nearly a day. Torpal, does Doflamingo know what Gladiolus found? Diamante, somewhat bored, started a conversation. After glancing at the Palace of Gods, Toripal responded, the news of Doflamingo's child and Roger's child being born came too suddenly. We haven't had time to report it yet once things settle down. Creak. The massive palace doors opened. Wawawak. 2 infants were brought out by the divine attendants. Contact Doflamingo. At Cake Island, Kaido was about to leave when he was called back. Doflamingo, do you want to go to Wano? There are several fruit users in Wano that would be very helpful for our future experimental projects. I plan to conduct an on-site investigation. Mr. Kaido shouldn't disagree, right? Ho, just come. Remember to prepare the 5,000 workers you mentioned. That goes without saying. Doflamingo smiled. The buried king of hell in Wano was not important, as it was impossible to bypass Kaido to obtain it. Giving it to Kaido for free was even more unlikely. However, the time fruit, and a certain fruit called the ripe fruit, were very valuable, and Kaido would not overlook them. There was room for maneuvering. Ling him off, then Jin. With a cloud of smoke lifting a box of secret medicines, Kaido transformed into his dragon form. He took one last look at Doflamingo's black dragon boy before the green dragon and Firebird flew into the distance. See you next time, Lady Ling. Doflamingo saluted the person in the leading position above. Waving his hand, Big Mom inquired about her project. Doflamingo, don't forget about my giant transformation. Of course, I think with our close relationship, Lady Ling can call. Goodbye, Perispero Katakuri. Pausing, Doflamingo glanced at the long-legged little sister who had snuck over at some point and smiled as he spoke. Until next time, my fiancée, Miss Smoothie. Fiancé. Smoothie's face instantly flushed red as she stammered a "Gee, goodbye." The black dragon soared into the sky, chasing after the green dragon. On the flamingo in the smoke, seeing that they were all his people, Enel, who had been holding back for a long time, asked, "Young master, is the power of lightning common on the sea?" Glancing at the gloomy Enel, Doflamingo decided to put some pressure on the kid. Only you can freely transform into lightning like that, but many can use it. There is a race where everyone can wield the power of electricity. A race? Enel's jaw dropped in surprise, matching his earlobes. He asked unwillingly, "You're not lying to me, or I used to do this often before my jaw joint got messed up. If luck permits, you might see it when we go to Wano." Enel's foolishness made Doflamingo's smile bloom even more. This was the joy of raising an ignorant son. Although Enel was only 2 years younger than him, having lived 2 lives, Enel and Rashi were raised as sons. As for the electric-producing race, it naturally referred to the Fururami tribe. So you must learn to convert lightning into kinetic energy. Many are immune to lightning, but pure attacks can shatter any immunity. I understand, Gungnir, right? Enel perked up immediately. Gungnir, you're still using it too roughly. Isn't there a doctor studying lightning on Thunder God Island? When you return to Thunder God Island, go and improve your skills. Remember, knowledge is power. Hearing about studying Enel's, he would rather fight that fool Moria. Stimulated Moria, who was tied up with Doflamingo's special restraints, was doing push-ups. Suddenly feeling an inexplicable malice approaching, he shivered involuntarily. Go on, learn from Moria. Oh, once this is over, I will personally assess your physical strength. Hearing this, Enel's face fell. He slowly moved over, stuffing himself into the restraints, and began his physical training. Watching the orderly formation of the group, Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction and took out the transponder snail from the cabin. Gulu. I was just about to contact you, Toripal. Is there good news? Toripal's expression on the transponder snail was exceptionally excited. He heaved. Doflamingo, I have 2 good news. Which one do you want to hear first? You have too many catchphrases, Toripal. Oh, just tell them together. Doflamingo frowned. Toripal was left behind at the base. Just 2 points were not acceptable. One was mucus, and the other was a complicated catchphrase. Seeing the change in the expression on the transponder snail, Toripal immediately restrained his emotions and replied. Doflamingo, Gladiolus has successfully brought back the blueprints you wanted. For good. Gladiolus did well, I will reward him handsomely. Doflamingo laughed heartily, as now both the Heavenly King and the King of Hell were within his grasp. Among the three ancient weapons, only a living Sea King was not in his hands. But the living Sea King had not yet been born. In this vast world, where could he not go? What else is the other good news? Your son and Roger's son have both been born. Roger's son Portgasti. Ace has already been named. Huh. Becoming a father so suddenly. The scoundrel Doflamingo was momentarily dazed. When had he last touched that cheap son? Young master, hurry, and give him a name. Oh, I will take good care of him. Jorah's excited voice rang out. Who is older, him or Ace? Your son, young master. Mine. Then let's call him Zophie. Doflamingo suddenly remembered a certain giant of light bearing the same name, a smile appearing on his face that only he understood. Let's call him Zophie. Just after hanging up with Torpal, Tizolo called again. Tizolo, is there something happening in Sabaody? BOSS, we have successfully participated in Fisher Tom's Sea Train project. Do we need to do more? No need, we will just be pure recorders, and we only need to understand the principles of the sea tracks. As for anything else, Tom's fish-headed brain can't dig out more. Moreover, most importantly, we have already obtained it. On Wayno Island, looking at the Cake Island that had undergone catastrophic demolition, Morgans was filled with astonishment and indeed there is big news following Doflamingo. Perhaps he himself is a big news item. But can it be released? Morgans was in a dilemma. If he released it without Doflamingo's knowledge, it would be troublesome to later obtain big news from If he didn't release it, it would be a hardship for himself. Thus, Gulu. Doflamingo opened his eyes with a face full of black lines. He had just fallen into a light slumber. If he didn't release it, it would be a hardship for himself. Thus, Gulu. Doflamingo opened his eyes with a face full. Morgans, you'd better have something important to say. Otherwise, I don't mind coming to Wayno Island to recount what happened at Cake Island today. Cold sweat dripped from Morgan's bird head. He couldn't withstand the color of Conqueror's Haki. He tentatively said, how about you continue resting? Morgans, don't waste my time. It's like this, blah blah. Is that it? Release it. Let the world government see what I'm really doing. Grasping the Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo felt extremely inflated. Crack. Forget it, let's see who else dares to call me today. Being interrupted multiple times, Doflamingo simply decided not to sleep any. His spirit sank into his physical body. The nutrients ingested during the day under the manipulation of life returning flowed accurately into his right arm and right leg. In Wayno, in the flower capital, looking at the densely packed samurai outside, Kaido the Great Snake felt slightly relieved. Although he had been committing evil deeds this past year, the money earned was also increasing day by day. More and more samurai groups were willing to attach themselves to him. This was a full 5,000 samurai. Even if they couldn't defeat the samurai led by the flower warrior Goro, it was enough to hold out until Kaido returned. However, what if Kaido really gets killed by Kazuki Odin? Thinking of Odin's previous blade, Kaido the Great Snake began to dang clang. Using a scraper to strum the peepa's strings, Kaido the Great Snake turned his head and Kaido Danzu spoke. No need to worry, General Kaido, with me here, no one can harm you. Please trust in this barrier technique. Odin's previous attack has already proven this barrier to be absolute defense. Even if Odin participates in this rebellion, it will still be ineffective. It cannot change the landscape of Wayno. Kaido Danzu was extremely confident, even wanting to give Odin the middle finger again. Yo, General Kaido. Kaido Murasame, who had been out to sea for a long time, appeared in the room, his face reminiscent of an old, which was filled with a sinister smile. With Danzu's barrier, your safety is assured. You only need to watch the Kazuki clan perish, and Wayno will only be. The repeated brainwashing by the two major supports temporarily calmed Kaido the Great Snake. However, if it weren't for that bastard Shiki not valuing his family, our Black Snake clan's revival wouldn't be so difficult. Remembering the misfortunes of this voyage, Kaido Murasame's face grew even colder, like a poisonous snake ready to strike. Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki. Kaido the Great Snake was somewhat puzzled. He now had a basic concept of Roger Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Odin was already this strong, the strength of a man like Golden Lion was even more unimaginable. But what did that? Just a fool who set out to sea with us back, then a spawn of recklessness after growing up. Now he is merely a fleet destroyed, territory taken, and a disappearance. What kind of dogs hit Golden Lion? He is just a rootless wild dog. Saying this, Kaido Murasame glanced at the exceptionally manipulable Kaido the Great Snake. Fools are easier to control. In the outer city of the Snake. Lord Fukurokuju. Do you think we can win? Asked Bishamon, also a member of the Amatsukido. We must win. Fukurokuju understood what kind of reckoning his betrayal would face. Outside the city, the flower warrior Goro led Odin's retainers and the gathered forces hidden in the night, looking at the distant wall lit by flames. Boss Goro X5. The four great underworld leaders of Wayno, Rabbit Bowl Blood Character, Osei White Dance, Broken Hat, Goro Bellflower, Evening Primrose, Achi and Kimi Snake Eye Yitap joined together. The four of them knelt halfway on the ground. The Rabbit Bowl's underworld warriors number over 400. The White Dance's underworld warriors total 300. Bellflower's underworld warriors number 500. Kimi's underworld warriors have only 200. Goro patted the slightly guilty Yitap and comforted him. Not everyone is willing to join us in resisting Kaido. Moreover, Kimi's area is the smallest, so there's no need for that. Nawamaru and the others have already joined with Odin. Now we help Odin eliminate the last remnant. The sun on the horizon, the last bit of sunlight vanished from the sky. Revive Wayno. With a loud shout, Goro raised his head and charged. Revive Wayno. Revive Wayno. The samurai behind began to charge together. Goro's blue hair resembled a blazing flame, and his tall, hefty figure displayed unusual agility. Flower one sword style, furious flame offering. Ignited with a domineering flame, Goro charged toward the wall like a ray of light. Boom. The long silent heroes of the flower capital struck again. Boom. The stone gate mixed with sea stone shattered. The warriors of Kaido's faction stared in astonishment at this scene. Prepare for battle. Fire. In an instant, blades and arrows flew together. Chaotic arrows shot towards the... It seems that the brief silence has not affected Goro's strength. Fukurokuju in the distance watched this scene, without any panic, instructing beside him. Bring those captives over. One strike made a success. Goro's long sword swept past the dazed samurai behind. In an instant, organs and blood splattered. Colorful stains covered the ground. Lord Goro, please behead Kaido. Blood character Osei toppled the incoming samurai with a bloodthirsty smile and charged toward the walls. Follow me. The revival of Wano begins today. Alright, it's up to you, Osei. Goro instructed one sentence and charged towards the inner city with the men. The most important thing now was to take the life of the Great Snake, thoroughly purging the entire Wano territory. Meanwhile, at the White Dance Blade port departing, Kazuki Toki tightly embraced Kazuki Oden, burying her head in his chest and trembling. Mama no Suke Hiyori, and I will wait for your triumphant return. Don't worry, Toki, I will ensure that Wano returns to peace. Gently patting his wife's head, Kazuki Oden. Without looking back, he walked towards the ship that was ready to set sail. Behind him, except for the sudden rain, Shogun Takanosuke and the newly joined Eren silently followed. The large ship set sail. Kogetsu Yuden looked at the blurry figures on the shore. He knew his wife Arashi was watching him too. Yuden, do you have confidence this time? Next to him, Nio Gamaru stepped forward to ask. Gripping the Tengu's blade and Inma at his waist, Kogetsu Yuden turned to gaze towards Onigashima. We will surely win this battle. His strong confidence infected those behind him. We will surely win this battle. We will restore the land of Wano. It is our duty. In the inner city of Orochi, Bang, the house holding the hostages was violently broken open. A group of fierce warriors stormed in. The pale and emaciated hostages huddled together in fear. Damn it. Why am I the one doing this? I want to kill and make a name for myself. Come with me. Hurry up. The hostages were driven like lambs to the slaughter towards the inner city wall. Outside the city, wiping the blood from his blade on the corpse beneath him. Hana no Haishigoro looked at the inner city wall not far away and passionately declared, Fukurokuju, you were once a loyal retainer of the Kogetsu clan. Now the traitorous Kaido is simply a usurper, a rebel against his master. When the former shogun Lord Sukiyaki passed the title, when did he ever show his face? As he said this, Goro's tone grew more furious. Open the city, Fukurokuju, we only need to eliminate Kaido. Open the city? How can we possibly open the city? For wealth and status, they betrayed the Kogetsu clan and sided with Kaido, committing countless atrocities and persecuting the remnants of the Kogetsu clan. Moreover, without Kogetsu Yuden's involvement, these people will always be losers. The only winner is General Kaido. Fukurokuju sneered in his heart and waved to his side. Bring them up. One hostage was pinned against the city wall. The gap in the female wall resembled a natural scaffold. Please don't kill me. Didn't Prince Yuden have an agreement with General Kaido? The pinned hostage looked at Goro, who had resumed wielding his sword, tears filling the eyes of the hostages as they began to cry for help. Save me, Lord Goro. Lord Goro. Fukurokuju. These are the people of Hana no Kuni, not thieves or pirates. They should not be treated this way. Goro suppressed his anger and began to persuade. Was this what Yuden had to face? The samurai who rushed behind him were also filled with righteous indignation, their angry gazes piercing like daggers into Fukurokuju. Despite this treatment, Fukurokuju felt no displeasure, but rather was quite at ease, pressing down on the hostage beside him. Leave today or else. Fukurokuju waved his hand downwards. A little brother who understood timely chopped off the head of the hostage in front of him. Don't kill me. In an instant, wails rose. The smell of excrement and urine from the terrified hostages permeated the air. Fuku, Roku, Ju. Goro could only feel his anger surging to his brain. Blood seemed to be about to overflow from his eyes, his teeth grinding together, the veins on his hands twisting like snakes. What should I do, brother Goro? What Yuden could not do, I will do for him. Closing his eyes, Goro spoke with sorrow. This sin, this calamity. After this battle, I alone will bear the burden. I, Hana no Haishigoro, will commit seppuku to apologize to all the people of Hana no Kuni. Hana no Itoryu, rage of the burning flames. At the Blade Harbor, looking like the wife stone Kogetsu Shima, Shogun Takanosuke revealed a sinister smile. Lady Shima, Prince Yuden cannot see you. We should protect you and get you out of here first. Kogetsu Shima showed a gentle smile. Thank you, Takanosuke. It's no trouble, it is our duty. Watching Kogetsu Shima get onto the carriage, Shogun Takanosuke drove away. However, the direction was not the agreed stronghold of Kogetsu Yuden, but rather the central battlefield at that moment. Hana no Kuni. Boom, boom. The Yuden fleet preparing to land was under cannon fire from the beast pirates. Just as they were about to charge, an unease flashed through Yuden's heart. Let us pave the way for you, Prince Yuden. The Jinx royal family stepped forward. Foxfire flow, flame split slash. Thunderhand shuriken. Dog slash vicious arrow. A series of slashes and incoming bombs exploded. The Yuden fleet, which had just been obstructed, rushed towards the shore once again. Damn it. Brother, if you don't come back soon, I'm going to run away. Quinn was a bit flustered, initially thinking it was just Yuden's retainers and samurai. With the strength of the armor dragon coupled with the powerful abilities of the numbered ones, it would be more than enough to take them down. But why isn't that fool Yuden dancing anymore? Has Kaido rebelled? Crack. The winds gathered, thunder roared. Yuro Kogetsu Yuden, why aren't you dancing? From the cloud the dragon head emerged with a mocking smile. Hearing the sound, Kogetsu Yuden looked to the sky. The turmoil in Wano country originated from this evil dragon, and today it would once again head towards its end. Kaido. 115 Kogetsu's destruction countdown. Kaido. In an instant the entire coastline was filled with black and red lightning dancing. On Kaido's side the weak waiting soldiers foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness under the impact of the terrifying brother. In stark contrast to the furious Kogetsu Yuden, Quinn felt uplifted. His brother had returned. It seems that the ridiculous dance hasn't crushed your will. Kaido transformed into human form and landed before the beast army. Yuden stepped forward looking directly at Kaido and asked, "You and Orochi's agreement was to deceive me, right?" Of course. After all, suppressing the entire Wano country back then was still too difficult. You and your father are both absolute fools. Kaido did not deny it, furthering his understanding of Kogetsu Yuden's naivety. It was merely to preserve Wano's surviving forces to be slowly consumed. Kaido, you truly deserve to die. Everything about you will end today. The words came out almost through clenched teeth. Kogetsu Yuden drew Tengu's blade and Inma, both swords enveloped in a level of Haki akin to flowing cherry blossoms. With a leap he struck at Kaido. Yuro, but you still can't do it. Kaido laughed maniacally. The lightning and Haki of the 8 precepts surged, sweeping towards Kogetsu Yuden in the sky. Samurai spirit. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom. The two clashed, and the ensuing shockwave was like a massive TNT explosion, sending everything within hundreds of meters flying. Even the recently landed Ash Quinn and Yuden's retainers could not stop themselves from retreating. As the shockwave dissipated, the Jinx royal family shouted loudly and charged forward. For Prince Yuden, we will fight to the death. Block these scoundrels of the beast pirates. Understood. The crowd responded loudly and immediately rushed toward Quinn and Ash. They had dozens of samurai and ninja capable of fighting against many. They would eliminate the beast pirates and then assist Prince Yuden in slaying the evil dragon. Wano country would once again be great. Let us deal with these Oni clan. Shogun Nio and the other 3 daimyo charged towards the 2 numbered ones. Then I'll handle that, Firebird. Jinx charged forward. The flame split, capable of cleaving flames, surged towards Ash. Damn Ash, aren't you worried? Quinn finally understood. No wonder Boss Kaido was so gentle in Wano country, not as reckless as he was overseas. It turns out that there are so many samurai capable of facing 100 in Wano country. Throwing a fireball at the feeble Ash glanced at Quinn and said indifferently. Soon it will be them panicking. You might panic too. How is that possible? Ignoring the stubborn Quinn, Ash's katana ignited in flames. The flames shaped like a dragon shot out, as if alive, consuming everyone with a high temperature like magma. The battle began, plunging into a fever pitch. Kaido. In the center of the battlefield, Kogetsu Yuden hovered in the air, his face twisted in a mad frenzy, both swords pressed down with all his might. Below, Kaido gripped his kanabo tightly, firmly resisting against the descending swords. Under the tremendous force, his feet sank into the fragile sand. Yuro, indeed a formidable strike, but to defeat me with this level you are still far from it. Fufufu, to be able to contend with Mr. Kaido, you are indeed invincible, Kogetsu Yuden. The abruptly sounding mocking voice stood out particularly on the battlefield. The crowd looked to the other side of the sky, where the scene made the battle feel as if the pause button had been pressed. Apart from 2 missing horns, a black dragon emerged from the flame clouds. On the dragon's head, a pink figure stood tall. Kogetsu Yuden, who was clashing with Kaido, instinctively looked over. His heart skipped a beat. In fright, he was struck down by Kaido's kanabo, falling far to the ground. Staring at the interloper, Kaido dared not act rashly. This time things were really getting troublesome. Yuro, you are a bit slow, Donquixote Doflamingo. With the kanabo on his shoulder, Kaido smiled. Now the advantage was in his hands. The cat viper and Inuarashi of the mink tribe felt their hairs stand on end. Masaka. Two Kaidos. Meow. What should we do, Prince Yuden? The previously spirited Yuden team felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them, their fighting spirit lost. 1 Kaido was enough for Yuden, but how to deal with 2? Looking helplessly at Kogetsu Yuden fighting Kaido, the beast pirates were also confused, but their morale surged. Although they didn't know what had happened, it seemed to be an advantage. The same fruit ability as boss. Or does fruit ability now have a chance to be inherited? As a profound researcher of bloodline factors, Quinn could understand the difficulty of achieving all this. He was merely implanting the research results he shared with Judge into his body. This is a creation of Vegapunk. Winged Dragon quietly added. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mr. Kaido, do you need help? Donquixote Doflamingo surveyed the battlefield, noticing that apart from the Jinx royal family and Quinn, there were hardly any familiar faces. After all, he had not been able to continue in the Wano arc in his past life. Below, Eren was corroding Kaido's sword and gazed towards the sky. This scene caught Doflamingo's. There are 2 fruits capable of corroding blades. One is the rust fruit, and the other is the corrode fruit. He instructed beside him. Enel, bring her over. Understood, young master. Eren felt as if she was being targeted by a giant sea king and instinctively reacted with a strong sense of crisis. Smoke escape technique. The rising smoke enveloped Eren as she moved towards the direction of Yuden's retainers. However, this simple and outdated misdirection could not escape the observation of Haki combined with observation Haki. Enel appeared behind Eren in an instant. To outsiders, it looked as if Eren had bumped into him. Enel's finger took the shape of a gun and pressed against Eren's back. Cardiac paralysis, 50 million volts. Ah! In the blinding blue light, Eren's eyes turned white as she lost consciousness. Eren. Before Yuden's group could do anything, the blue lightning returned to the sky. Puff! A black thread pierced through Eren's forehead into her skull, destroying her frontal lobe completely. Samurai are not like pirates. Their greatest preference is to commit suicide for loyalty. The best way to prevent a samurai from suicide is to turn them into a vegetative state. Wrapping the vegetative Eren in sea stone, they headed towards the ship's cabin. The first goal of this trip was achieved, causing Doflamingo's smile to grow wider. Looking at the tense Kogetsu, Yuden Doflamingo uttered playfully, "Mr. Kaido, do you need help?" 116 Yuden, I'll take Euro, as long as you don't interfere with my battle, feel free to do whatever you want. Watching Kogetsu Yuden's pale face, Kaido's smile grew even brighter. Doflamingo let out a sinister laugh. Fufufu then now? Let us have some fun. The black dragon dove down. Like a signal for battle, the previously stalled situation resumed. Kaido. With a fierce shout, Kogetsu Yuden raised both swords and charged towards the dragon man again. At this moment he could not hesitate. Only by defeating Kaido could he turn the tide. Euro, come well, Kogetsu Yuden die. The black-red lightning on Kaido's 8 precepts began to buzz his feet, bending as he leaped towards Kogetsu Yuden. Peach Blossom White Flow. Falling 3 realms guide to hell. Kaido took the lead, wrapping his Conqueror's Haki around the 8 precepts, spinning with immense power. Descending from above, it crashed down on the dual blades. Boom! In the cloud of dust, Kaido and Kogetsu Yuden collided back and forth. Leave this black dragon who assists the tyrant to me. Ancestral dragon / let me imitate today. Shogun Nio placed his sword horizontally in front of him, his gaze fierce. The flowing Haki emitted a glow along the blade. One sword style. Accompanied by a deep voice, Shogun Nio's shadow charged towards the black dragon. Iron block. The blood under Virgo's command gathered towards the right forepaw. The pitch-black Haki increased in hardness. Dragon break. Dragon dance. The two clashed, and the black dragon ultimately prevailed with an unstoppable force, sending Shogun Nio flying far away. Lord Nio. Loyal Nio Gameru hurried over. Virgo transformed into human form, looking at his slowly healing right hand, slightly furrowing his brow. Is this the flowing Haki that Doflamingo spoke of? It truly can injure this greatly enhanced body. But it still... Virgo's feet exploded, and in the moment the ground shattered, his figure vanished from the spot, swiftly approaching the just risen Shogun Nio. But this scene seen by Yuden's group caused a great shock. Lord Shogun Nio was indeed one of the strongest samurai. He was able to injure the second evil dragon. Leave that lightning kid to us. Inuzuka and the cat snake charged towards the falling Enel, their figures transforming into fierce beasts in their moon lion forms under the full moon. Electricity crackled around them. When it came to reaction speed and lightning resistance, they were the best match against this electrifying kid. Inu Diamond Wind. Red Cat Leap. The two charged towards Enel from both sides. You must be the tribe that the young master mentioned, Enel thought, feeling belittled, floating in midair with a displeased expression. So it's just static electricity. Let me see how much you can endure. Divine Judgment. A burning pillar of lightning enveloped Enel along with the two. Nearby, the massive Slash-Wave and Shadow Clone faced off against Ugetsu Tempero and Fengyue Ujia, while Moonlight Moria prepared to take on two opponents today. The Stone Man Pika was advancing with a giant stone pillar erupting from the ground, targeting the lightning-wielding Reizang. Charge with me, little ones. Seeing such strong reinforcements, Queen transformed into his Beastman form, his massive jaws and mechanical claws charging up. Black Firelight. A laser beam shot towards the crowd. Boom. The subsequent explosion sent a group of gathered warriors flying. The Flamingo was hovering in the air. Watching the chaotic battlefield standing at the bow of the ship, Donquixote Doflamingo decided to stoke the flames further. Fufufu Parasite Thread. Endless threads shot out from his body like a thick mist that enveloped the battlefield. Then the threads fell like shooting stars, linking to every warrior of the Mugen clan. The warriors immediately sensed something was wrong, panicking as they faced the blades and swords of the beast pirates. I can't control my body anymore. Me too, I can't control my body. What is happening? I can't move. What do we do? The warriors at the front of the battlefield were swiftly cut in half by Kaido's subordinates. Pink flesh fell to the ground. This bizarre scene caused the beast pirates to instinctively retreat, looking up at the orchestrator of it all. Sensing the intense gazes from the crowd, Doflamingo revealed a benign smile, his fingers moving as if playing an invisible piano. Fufufu, a puppet show of infighting I hope you all enjoy. Just as he finished speaking, the warriors struggling in resistance raised their swords against their closest comrades. No, don't. Get away. Poochie. However, it didn't end there. The moment the warriors severed their comrades' skin, Doflamingo relaxed his control. One by one, the warriors managed to lift their swords, looking in agony at their injured teammates. Doflamingo's smile grew more brazen, raising his hands again, dropping them sharply, like a conductor controlling an orchestra. The warriors once more lightly slashed at their comrades. The screams echoed across the battlefield. This cycle continued. This is what they called self-immolation. Damn brat. Kinnaman and the other retainers of the Kazuki family watched this scene with rage in their eyes. Yet under the entanglement of Queen Jin and others, they could only watch helplessly as this unfolded. Two-sword style, the Frost Moon Bull rushed forward, his dual swords covered in a purple glow slicing through Virgo's chest. Poochie. Scalding dragon blood spurted from Virgo's chest. Ignoring the fallen Virgo, Frost Moon Bull charged towards Doflamingo in the sky. If this sorcerer wasn't dealt with, all the warriors would kill each other, suffering a painful death. Ignoring the fallen Virgo, Frost Moon Bull charged towards Doflamingo in the sky. If this sorcerer wasn't dealt with, all the warriors would kill. You have to kill me first. Virgo's dragon claw ignited with flames, fiercely striking downward. Dragon flame claw. Clang, clang. The dragon claw was blocked by two swords, but the following force sent Frost Moon Bull crashing towards the ground. The two once again clashed together. With a seemingly relieved scream, the last low-level warrior ended his own life through self-mutilation. The released Doflamingo gazed at the battlefield. The playful Enel was playing whack-a-mole with two electric rats. The Kappa and the Toadfish Man were charging up against Ulki. Unable to locate Pika's true body, Razang was chased around in chaos. Seeing the favorable situation, Doflamingo turned his gaze towards the most intense battlefield. A malicious voice escaped his lips. The invincible Kazuki Odin, I'm going to take care of your family. Madam Shimo, please come with me. You wouldn't want anything to happen to Momonosuke and Hiyori, would you? Kazuki Odin's eyes turned red. A tremendous humiliation surged within him. Black-red, lightning. With an increase in power, he raised his Conqueror's Haki wrap dual swords to slash. However, he was still firmly suppressed by Kaido. Ruoro, Kazuki Odin, it seems the ugly dance you've been doing for over 2 years has made you weaker. Great power, Thunderbagwa. The 8 precepts roared down onto Kazuki Odin's dual swords. Odin's pupils contracted. His previously enraged mind instantaneously awakened. Having once been on the ships of Whitebeard and Roger, he naturally understood that this was a high-level technique of Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki from a distance. The selected lucky audience was pulled towards the sky, with a scream acting as the guide. Before leaving, Doflamingo added fuel to the fire. Odenkin, I will send your family to reunite with you. With Kazuki Odin's powerless rage, the flamingo flew towards Wano country. The flower capital. The interest group backed by the Great Snake felt uneasy, seizing this rare moment of calm to flee. Kaido's forces had already reached their lair. Could they still have it good? Meanwhile, in the Great Snake Castle. Gwaha. The gleeful laughter made Daisen and others glare angrily, but the laughter only grew louder and more piercing. The black snake grinned maliciously, pointing at the just-strapped wound on Hanzo's chest, relishing in his triumph. That cut must hurt, huh? Hanzo of the flower. Daisen angrily scolded. Shut up, you dog. You can only use despicable means, you villain. Then come and kill me. The black snake swayed his several heads behind the barrier of Black Snake Shamaru. Bastard. Hanzo of the flower raised his hand to stop the futile insults, glaring fiercely at the old, witch black snake Mitsuki behind the great snake. It was this old hag who transformed into Odin and gave him a cut. Had he not sensed something was wrong in time, he would have lost. Hanzo of the flower asked, your position as a general relies on killing Kazuki Sukiyaki, then this old hag turns into Sukiyaki to pass the title to you, right? Oh ho ho, it's not just that. Initially I transformed into Kazuki Odin and introduced the great snake general to the foolish Sukiyaki. Black Snake Mitsuki's face was filled with the joy of revenge as she continued to curse coldly. After Kazuki Odin is killed by Kaido this time, the entire Kazuki clan will be exterminated. Damn thing. In anger, 4 underworld bosses including Adai picked up their swords and charged again. However, the barrier remained unshakable, like an unmovable pillar of heaven, and their own hands were injured from the recoil. The mocking voice of the black snake was like a devil's sound, causing Daisen and the others along with their subordinates to swell with anger. Soup is served. A group of underlings brought food collected from Great Snake Castle. Daisen Ganguro Adai Maitabe, let's eat first. As he invited everyone to sit down, Hanzo of the flower took a glance at the black snake and black snake Mitsuki behind the barrier. The sorcerer's abilities require stamina to activate. They can't hide here forever. He only needed to guard here for Odin. Everything would end once Odin emerged victorious. The black snake's expression changed. Oh, why was this Hanzo of the flower so much smarter than the foolish Kazuki Odin? He had even found the only weakness of the barrier fruit. Black Snake Shamaru, now over 90 years old, was half buried in the ground. It was uncertain how long he could hold on. What if Kaido didn't arrive in time, and he was killed by this group? That would mean everything would become a wedding dress for Kaido. The black snake quietly retreated among the crowd, pulling out a precious Den Mushi. On the other end of the line, outside Great Snake Castle. Kanjuro, is this not the 9-mile Odin Castle? Just getting off the car, Kazuki Shimon revealed confusion as he looked at the ground filled with corpses. Of course this is Great Snake Castle. Kanjuro's voice lost its usual gentleness. Wah 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 wah. Ma. The screams of Kazuki Momonosuke and Kazuki Hiyori interrupted Kazuki Shimon's thoughts. Kanjuro, you. Puzzled and saddened, Kazuki Shimon tried to approach, but was pushed away by Black Snake Kanjuro's sword. One hand locked Kazuki Momonosuke and Kazuki Hiyori while the other hand held a knife to the necks of the two children. The expressions on Momonosuke's and Hiyori's faces were filled with fear, huddled tightly in Black Snake Kanjuro's embrace, not daring to move. Black Snake Kanjuro raised his face filled with a sinister smile. Kanjuro, the sudden rain. I am Kanjuro the Black Snake. Black Snake. Kazuki Shimon was at a loss, unsure what to do. Odin wasn't by his side, his retainers had betrayed him, and he had come to Great Snake Castle, the most dangerous place for the Kazuki clan. Madam Shimon, please come with me. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your two. Guru Guru. Moshi Moshi The terrified voice of the black snake echoed. Kanjuro, where are you? Hurry here. General Great Snake, I've already reached outside the castle. Hurry. Hanging up the phone, Black Snake Kanjuro looked at Kazuki Shimon and threatened, Madam Shimon, please come with me. You wouldn't want anything to happen to Momonosuke and Hiyori, would you? Kazuki Shimon appeared dazed like a puppet that had lost its support. Mechanically she followed along. All the way Doflamingo was pondering the foolishness of the Kazuki family. Kazuki Sukiyaki had fled directly to seclusion after being overturned by the Black Snake. He didn't even attempt to explain the situation to his own son, allowing him to lose the greater good. Even if his son returned to the country and explained, Kazuki Oden could still suppress and rectify Wano. As for Kazuki, not only was he foolish, but he was also ungrateful. No wonder he had no face to seek help from Whitebeard. And besides, who writes a diary but a serious person? As for Kazuki Momonosuke, he was even more of a burden. The fortunate guest of the Beast Pirates cautiously spoke up. Lord Doflamingo, we've arrived at the Flower Capital. Where's Great Snake Castle? I only know it's in the southern part of the Flower Capital. Well done. Throwing out a secret medicine, Doflamingo activated his observation Haki. He didn't know if he could still find it. In the south, bodies lay sprawled, and the gathered warriors registered in his senses along with a small 4-person team consisting of 2 children. 2 children. Found them. Doflamingo's eyes lit up, and the flamingo sped away. 118 no. Then, the newborn sunlight pierced through the darkness. It illuminated Wano, as if Wano were about to welcome hope. But the warmth of the sunlight could not thaw the gradually cooling heart of the Black Snake. General Great Snake, I'm going to. Black Snake Shamaru began to tremble, a sign of his stamina nearing its limit. As a 9-year-old man, his frail body did not retain the strength of other powerful beings. He glanced at the warriors outside the barrier who were well-fed and ready to tear them apart. The Black Snake shuddered, supporting the swaying body of Black Snake Shamaru, and exclaimed in horror, Shamaru, Kanjuro will be here soon. Hold on a little longer. I'm sorry, General Great Snake. Ha! Black Snake Shamaru collapsed into Black Snake's embrace, losing consciousness, his hands maintaining the crossed position of his activated ability. This moment seemed to take away the heartbeat of the Black Snake, because the invincible barrier had vanished. This scene was immediately noticed by the little brothers on watch. The previously drowsy warriors instantly awakened, hurriedly calling out, Brother Hanzo, this strange membrane has disappeared. Hanzo of the Flower and the 4 gang leaders opened their eyes from their feigned slumber, closing in on the terrified Black Snake and Black Snake Mitsuki. I am the General of Wano. Black Snake shouted anxiously, using his powerless identity to intimidate. No, don't. Hanzo of the Flower closed his eyes. His mind was filled with thoughts of the hostages he had been forced to cut down either by the Great Snake or by his own hand. The sword in his hand began to glow. Hanzo of the Flower's one-sword style, the wrath of the people. Hanzo of the Flower charged past the terrified Black Snake. With the Black Snake's clumsy swordsmanship, there was simply no chance of defense. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. In an instant, 3 snake heads were severed and poisonous blood splattered everywhere. Release, General Great Snake. Both sides turned to the source of the voice, their expressions changing. Kazuki Shimon was caught in the mouth of a blue-striped tiger. Kazuki Momonosuke and Kazuki Hiyori were tightly locked in the embrace of Kanjuro, the sudden ring. Hanzo of the Flower's hair stood on end like a burning flame. He questioned, Kanjuro, the sudden rain, what are you doing? You are a retainer of Oden. The Black Snake, finding himself alive against all odds, revealed a look of joy, his snot and tears mixing together. Whoa, Kanjuro, thankfully you. General Great Snake, I'm late. Kanjuro greeted the Black Snake, his mouth curling into a smirk as he looked at Hanzo and the others. I have always been a member of the Black Snake family. Retreat immediately, or Kazuki Oden will be completely The blade veered sideways. Thin streams of blood welled from the throats of the siblings Kotaro and Hiyori. No, don't harm Kotaro and the others. Toki writhed in frantic desperation, her waist flesh pierced by Tojiro's teeth. Shigekuni and the 3 others broke into a cold sweat, turning helplessly toward Hanafuda Ibuki. What do we do, boss Ibuki? In the air, translucent threads drifted silently downward, closing in on the unsuspecting Korizumi Kanjuro. Exchange them, or you'll die here too. Ibuki ground out the words between clenched teeth. They could never abandon the Kaka, very well. First release, General Korizumi. I'll trade him for Hiyori. A sly, treacherous smile flickered across Kanjuro's face. No, Ibuki refused instantly. Hiyori's eyes, just beginning to gleam with fragile hope, dimmed once more in Kanjuro's arms. Ibuki's mind raced. An exchange for Kotaro would certainly be rejected. What if they offered Toki instead? Oden cherished her deeply, and at barely 30 she remained in the prime of life, still capable of bearing children. As for Oden's wrath upon his return, that burden would fall solely upon Ibuki. Behind his back, he signaled the others with a subtle gesture before speaking. Exchange Toki. But Kanjuro's words froze mid-sentence. His half-open mouth stiffened as though what's happening? Why has Kanjuro stopped? Ibuki frowned in confusion, until a thunderous mocking voice erupted. Fufufu, how lively. Allow me then to preside over this distribution. Doflamingo hooked a finger, and Toki, Kotaro, and Hiyori rose slowly into the sky. Opportunity. A flash of sharp resolve lit Ibuki's eyes as he lunged toward the ascending trio. I expect absolute silence while I work. A cruel smirk twisted Doflamingo's lips. Armament Haki surged over his right hand as he slammed it down. Descend. Rogue thread. 5 black serpentine threads plummeted from the heavens. Pooh. The flowing Sakura armament Haki shielding Ibuki shattered instantly, pierced from within by an armament Haki of internal destruction grade. Pinned midair, the legendary swordsman of Flower Capital met his end. Master Ibuki, Shigekuni and the others had just begun their charge, only to freeze again, ensnared by parasitic threads. The fleeting glimmer of relief on Toki Kotaro and Hiyori's faces vanished beneath fresh terror. Doflamingo separated them, to prevent Toki from activating her time-leaping ability and fleeing with the children. Gently stroking Toki's smooth cheek, Doflamingo murmured with dark amusement, "Don't worry. I've long admired the name of Oden Kazuki." Sensing movement, Doflamingo swept his right arm sideways. Super Impact Whip. The razor-sharp thread lash sliced past Kurizumi Orochi's crown. Boom. The solid building behind him split cleanly in two. Orochi, already preparing to flee, touched his newly bald scalp and obediently returned to his place. These were neither allies nor enemies of Oden Kazuki. Seeing the Kurizumi retainers now subdued, Doflamingo refocused on his true purpose. As if cradling a rare treasure, he carefully cupped Kotaro's head, easily enclosing the boy's entire skull. Feeling Doflamingo's malice intensify, Toki, able only to move her throat and eyes, began to beg, "Please, don't. Then you do want it." Doflamingo tightened his grip. Crunch, crunch. Kotaro could even hear the sickening creak of his own skull. "Please, Toki and Hiyori shrieked in unison, their voices raw with agony. For their kin. He's going to die. Pop. Pressure built until the skull exploded. Fresh crimson pulp sprayed outward in all directions. Toki's open mouth filled with something soft and foully metallic. WWWWW. She choked out a muffled wail, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. Her jaw locked wide open. It was her son's brain matter. Fufufu. Doflamingo roared with laughter. After 2 lifetimes, and over a decade of seething grudge, he had finally slain the man who haunted his memory. What joy! Leaning close to Toki's ear, he whispered softly, "You suffer so terribly. Shall I grant you relief?" Pooh! A second thread bullet fired from his fingertip, driving deep into Toki's skull, then twisting gently. A living vegetable, a time thread fruit user, was born. Mama! Hiyori's bladder released uncontrollably. A pungent, acrid stench hung thick in the air. Hiyori felt a large, warm hand gently stroking her face, wiping away the blood that had just splattered from her brother. The touch was tender, yet why did it feel like hell? With his observation, Haki Doflamingo sensed Hiyori's inner chaos and collapse, the tremors racking her body, her heart seizing unnaturally. So he shifted to a far more intimate posture, his palm gripping her skull just as he had gripped her brother's, and lifted her before him. "Listen closely," he murmured. "Don't tense up so, you're still a child. Such agitation will kill you. Die. I'm going to die." Hiyori's mind went utterly blank, every thought erased. Only primal survival surged forth, overwhelming and absolute. Her heart stuttered to a halt, her skull humming with a deafening, insectal drone. Yet her body remained frozen, like a puppet with cut strings, leaving only her tear-blurred gaze fixed upon the golden-haired man, pleading wordlessly. "Please." Gently stroking Hiyori's small head, Doflamingo spoke with eerie tenderness. "Don't fear. Your death is not yet written. Of the Kazuki clan, only you possess a sound mind. We shall have a most agreeable coexistence. Fufufu." Of all the Kazukis, only Hiyori, having endured 20 years as a courtesan, had retained her unwavering resolve to restore Wano country. She far surpassed her deceased grandfather, her foolish father, and her lecherous elder brother, whose sole ambition was travel. Relief flooded Hiyori's soul. She fought desperately to suppress her whimpers. Though she didn't grasp what sound mind truly meant, she vowed to learn. Having secured the Kazuki family, Doflamingo turned his gaze toward the Kurizumi retainers, standing obediently in place. He's looking this way." Kurizumi Orochi immediately dropped into a full prostration, forehead pressed flat to the ground, and answered with utmost reverence. "My lord, I am General of Wano country, and a trusted friend of Kaido the Protector King. Name your desire. I shall fulfill it." "A friend." Doflamingo replied coolly. "Are you invoking Kaido to threaten me?" Orochi broke into a cold sweat, stammering, No. I mean only that I hold influence across Wano. I can procure anything you require." "Impressive. Your attitude pleases me. I do have one request." Orochi exhaled deeply, head still bowed low. As long as he lived, hope remained. This humiliation, an invasion by a mere pirate, would soon be repaid in full by Kaido. His thoughts churned violently, but his expression betrayed nothing. His forehead remained pressed hard against the earth, displaying the same servile excellence he'd once shown to Kazuki Suishinbo. "Name your wish. Whatever Wano possesses, I shall offer it without reserve." A playful smile curled Doflamingo's lips. He delighted in such hypocrites, men whose duplicity made them endlessly entertaining. He tossed the question back. "As general, what do you deem Wano's most precious treasure? Let me consider what worthy offering might suit your magnificence." Orochi's mind raced. The flowing Sakura Haki training method. This youth had effortlessly pierced Ibuki, the fool, so clearly he needed no such instruction. Seastone, coveted even by the world government, was surely unknown to this impoverished upstart. 30 cubic meters of seastone would deliver a modest, unforgettable shock. Confidence surging, Orochi raised his face, beaming with obsequious delight. "As one of the world government's official traders, my commodity is the ocean's rarest treasure, seastone. Wano's seastone reserves are abundant, and of unparalleled quality. Whether alloyed into weapons or integrated into firearms, it remains peerless. Doflamingo merely watched, still smiling. Cursed brat. Orochi's scalp prickled under that gaze, yet he forced himself. Behind my palace stands a seastone sculpture carved in my likeness, approximately 30 cubic meters. You may. As Orochi began to rise, preparing his next flourish, pooh. An invisible thread sliced cleanly through his fufufu. Excellent speech, Orochi. Tell me, why did I come to Wano? Blood streaming down his face, Orochi stammered in terror. I don't know. Because I also deal in seastone, you imbecile. Huh. Ice flooded Orochi's veins. Before he could plead, razor-edged threads slammed down with brutal force. Pooh. Blood burst outward. Flesh ripped open. Orochi screamed, revealing his remaining 5 heads of the Yamada. No, Orochi. Filthy dog. What arrogance makes you think you can block my trade routes? Is it that uni-and-a-half-meter dome atop your head? Doflamingo's face twisted with savage fury. The world government's shifting stance had infuriated him beyond measure. Shouldn't that pathetic regime still be groveling at his feet, as it always had? And further, you gave the wrong answer. So punishment is inevitable. Armament Haki-coated threads coiled like a net around Orochi, the serpent, severing his 4 deformed heads and all limbs in a single surgical motion. Ignoring Orochi's shrieks, Doflamingo flicked his fingers. Heads flew, detached, and suspended, while the immobilized samurai followed their beloved leader Ibuki into oblivion. Then, threads lanced toward the unconscious Kurizumi Nami and the feigning Kurizumi Kuranobe. Bang! That insolent boy, this old woman won't forgive you. Snatching Nami, Kuranobe bolted into the distance. Do you think you're applying antiseptic, old hag? Doflamingo's feet exploded upward, shattering the aerial pathway beneath him. Before Kuranobe's horrified eyes, he seized her skull and slammed her head first into the ground, executing a brutal screeching stop. Be a good vegetable for me. Who? X2 Kaido-sensei, I must have finished by now. Cradling his 6 trophies, Doflamingo returned to the Flamingo, observing the trembling audience with detached amusement. Back aboard, he contemplated how best to utilize his prizes. Orochi, the coward, though desperate to survive, had endured childhood persecution and starvation to grow 3.5 meters tall. His constitution was exceptional, making him ideal experimental material, even surpassing the priority of the Yamada no Orochi fruit. As for Nami and Kuranobe, the 2 decrepit elders, fruit extraction must proceed swiftly. Should either perish unexpectedly, all effort would be wasted. And Kurizumi Kanjuro's fruit ability, if fused with Jora's, might blossom into something astonishingly vital. Oden Kazuki fell in battle on Onagashima's beach. 2-sword-style dragon cleaving flash. Rokushiki's secret art dragon horn cannon. Shink. X2 Frost Moon Bull sword's twin blades cleaved deep into Virgo's towering trapezius, bone visible beneath the wound. Yet his own chest had already been pierced by Virgo's hardest weapon, the dragon horn. In his fading consciousness, he saw Gyukamaru lying motionless on the ground. Gyukamaru, you're dead too. Oden, let me do just one last thing. Frost Moon Bull's sword's eyes blazed with unprecedented clarity. He wrenched his blades free, preparing to strike again. But a blazing pitch-black dragon claw, engulfed in flame, already closed upon his face. Dragon flame claw. His head, devoid of armament Haki protection, ignited instantly. Thud. His lifeless body collapsed to the earth. Truly tenacious. Virgo rotated his freshly regenerated shoulder, then raised his claw and brought it down once more. Bang! The flaming skull scattered into ash. Doflamingo had taught him this truth: some beings persist beyond loss of flesh or breath. But total cranial annihilation, this was final. He applied this principle flawlessly in combat. Lifting the fox, now reverted to its true form, Virgo surveyed the other battlefields. Enel transformed into a colossal thunderform, his golden spear, scaled to match, resembling a gilded lightning rod. With it he skewered Cat Viper and Dogura, one feline one canine, into a single smoking kebab. A grin identical to that of a certain dim-witted youth spread across his face. Mere static. I am the lightning god, officially appointed by the young master himself. I am the supreme lightning. Lightning flashed, brilliant and blinding, and the first ray of dawn finally pierced the darkness shrouding Onigashima. Damn, it hurts. You slashed clean through my stomach. Moria rubbed the wound carved into his flank by flowing Sakura Haki, then glanced at his opponent bathed in sunlight, and smiled dark and knowing. Far away, Yuzuki Tsuru and Fuyumi Miketsu, whose shadows Moria had stolen, disintegrated into dust the moment warm sunlight touched them. Kizuru, wielding Conqueror's Haki-infused iron head, was impaled straight through by King's blade. At the battlefield's heart, Oden Kazuki burned with his final radiant light, yet remained utterly dominated by Kaido. Though Kaido's frame had not yet reached its later titanic proportions. After jointly attending the Warlord training program with Charlotte Lean, he had mastered advanced Conqueror's Haki techniques, including the rare Conqueror's Haki projection. This height of mastery remained beyond Oden's current reach. Bang! The 2 warriors leapt apart, gasping heavily. Their bodies, crisscrossed with deep gashes and fissures, would have sent ordinary pirates sprinting toward their next reincarnation. Uroro, 2 years of ugly dancing have rusted your body, haven't they, eh? Kaido bared a bloodthirsty grin. Oden Kazuki, your retainers lie dead. Your family cannot escape that brat Doflamingo. And you, mortally wounded, are moments from death. Oden said nothing, his grip tightening fiercely upon his last companions, the swords Tenryubu and Yam. The fate of his retainers and kin was sealed. His own journey toward death had already begun. At this, Kamakawa Odin's spirit surged anew, and a joyful smile, the same one he wore at 29 when first setting sail, lit up his face. Kaido, in the not-so-distant future, an unparalleled figure shall emerge, heralding an unprecedented transformation of the world, and you too shall be utterly obliterated in that tide. Wu luo luo luo. Kaido roared with laughter, tears welling from his eyes at the absurdity of the words. Kamakawa Odin, do you truly believe in prophecies? No wonder you've grown so feeble. Do not disappoint me further. You bring me less joy than even that brat Doflamingo. Let me grant you your final passage. Seeing Kaido's disbelief, Odin offered no further explanation. Having visited Fishman Island, he held Shaliai's prophecies as absolute truth. Ha 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 ha, then come forth. Great Wrath, Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. Peach Spring, 10 fists. At the very moment Doflamingo arrived upon Onigashima, the 8 precepts struck Odin squarely upon the head. With a thunderous boom, father and son, though denied shared graves in life, met death in near identical fashion. What a pity, I didn't manage to record it. Had I done so, showing it alongside her brother's footage to Kamakawa Hiyori would have doubled the therapeutic dosage, enhancing desensitization far more effectively. Hearing Doflamingo's deliberate muttering, not only did Kamakawa Hiyori tremble within Kamakawa Toki's embrace, but even the other conscious beast pirates shuddered involuntarily. They were merely cruel, having spilled blood beyond count, but this man played by rules of genuine perversion. Shishishi. The flamingo swiftly alighted upon the sandy shore. Noting Kaido's dejection, Doflamingo stepped forward. Fufu, congratulations, Mr. Kaido, on your complete subjugation of Wano country. Wu luo luo luo. Indeed, I am overjoyed. He laughed twice, then instantly lapsed back into melancholy, calling out to the approaching king. Kamakawa Odin is dead. Announce it across all of Wano country. Doflamingo, Kamakawa Odin is dead. Another rival has vanished from my path. But surely I remain, Mr. Kaido. Kaido's sorrow once again transmuted into delight. Wu luo luo luo. Do you truly intend to fight me? Even Queen and King loathed sparring with him. They'd assumed their alliance spared them such beatings. Of course, I've learned much from battling you, Mr. Kaido. Watching battle lust rekindle in Kaido's eyes, Doflamingo gently shook his right arm, slender now still recovering. But not today. Without a Zoan-type's formidable constitution, I require time to heal. This was a lie. Now was harvest time, and the fruits of his last battle remained incompletely absorbed. For now, Kaido-sensei would simply have to wait. Wu luo luo luo. Then let us feast. Eat heartily to recover strength. Queen, bring me my finest sake. Unperturbed, Kaido turned and strode toward Skull Mountain. Once Kaido had departed, Virgo approached, dragging the half-dead fox Kajaku Ushimitsu. Doflamingo, this appears to be a mythical Zoan. Well done. Its true form is impressively large. Evidently Wano's Kamenu are no mere beasts. They retain considerable residual value. With casual precision, Doflamingo performed a procedure to suppress the creature's agitation, then gestured for the gathered crew to follow him up Skull Mountain. Let us go. Now is the time to savor our triumph. Not far away, a small girl with devilish horns crept toward the grounded flamingo, using rudimentary concealment. Yamato glared fiercely at the retreating diminutive figures of Doflamingo and Virgo, then began scaling the 50-meter vessel barehanded. She intended to discover precisely what strange object this unfamiliar elder brother, and that smug, arrogant man who spoke so casually with her father, had concealed, earning such rare favor. They'd forgotten her entirely. How infuriating. Father, don't. Moments later, Yamato, her physique honed by the Yonko's elite bloodline, neared the deck. Woo-woo. Mama. A muffled hoarse childlike sob rose softly. Yamato froze, then redoubled the frantic motion of her tiny limbs. Paf. Ugh. Kamakawa Hiyori clapped both hands over her mouth. The instant sound escaped, so hard that crimson welts bloomed across her cheeks. Her gaze darted wide with tension toward the source of the noise. A small, delicate hand appeared atop the flamingo's railing. 2 hands gripped the edge, then her legs kicked powerfully. Yamato vaulted onto the deck. Phew, what exhaustion. Let me see what you're hiding. Yet the sight before her struck even her stoic heart with shock. A grotesque, square-headed beast, its flesh torn and raw, hung suspended midair, bound by 4 thick threads. Each thread terminated in a strange, transparent vessel steadily filling with its blood. Behind it lay the massive fox. But that was not the most unsettling detail, for pairs of unnerving alien eyes fixed upon her, raising goose flesh across her skin. A brooding man, a witch-like crone, a seemingly benevolent elder, and a beautiful woman sat slumped upon the deck, alive yet utterly devoid of emotional resonance. They resembled nothing so much as living corpses. What are these things? Yamato paused, then after 2 seconds thought abandoned inquiry altogether. She knelt beside the little girl next to the beautiful woman and offered a warm smile. Hello, I'm Yamato, what's your name? Kamakawa Hiyori instinctively shrank behind Kamakawa Toki, then, once assured of Yamato's sincerity, replied timidly. I am Kamakawa Hiyori, and the late Kamakawa Odin. Who was he to you? He was my father. Yamato's eyes widened in astonishment. He was slain by my father. Thud. Kamakawa Hiyori collapsed onto the deck, pleading desperately. No, don't kill me. I belong to Doflamingo-sama. I'm not here to kill you. Yamato scrambled to steady Hiyori, but the newly found peer only trembled more violently. Quickly shifting tactics, Yamato blurted, Who is this lovely lady? Unable to resist the Yonko bloodline's overwhelming presence, Hiyori was lifted upright, and her expression darkened further. She is my mother. Yamato's wide eyes shimmered with innocent curiosity. Are they unwell? Gently squeezing her mother's still warm, yet unresponsive hand, Hiyori murmured softly. This is Doflamingo-sama's ultimate mercy for rebels. Mercy. Yamato's gaze swept across the four figures, finding no trace of compassion anywhere. Recalling Momonosuke's decapitation, Hiyori's voice firmed. Yes, Doflamingo-sama is merciful. He preserved my mother's life. Yamato suddenly felt a chill creep up her spine. What precisely does that smug man consider humanity to be? Despicable wretch. With a fierce cry, Yamato lunged toward the threads binding Kamakawa Toki, only to rebound violently, hurtling backward to crash onto the deck. Damn it, I'll take you to father. Without waiting for refusal, Yamato seized Hiyori's hand and sprinted toward the decks. Sensing the commotion aboard the Doflamingo chewed a piece of sea beast meat, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of his lips. As a unique being reborn across 2 lifetimes, and a practitioner of prefrontal lobe surgery, he possessed a radically new understanding of soul and body, interdependent yet profoundly autonomous. When a patient's brain is severely damaged, becoming vegetative, have they truly died? No. Rather, their soul has lost the vital medium through which it once fused with the flesh. It drifts, adrift in infinite lightless void with no anchor, no foothold. Only after detecting faint fortuitous ripples of cognition via observation Haki did he confirm this truth. Thus these vegetative captives were biologically speaking spared, yet for their souls, it was an eternity of exile. Guru. Wu luo, what sheer exhilaration. Downing a full cask of sake, the charmingly flushed Doflamingo. How long until the clones you promised arrive? Crossing the calm belt from the North Blue into the New World is swift. You shall not wait long, Mr. Kaido. At this, Doflamingo raised a hand in salute toward Abel, who dined masked, never removing it. Please have King prepare to accompany me to Reizu Island to collect them. Wu luo. Then King, you shall go with him. With manpower resolved, Kaido burst into hearty laughter. Yet in an instant his towering frame leaned forward, radiating crushing pressure. He demanded, and the sea stone of Wano. Mining shall be handled by the beast's pirates, transportation and sale entrusted to the Donquixote family. As for profits, Doflamingo's expression remained unaltered, his smile unwavering. A Forsyth split. How does that sound? Why must I choose you? Intoxicated Kaido slipped into a paradoxical state, both manic and razor-sharp. Though the world government behaves like excrement, they retain basic decorum, not openly dealing with a notorious pirate. Offering a subtle glimpse into the world government's true nature, Doflamingo continued smoothly, whereas I, though I murder, burn, and commit every atrocity, am above all a businessman. I serve as the perfect conduit between you and them. Surely, Mr. Kaido, you wish to avoid another Black Maria, a fool like Kurizumi Orochi, rising in Wano. Wu luo. You nearly persuade me, boy, but what of Logue Town? The Navy and world government appear unified, but their ambitions diverge sharply. And crucially, I was once a celestial dragon. This grants our arrangement temporary stability. Celestial dragon. King's flames roared violently behind his head, his eyes blazing with hatred locked upon Doflamingo. Queen's gaze too sharpened with hungry fascination. Celestial dragon blood was uncharted territory. The pirate's eyes flared crimson, blades were drawn. In an instant the festive atmosphere curdled into lethal tension. Shira, Virgo, and his allies rose, encircling the beast's pirates in return. Yet this surge of malice only made Doflamingo laugh aloud. Fufu, no need for such tension. I was banished from Mary Geos by those foolish pigs for excessive benevolence. Indeed it was benevolence, but not his own. Doflamingo turned his gaze to Kaido, who continued silently drinking. Surely Mr. Kaido understands precisely what manner of man I am. Very well, see to it my share arrives intact, Doflamingo. Boss Kaido. N. The beast's pirates wailed in despair. Of course, we have other ventures we may pursue. Father, don't. 122. Replace Yamato's CPU. Father, don't agree to that arrogant man's terms. Dragging a terrified, reluctant Kamakawa, Hiyori Yamato stormed in, pointing directly at Doflamingo. For the first time the beast pirates found their fearsome Oni princess unexpectedly endearing. Wu luo, why? Kaido was genuinely curious what profound insight his rebellious daughter might offer. Indeed, why is that? Doflamingo feigned ignorance. Care to explain, Kamakawa Hiyori? Doflamingo-sama, it wasn't me, I didn't. Hiyori, still sprawled on the floor, was yanked upright by Yamato and thrust behind her, glaring at Doflamingo with seething indignation. Father, Kamakawa Odin is already dead, yet this man has reduced Hiyori's mother to silence, stripped her of emotion of response. Truly despicable. Kaido's brows shot upward. He'd expected some philosophical epiphany from his defiant daughter. Odin was dead. His wife ought to follow him into death. Wasn't that the natural order? Suddenly Kaido's fists itched to Doflamingo crouched low, meeting Yamato's guileless gaze. Fufu, so what would you do? Restore Kamakawa Toki, and allow them to depart peacefully, living quiet, tranquil lives. Depart. Shouldn't she stay with me? Yamato instantly realized her misstep, and answered without hesitation. The beast's pirates exchanged bewildered glances. How precisely had their boss conceived such an absurd daughter? Doflamingo turned toward the brooding Kaido. Mr. Kaido, may I enlighten your daughter about the world's true nature? It will cause her no harm. Kaido, who routinely struck 80-year-olds, waved dismissively. Two slender threads shot from Doflamingo's fingers, wrapping Yamato and Hiyori simultaneously. Before Yamato could react, her mind flooded with chaotic, overwhelming thoughts. Die, die, die. Mother is dead. Brother is dead. Father is dead. You must die. You father must die. Doflamingo must die. Hate, hate, hate. Why did I not die? Yamato opened her eyes and looked down at Kamakawa Hiyori. Her innocent gaze had grown complex, shadowed by sudden heavy understanding. You wish me dead. Hiyori flinched, her whole body trembling at the piercing truth. Fufu, little girl. How do you feel now? How do you feel? Doflamingo roared with laughter, reveling in this spectacle, peeling open human hearts to expose their raw, unvarnished truths, never tiring of it. Silence, arrogant fool. Snapping angrily, Yamato squeezed her eyes shut, then reopened them resolute. She has absolutely no chance of vengeance. That was lesson 1. The human heart is unfathomable. Doflamingo straightened, hands planted firmly on his hips, body tilted back, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over Yamato's entire form. Now, lesson 2. The strong rule all. The strong command all. The strong possess all. Because I and Mr. Kaido are absolute sovereigns. Wano's ruling class, its samurai caste, perishes here and now. Therefore, my spoils are mine to command. Wish to save her. Simple, defeat me. Plunder me. Dominate me. Impose your morality upon mine. At his final word, a torrent of Conqueror's Haki crashed down upon Yamato alone. Her proud horned head snapped downward, as if struck by a hammer. Pure kindness. Kindness backed by strength. Doflamingo admitted he could not achieve it himself. Yet it commanded his deepest respect. Though in this life, his saintly father remained a different matter entirely. And the great Yamato, whose mind was filled with the radiance of the moon. Doflamingo could only be described as a pile of excrement. I am growing ever more fond of you. Kaido flashed the same grin and turned his gaze toward Yamato, who struggled desperately to hold her ground. Show me everything you've got. I want to see just how far you can go. Doflamingo did not act immediately, but instead asked, Kaido-sama, what do you believe Haki of the Supreme King truly is? Of course, it is the manifestation of my will, the proof of my indomitable spirit. Black and crimson lightning crackled silently around Kaido, revealing his overwhelming mastery. Indeed, yet I prefer to see it as the materialization of desire, be it hatred, protection, or annihilation. Doflamingo shot forth countless gossamer threads from his palms. A flowing cage of threads tightly enveloped Odin's daughter Kinemon's heir Kazuki Hiyori. At the center of the cage, a single button coalesced, hovering just 1 centimeter before Yamato's face. Doflamingo momentarily withdrew his Supreme King Haki and continued, meeting Yamato's furious glare. Yamato, if you press this button within 30 seconds, Hiyori will be saved this time. If not, she shall be sliced into tender strips before your very eyes. My blade work, I dare say, is rather exquisite. Let us see the strongest desire that burns within you. Sweat drenched Yamato's brow, before she could even grasp his words, the metallic threads began contracting, sparks flying as they tightened. As for Kazuki, Hiyori held fast and helpless. No one spared her a thought. A deafening boom echoed. That strange power again. For an instant, Yamato's mind went blank, flashing back to age 3, tumbling over the cascading waterfall of Wano, swallowed by its churning currents, gasping for air on the verge of death. She strained desperately to seize something, anything. The thread cage had already torn through Hiyori's garments and now pressed against her skin. Hiyori's pained, pleading eyes locked onto Yamato's. Save her. But she wants me dead. Her primal instinct, to flee danger, began pushing the thought away. A golden-haired man watched, a triumphant smile playing across his lips. SSSSSSS. A trickle of blood welled up. What should I do? How utterly infuriating. Father, damn arrogant bastard. I'd love to punch him right in the face. The moment the vicious impulse arose, it ignited like a campfire doused in jet fuel, blazing uncontrollably. In that instant, an astonishing surge of power finally shattered its restraints and roared forth with thunderous force. Vrumum. A tempest of wind exploded outward from Yamato's core. Hiyori, nearest to the epicenter, collapsed unconscious on the spot. The oppressive weight of Supreme King Haki lifted from Yamato's shoulders. With her last flicker of awareness, she slammed her fist onto the button before her. 123, take it off. I want have it. A soft cushion sprouted from the deck, catching Yamato as she fell into unconsciousness. Silence descended upon the scene. Only the rhythmic glug-glug-glug of Kaido drinking broke the stillness. He cast a curious glance at his daughter, never imagining this rebellious child possessed such latent potential. Every member of the Beast's pirates stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Yuroho, brilliantly done, Doflamingo. Kaido's booming voice shattered the frozen tension. Supreme King Haki, the Oni princess has awakened. Incredible. How did she do it? No wonder she's Kaido-sama's daughter. The crew's gazes darted repeatedly between Doflamingo and Yamato, straining to uncover the secret behind it all. This wave of collective awe and admiration sent a distinct thrill through Doflamingo's chest. Fufu. This is merely a subtle application of observation Haki. Still, it speaks to Yamato's exceptional aptitude. This was no empty flattery. Were another, a lesser soul like Sasuke Uchiha, placed in her position, even awakening a single Tomo or two would demand the death of his entire clan, driven by blind rage. Such a man would remain impervious to any emotional manipulation Doflamingo might attempt. Hearing his reply, the crew's murmurs swelled into a lively chorus. Observation Haki. Isn't that just about dodging attacks? My brother said it can even glimpse fragments of the future. What exactly is aptitude? Do I have it? You've got squat. Your mother's. A sudden, overwhelming pressure silenced the clamor instantly. Kaido's voice resonated once more. Doflamingo, continue with what you were saying. His curiosity about this young man had deepened considerably. Kaido-sama, though we cannot yet manufacture artificial devil fruits, we do possess another project, bloodline factor. Upon hearing this, Queen, who prided himself on research prowess far surpassing his peers, glinted with sharp interest behind his sunglasses. Bloodline factor transplantation. He knew it well, the fruit of joint research with Dr. Vegapunk already applied successfully in 2 subjects. Queen interjected immediately. What precisely do you mean by bloodline factor transplantation? Certainly not mere feeble abilities, Doflamingo replied. He produced a new Viver card and pressed it. On screen, a test subject named Lucky A appeared, manifesting inherited lightning powers under Enel's brutal assault. You call that bloodline factor transplantation? That's devil fruit ability transplantation. Queen stood stunned, his glasses slipping off in disbelief as if seeing Virgo for the first time. Had he been a pirate too long, fallen out of step with scientific progress? Had bloodline factor research truly advanced? Click. One more addition to his collection. This was step 1 in selling a product. Show clients the most visceral, undeniable. Doflamingo sensed their stares grow even hungrier, burning with raw, unvarnished desire. Fufufu. This technology remains imperfect with an extremely high failure rate. He gestured subtly. Pika stepped forward, stone-plated armor cracked open, revealing several additional Viver cards. On-screen, grotesque, experimental subjects convulsed violently, genomes collapsing, flesh dissolving into putrid sludge. Step 2. Elevate perceived value. By narrating the arduous, painstaking journey behind the product, so clients feel its worth is earned, not given. Yet Kaido's expression shifted from anticipation to impatience. Get to the point, Doflamingo. Doflamingo remained utterly unruffled, even amused. Exclusive technology demanded such audacity. However, I now possess a lucky fruit. A unique artifact capable of forcing success in any experiment. Its price, 30 years of the user's lifespan. Moreover, Yamato is your biological daughter, conceived after you consumed your devil fruit's power many years ago. Her constitution thus possesses a rare innate compatibility with your abilities, dramatically increasing the odds of successful transplantation. Shall we forge a second Virgo? Step 3. Guide the client into envisioning a radiant shared future. So vivid, so compelling, their yearning crystallizes into, I must have this. Yuroho, then what shall I give you, Doflamingo? Kaido's eyes gleamed fiercely. This young man was no altruist. Simply this: a sample of your blood, an exclusive licensing rights to your weapons granted to me. So you want my weapons? Kaido pondered briefly, then nodded. Very well, I entrust them to you. Profits shall follow our prior agreement. With all objectives in Wano fulfilled, Doflamingo added almost as an afterthought, and as a complimentary insight, my observation, Haki recently caught a named Kazuki Toki. She is currently en route to Kaishiro. 3 days later, a flamingo soared skyward, dragging several newly captured Kamenu behind it. Farewell, Kaido-sama. Remember, once your hand heals, come find me for a fight. Of course. As the flamingo shrank to a speck in the distance, King couldn't help but ask, Kaido-sama, is this man truly trustworthy? He's a celestial dragon after all. Indeed, Kaido-sama, Queen chimed in, sharing the same doubt. A mischievous grin spread across Kaido's face. Yuroho, words deceive, but will does not. Yes, he's a celestial dragon, but he wishes every one of them dead. How delightfully ironic. On board the flamingo ship, you damn father. Yamato gripped the railing, roaring toward the distant shore, leaving without even bidding her farewell, just waving off that insufferable man. Unforgivable. Hiyori, her body wrapped in bandages, approached carefully with a teacup, speaking with unusual gentleness. Lady Yamato, please take some tea. Get away. Yamato scrambled backward. Ever since her rescue, Hiyori had behaved strangely. Sensing the subtle shifts in both their thoughts, Doflamingo watched the absurd tableau unfold, his mouth curling ear to ear. First, Yamato had burned to save Hiyori, yet Hiyori wished her dead. Now Hiyori offered herself completely, only for Yamato to recoil in disdain. How deliciously ironic. Thump. Doflamingo lowered his head slightly. Yamato hastily hid her crimson-knuckled fist behind her back, snarling, arrogant jerk. What are you grinning about? I've just recalled something delightful. When will you turn me into a dragon? I need to see my father. Gazing at Yamato's irresistibly endearing scowl, Doflamingo reached out, firmly ruffling her pink horns. Fufufu, you're still far too weak. Strengthening is essential. Grr, unbelievable. As strange sensations prickled her scalp, Yamato raised her fist to strike. But every inch of her body sprouted silken threads. Her limbs suddenly weighted with immense resistance, barely able to lift. Your training today, endure these bindings for 1 hour. Given your Oni heritage, it will harm you not at all. Take them off. I refuse. Then defeat me. Earn your freedom. Under the furious glare of the young girl, Doflamingo strolled cheerfully into the cabin. Truth be told, though, had anticipated Kaido's hands-off parenting style, extracting such a prodigious future emperor talent so effortlessly still stirred a quiet thrill. As for Yamato's own opinion, a dead man like Kazuki Oden could seize control of a body using nothing but a notebook. Surely Doflamingo, a living, breathing master manipulator, could reshape her mind. Like a girl scarred by her birth family who, after experiencing kindness elsewhere, surrenders her heart all too easily. Slumping into the sofa, Doflamingo redirected his focus toward the shifting balance of the new world. For emperors ahead, Two already allies. Pity Whitebeard lacks desire. He offers no leverage. And he hasn't yet received the needle. Best not provoke the tiger's whiskers, just yet. Shanks won't ascend to emperor status for another decade or so. Having sailed with Roger, and maintaining ambiguous ties with the world government, the surname Fujitora proves intriguing indeed. The flying fish fruit remains vital for the future. Charlotte family must keep Lion Poneglyph in check. Time flowed on. The Flamingo ship docked at Dressrosa. Pika and Uraki disembarked. Doflamingo instructed them, Pika Uraki, Dressrosa is now yours to govern. Understood, Doflamingo Samagod. The next branch of the underground bounty list will be established here. Weapons dealers, casinos, taverns. All personnel, including Diamante, will arrive shortly. Any citizen seeking employment shall receive fair wages. Pausing beside the railing, Doflamingo observed Scarlet and Violet boarding the ship, visibly trembling. He continued, should any wretched pirates cause trouble, kill them all and hang their corpses along the coastline. If not, glug. Doflamingo glanced upward, chuckling at the five elders' judge hats, bristling with indignation. Did they truly only now learn of his activities in the new world? Five elders. What is it? Doflamingo, you've seized Dressrosa. The five elders seized. Scarlet and Violet exchanged excited glances. The world government would surely launch a punitive expedition against this monstrous pirate. Nearby, Yamato, drawn by her new companions, approached eagerly with Hiyori trailing faithfully behind. A wicked smile curled Doflamingo's lips as he deployed his signature rhetorical montage. That claim is erroneous, inaccurate, and fundamentally flawed. Dressrosa has belonged to the Donquixote family since antiquity. My father on his deathbed expressed a wish to behold this land, so naturally, I paid it a visit. To my surprise, the current Ricadoldo III proved inadequate, overwhelmed by pirates. I intervened, resolving the crisis. In his final breath, he entrusted this nation to my care. Once the two princesses mature, I shall gladly return it to them. Return it. You know exactly what you are. Suppressing the fury rising within them, the five elders demanded stiffly. What of the sky gold? To whom precisely is sky gold remitted? Doflamingo feigned ignorance once more. Naturally, to us the celestial dragons. Precisely. Maritime transport is perilous. I shall collect it directly myself. Donquixote. Doflamingo cut off the transmission. No need to get so agitated. Let me share some good news first. Then you may erupt properly. Good news. From him. Preposterous. Across the line, the five elders exchanged wary glances, unease chilling their spines. I've secured full access to Wayno's seastone deposits for you. Henceforth, all supplies flow exclusively through me. Delighted. Five elders. Their faces darkened, turning as black as charred coal. Fu-fu-fu-fu, hearing their labored, furious breathing, Doflamingo threw back his head and laughed, a roar of triumph. All that labor in Wayno, culminating in this moment. I've grasped your very lifeline. Now, try to find your father. Nearby, witnessing Doflamingo's audacious confrontation with the world government for the first time, Virgo felt echoes of the young man had seen 8 years earlier, standing unshaken at the heart of a hurricane of Haki. Truly a born sovereign.